In her previous life, Song Yimo had suffered due to financial constraints, and in this life, she resolved not to let money hinder her again, while also repaying the countless debts of gratitude she owed from her past. Thus, she diligently saved her money. However, whenever she found herself with some savings, Song Yimo would secretly rejoice, preparing to purchase a house and fulfill her dream of becoming a landlady. Yet, when an important person was in need, burdened by financial troubles, she had to give. She continued to save and save, delighting in the thought that her wish was about to be realized. But before she could take a step forward, someone else needed help. Life and death were at stake, and she had to give. She kept saving, but there were always others in need. Ultimately, her savings were only sufficient for a comfortable life, and she never managed to become the landlady she had always desired. Yet, she still became extraordinarily wealthy, achieving a trifecta of fame, fortune, and familia, true winner in life. Mo, hurry and get up, or you'll be late. Song Yimo rolled over, refusing to open her eyes. A closer look revealed a smile of happiness lingering at the corners of her mouth. It had been a long time since she had dreamt of her grandmother. How wonderful. She simply could not bring herself to open her eyes. Mo, oh dear, why are you so hard awake today? The elderly woman, seeing her granddaughter still unmoving, decided to fetch a cold towel to wipe her face. But Song Yimo thought her grandmother was about to leave, so she hurriedly threw her arms around her waist, eyes still shut, nuzzling affectionately. Grandma, you haven't visited me in so long. I've missed you dearly. The elder playfully smacked her on the backside. I see you every morning and evening. How can you say it's been so long? Momo, your tricks for staying in bed are becoming more creative, but they won't work on me. Get up quickly. We must register early while there are fewer people, otherwise we won't be able to squeeze in later. As she spoke, the elder gave her another playful smack, this time with more force, finally causing Song Yimo to feel something was amiss. Reluctantly opening her eyes, blinking several times, she found the familiar figure still there, unlike in the past when such figures would vanish upon waking. Upon touching her skin, she was surprised by its warmth. When she tugged at her own cheek, it bounced back. How curious. The elderly woman, bemused, deftly caught her hand. Are you awake now? Song Yimo nodded slightly. Yes, she was awake, though the manner of awakening felt peculiar. With her eyes wide open, she gazed at the slightly plump, fair-skinned elder before her, and suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes. Even if this were a dream she would soon awaken from, she was grateful to the divine for granting her this vision. Mo, what's the matter today? Are you ill? The elder, initially surprised, soon grew anxious and reached out to check her forehead. Song Yimo grasped her hand and pressed it against her cheek, feeling its warmth, softness, a memory of her grandmother's hands before she fell ill. Since then, her hands had grown thin and often cold, and no matter how hard she tried, she could only warm them momentarily. Grandma, I miss you so much. You silly child. The elder, mistaking her granddaughter's clinginess for the aftermath of a nightmare, gently patted her back, her voice soothing and warm. Mo, life and death are beyond our control. All we can do is live each day joyfully. Should the day come when I am no longer here. Song Yimo instantly raised her head, a look of fury on her face. Grandma. All right, my dear, Grandma won't say much more. You need not worry. I'm still looking forward to holding my great-grandchild. How could I ever be at peace until that day arrives? Our Mo has grown so much in the blink of an eye. Once you endure through 3 years of high school, you'll be able to date. High school. Song Yimo gazed blankly at her grandmother's lips moving, not absorbing a single word thereafter. Indeed, Grandma had mentioned signing up before. Sign up? Sign up. Without a second thought for startling her grandmother, Song Yimo dashed towards the restroom. You're not wearing any shoes. Staring at her own face in the mirror, she couldn't help but touch it. This was undeniably her face, yet the fair, youthful visage, brimming with collagen, belonged solely to adolescence. At 26, she had distanced herself from her youthful years. Her height had scarcely changed from 15 to over a decade later. She had only grown a single centimeter, forever unable to surpass 1.60 meters. But she had merely taken a nap. How had she reclaimed her youth? Was this a dream of Zhuangzi dreaming of the butterfly, or the butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzi? Pinching her skin firmly, her pale face instantly flushed, a sharp pain coursing through her. This was no dream. Mo, hurry and put on your shoes. You look ridiculous running around like that. Her grandmother muttered, placing the shoes at her feet and lightly tapping them to signal her to lift her foot. Grandma. Grandma. What is it? The elderly woman looked up at her granddaughter, sensing something peculiar about her today. Could it be that she had encountered something unclean? Grandma. Ah, I'm here. Mo, don't frighten me. Why are you suddenly crying? What on earth is going on this morning? Overjoyed, Song Yimo laughed through her tears, wrapping her arms tightly around her grandmother's neck. I'm fine, Grandma. Really, I'm fine. I'm just so happy. You're crying because you're happy? Are you truly all right? Is there anywhere that hurts? No. I'm genuinely happy, Grandma. I feel like I could burst from joy. Feel my heart isn't it pounding? Her grandmother patted her hand, unable to suppress a smile. If it weren't pounding, then you should be worried. Now, go wash up, eat your meal, and hurry to sign up. If you delay, ITLL get hot and crowded, and you'll be uncomfortable. Understood, Grandma. Song Yimo's laughter was unstoppable. Once her grandmother left, she buried her face in the towel, laughing uncontrollably for quite some time. Yet, when she lifted her head, the moisture on her face had not completely been absorbed. She didn't care how this had come to be if this were a dream. She wished never to awaken. As long as her grandmother remained by her side, nothing else mattered. Chapter 2. Encountering the unfamiliar after completing her morning routine, Song Yimo found breakfast laid out on the table. Boiled eggs, plain congee, and a dish of homemade pickles. As she gazed at the meal, her eyes began to well with tears. Her grandmother's pickles had always been the finest. Although she had learned to make them under her grandmother's guidance, and others praised her cooking, she knew that nothing could compare to her grandmother's version. Just the sight of the breakfast was enough to satiate her hunger. As the elderly woman washed her hands and prepared to sit down, a knock at the door interrupted them. Good morning, Grandma Song. I'm here to see Mo. Come in. Have you eaten breakfast? The visitor was a tall girl, sun-kissed and sporting a short haircut, exuding vitality and energy. She was the polar opposite of Song Yimo, suppressing the urge to rush forward. Song Yimo stood up and spread her arms wide, exclaiming, "It's been an entire summer since I saw you. You've turned into a little charcoal." Huh. My mom says my teeth are the only white thing about me. She wishes she could bleach me. The girl laughed as she sprinted over and enveloped Song Yimo in a tight embrace, then pinched her cheek, commenting, "Your skin is so soft it seems like it could ooze water. I heard from my mom that you didn't go out at all this summer." "I'm not made of Play-Doh," Song Yimo retorted, brushing her hand away. She pulled her friend to sit beside her, handing her an egg, and then quickly peeled another one to pass to her grandmother. As she did this, memories of her summer flooded back. She had successfully passed her entrance exams and enrolled in the prestigious #1 high school, with 2 months of vacation devoid of homework. She had initially contemplated finding a job to ease her grandmother's financial burden, as they lived solely on her grandmother's retirement pension. Though they managed, life was hardly abundant, and she wished to contribute, even in a small way. However, her grandmother had given her an address to find her mother, revealing that she had been accepted into #1 high school. It had been years since she last saw her mother, and resentment brewed within her, yet an innate longing compelled her to hope for a joyful reunion. She yearned to confront her mother, who had seemingly abandoned her, asserting that she had thrived without her and had gained admission to a prestigious school. Yet, 2 days later, she returned home, her spirit crushed. It was not that she had been unable to locate her mother or that she had not seen her. She had indeed encountered her. Her mother appeared much as she remembered, hardly aged, and her beauty accentuated by her well-groomed appearance, especially when she smiled. But that smile was not directed at her. Her mother was accompanied by a boy of about 7 or 8 years old, who bore a striking resemblance to her. She heard him call her mom. As they passed each other, the look her mother cast in her direction was one of indifference, akin to how one might regard a stranger. In that moment, all her imagined scenarios dissipated. The woman she had yearned to call mother did not recognize her at all. For years, she had believed her mother's absence in her life was due to unavoidable circumstances, and her grandmother often spoke highly of her. Yet this moment shattered that illusion, revealing the stark truth. She was the one truly unwanted, her very existence rendered superfluous. After her return, she did not speak to her grandmother for several days. Her grandmother merely sighed, offering no further words. Song Yimo recalled that from that moment on, her grandmother never mentioned that person again in her presence. The entire summer vacation was consumed by her turmoil, leaving her with little inclination to step outside. At this moment, Song's grandmother ceased her chewing, raising her head with concern towards her granddaughter, finding the taste of egg yolk increasingly unbearable. Oh, that wretched daughter of hers. This was the last pressure-free vacation before high school. Naturally, she intended to rest at home, for in the coming 3 years of high school, one could hardly expect to sleep in blissful tranquility. Miao Zhuo nodded solemnly, understanding why she was so pale, her complexion even whiter and softer than a peeled egg. Zhiruo. Stop right there. Miao Zhuo rolled her eyes in frustration, determined to overthrow this malevolent influence and change her name. Miao's mother had been an avid reader of Jin Yang's works in her youth, and unlike others who adored the passionate Zhao Min from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, her favorite character was Zhou Zhiruo. After marrying and having a daughter, she named her Zhiruo and often lamented that her husband did not share the surname Zhou. As a result, the unfortunate classmate Miao Zhiruo had been teased for her name since childhood. This led her to engage in numerous brawls, straying further from her mother's expectations while increasingly resembling the spirited Zhao Min. Whenever Miao's mother recounted this tale, her expression mirrored that of her daughter, who was also called Zhiruo, leading to frequent verbal sparring between the two. Enough of you two. Hurry and eat. Song's grandmother looked at them with exasperation, relieved to see her granddaughter smile brightly once more. Consuming the egg white while stirring the yolk into her porridge had become Song Yimo's long-held habit. She disliked the yolk, but would never refuse to eat it simply due to her aversion. Given their circumstances, her grandmother insisted on providing her with the nutrition of an egg each day. Meow meow, shall we go register together later? Will it be your mom or dad who takes you? Miao Zhuo slapped her forehead, realizing she had completely forgotten her purpose for coming over. My dad said he would stop by the office first and return shortly to take us to register. Song grandma, you should rest at home. It's already quite warm this morning. Chapter 3. Returning to high school, the elderly lady is not one to be overly demanding, for despite her good health, her age is a reality that cannot be ignored. She cannot afford to be a burden on Momo at her advanced years. Song Yimo cast a grateful glance at her friend, who responded with a playful yet fiery eye roll. After all, who were they to each other? Indeed, the bond between them was profound. When her grandmother underwent surgery, the Miao family became her greatest benefactors. Not only did they refrain from pressuring her for repayment, but they also assisted her in securing a student loan, enabling her to complete her 4 years of university. The debts were repaid in order of priority, with the Miao family receiving their due only after others. Although the Miao family situation had initially been stable, it began to deteriorate when Mr. Miao encountered issues at work and had to switch companies. Nevertheless, they exerted every effort to support her. When it came down to it, Mr. and Mrs. Miao had treated her with more kindness than her biological parents ever had. This gratitude remained etched in her heart. Regrettably, she was unaware of the specific troubles plaguing Mr. Miao. He was a man of few words, enduring his hardships silently, never mentioning them in her presence. Mo, this is for your tuition. Please take it. Came the gentle reminder as a red envelope, bulging with cash, was placed in her hands, its weight tangible and significant. Having been shackled by financial concerns for years, Song Yimo harbored a profound obsession with money. The thought of relinquishing such a substantial sum to the school made her reluctant. She longed to use that money for her grandmother's medical checkup instead. She could not fathom why her grandmother had never complained of stomach pain before being diagnosed with stage 2 stomach cancer. Though the surgery had been successful, her efforts to provide her grandmother with imported medication had ultimately only prolonged her life by 3 years. After a mere 2 months following the recurrence of the illness, her grandmother had passed away. Often, she found herself contemplating whether greater care and attention towards her grandmother might have led to an earlier diagnosis and potential treatment. No, that wasn't right. Perhaps if her grandmother had been well cared for, she might never have succumbed to that deadly cancer. Calculating the time, she realized there were still roughly 2 years left. She must take her grandmother for an examination as soon as possible. Mo, what are you thinking about? Miaozhu nudged her gently, having waved her hand in front of her face to no avail. Nothing, just considering how exorbitant high school tuition is. This sum would cover 2 years of middle school, she replied. University is even more expensive, Miao Zhuo remarked, suddenly aware of Song's family situation and falling silent. Why hasn't my dad arrived yet? Song Yimo smiled softly. She was not merely a 15-year-old girl. As an adult, she bore the responsibility of supporting her family. To allow her grandmother to worry for her while she enjoyed the comforts of life would be utterly disgraceful. She might as well leap off the North Gate Bridge. Such a notion was unthinkable. What purpose would her life serve if she behaved so shamelessly? Simultaneously, a sense of helplessness washed over her. Years of being worn down by financial struggles had not been enough. Now, she found herself once again entangled in the throes of monetary woes. Yet this time, she was willing to endure the trials, for her grandmother was still with her, and that was her greatest motivation. Beep, beep. My dad is here, Miao Zhuo exclaimed, darting to the window to wave energetically at the figure below. The elderly lady, hearing the commotion, urged the two girls to head out. Discuss anything with Miao Jun. Let him guide you. I know, Grandma. You stay home and rest. No need to go out, she reassured her. The elderly lady chuckled, shooing them away. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. They swiftly placed the money into the backpack and hurried down from the second floor, squeezing into the back seat of the Santana together. Meow, Dad. Miao Jun acknowledged, casting a gentle glance at the two through the rearview mirror. By the way, Mo, do you live on campus? No. Song Yimo promptly dismissed the idea without a second thought. I can't leave my grandmother alone at home. She is 63 this year, and she needs someone by her side. But you have my dad and mom, and my grandma frequently visits your home. What is there to worry about? Song Yimo shook her head. I know Meow Dad, Meow Mom, and even Meow Grandma will certainly take good care of me. But it's just that I don't feel at ease without someone watching over me. The two families did not live together. She resided in the old house allocated by her grandfather's workplace, while the Meow family had moved to another community not far away. Thinking of the house, Song Yimo's expression grew somber. Shortly after her grandmother's passing, the place was slated for demolition. Her uncle, who rarely visited due to his busy schedule, appeared only when her grandmother fell ill, bringing along his wife from the education system, clearly intent on claiming that property. At the time, she was studying at a university in another city. After receiving an infuriated call from Miao's mother, she remained silent for several minutes before finally conceding, let them have it. It's not as if I can't earn money. She did not wish to engage in disputes over money while her grandmother's remains had barely cooled, for she wanted her to rest in peace. Moreover, she was juggling school and work, leaving her no time to contend with such matters. In moments of solitude, she would occasionally ponder how her grandparents had been such honest and diligent individuals, devoted to raising their children. How then had both of their offspring turned into such cold-hearted individuals? She, too, was raised by her grandparents and had not turned out that way. Ultimately, it was their own transformation that had led to this, unrelated to her grandparents. The first high school remained in its old campus, where Song Yimo had spent 4 years, 2 of which were spent living on campus. Chapter 4. A Path to Prosperity in the Past. When my grandmother fell ill, she took numerous leaves of absence. Her spirits low, concerned about her performance, the teacher conferred with Miao's father and my grandmother, ultimately allowing her to repeat the second year of high school. During those years, she bore the weight of many people's kindness, not merely in financial terms, but more significantly in emotional support. Aside from familial bonds, she was fortunate not to feel the harsh indifference of society. Even the oft-criticized hospital extended her considerable conveniences. Miao Jun enrolled the 2 of them, collected their textbooks and workbooks, and instructed them to wait in the car while he sought out the teacher. The rationale behind Yimo's considerations was indeed sound. Aunt Song, being of advanced age, required the presence of a relative. It was rare for Yimo to think of such matters, and Miao Jun felt compelled to accommodate her wishes. I informed my father that I would not be boarding at school. I had never intended to. Women could be quite troublesome, each petty and calculating, squabbling over trivial matters. Living together would be unbearable. Staying at home was preferable. If I had suggested it alone, I would have been disregarded, but when I mentioned accompanying him, my father ceased to protest. Yimo, you might as well be my parents' daughter. They treat you far better than they do me. I had contemplated this notion, but ultimately dismissed it. If I were to become Miao's father and mother's daughter, my standing would diminish even further. Observe how well I treat you. Miao Zhuo completely misinterpreted the focus of my words, believing I was earnest, and began to dance with excitement. I had to endure the scrutiny of my mother, who sought validation through me. I was unafraid of losing status and urged her to hurry and become my sister. Song, Yimo, turned her gaze to the window. They had arrived early, with the vehicle parked opposite the school, where the comings and goings of people were vividly apparent. Families walked together, perspiring profusely, carrying various bags, while the adolescents, caught in their own world, kept their hands occupied, yet most merely wandered, backpacks in tow. Parents escorted their children to register for school. This was a privilege Yimo had never experienced. Turning back, Song Yimo smiled gently. Meow meow, I'm the only one for my grandmother. Although Meow overall was straightforward and carefree, she was not foolish, grasping the meaning behind her friend's words. Suddenly feeling bashful, she fidgeted with her hands, unsure of where to place them, and began to ruffle her own hair. Are we no longer sisters if we don't become Meow's father and mother's daughters? That truly saddens me. I had envisioned us as lifelong sisters. Of course we are sisters. Who says otherwise? Meow Girouard was immediately cheered. Her short hair tousled into a nest-like mess. Meow June soon returned, holding 2 signed forms. As he settled in, he passed one to Song Yimo, stating, "The teacher has approved it, but she has conditions. Your grades must not falter, or else you'll have to board." "I will not be complacent. Thank you, Meow, Dad." She possessed this confidence, having already experienced the material before. Regardless, the remnants of memory lingered, and repeating the learning process would not prove burdensome. Besides, she had never found academics particularly challenging. As Meow June started the vehicle, he glanced at his exuberant daughter. "Meow Girouard, if your grades do not keep pace with Yimo, she will have to board." "No, I want to accompany Yimo. I do not require your assistance. I will escort her daily." "Father." Song Yimo grasped Meow Girouard's hand. "Meow Dad, I shall look after her." While Meow June harbored countless concerns for his daughter, he felt an equal measure of reassurance regarding Song Yimo. The couple understood well that without Yimo's support in her studies, their daughter would have never gained admission to the prestigious First High School. Moreover, glancing at Song Yimo through the rearview mirror, Meow June perceived that merely after a summer vacation, Yimo had become considerably more composed. His daughter's exuberant spirit found a commendable companion in such a friend. Classes officially commenced the day after tomorrow. Once the sun's intensity waned in the afternoon, Song Yimo ventured out under the pretext of purchasing study supplies. Xinghu County, a densely populated region, currently grapples with economic challenges. Although many residents seek employment elsewhere, its proximity to the provincial capital ensures the availability of essential amenities, albeit less sophisticated than those in larger cities. Song Yimo made her way to the computer market. Though referred to as a market, it was merely a row of storefronts, all dedicated to the same trade. She sought to acquire a computer. Unable to afford a high-end model, a simple assemble machine would suffice. Financial urgency loomed over her family, necessitating quick income, and given her age, she found a suitable avenue. In her pursuit of earnings, apart from her primary occupation as a teacher, she had also worked part-time at a studio for several years. During that time, the internet thrived and electronic literature flourished, with anyone daring to register an ID to share their stories. However, few truly achieved fame. Thus, studios emerged, offering services to outline plots, develop narratives, and even compose titles and synopses. The studio where she worked part-time had successfully promoted several emerging talents, gaining modest renown within the community. She had participated in such ventures and had even served as a ghostwriter for a few notably recognized authors, becoming quite a sought-after one. Her earnings consistently surpassed those of all the studio members, save for the owner. Had it not been for the inexplicable phenomenon of awakening rejuvenated, liberating her from all debts and burdens, she had originally intended to register her own ID and explore her own writing endeavors. Chapter 5. Encounter and Assistance. She possessed ample experience, surpassing that of the vast majority of individuals in the present day. More importantly, compared to the chaotic turmoil of years to come, this was the most opportune moment to enter the industry. Beyond financial motivations, she genuinely harbored a passion for writing and drawing. However, to embark on this path, one first required a computer and internet access, which was no trivial expense for an average household. Yet, she knew that once she expressed her desire, her grandmother would undoubtedly oblige. Her grandmother had never denied her requests, and understanding this, she seldom took the initiative to voice her needs. Her grandmother sought to compensate for the harm her mother had inflicted, a sentiment she understood, but did not require. Her grandmother owed her nothing, a distinction she had recognized since childhood. The shop bustled with patrons, and the owner merely assumed she was accompanying an adult, allowing her to browse without interference. This suited Song Yimo perfectly, as she had merely come to assess the prices today. If she were to make a purchase, she would certainly invite her father, Meow, to join her. After surveying the shop, a frown creased Song Yimo's brow. She calculated that she would need at least 5,000 yuan, and her demands could not be excessive. For the Song family, this was indeed a substantial sum. Her grandmother's pension was less than 1,000 yuan per month, and the two of them needed to cover their living expenses while also supporting her as a student. Even with frugal living, there would not be much left over, and 5,000 yuan would constitute a significant portion of their savings. With the heavy workload of high school, her time for writing novels was limited. It could take her 6 months to see any financial return, and that was under the most favorable circumstances. If this path proved unviable. No, she was well-versed in every form of online literature, having read numerous books and understanding how to write compelling narratives that would engage readers. Earning enough to match her grandmother's pension in a month would suffice. She had no desire to achieve instant success. For the time being, her sole wish was to secure funds for her grandmother's medical treatment and urgent needs. By the time she left the shop, dusk had nearly fallen. She watched helplessly as the last bus sped by, fearing her grandmother would worry. Song Yimo hurried home, and in her haste, she accidentally bumped into someone, causing the other person to stagger back several steps. "I'm so sorry," she exclaimed, rushing to apologize. As she drew nearer, a strong scent of blood assailed her senses. Blood, at any time, signified trouble. Apologizing once more, she intended to depart when a firm grip seized her hand. "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I've just sustained some injuries. I need money for a bus ticket and a train ticket." Upon hearing the mention of money, Song Yimo felt a flicker of courage. "I can lend you some money to make a phone call. A phone call doesn't cost as much as a train ticket. There's no time to waste, little sister. I have a life or death matter that requires my urgent return. What I borrow today, I promise to repay tenfold another day. Borrow 100 and return 1,000? Such a proposition is certainly tempting," she mused, grappling with her dilemma. Yet, they were but strangers. How could she trust him? Ignoring the situation. This individual is injured, and the potent scent of blood suggests the severity of their wounds. If they are indeed a wrongdoer, the absence of financial assistance may place her in jeopardy. In urgent circumstances, I recall when my grandmother fell ill, aside from the donations from acquaintances at school, the majority of funds came from the community. My homeroom teacher sought assistance from a friend at the radio station, whose raspy voice had a stirring quality that evoked compassion in many. Through the station, generous donations were made, although she later repaid the contributions with the DJ's help. Without their support at that critical moment, my grandmother would have been left to languish at home. Acts of kindness are not always rewarded. Sometimes, one may be bitten by the very hand that they extend in goodwill. However, when one acts rightly, the impact extends beyond saving a life. It can preserve a family, uphold an individual's convictions, and shape whether one's heart is filled with gratitude or indifference. Song Yimo reflected on her own despair during that time, her heart softening in empathy. Regardless of whether this person truly needed assistance or not, she resolved to consider it a financial loss. Although her soul had matured to the age of 26, Song Yimo had yet to master the intricate sentiments expected of a member of society, a fact attributed to her profession. After graduating from a normal university, she effortlessly secured a teaching position at a school. With her patience, amiable demeanor, and commendable teaching methods, she became beloved by her students. Her uncompetitive nature fostered harmonious relations with colleagues, allowing her to navigate several years without experiencing the office politics often found within the system. Her side jobs required little more than a computer and an internet connection. Face-to-face interactions were unnecessary. She merely needed to fulfill clients' requests from her computer. further distancing herself from the complexities of human conflicts. After over 4 years of work, her attitude remained largely unchanged. If she did not speak of her experiences, no one would believe she had been mired in the quagmire of society for that long, perceiving her instead as a blissfully ignorant student ensconced in an ivory tower. Those aware of her situation often remarked on her misfortunes, yet Song Yimo herself never viewed it that way. Her grandmother provided her with everything a family could offer, and her adoptive parents treated her as their own daughter. She also had Meow Meow, her steadfast friend who always charged ahead on her behalf, along with the concern from numerous acquaintances, both known and unknown. Thus, even after her uncle seized her home, leaving her bereft of her last family ties and burdened with debt, she approached each day with sincerity. In fact, due to her grandmother's admonition regarding the lack of nutrition in instant noodles, she made it a point to prepare her own meals daily. If pressed for time, she would resort to boiling noodles, ensuring she took good care of herself. Perhaps it was her earnestness in living that moved the heavens, granting her a chance to start anew. Chapter 6. Borrowing 10 for 1. Pulling her backpack to the front, Song Yimo extracted all the money within, counting it with trembling hands, feeling a pang of regret. "I can give you enough for a meal," she offered. The man, taken aback, let out a significant sigh of relief. Given his current predicament, he could not appeal to shrewd adults for assistance, but rather had to seek help from the unsuspecting elderly or children. He initially thought one child would not suffice, who would carry several hundred yuan. To his surprise, luck was on his side, as the first child he approached had enough to cover his return. "I will leave you a phone number. If your family inquires about the whereabouts of the money, instruct them to call this number. I will explain to them, and I will ensure the money is returned promptly. Alternatively, you could provide me with a bank account number." Tenfold. The man paused, then laughed. "Yes, tenfold. Give me your phone number, and I will provide you with my bank details later. Most of this money is my savings, and a portion remains from the tuition I paid today. You must remember to return it. My family is quite poor." As she spoke, Song Yimo raised her gaze and was unexpectedly met with a dignified face devoid of malice. Such a person should not be brutish, nor did he appear to be someone desperate enough to resort to deceit. This instilled a measure of confidence in her ability to reclaim the money. The man was taken aback by her candidness. In their culture, individuals often prioritize appearances, and even when facing dire financial straits, they would not openly admit their circumstances for fear of being looked down upon. It was rare to encounter a young girl with such a positive mindset. In truth, even without her admission, he could discern her family was not well off. The straps of her backpack bore numerous signs of stitching. Her clothes were quite old and faded, and though her white shoes appeared clean, they had become worn and were beginning to separate at the seams. Moreover, they seemed slightly ill-fitting with frayed threads at the toes, suggesting that soon her big toe might burst through the fabric. Yet, before him stood a girl with an upright posture and an open expression, displaying no trace of embarrassment, a rarity indeed. "What is your name, young lady?" "My surname is Song." Remembering she had no identification and that her household registration belonged to her grandmother, she added, "My grandmother's name is Song Chunxiong. Please do not forget it. I am Zai Mu Young. I am grateful for your kindness today, and I shall repay you properly in the future." By the time Song Yimo returned home, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Although her grandmother occasionally peered out the door, she understood that her granddaughter was not a thoughtless child and did not feel overly anxious. However, upon seeing her, she could not help but express concern. Song Yimo responded with affirmations, swiftly bringing the dishes from the stove, knowing without looking that her grandmother had yet to eat. After dinner, the two of them squeezed into the small kitchen. Song Yimo washed the dishes while her grandmother rummaged through a pile of bags to find the one containing mung beans. "It's hot. Let's make some mung bean soup to cool off." "Grandma, could you help me with a request?" What prompted this sudden desire? "You must have saved some spare change?" Her grandmother chuckled, looking up. "High school is demanding and stressful. Do not feel the need to save money for me. If your nutrition suffers, we will have to cut back elsewhere. I have saved up for your education. If you need anything, just tell me. There is no need to worry, okay?" Song Yimo felt a pang of emotion swelling within her, and after a moment's pause, she said, "Grandmother, I have a plan. Once I achieve some results, I will share it with you. Please help me with a letter then. Wiping her forehead, Grandma Song stood up with a bag of mung beans in hand and asked, "Will this affect your studies?" "No, I assure you. Grandmother, you need not worry. I will certainly gain admission to a prestigious university." "Very well. I shall take care of it for you tomorrow." Song Yimo was not surprised by her grandmother's easy acquiescence. Perhaps it was due to her consistent good behavior that Grandma Song never worried about her straying from the right path. In truth, she had never faltered, not even until her last breath. However, she refrained from mentioning the purchase of a computer for the time being, hoping that the individual she trusted would possess good character and honor their word, returning her tenfold the money she lent, which would alleviate her grandmother's financial burden by a third. If several days passed without any news, she would then discuss it with her grandmother. Regardless, she was determined to acquire the computer. The next morning, Grandma Song promptly returned with a new letter and a pair of shoes in hand. "I heard these shoes are durable and quite fashionable. You cannot wear those to school, or you'll be ridiculed." Song Yimo was aware of the price of these shoes, which were over 80 yuan, while the pair she wore cost merely 10. "Grandmother, where did you buy these? I'll return them and get a pair of white shoes instead." As she handed the shoes to her, Grandma Song chuckled with squinted eyes, pride swelling in her heart for her granddaughter. "You're already in high school. We must not allow others to look down upon you. I had intended to buy you a couple of outfits as well, but Aunt Lou mentioned that there are regulations regarding school uniforms, leaving little opportunity to wear your own clothes. When the weather turns cold, I will buy you a nice down jacket to wear outside." Song Yimo hesitated to refuse, her words swirling in her mouth before she swallowed them back. She leaned in and kissed her grandmother affectionately, beaming with joy as she sat down to try on the shoes. Standing up and taking a few steps, she exclaimed, "Grandmother, they fit perfectly." "Of course they do. What size do you wear that I wouldn't know? Expensive items come with their reasons for being so." And Grandma Song felt that her granddaughter instantly looked different in those shoes, even more beautiful than before. Yet, she regretted not insisting on purchasing a matching outfit to go with them. Chapter 7. Familiar faces having endured 3 grueling years of high school. Song Yimo was acutely aware of the hardships that lay ahead. However, Miaozhuo remained blissfully ignorant, brimming with energy and enthusiasm as she chattered away about classmates and teachers. Her exuberance bore more resemblance to that of a newly minted elementary school student than a high school freshman. "By the way, my mother said she would buy me a bicycle today, the kind that can carry passengers. Yimo, I'll take you to school from now on." Although walking to school took merely half an hour, a bicycle would shorten the journey to a mere 10 minutes. The extra 20 minutes could be devoted to memorizing political topics, which Yimo found quite agreeable. She nodded and remarked, "Make sure to eat well in the mornings. I don't want you running out of energy halfway and needing me to carry you. You're too heavy for me to manage." "Humph, don't underestimate me. Just wait and see who ends up carrying whom," Meow retorted playfully. Upon arriving in the classroom, most of their classmates had already gathered. Familiar faces clustered together, exchanging words while occasionally glancing around. Others sat alone, flipping through books or fiddling with pens, casting furtive glances at their peers. When their eyes met, they exchanged shy smiles before averting their gaze, their youthful hearts cautiously testing the waters, brimming with excitement and anticipation. Song Yimo caught several of these glances and returned each with a gentle smile. To her, these individuals were like old acquaintances, having once shared their respective thoughts and even competed for rankings, leading to conflicts. Yet, during her times of need, they had all extended a helping hand. Whether out of sympathy or pity, she had genuinely benefited from their kindness. Over the next 3 years, she resolved to interact harmoniously with everyone, willing to yield at times. A cough interrupted her reverie as a bespectacled middle-aged woman entered the room, her demeanor somewhat stern. Yet, Song Yimo knew her heart was as soft as could be. It was unfortunate that good people often faced adversity. She had been wronged by others and fate alike. Her husband had left her for another woman, and during her 3rd year of college, she had succumbed to lung cancer. "Hello, students. I am Chun Bailing, the homeroom teacher for Class 1, Year 2. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I will oversee your education for the next 3 years." Turning to the blackboard, she inscribed her name and continued, I hope that all of you will strive to the best of your abilities over these 3 years in pursuit of admission to a prestigious university. Of course, I am aware that not everyone is focused on their studies. I do not wish to impose, whether you choose to sleep or read extracurricular materials. Just be discreet. It is imperative that you do not disrupt your classmates or openly challenge me as your teacher. Should that occur, I will have no choice but to contact your parents. Is that clear to everyone? The response was a scattered murmur of acknowledgement. Chun Biling frowned slightly, her seriousness intensifying. Speak up. Haven't you eaten? Understood, came a louder reply. Chun Biling nodded in satisfaction and shifted the conversation to other matters, while Song Yimo listened intently, her gaze following the teacher's movements. The class leaders are determined by academic performance, with a re-election scheduled after the midterm exams. The class monitor, Chun Jun, the vice monitor, Lu Dinghong, and the study committee member, Song Yimo, along with Zhang Sheng, the representative for mathematics, and Song Yimo, the representative for Chinese. Miao Zhuo gave a thumbs up from beneath the desk, while Song Yimo merely smiled, fully expecting this outcome. She was aware that after the midterms, she would still hold her position as the study committee member, while Zhuo became the only female sports committee member throughout the entire high school. Following this was the arrangement of seating. Concerned about early romantic relationships among students, the high school no longer allowed boys and girls to sit together. Miao Zhuo was half a head taller than Song Yimo, making it impossible for them to share a desk, leaving a considerable distance between them. Overall, on the first day of classes, there was disorder, yet a semblance of order. For the very first day of school, Song Yimo's grandmother would give her 2 yuan daily. It was a modest sum, just enough for her to purchase a bread roll and a packet of milk after her morning classes. After saving for 3 days, she finally managed to gather 3 yuan to dial a certain number. The phone rang once before being answered, and before she could utter a word. The voice on the other end inquired, "Is this Miss Song? Please hold on. Mr. Zhai will be with you shortly." Song Yimo was uncertain how long she would have to wait and worried that 3 yuan might not suffice for the call. Fortunately, she was not kept waiting long. A familiar voice soon resonated from the other end. "This is Zhai Muyang. I didn't expect to receive your call today." Feeling somewhat embarrassed about her previous concerns regarding the return of her money, Song Yimo tugged at the phone cord. Yet she had always been an honest child, unwilling to conceal her difficulties. "I've given you all my money. It was only today that I managed to save enough to call you. By the way, please be quick. I'm worried that I might run out of credit. Do you have paper and a pen handy?" There was a noticeable pause before a voice responded. "Go ahead. I'm writing it down. The Industrial and Commercial Bank. The passbook number is XXXXXXX. Have you noted that down? Do you need me to repeat it?" "I've noted it down. XXXXXXX. Is that correct?" "Yes. When will you transfer the money?" Out of Song Yimo's sight, Zhai Muyang reclined on the sofa, dressed in a white shirt with buttons undone, revealing white bandages beneath. Hearing her speak, he could almost visualize the earnest young girl who had once said, "My family is quite poor," and he imagined her now, speaking with the same serious expression. Chapter 8. Money in hand. Once the money is in my possession, I shall promptly deposit it for you. Rest assured, it will be tenfold, accompanied by my gratitude. Tenfold suffices. I desire no more, and I value promises. Song Yimo, entangled in the phone cord, glanced at her inexpensive digital watch. "I must end this call. Long-distance calls are quite costly." "Wait." Zhai Muyang instinctively urged her to stay. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. He sat up, extracted a cigarette from the pack, bit down on it, and reached for his lighter. The crisp sound traveled through the phone line, and Song Yimo, on the other end, was taken aback. "You're smoking. It's detrimental to your health." Song Yimo harbored a disdain for those who did not cherish life. She had once strived so hard, yet she could not save her grandmother. Yet, some individuals seemed to disregard the value of existence entirely. At times, she selfishly wished that the lives wasted by such people could be exchanged for her grandmother's. Alas, there exists no such magic in this world. This was the first time anyone had told Zhai Muyang that smoking was harmful, and he found himself perplexed by the sentiment. By the time he comprehended her words, the cigarette had already been extinguished in the ashtray. "Mr. Zhai, do you have anything else to say?" "I must hang up." "Yes." "Oh, by the way, is the cost of the call covered by your family?" "Yes, my grandmother provides me with money for food. I tend to get hungry in the morning." How do you manage to save? Song Yimo answered candidly. My grandmother gives me 2 yuan each day. I spend 1 yuan on bread and save the other. Is that sufficient? It's manageable. I want teeny to save tomorrow. Zhai Muyang contemplated expressing that he had ample funds and could afford anything, but he restrained himself. If he were to voice such a statement, the young lady might perceive him as an odd uncle. Mr. Zhai, I truly must hang up now. I am out of money. Goodbye. All right. I shall visit you when I have the opportunity. Beep, beep, beep. He wondered if she had heard his final words. Zhai Muyang placed the phone down, regretting not having shared his phone number with her. He had been waiting by the phone these past few days, anticipating her call. On the other end, Song Yimo breathed a sigh of relief as she pocketed the change of 40 cents, grateful that she had not exceeded the time limit. Miao Zhuo awaited her in the shade, arriving before her without uttering a word. She had heard that Mo was visiting her mother during the summer vacation and returned in a rather displeased mood. Perhaps Mo had called her mother? If her mother's demeanor was unsatisfactory, wouldn't inquiries only deepen her sorrow? High school dismissed late. The following day, after lunch, Song Yimo sought out her teacher for a leave of absence. Teacher Chun, I would like to request an hour off to visit the bank. It closes after school. Chun Bailing, impressed by this diligent student, later reviewed her records and recalled Miao Zhuo's father mentioning their family situation when he had come to request a boarding pass for both of them. She assumed Song Yimo was merely going to withdraw living expenses and readily granted her request, adding a reminder, the sun is strong at noon. Take an umbrella to avoid heat stroke, as it may affect your studies. I understand. Thank you, teacher. The Industrial and Commercial Bank is not far from the school. As Song Yimo stepped out of the bank, she squinted at the blinding sun, feeling a bit dizzy, yet her face radiated a broad smile. Mr. Zhai truly honored his word, returning her tenfold, and generously gifted her a round sum. 1/3 of the money needed for her new computer was secured. A wave of excitement washed over Song Yimo. Indeed, good deeds could yield favorable outcomes. That day after school, Miao Zhuo intended to escort Yimo home as usual when she heard Yimo declare from behind, "Let us go to your house." All right then. Miao Zhuo steadied her bike, increasing her speed slightly. Aren't you going to inform Grandma Song first? No need. I mentioned it to her before heading to school today. As Song Yimo watched the houses recede, she mused, if only I had money. This place will eventually be demolished to make way for a grand shopping mall. This area will transform into a pedestrian street. With sufficient funds, I could purchase a few storefronts and my grandmother and I would no longer have to worry about finances. This spot is the most valuable. In a few years, Xinghu County will become a provincial capital, evolving into Xinghu District, and this will be the commercial hub. Ah, if only I had money. By the way, Yimo, where did you go at noon? Swinging her legs, her voice dipped slightly, knowing how to earn money, yet lacking capital. She replied, I went to the bank. I helped someone, and he offered me a bit of money in gratitude. Miao Zhuo turned to look at her, her feet planted firmly on the ground. Really? Was it a lot? Can you accept others' money? Of course, he promised it to me. Why shouldn't I accept it? Besides, I need the money. You've paid your tuition. What do you need money for? I've saved a bit. I'll give it to you when I get back. You should return this money. Nothing comes without a price. Song Yimo snuggled against her waist, causing Miao Zhuo to shrink away, as she was particularly ticklish, especially around her waist. It's all right, don't worry. The source is legitimate, and it's not illegal. I want to engage in anything dangerous. I still have to support my grandmother. Chapter 9. Persuasion. Miao Zhuo seemed to have something more to say. Her lips moved slightly, but she swallowed her words, continuing to pedal her bicycle forward, contemplating whether to report the incident upon her return. Song Yimo understood her concern for her well-being, feeling a warm glow in her heart. Miao Miao, you must trust me. I would never engage in wrongdoing. Miao Zhuo rolled her eyes heavenward, realizing that her worry was not about Song Yimo's moral integrity, but rather the risk of suffering consequences for accepting money from others. She believed there was no such thing as a free lunch. While Yimo had a penchant for seeing the best in people, she was acutely aware of the dangers of conversing with strangers, let alone accepting their money. Song Yimo, on the other hand, maintained a belief that the majority of people in the world were inherently good, a sentiment shaped by her own experiences. Despite having lived for over a decade, she was not naive enough to be oblivious to the complexities of life. She simply preferred to view things through a simpler lens. Having lived this way for several years had not marred her existence, and she remained committed to this perspective. Upon arriving at the Miao residence, they were greeted by a petite, elderly woman with a slender frame and a head full of silver hair, who appeared remarkably sprightly. "Ah, Yimo, you're here. Come in, it's chilly outside. Grandma has prepared chilled mung bean soup, just perfect for a refreshing drink. Hurry in." As she pulled Yimo inside, Grandma Miao chattered incessantly. In this neighborhood, it was rare not to adore the sweet and fair Song Yimo. Everyone felt compelled to offer her treats from their homes. During her childhood, her family never needed to buy candy, as a stroll outside would yield pockets brimming with goodies. Miao Zhihua tossed her backpack aside and huffed. "I knew it. The moment Yimo arrives, I lose all standing." "Grandma, am I still your granddaughter?" "I have no grandsons, only a granddaughter," Grandma Miao replied with a chuckle, playfully pushing the sweaty girl off her back. "Quickly, go wipe your face, and Yimo, you should do the same." Miao Mama, a spirited woman not much taller than Grandma Miao, emerged from the kitchen upon hearing the commotion. She looked at Song Yimo with a warm smile. "Yimo, are you staying for dinner? I'm making your favorite braised ribs." "Yes, thank you, Miao Mama," Yimo responded, though Miao Mama longed to embrace her affectionately but refrained, aware of the lingering odor of cooking oil on her clothes. Miao Zhou begrudgingly handed a towel to Song Yimo, muttering, "Thank goodness you didn't agree to be my mother's daughter. Otherwise, I'd have no place in this house." Placing the towel over her face, Song Yimo smiled. No matter how much she adored them, she was not truly a daughter of the Miao family. Despite her good behavior and commendable grades, she remained just someone else's child, cherished by all adults. If ever she ceased to meet their expectations, that affection would surely wane, and she would never compare to a biological child. Of course, even biological children could be overlooked. Her efforts to garner affection would not secure her parents' attention. Outside, Miao Jun's voice resonated, prompting Miao Zhihua to toss the towel aside and rush out. "Dad, Yimo is here." Song Yimo hung the towel neatly before stepping outside. "Hello, Uncle Miao." The taciturn man smiled, replying, "Hello." Miao Mama peeked from the kitchen, setting the table in preparation for dinner. The feast was quite sumptuous, with Mama Miao continuously serving dishes to her, while Grandma Miao occasionally added a pair of chopsticks to the mix. Song Yimo was engrossed in her meal, her cheeks puffing up like a little frog, a sight that even Miao Jun could not resist, as he placed a piece of rib into her bowl. Miao Zhihua, feeling envious, promptly extended her bowl towards her father, who, amused, obliged by adding a few pieces for her as well. After the meal, while assisting in clearing the table, Song Yimo approached Miao Jun and said, "Papa Miao, I have a request." Miao Jun set down his newspaper and gestured for her to sit across from him, inquiring, "What is it?" "I wish to purchase a computer." In this day and age, a computer is still considered a significant investment, and families of modest means generally refrain from such purchases. The Song family situation was even more dire, making the idea of buying a computer. Miao Jun furrowed his brow, about to voice his concerns when Mama Miao interjected, taking a seat beside Song Yimo. "You need not buy one. We have a spare here, and it is seldom used. If you wish to use it, feel free to come over." Miao Jun exchanged a glance with his wife, realizing that unlike her, he understood that Yimo was not merely seeking novelty for entertainment. Her usual maturity suggested she recognized the value of money. "Do not speak, Yimo. Tell me, what do you intend to use the computer for?" "To earn money." Upon mentioning finances, Song Yimo raised her voice slightly. "Papa Miao, I assure you that this expenditure will not be in vain. I can earn it back." Miao Jun shook his head. "Yimo, you cannot persuade me this way." Song Yimo pondered for a moment and replied, "I just need to use the computer." Miao Jun stood up and led her to the study, while Mama Miao held back Miao Zhihua, glaring at her. "What do you intend to do? Go to your homework. Ma, be obedient. You cannot assist Yimo with this." Mama Miao sees it. She and Song Yi had grown up together, maintaining a good relationship, but concerning Yimo's situation, she had advised her friend countless times, only to see their contact diminish. All she could do was keep a closer eye on the children. as there was little else she could offer. Chapter 10. The Meow couple inside the room. Song Yimo swiftly entered a URL in front of Meow Jun. Do you know this, Dad? Meow Jun clicked on a few links, shook his head, and remarked that he had never seen it before. Is this a story published by someone else? Sort of. I want to buy a computer just to write this. Meow Yun, an ordinary man whose life revolved around working to support his family, lacked any grand vision for the future, making it difficult for him to comprehend Song Yimo's aspirations. Please, sit down, Dad. Let me explain, Song Yimo said earnestly, straightening her posture. Take the people around us as an example. Out of 100 households, perhaps only 2 own a computer. Many families could afford one if they really wanted to, but what would they do with it once they have it? You only use yours when necessary, right? But this is merely the present situation. As time goes on, more and more people will use computers. They will become increasingly lightweight and commonplace in households, much like televisions. In the future, the internet will have everything, including novels. After a brief pause, she continued, the novels you know are published one by one, where you read from beginning to end, right? This, however, is presented in a serialized format, where the writing is released in parts for readers to enjoy. The more readers there are, the better the outcome, meaning the potential for greater earnings. The reason I want to buy a computer is for this purpose. You want to write novels? What if no one reads them after all this investment? And let us not forget you're still a high school student. You have no idea how heavy the coursework is, do you? I won't let it affect my studies. Dad, trust me, I can earn money. I want to make enough to take Grandma to the hospital for a checkup. I'm worried about her stomach. Miao Yun said obstrate. Does Aunt Song often have stomach pains? Song Yimo lowered her head and gently shook it, her voice barely above a whisper, evoking deep sympathy. I don't know. I'm not clear about her health. She hides everything from me. I've only seen her rub her stomach a few times, and it worries me. Meow Jun's gaze met his wife's, whose eyes were red at the door. He spoke softly, don't worry. I will take Aunt Song for a checkup tomorrow. Dad, I can't depend on you and Mom for everything. Grandma has only me. She will only grow older, and her health will inevitably decline. I am just a first-year high schooler and will need to attend university. The expenses for so many years of education are considerable. What if Grandma falls ill again? I know how to write novels online, Dad. I am confident in my abilities, and I absolutely won't let my studies suffer. I promised Grandma that I would get into a good university. Meow Jun felt a lump in his throat, rendering him speechless. Meow's mother entered, wiping her eyes. To mask her own emotions, she spoke loudly. If Yimo wants to buy it, then we shall buy it. I will go to the bank tomorrow to withdraw the money for a good one. If it weren't for the fact that Meow Jun could also benefit from the computer, Meow's mother would have wanted to deliver it to Song's family immediately. Meow Jun was not surprised at all by his wife's words. After all, it was through Yimo's parents that they had first met. The ensuing turmoil had left her with a lingering sense of guilt, as she had considered Yimo a responsibility for many years. However, at this juncture, he found it difficult to voice any dissent. The affection Yimo held was incomparable to the mere cost of a computer. Even if the situation ultimately fell through, it was worth it. The combined worth of Song Auntie's children paled in comparison to Yimo's singular value. Meow Jun, being a man of traditional values, had always found those 2 siblings lacking. But with Song Yimo as a comparison, he felt even more acutely their shortcomings. I will just happen to withdraw some money tomorrow, he stated. Meow Mama concurred, suggesting, then do take a bit more. There isn't too much cash at home. No need. Song Yimo quickly shook her head. I'm not seeking financial assistance from Meow Papa. Rather, I need him to speak with Grandma. Although I could approach her myself, she would undoubtedly be uneasy. Having Meow Papa speak on my behalf would provide her with some reassurance. You child. Meow Mama's eyes began to glisten with tears. It is often the overly sensible children who are shaped by their environment. Her own child, lacking understanding, embodied the carefree nature typical of someone their age. While Song truly bore the weight of the world. Moreover, I have 1,800 in hand. If Meow Papa speaks with Grandma regarding 3,200, I have already seen that 5,000 would suffice at the computer market. The couple exchanged a glance, and Meow Mama gently grasped Song Yimo's hand, asking softly, where did you get the 1,800? Did your mother give it to you? That shouldn't be the case, she continued. For Song Ani had clearly stated that since Yimo's return, she had not uttered a single word about Song He, indicating she was indeed heartbroken. It was hard to believe she would give so much money without any mention. As expected, Yimo shook her head. It wasn't tea from her. Meow mama. You may not believe it, but she wouldn't even recognize me if I walked right past her. If she can be so indifferent to her own daughter, I dare not expect her assistance in the future. Meow mama opened her mouth, wanting to defend Song E, but found herself at a loss for words. If she couldn't even recognize her own child, what could she possibly say? Meow Papa, however, was more concerned about the origin of the money. And where did that money come from? Chapter 11. Guiding with Heart. Song Yimo spoke the truth, recounting the events of that day. At the time, I was uncertain whether he was benevolent or malevolent. If he were indeed a good person, then assisting him was not a grave error. Perhaps that money would truly be of significant aid to him. Conversely, if he were malevolent, my fear of refusing him could have led to harm. As it turned out, he was a good man, repaying me tenfold. Meow June felt an urge to ruffle the child's hair, while Meow Mama was more direct, embracing the child and gently patting her back. How did you find yourself in such a predicament? Does your grandmother know? I don't know. I dare not tell her. She would worry. It's fine now, and please do not inform her. Let her believe that purchasing a computer only requires $3,200. Rest assured, Meow Dad knows what to do. Yimo, please give me that phone number. All right. Having persuaded Meow Dad, Song Yimo exhaled in relief. Although her grandmother trusted her, such trust did not equate to complete peace of mind. Meow Dad's involvement was essential. Very well, you go to Zruo's room to do some homework. I will take you home in a while. Meow June nodded to his wife, who understood his cue, taking the child out of the room and closing the door behind them. Meow June contemplated what he would say and dialed the number. The call connected swiftly. Hello. Is this Xiao Song? Hello, Mr. Zhai. I'm a family member of Yimo. My surname is Meow, with the given name June. I have just learned of this matter from Yimo, and I sincerely apologize. The child is still Navi. I kindly ask you to provide me with your bank account details so that I may return the excess money you provided. Initially disappointed that the caller was not Xiao Song herself, Zhai Mu Yang's demeanor softened upon discovering it was her family. Mr. Meow, you need not be so formal. This was an agreement between Xiao Song and me. She rendered me considerable assistance, far exceeding any trivial sum. Had she not insisted on the initially agreed tenfold repayment, I would have given her much more. Xiao Song is well raised. Everyone relishes their child receiving praise, and though Song Yimo was not a Meow by blood, she had grown up under their care and received much attention for various reasons, akin to their own daughter. Meow June's expression brightened, his tone growing gentler. After all, this money was not rightfully hers. Demanding tenfold was indeed taking advantage of the situation. Nonetheless, it is better than remaining indifferent. Moreover, the tenfold was not her suggestion. It was mine. Please do not hold Yimo accountable. She is a good child. Meow Mama entered the room and, upon seeing him still on the phone, remained silent. Meow June attempted several times to steer the conversation towards repayment, but to no avail. After exchanging polite goodbyes, he shook his head at Meow Mama. The other party insists that this was a gesture of gratitude and that no repayment is necessary. Meow Mama felt a twinge of unease, uncertain of the caller's true nature. After all, one cannot easily take advantage of others. He spoke with great eloquence, likely the product of a refined education. For him, 1800 might not be significant. Since he insisted, they would leave it at that for now. However, it was imperative to convey that lending money should not entail a tenfold return, especially under such circumstances. Meow's mother nodded, advising that when you send her back later, you should be gentle with your words. Overall, she did not err. If it were Zhiruo, she would either regard the other party as a fraud or, out of kindness, bring someone back only to ask us for money. A smile flickered in Meow June's eyes, for it was indeed possible that his daughter might do just that. Does Song Yi still keep in touch with you? It has been a while since I last reached out to her. It would be best not to initiate contact with her again. It is quite fine as it stands with Yimo. Although life may be challenging, it has tempered her character. As long as she does not stray from her path, she is bound to achieve success in the future. The company she keeps can greatly influence her. I genuinely worry that if they spend too much time together, Yimo might be affected by her mother. Meow's mother sighed softly in agreement. On the way back, Meow Jun mentally rehearsed what he intended to say, believing his words would not wound Yimo's pride. He cleared his throat and began, Yimo, there is no fault in helping others. When you see someone in need and you possess the means, it is only right to extend a hand. However, when conditions are attached to such assistance, the nature of the act changes, becoming a manipulation of their vulnerability. You would not wish for someone to impose additional demands on you when seeking your help, would you? With her head bowed, Song Yimo kicked at a stone, recalling that no one had ever placed conditions on her when offering their support. Rather, they had comforted her. Meow's father does not reproach you, Yimo. Your intentions were commendable. One could argue that you helped others. Yet one could also say that it was a matter of safeguarding your own interests. Nonetheless, there is room for improvement. Let this incident serve as a lesson, and do not repeat it in the future. Understood? I understand, Meow father. Meow Jun sighed in relief. Although they had maintained a close relationship with the Song family, Yimo was not his child. He could not educate her in the same manner as he did Jiruo, for a misstep could lead to adverse consequences. Upon arriving at the Song residence, Meow Jun instructed Song Yimo to return to her room and complete her homework while he conversed with Grandma Song in the living room. Yet, Song Yimo found it difficult to concentrate on her studies. She frequently approached the door, straining to eavesdrop. The old house had poor sound insulation, and while Meow Jun spoke softly, she could only catch a few indistinct words, which did not form a coherent narrative. Chapter 12. Acknowledgement and apology. The sound of a door closing echoed from outside, prompting her to hurriedly return and settle into her seat. Shortly thereafter, Grandma Song entered, taking a seat beside her without any preamble. Do you wish to purchase a computer? Song Yimo replied softly, yes. Why not speak directly to Grandma? Are you afraid I might disapprove? Shaking her head, Song Yimo responded, I don't want you to worry, Grandma. You know well the nature of Meow's father. If he agrees, it cannot be a bad decision. Please try to be at ease. Grandma Song sighed, recognizing that the more a child contemplates, the more it reflects parental shortcomings. At this age, children ought to be carefree. You are still quite young. There is no need to overthink. If there is something you desire, just tell Grandma. Whatever I can provide, I shall. I understand, Grandma. Another sigh escaped Grandma Song as she patted her granddaughter's hand. Preparing to leave. Have the funds ready by tomorrow, and check when Meow Jun is available to accompany you. Do not let anyone take advantage of you. Understood. As she watched her grandmother depart, Song Yimo reclined back on her bed, remaining still for a considerable time. She reflected on her reliance on her grandmother's finances at her age, feeling somewhat inadequate. The procurement and setup of the computer, including the installation of the network, were entirely managed by Meow Jun, with Song Yimo only accompanying him to select the model. Once everything was in order and the web page trembled to life with connectivity, she dialed the previous number again. Yimo? Yes, it's me. Hello, Mr. Zhai. Her voice was somewhat subdued as she held the receiver. Zhai Muyang adjusted the phone to his ear. What is the matter? You sound rather downcast. After a brief silence, Song Yimo confessed, I made a mistake before. I should not have made such an unreasonable request of you, Mr. Zhai. However, I truly need the funds. Consider this a loan from you. I promise to repay it promptly. Have you been admonished? Zhai Muyang chuckled. Well, as long as Yimo believes it is right, then let it be. All right. Song Yimo felt her spirits lift slightly. I apologize. However, please do not let this cast doubt upon my character. I am not one to take advantage of others. I merely became consumed by thoughts of money at that moment, leading to my poor decision. Zhai Muyang, perusing the document in his hand, felt an unexpected softness in his heart. I accept your apology. Let us consider this matter closed. Do not dwell on it, all right? Okay. Song Yimo obediently agreed, intending to end the call when he continued, Are your studies exhausting? Not at all. I memorize things quickly. Is this another daily call, costing me $1? Song Yimo touched her ear and replied, No, I bought a computer and Grandma suggested I keep the leftover change for myself. Quite honest of you. Zhai Muyang chuckled. Do you speak so candidly with everyone? Is there need to lie? Not at all. Yet, such simplicity is not something everyone can manage. Many have grown accustomed to living amidst casual untruths, erecting walls to guard against others as well as themselves. Mr. Zhai, I must attend to my homework now. Goodbye, and thank you. Wait a moment. Mr. Zhai, is there anything else? Zhai Muyang's fingers glided across the microphone. You may call this number anytime, regardless of the hour. Very well. After hanging up, Zhai Muyang understood that unless in dire straits, the other party would never seek his help. Once again, he perused the documents he had reviewed countless times before, rising to dispose of them in the shredder. Though a new computer graced the household, Song Yimo's life remained largely unchanged. She continued her diligent studies, albeit with a quicker pace in completing assignments and a half-hour extension in her bedtime, dedicating a fixed amount of time each day to the computer. After peeking at her several times, Grandma Song felt reassured. Her primary concern was that her granddaughter might lose focus on her studies and fall behind. In truth, Grandma Song's worries were not unfounded. To carve out extra time, Song Yimo not only utilized her leisure hours, but even employed self-study sessions to outline her narrative, preparing for an entire week to establish the framework and outline of her impending story. Subsequently, she began to condense her schedule, extending her computer usage by another half hour, ultimately dedicating nearly 2 hours each day to this endeavor. Her typing speed was remarkable, even though the keyboard paled in comparison to the mechanical one she once used. She managed to produce 4,000 words in 2 hours, sometimes reaching 5,000. After accumulating 30,000 words, she registered an ID on a website and uploaded 2 chapters. Her tale unfolded within the realm of fantasy, its structure clear-cut and its opening brimming with tension. Within just 3 days, readers began leaving comments urging for updates, and the clicks steadily increased, bringing her a sense of relief that she had chosen the right theme. Chen Xian, come take a look at this book. Early in the day, before Chen Xian could settle down, his superior called him over. Is it better than the one from yesterday? There was no comparison. If executed well, this book could potentially become a sensation. Having worked together for a year, Chen Xian was well aware of the chief editor, Zhang Chuliang's discerning eye. He had been under his tutelage since his induction and quickly noted the book's title as he opened his computer. Chapter 13. Her starting point, which group are you in? We are in this group. Zhang Chuliang turned to look at him, his eyes gleaming behind his glasses. Yesterday's project is yours. This one I shall personally oversee. Zhang Ge, please show some mercy. Chen Xian gazed at him earnestly. To become a renowned editor, one must first have the opportunity to elevate a few books under his guidance. This cannot be entrusted to you. Zhang Chuliang adjusted his glasses. The structure of this book is quite innovative. If it can maintain this level of stability, I might very well be able to pioneer a new genre. Chen Xian, do you comprehend the potential repercussions of this? Chen Xian swallowed hard and nodded vigorously. He certainly understood. The founding master. Just think of how many disciples he could cultivate in the future. As the computer powered on, Chen Xian hurriedly accessed the website, eager to discover the nature of the story that had ignited the usually composed Zhang Ge. Meanwhile, Zhang Chuliang delved into the background of the author known as poverty-stricken, copying the QQ number. A cursory glance at the other details revealed that this individual was likely very cautious and not particularly young. Unfortunately, after a lengthy wait, the other party had yet to accept the request. Zhang Chuliang, brimming with excitement, was restless, yearning to sign this person immediately, even if negotiations were necessary. At this moment, Song Yimo was attending class, and naturally, there was no response on QQ. It was only after school, having returned home, eaten, washed the dishes, and methodically completed her homework, that she sat down at her computer, habitually logging into QQ. She was immediately captivated by a cough sound and clicked to open the message. This number was newly registered, with her friends list still empty. So far, the only entries were those from the author profiles, meaning the only individuals adding her would be from the website. Just as she clicked to accept, a message arrived. Hello, is this poverty-stricken? Song Yimo replied affirmatively. After a day of waiting in front of the computer, Zhang Chuliang removed his glasses to rub his brow, before donning them again and typing rapidly. I have high hopes for this book. Would you be willing to sign with our website? Song Yimo did not anticipate such a direct and forthright approach. Being naturally straightforward herself, she responded without hesitation, yes. Zhang Chuyang smiled. Do you have any requirements? I wish to retain the copyright. All right. Yes. To encounter someone with such a strong sense of copyright awareness was unexpected. Zhang Chuyang mused that this individual might be living abroad, as few in the domestic sphere seemed to consider such matters. Habitually adjusting his glasses, he inquired, is there room for negotiation? In the case of equal pricing, the website has priority. That was reasonable. Zhang Chuyang did not intend to contest this point. If those higher up did not value it, no amount of contention from him would change the outcome. I will specify this in the contract. When we be online tomorrow, I will send the contract for your review. I'm only online during the evenings. Please send it to my email. Song Yimo provided her newly registered NetEase email. All right. As Song Yimo tapped the keyboard, she inquired, will you be my editor from now on? Indeed. My name is Zhang Chuyang. From now on, I shall be your direct point of contact. You may reach out to me for any matters, and I shall endeavor to facilitate your needs to the best of my ability. I have but one request. Upon his arrival, Zhang Chuyang straightened his posture, sensing that matters would not be easily resolved. Please, proceed. I possess limited time for typing, and I do not wish to squander the little I have on trivialities. Therefore, I kindly ask that you refrain from burdening me with anything unrelated to writing. Handle what you can, and inform me only of those matters that are beyond your capacity. As long as I continue to write, and you remain on this platform, our collaboration shall not be brief. I aspire to cultivate a relationship founded on mutual trust. What do you think, Editor Ipinru? You strike me as a person of reason. In his mind, Zhang Chuyang affixed a label to Ipinru, frugal yet rational. However, such a modest request was far less daunting than he had anticipated. It is my duty to ensure that the author enjoys a conducive creative environment. After a period of collaboration, you will come to realize that I am indeed trustworthy. I hope for a pleasant partnership, to a fruitful collaboration. Should you require anything, feel free to leave a message. I shall return to my writing. This phrase is music to the ears of all editors. Zhang Chuyang sent a waving emoji, feeling a sense of satisfaction as the other party instantly showed an offline status. No editor relishes an author who dawdles. Such a disposition tends to permeate various realms, driving editors to distraction. Those who have long been in this profession have even resorted to visiting authors at home to expedite submissions, particularly in the realm of traditional publishing. Perusing the chat history, Zhang Chuyang noted in his notebook, Ipinru, earnest, rational, meticulous, methodical, and straightforward, not to be easily deceived. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, Song Yimo was exuberantly rolling about under her blankets, exhibiting none of the rationality or meticulousness that she had just described. This marked her inaugural moment in publishing a novel under her own name rather than as a ghostwriter. The pseudonym Ipinru, which she had used for several years, could finally be embraced openly. Previously, she had hesitated to take risks, focusing solely on earning cash to repay debts. Now, however, her circumstances had changed. She owed no one, and she possessed a wealth of practical experience, empowering her to take bold steps forward. Chapter 14. Unprecedented popularity at this juncture. Web literature does not impose stringent requirements on word count. Song Yimo would diligently produce 3,000 words daily, saving any excess for future use. She could not afford to be writing every night during the midterm and final exams. After all, she needed to earn money, yet her academic performance could not falter. For her grandmother would be disappointed. After signing the contract, the treatment she received markedly improved. With recommendations, her clicks and collections noticeably surged, and the comments section became increasingly vibrant, with voices clamoring for the author to make an appearance growing ever louder. Song Yimo chose to ignore it, as she had no time to spare amidst the chaos of the comment section. Zhang Chuyang, unable to stand by idly, took on the responsibility of managing the comment section diligently every day, even appointing a few regular readers to assist him. While the comment section remained lively, it was significantly more organized. To Zhang Chuyang's surprise, several users who typically sought to criticize had shifted their tone, no longer pointing out flaws, but instead fervently urging the author to increase her updates. With their encouragement, the comment section gradually transformed into a chorus of, "Author, What will it take for you to update more? Just say the word, and I shall deliver. One day, when Song Yimo was struggling with her writing, she glanced at the comments section and, after flipping through several pages, was overwhelmed to see this phrase repeated. Deeply moved, she reluctantly released a chapter from her 20-chapter reserve, which sent the comments section into a frenzy. For several consecutive days, discussions across the website revolved around her book, further amplifying its popularity. Chun Xin stood in astonishment as he witnessed the data double each day. Zhang Ge was right. This book was destined for immense success. Before long, half the semester had passed, and the midterm exams arrived as scheduled. In the 2 days leading up to the exams, Song Yimo refrained from writing. In fact, she did not even open her computer, dedicating herself entirely to her studies, blissfully unaware of the new wave of changes sweeping the website during that time. After the exams, as the winter break commenced, Miao Zhuo exuberantly spoke while pushing her bicycle, and Song Yimo smiled quietly. The contrast between their lively and serene demeanors drew the attention of many, and soon, classmates began to join them, forming a large group by the time they reached the school gate. Yimo, when we return from break, I'll treat you to something delicious. My mom's pickled fish is simply divine. I'll bring some for you. I'm so envious. My mom's cooking is dreadful. But we do have a pear tree in our yard. The pears are incredibly sweet. Every year, many relatives can pick them. My mom said she saved a bag for me, and when classes resume, my dad will bring them over for everyone to enjoy. After a lively exchange, a significant portion of the group had dispersed, leaving the remaining few to leisurely cycle home together. Miao Zhuo gazed up at the sky with a sorrowful expression. My MO is becoming increasingly popular. My position is in jeopardy. Song Yimo, walking behind her, gently pushed her head down to look ahead. I don't want to tumble into a ditch. Laughter erupted from the group as a handsome boy pedaled close. Yimo, let me give you a ride. Miao Zhuo is too unreliable. Lu Xing, get lost. I'm far more dependable than you. Miao Zhuo remains indifferent to her own affairs, treating all the male classmates who approach her as mere good buddies. However, the moment anyone attempts to draw near to Song Yimo, her reaction is unmistakably fierce, as if she possesses a radar attuned solely to Song Yimo. Lu Xing, unfazed, leisurely meanders around her bicycle, while the youthful exuberance of their peers incites a chorus of laughter and playful teasing. Lu Xing merely chuckles, casting a glance at Song Yimo, who appears entirely detached from the commotion. Although they are not in the same class, they reside in close proximity, having attended the same primary and middle schools, which means their acquaintance spans several years. Song Yimo has always been strikingly beautiful, yet it was only this semester that Lu Xing truly took notice of her. It seems as though she has transformed overnight. It is difficult to pinpoint what has changed, but she undeniably feels different from before. Previously, they were merely acquaintances with no deeper connection, and while the local community is well aware of the circumstances surrounding the Song family, no one would stoop so low as to expose her wounds. Yet, aside from Miao Zhuo, she has shown little inclination to socialize with others, and naturally, they do not intrude upon her solitude. However, upon entering high school, she appears to have undergone a metamorphosis. Despite being in different classes, Lu Xing hears her name more frequently in a single day than he did throughout the entire previous semester. She is not only beautiful and charming when she smiles, but also possesses an admirable demeanor. She never harbors malice towards others, willingly makes concessions over trivial matters, excels academically, and responds quickly. Whenever classmates request her notes, she never declines. After explaining a few problems to her deskmate, her remarkable clarity of thought even astonished the teachers, leading to a frenzy among classes vying for her notes. In a short span since the beginning of the semester, Song Yimo has become the cherished gem of Class 2, adored not only by her teachers, but also fiercely protected by her classmates, both male and female alike. The camaraderie in Class 2 of the first year has become legendary throughout the school. When Lu Xing first heard her name, he assumed it was merely a coincidence of sharing the same name. He never anticipated that it would indeed be the Song Yimo he knew. Being a day student, their paths crossed more frequently, and, as their interactions increased, he began to understand the reasons for her popularity. Even the most petty of female classmates were eager to befriend her, It must be said, being her friend is an exceedingly pleasant experience. So pleasant, in fact, that one longs to monopolize her attention. Chapter 15. A reunion as she bid farewell to her friends at the fork in the road. Miao Zhuo glanced back at her quietly contemplative companion. What do you think of Lu Xing? Song Yimo pondered seriously for a moment. He doesn't have acne. Miao Zhuo rolled her eyes heavenward. That is not what I asked. I'm inquiring about your feelings toward him. Who in our class is devoid of acne? If he is the best looking, then that is saying something, Song Yimo replied, swinging her legs nonchalantly. This carefree demeanor caught the eye of Zhai Muyang, who had arrived from afar, and a smile unconsciously flickered in his gaze. Our class beauty secretly wrote him a love letter. Oh, Song Yimo responded, belatedly realizing, her expression transforming into one of astonishment. Miao Miao, do you like Lu Xing? Don't let your parents find out, or you'll be in trouble. For whom is she toiling so hard? Upon reflection, Miao Zhuo felt far from the most pitiable. It was Lu Xing who truly deserved sympathy. She hoped his fleeting infatuation would dissipate soon, otherwise. Yimo. That voice sounded somewhat familiar. Song Yimo dismounted from her already halted bicycle, turned, and beheld a man standing beside a sleek black car. Mr. Zhai? Fortunately, Yimo still remembers me, Zhai Muyang remarked, clad in a simple white shirt and tailored trousers, which accentuated his tall stature and long legs. A pair of gold-framed glasses perched on his nose, exuding an air of sophistication. Is this your classmate? Just a friend. Miao Miao, this is Mr. Zhai. Instantly recognizing the visitor, Miao Zhuo hurriedly dismounted her bike. Hello, Mr. Zhai. Zhai Muyang offered a friendly smile, but directed his words towards Song Yimo. Are you heading home? Yes, we just finished our midterm exams. What brings you here, Mr. Zhai? I mentioned in our last phone call that I would come see you. You were a tremendous help before, and I felt it necessary to express my gratitude in person. Song Yimo shook her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed about the previous incident. Her haste had led to a somewhat opportunistic situation, leaving her with a sense of guilt. Zhai Muyang chose not to argue. I'll be leaving tonight. Would you and Miao Miao care to join me for dinner? I don't know anyone here and am unfamiliar with the local cuisine. Miao Zhuo opened her mouth to decline, but Song Yimo pressed her hand down. I know a wonderful place nearby. It may not look upscale, but if Mr. Zhai doesn't mind, we can go there. Of course, that sounds delightful. Let's make a quick call home first. As Zhai Muyang watched the two walk toward a nearby phone booth, he entered his car. He could sense Yimo's wariness towards him, so he refrained from taking out his phone. His intention was to express gratitude, and he would proceed according to her pace. However, it was clear he underestimated Song Yimo's vigilance. She first called her grandmother to inform her of their dinner at the Miao residence, then dialed Miao Jun's number to relay Zhai Muyang's visit. Naturally, Miao Jun was opposed to them following a stranger. Where are you? How can I pick you up? Father Miao, I believe we should go. I assisted him, and he wishes to express his gratitude by treating me to a meal. Upon my arrival, everything was clarified. From now on, we are even, regardless of any ulterior motives he may harbor. Next time he visits, he will have no excuses. Although Miao Jun felt elated that Yimo was so forward-thinking, he secretly wished she would not bear such heavy thoughts. Such a child, undoubtedly bright and promising, seemed to carry an unnecessary burden that tugged at one's heartstrings. She cannot venture too far. I understand, Father Miao. I will take him to that restaurant in the alley beside the Cultural Palace. Miao Jun nodded discreetly. The location was excellent, bustling with people, ensuring safety. Very well. I know how to speak to Aunt Song. Thank you, Father Miao. Song Yimo glanced back and recited the car's license plate number twice. Did you memorize it, Father Miao? Miao Jun felt reassured now. Yes, I've remembered it. You may proceed. All right, goodbye, Father Miao. After she hung up, Miao Zhuo scoffed from the side, questioning whether that was truly my father, who hadn't even asked about me. If only it were genuinely him. Song Yimo pushed past her as she exited the phone booth, stating she would speak with Mr. Zhai. Upon seeing them approach, Zhai Muyang rolled down the car window, inquiring if they were ready to leave. Yes, I've spoken with my family. The location isn't far. Mr. Zhai, please follow us. Very well. The road was not congested, and the luxury car, despite its speed resembling that of a three-wheeled vehicle, drew attention. Miao Zhuo had to accelerate, panting and gritting her teeth, determined to order several delightful dishes. This meal was exhausting her. "All right, you order." Zhai Muyang rested his head on one hand while steering with the other, observing the carefree individual swinging their legs with a smile in his eyes. He could not quite articulate why, but seeing Yimo brought him joy. He longed to ruffle her hair, pat her shoulder, and, like any caring parent, relieve her of her oversized backpack to lighten her load. He wanted to inquire about her. Chapter 16, the restaurant known as Come for a Bowl enjoys a modest reputation in Xinghu County for its generous portions and delightful flavors, all at remarkably reasonable prices, ensuring a steady stream of patrons. However, compared to the establishments frequented by Zhai Muyang, the ambience here leaves much to be desired. Every available table is occupied, and the floor is slick with moisture, leaving footprints with every step. He quickly grasps hold of a nearby chair, cautioning her to tread carefully to avoid falling. Just as he finishes speaking, Song Yimo slips, prompting Zhai Muyang to release Miao Jiruo and steady her with a firm grip on her arm, preventing her from falling. "Apologies, the floor is slippery," she murmurs. The proprietress hastens to fetch a mop, vigorously scrubbing the floor, her earnestness making Song Yimo hesitate to remind her that mopping a wet floor only exacerbates the slipperiness. Zhai Muyang's expression darkens slightly. He contemplates leaving for another restaurant to spare the young lady from embarrassment during their meal. "Mr. Zhai, there's a spot over there. Let us sit there," Song Yimo suggests, shaking his hand gently. Suppressing his thoughts, Zhai Muyang keeps his grip on her, turning to inquire with the proprietress about private dining rooms. "Private rooms? Oh, we have those upstairs," she replies, her keen eyes recognizing a potential customer of means as she stretches to retrieve a menu from the cash register. The second floor features 4 private rooms, and while the environment remains average, it is notably quieter than the bustling first floor resembling a marketplace. Zhai Muyang decides not to be overly critical. "What would you like to order?" "Our specialty is the squid dish, which children adore," the proprietress inquires. "That sounds good." Zhai Muyang takes the menu, glancing through it before handing it to Song Yimo. "I'm uncertain of your and Miao Miao as preferences. Please choose for yourselves." Song Yimo passes the menu to Miao Miao, recalling her earlier insistence on ordering several delightful dishes. After perusing the menu, Miao Jiruo settles on only a bowl of chicken soup with shredded radish, then hands the menu back to Yimo, understanding the pricing. Song Yimo realizes why Miao Jiruo opted for such a modest selection. The prices are steep, even by contemporary standards. "Does the proprietress have 2 menus?" she inquires. The proprietress beams, recognizing the familiarity in her question. "Ah, I see you visited before. We don't actually have 2 menus. Our regulars usually don't need one." A glance into the kitchen is sufficient for them to know what to order. The items on this menu tend to be pricier, as my husband personally prepares them. He has been a chef in the big city for many years, and his skills are superior to those of his subordinates. "Rest assured, my establishment has been in business for several years, and I value my reputation. I would never deceive you. Yet the prices are quite high, 4 to 5 dozen for a single dish. A meal could easily cost several hundred," Song Yimo remarks, grappling with the expense that weighs heavily on her mind. Just as she considers suggesting a few familiar dishes from their previous visits, Zhai Muyang interjects. "Can Yimo and Miao handle spicy food?" Both nod in affirmation, aware that the locals have a penchant for heat. "In that case, proprietress, please have your husband prepare a selection of his signature spicy dishes. 4 dishes and a soup," he requests. "Certainly," the proprietress replies with a smile, delighted by such agreeable customers as she takes the menu and departs. Song Yimo felt a tinge of regret. "Mr. Zhai, I wasn't aware that the dishes here were so expensive. Compared to the larger cities, it's not exorbitant, as long as the food is delectable." "Mr." Zhai finally seized the opportunity to pat her shoulder, feeling a mix of satisfaction and concern for her frail frame. Her shoulder felt like nothing but bone. "No need to keep calling me Mr. Zhai," he said. "I am 25 this year, a few years your senior, so feel free to call me Big Brother Zhai. Miao Miao could do the same." The address seemed inconsequential, yet Song Yimo readily complied. "Big Brother Zhai." Miao Jiruo chimed in. "Big Brother Zhai, Good. Zhai Muyang found himself inexplicably elated, as if the itches in his heart had been perfectly scratched, leaving him feeling utterly at ease. He had researched Yimo and was aware of her family's troubles. Thus he refrained from bringing them up. How have you both been adapting to the famously rigorous high school life here in the country? At this, Miao Zhuo perked up, her face glowing with pride. Big brother Zhai, you have no idea how impressive Mo is. She's incredibly popular at school. Oh, Zhai Muyang inquired eagerly. Is Mo excelling academically? Absolutely. There's nothing she can't master in her studies. The math and physics teachers call on her every class to solve problems on the board and explain her thought process. Our first-year class is the fastest in progress. All thanks to Mo leading the way with the solutions. That sounds exaggerated, Song Yimo remarked, feeling her cheeks becoming calloused from daily compliments. Yet, hearing her friend's praise no longer embarrassed her. Big brother Zhai, don't mind her. I'm not exaggerating at all. Our classmates say that they can't understand what the teachers explain, but once they see Mo's notes, everything makes sense. They even jokingly say that if they could hire Mo as a tutor, they would all surely get into good universities. Who knew Mo was this remarkable? Zhai Muyang nodded with a smile, unfazed by the revelation. In his mind, Mo belonged to that rare category of individuals who found learning effortlessly easy, yet consistently achieved outstanding results. Chapter 17. I have an older brother. Song Yimo chose not to intrude upon the conversation between the two, instead taking the 3 sets of utensils and meticulously washing them with boiling water. She then filled the glass cups with tea, delivering the one devoid of any tea leaves to Zhai Muyang. She was not the naive 15-year-old she might have appeared to be. Mr. Zhai obviously belonged to a world of affluence, and it was unlikely that the almost disintegrated tea leaves would meet his discerning taste. What she perceived as an extravagant meal was likely just a polite courtesy for him, a mere few bites consumed out of obligation. Throughout the meal, she pondered the purpose of his visit. If it were truly to express gratitude, she found it hard to believe. As she had expressed to Miao's father, she preferred a clean break. 2 individuals from disparate worlds should refrain from mingling. Zhai Muyang noticed her quiet demeanor and attention to detail, sighing inwardly as he resumed his conversation with Miao Zhuo, a girl who seemed less guarded and from whom he could glean more about Yimo. The dishes were personally delivered by the proprietress, with the latter courses freshly prepared, resulting in a slower pace for the meal. The initial dishes served with a specialty squid and chicken soup with shredded radish. Zhai Muyang filled bowls for both ladies, encouraging them to enjoy the broth, while he himself took a modest serving. To his surprise, the flavor was not the expected taste of monosodium glutamate, but rather a rich and authentic chicken broth. After finishing his bowl, he refrained from further eating, his gaze subconsciously drifting towards Song Yimo. The young girl, with her head bowed in concentration, ate silently, her cheeks puffing out like a little frog. Eat slowly. Don't fill up on just one dish, he advised. Miao Zhuo, eager to refill her bowl, halted at his words, cautiously picking at her food with her chopsticks. Zhai's assertion rang true. There were still 4 dishes yet to arrive, and she needed to save some space. Noticing Yimo set down her chopsticks, Zhai Muyang quickly offered her a napkin. She thanked him and wiped her oily lips. Did you come through here, or? He inquired, amused yet unable to resist probing further. There's no need to pass through here, but it's not far. I have some matters in Mang City. Xinghu County indeed fell under Mang City's jurisdiction, and hearing that he wasn't specifically visiting Xinghu County eased some of Song Yimo's wariness. By the way, I recall you mentioned purchasing a computer during our last call. Do you have computer classes in high school now? Yes, once a week, she replied earnestly, holding her cup with both hands to sip her tea. However, the pressure in high school is intense. I've heard that the classes cease in the 2nd year. And the computer you bought, I use it for myself, she stated, clearly not inclined to elaborate. Recognizing her reluctance to discuss further, Zhai Muyang smiled and ceased his inquiries. This marked their 2nd genuine meeting. They were not yet close, leading to a momentary silence. While Song Yimo felt no discomfort, Zhai Muyang found a certain comfort in simply observing her presence, while Miao Zhuo seemed unable to endure the tranquility. Is Brother Zhai here for work in Mang City? I'm visiting an elder. I have a meeting tomorrow morning. So I booked a flight back to Haishur for tonight. Miao Zhuo had no fondness for watches. She took Mo Mo's hand to check the time. It was nearly 7. Would they make it in time? The flight was at 12, so they would manage. Zhai Muyang's gaze lingered on the plastic watch, contrasting starkly with the one on his wrist. At that moment, he wished to conceal his own watch to spare Yimo the embarrassment. Thus, he discreetly withdrew his hand beneath the table, feigning indifference as he said, I come to Mang City several times a year. I will visit you again next time. Miao Zhuo found herself at a loss for words. The man before her was not someone she could easily engage with like her classmates or friends. He appeared quite formidable. Typically chatty, she now struggled to find a topic to sustain the conversation. Zhai Muyang, however, was genuinely interested in conversing with Song Yimo. Having weathered many storms, he soon felt at ease, pouring tea for them as he remarked, Are you afraid of me? My face isn't that frightening, is it? Song Yimo looked up earnestly. He was not frightening, yet people often harbor a sense of caution towards the unknown, which she did not perceive as a negative trait. Indeed, it was a good habit. However, individuals often yearn to be the exceptional one. Yimo pressed her lips together, reluctantly acknowledging the truth in his words. Yimo, would you like a brother? One who is capable and handsome. Zhai Muyang leaned in slightly, playfully pointing to himself. Growing up can be quite lonely, especially when worries begin to emerge. I have a brother, but I don't see the advantages, she replied, her memory of her brother's appearance fading. She could hardly recall her father either. As she grew, so did the distance from her past. Perhaps her once youthful face had begun to wrinkle, or perhaps he had grown a potbelly, or worse still, perhaps he was no longer alive. These thoughts seemed to hold little relevance to her now, a sentiment not unique to her. Likely, others felt the same, which explained their carefree disregard for her existence. Chapter 18. Promoting oneself. Zhai Muyang endeavored to promote himself, shedding his usual cool and aloof demeanor. First and foremost, I am quite handsome. Your classmates, especially the female ones, will undoubtedly envy you for having such a dashing brother. I have ample time to spare. Whenever you feel down, you can confide in me. I possess complete freedom and can be at your side whenever you need me. Moreover, I bring a wealth of experience and insight, having navigated through complex circumstances. You are merely in your teenage years, with a long journey ahead filled with various challenges. As someone who has traversed this path, I'm always willing to act as your life mentor. As Zhai Muyang continued, he felt increasingly convinced of the correctness of his decision, his words flowing more smoothly. Furthermore, I am a man who comprehends the thoughts of men. When you eventually have a boyfriend, I can assess him from a man's perspective, determining his trustworthiness, thereby safeguarding you from deception. You must believe me. Make it be quite unscrupulous. Miao Zhiruo longed to retort, Is this your personal experience? However, witnessing him continue, she repressed her words. I also possess considerable skills. Should anyone bully you, I can ensure they won't recognize their own mother afterward. If you wish to deter unwanted suitors, you can take my arm and introduce me as your boyfriend, leaving them far behind. Yimo, I genuinely wish to be your brother. Would you consider it? Before Song Yimo could respond, Miao Zhiruo, resting her chin on her hand, murmured, I would love to have a brother like that. Zhai Muyang turned to her with a smile. Of course, Yimo's friends are my sisters too. Yet Miao Zhiruo merely chuckled, not indulging in the sentiment, instead casting a sidelong glance at Mo. She was not one to covet every appealing person or thing. How dare one underestimate her? Song Yimo was not oblivious to the good in others. On the contrary, she was highly discerning. It was precisely because of this discernment that she recognized Zhai Muyang's sincerity. Despite all his words, the most salient point, his wealth, had gone unmentioned. He seemed to possess a fortune far exceeding that of the average affluent individual. The car he drove, she recalled, was a 7-figure luxury. In this day and age, such wealth was indeed substantial. Zhai Muyang did not maliciously use this fact to entice her. Instead, he appealed to the psychology of a young girl, stirring her excitement at the prospect of having a powerful and striking brother, the kind every girl her age dreams of. Zhai Muyang truly knew how to captivate hearts. But did his charm sway her? Song Emo nodded honestly. Then does Emo agree? Yet Song Emo shook her head. Perhaps Zhai Muyang's interest stemmed from the minor favor she had done him previously, but there was truly no necessity for it. Should Zhai Muyang find himself in Xinghu County again, she would gladly extend her hospitality, but it was not that simple. Zhai Muyang shook his head. It had been 2 months since the incident, and had I acted impulsively, I would have broached the subject upon receiving your call, rather than waiting until now. Emo might not even realize the depth of her own character. After just a few encounters, anyone would be drawn to her, wanting to be close to her. The environment I find myself in is far from ideal, and my upbringing has been rather unfortunate. Thus, in my eyes, Emo's qualities are particularly precious. Little fan Miao Jiro nodded fervently, noting how, after a summer break, Emo seemed to have awakened, becoming a veritable crowd favorite. Challenging my position as her closest friend daily. Song Emo, however, was hesitant to entangle herself with someone of markedly different status. She expressed her thoughts candidly. Brother Zhai, we are not the same. Your shirt could sustain my grandmother and me for months, while my shoes may barely cover the cost of your cigarette. The disparity in our backgrounds, our differing perceptions, values, and life experiences render it improbable for us to maintain a long-lasting friendship, let alone a sibling bond. In Emo's heart, did these differences truly matter? Would I belittle you for your lack of wealth? Would you feel inferior due to my financial standing? Or would you seek to gain something from me? Song Emo nodded, acknowledging her concern about succumbing to shortcuts. You won't. Zhai Muyang gently brushed aside the hair from her forehead. You're not that kind of person. To put it simply, you only wish to earn every penny through your own efforts. If it isn't yours, you want to take it. Song Emo pressed her lips together. Feeling a flicker of joy, no one desires to be underestimated, and she was no exception. Zhai Muyang granted her ample respect. To refuse him again would seem pretentious. Her expression softened a bit. Of course, I would like a brother like you, Brother Zhai. However, I must first consult my grandmother. I apologize, Brother Zhai, but I prefer our relationship to be more formal than the casual brother-sister dynamic. Certainly, that is only fitting. I, too, wish to establish a formal bond with Emo as siblings. Zhai Muyang replied, delighted. Did Emo's insistence not demonstrate her regard for the matter? His acknowledgement of her as a sister was not a fleeting whim. Even if Emo did not voice it, he would eventually seek to visit her only remaining family member. Chapter 19. Zhai Muyang pondered. However, Brother Zhai, I often find myself lacking the funds to call you, and without my grandmother's consent, I cannot divulge our home phone number. If I were to frequently receive calls from a man, it would surely cause her concern. That is of no consequence. I can come to visit you. Did you not purchase a computer? Have you installed ENS? No, I only installed QQ. Zhai Muyang tapped his forehead, realizing, right, children nowadays prefer QQ. Please provide me with your QQ number. I shall install it when I return home, and we can communicate through QQ. I understand that your high school studies are demanding. Rest assured, I shall not disturb your studies. Whenever you find yourself free or fatigued, you can log into QQ to converse with me. This way, it will save on phone expenses, will it not? I certainly do not wish for you to curtail your resources merely to call me. Song Emo shyly tugged at her hair. As someone who had been reborn, it was rather embarrassing that she had to save on phone bills. She retrieved a piece of paper and a pen from her backpack and wrote down a series of 7-digit numbers, which were easy to remember. I may not be online frequently, but I will check in every evening around 8 or 9. If Brother Zhai wishes to find me, he can log into QQ during that time. Zhai Muyang eagerly accepted the number, committing it to memory before tucking the note into his wallet. All right, I have noted it. With a wish fulfilled, the dishes began to arrive in succession. A stir-fried chicken, a sautéed frog, and a lighter dish of diced radish with vermicelli, accompanied by a green vegetable. The aroma hinted at the generous use of spices. Zhai Muyang busily served the two, hardly tasting the food himself. Merely watching Emo puff out her cheeks in effort filled him with satisfaction. Upon exiting the restaurant, the trio was making their way back to the parking area when a familiar voice called out, Jiruo, Emo. Miao Jiruo, rubbing her full belly, exclaimed, Dad, what brings you here? We were just about to head back. Miao Jun, casting a glance at his daughter who seemed carefree, extended his hand to Zhai Muyang. "Hello, Mr. Zhai. I am Miao Jun. I apologize for any trouble the children may have caused you." "Not at all. It is I who has acted presumptuously," Zhai Muyang replied, shaking his hand. He held a strong appreciation for responsible men, particularly when they looked after someone like Yimo. Given the circumstances of the Song household, had it not been for Miao Jun's support over the years and the guidance provided by him and his wife, Yimo might not have flourished as she had. He firmly believed that one's environment shapes who they become. "Mr. Zhai, it is a rarity for you to be here. Would you care to join us for tea?" "Unfortunately, I cannot today. I must hurry to catch my flight," Zhai Muyang smiled. "I have elders in the Mang City nursing home, and I will have many opportunities to visit in the future. I shall come to pay my respects to Mr. Miao and his family at that time." Business takes precedence. Miao Jun understood, and the two exchanged pleasantries customary among adults. Concerned about her entrepreneurial endeavors, Song Yimo could no longer hold back and urged, "Brother Zhai, you really must be on your way." Zhai Muyang assumed her concern was about him missing his flight and promptly ceased the trivial conversation, taking his leave with a pleasant misunderstanding in mind. "It is indeed getting late. I must take my leave now. Goodbye, Mr. Miao." "Goodbye." 3 individuals escorted him to the car, and as Zhai Muyang pressed the window down, his gaze towards Song Yimo was particularly gentle. "I will add you on QQ once I return, awaiting your response." "All right, Brother Zhai. Do drive carefully." "Of course." Politely nodding to Miao Jun, Zhai Muyang started the vehicle and departed. Through the rearview mirror, he noticed the tall girl waving her arms high, while the shorter one merely watched them leave. Zhai Muyang couldn't help but chuckle. She appeared utterly lacking in enthusiasm. Yet, after a few encounters, he found himself compelled to treat her with kindness. At least for him, after several interactions, he wished to envelop her under his protective wings, ensuring she would suffer no harm, regardless of its source. Song's grandmother was not unreasonable. Even if this time did not yield success, he could return more frequently. The elderly woman, having relied on her granddaughter for years, surely wished for her well-being. As long as he genuinely treated Yimo with care, there would inevitably come a day when he could win over the old woman's heart. Tapping the steering wheel, Zhai Muyang felt in good spirits, finding pleasure in the scenery flying by. As a central hub, Mang City was flourishing, and there weren't many competitors biting into the market yet. It might be prudent to consider establishing a branch here. Xinghu County's proximity to Mang City made travel significantly easier, and according to the information he had received, there was a strong possibility of administrative upgrades for Xinghu County. At that time, opportunities would abound, and he could strategize quietly. While he did not aim to make Yimo wealthy, he at least wished to alleviate her financial burdens. That is a commendable idea. He would set in motion upon his return. However, before approaching Yimo, he needed to resolve his own issues to avoid inadvertently dragging her into his troubles. The fact that he was even willing to pull out a gun indicated his desperation. Those who had never experienced love could not fathom that his attitude was not that of a brother toward a sister, but rather that of a man deeply devoted to the woman he cherished. Naturally, he would remain oblivious to this fact for quite some time. Chapter 20. Surprise? As the vehicle turned the corner and vanished from sight, the 3 individuals made their way towards their own car. "Jiruo, you shall ride your bicycle home." Miao Jiruo pouted. Although the true reason was that the trunk contained numerous items and her bicycle was rather large, a feeling of not being truly cherished arose within her. "Meow meow, hand me your school bag." It was still Mo who showed concern for me, with a huff directed at her father. Miao Jiruo removed her school bag and handed it to Song Yimo. The weight of the high school curriculum was heavy, and the school bag felt like a burden. Commuting was the most arduous, yet without the weight of the bag, she could easily catch up with her father's 4-wheeled vehicle. Miao Jun watched his daughter dart ahead, slowing his pace further, and he caught every word of Yimo's conversation. What did Yimo think? Did she find him trustworthy? He didn't seem like a bad person, and besides, there was nothing of value for anyone to covet. Miao Jun glanced in the rearview mirror. Thus far, he had no idea of that man's true intentions. Yet as an adult, he found it hard to believe that the man simply wanted to gain a sister. The difference between clandestine relationships and those openly approved by family was significant. My advice is that Yimo, you need not agree immediately. Take your time to learn more about him. If he visits again, bring him to meet Aunt Song. If Aunt Song finds him agreeable, then accepting him as an older brother may not be such a bad idea. In time, one can discern the character of others. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. With her father's words, Song Yimo felt a measure of relief. She was genuinely terrified of introducing instability into her family. Her grandmother's well-being rested upon her shoulders, and she could not afford any misstep. Do not overthink it. After all, we are in Xinghu County, and he is not a local. As long as we do not seek to take advantage of him, we shall not suffer any loss. I understand, Dad. Before reaching home, they spotted Grandma Song. Song Yimo quickly bid farewell to Miao Jun, leaping from the vehicle with her large school bag. Grandma, where are you headed at this hour? Have you eaten? I have already dined. Grandma Song paused, glancing back as Miao Jun also exited the car. Aunt Song, where are you going? Allow me to escort you. I'm merely taking a stroll, not going anywhere far. It's just a few steps. Dajuan, why are you still driving Yimo home? You're wasting fuel. Just stepping out to buy a few things. The evening air is a bit chilly, and Yimo tea dressed warmly. Don't wander too far. Return early. With that, Miao Jun waved and returned to his vehicle, driving away. Grandma Song gently touched her granddaughter's bare arm and turned towards home. Come, let us return. Tomorrow is a holiday. Is it not? Yes, we have 4 days off. Song Yimo, well acquainted with her grandmother's routine, knew that at this hour, Grandma would have already returned from her walk. The fact that she had only just set out meant that her absence from home was undoubtedly connected to her uncle's family. That family had never been fond of her, and she could only surmise that it involved some entanglement with her mother, who had long abandoned her. She felt no inclination to inquire further, as it had little bearing on her life. Grandma Song gently patted her granddaughter's hand. High school holidays are few. It's rare to have 4 days off. Do not confine yourself indoors. Go out and enjoy some time with your classmates. My dear Yimo must not become mere bookworm. As my classmates have all returned home, should I find myself feeling bored, I shall seek out Meow Meow. If my grandmother fears I might become restless, she may allow me to indulge in some extra time on the computer. Typically, she does not prohibit such activities. Grandma Song chuckled, her earlier discontent dissipating. Grateful for such an obedient and charming granddaughter. Indeed, fate had not been unkind to her. As for other matters, why should she concern herself too deeply? She ought to relax her mind and live a few more years, witnessing Yimo marry and bear children in blissful happiness before she closes her eyes for the final time. Song Yimo, in turn, refrained from probing her grandmother's thoughts, instead sharing the most intriguing happenings from school. Once the hour was appropriate, she meticulously attended to her grandmother until she fell asleep, then quietly retreated to her own room. There, she lingered before the computer for considerable time before finally pressing the power button. Habitually logging onto QQ, she noticed the singular avatar of her friend pulsating with urgency. This individual had become her benefactor, and Song Yimo was not one to take such a connection lightly. She promptly clicked to open the chat. Upon absorbing the content of the message, she straightened in her seat and immediately navigated to the website. She could scarcely recall the inception of the tipping system, nor had she ever anticipated deriving significant benefits from it. After all, she was merely a novice in the vast sea of online presence. Though it appeared that many admired her work, the reality of genuine readership could only be confirmed once her work was officially published. However, the editor informed her that her readers had propelled her to the top of the tipping leaderboard within just 1 day. The webpage loaded slowly, and Song Yimo sent a message to the editor. Almost instantaneously, a reply came through. Finally, you've appeared. Apologies for my absence on QQ these past few days. Zhang Chuyang adjusted his glasses, fingers dancing over the keyboard. Did you see the amount? Not yet. I haven't accessed the backend. Please hold on. Finally, the page opened fully, and as she scrolled down, the entire review section glowed a vibrant red. If memory served her correctly, only the highest amounts were displayed in this hue on the Luori original website. A red bomb signified 500 yuan, with half of that for herself. The tally quickly mounted to several thousand. Yet, the review section displayed merely a fraction of the total. Chapter 21. Unexpected fortune. Song Yimo took a deep breath and entered the back end. Upon observing that figure, her mind buzzed incessantly. On the other end, Zhang Chuyang, having awaited her response in vain, sent another message, the notification sound jolting her back to reality. Were you startled? Song Yimo flexed her fingers. Indeed, she was startled. Had they lost their minds? Perhaps not insane, but certainly impulsive. What are you planning to do? Song Yimo pressed her lips together, aware that it could tarnish her reputation. Zhang Chuyang did not respond immediately. Instead, he leaned back, attempting to alleviate the discomfort in his back that had persisted for nearly 2 days since the implementation of the new reward system. He had scarcely slept, and it was likely he was not alone. Many on the platform were anxiously awaiting his reaction to this unforeseen situation. The circumstances were utterly unexpected, and moreover, the data from Du was an anomaly, rendering impossible to ascertain the viability of this new system. Zhang Chuyang rubbed his aching forehead. A Poor Man was a remarkably conscientious author, one who required no urging to update. The structure and framework of the narrative posed no issues, clearly reflecting a sense of responsibility. Ultimately, the current predicament was a result of his own merit. The notification sound chimed again, prompting Zhang Chuyang to open the message. Can the funds be refunded? This was the topic of heated debate among the higher-ups. However, if the funds were returned, it would render the new system a futile endeavor. Song Yimo perused the books already published, a sudden inspiration striking her. How about this, Zhang? The money will not be refunded, but I can provide several thousand additional words in public chapters as a gesture of gratitude to the readers. Would that be feasible? Certainly feasible. Zhang Chuyang had not overlooked this possibility. However, it would undermine the author's interests, and typically, authors would not agree to such terms. He had not even considered suggesting it. So it was quite surprising that the other party had proactively conceded, enhancing his impression of a poor man. Have you made up your mind? This book is sure to become a sensation. Several thousand words now will yield far more in the future. I am truly grateful to them. This is the only way I can express my appreciation. I will relay your intentions, but it would be prudent for you to issue a public announcement yourself. Such circumstances are indeed alarming and may deplete your popularity. Understood. Closing the chat window, Song Yimo gazed at the string of numbers, over 26,000. Even if she received half, it would amount to over 10,000, enough to cover her grandmother's medical expenses. Since reuniting with her grandmother, her greatest concern had finally found resolution. How could she not express her gratitude? It was not merely a matter of adding a few thousand words of free chapters. She would be willing to offer even more. The funds would enter her account next month, and she needed to plan meticulously, ensuring she could persuade her grandmother to undergo a checkup. She could not allow her grandmother to live for several more years in good health. Her return would be meaningless otherwise. In a surge of emotion, Song Yimo released 5 chapters at once and created a separate announcement for the chapter release. Today, upon returning home, I discovered I had unexpectedly come into a windfall. It was indeed a surprise, and I am immensely grateful to everyone. To express my gratitude, I shall include an additional 50,000 words in the public chapters, surpassing what is typically offered. I appreciate your affection, yet I hope this admiration can flow like a gentle stream over time. If you truly wish to express your fondness through donations, I kindly suggest small contributions. The sentiment is what matters. Once again, I express my heartfelt thanks, and I, as a humble author, will strive to craft the stories you wish to read. Around 9 or 10 in the evening, when online activity peaks, many readers were eagerly awaiting updates, including one named Chenjun. His reader ID, Mao Xian Mao, is quite well known on the Luri original website, and as the young master of the Chen family, he certainly does not lack in financial means. It could be said that half of the more than 20,000 contributions to this work came from him. Upon seeing this announcement, young Master Chun was quite surprised. It was astonishing that someone would give away money so generously. Given the popularity of this book, the author would not merely be losing out on donations with an additional 50,000 words. Could it truly be that this was the author's own choice? Feeling rather playful, young Master Chun logged in and began to stir up mischief. I relish the power of a grand explosion. A minor donation barely makes a splash. How dull. Isn't the purpose of the donation system to encourage us to spend more? Be careful, Epin, lest you find yourself facing repercussions from the site. Song Yimo recognized this ID. It appeared far too frequently among the donations. Since she had no inclination to write at that moment, she thoughtfully opened the comments and replied earnestly, "This is the result of my negotiation with the site. I hope for your support. I, Pin, have been thoroughly bombarded and require some time to recuperate." Oh, I actually received a reply. Young Master Chun was invigorated, his fingers flying across the keyboard. What if I continue to bombard? Song Yimo contemplated the outcome and nodded, eagerly anticipating the influx of contributions. Ha ha ha, this impoverished state is quite amusing. In his excitement, young Master Chen sent another donation. This comment was pinned at the top and combined with the announcement. The once mysterious figure of Epin began to take on a more prominent stature. Observers began to perceive that the author was not merely a money grubber. In a twist of fate, the following for Epin grew even larger. Naturally, Song Yimo reaped the greatest rewards. Her enthusiasm was ignited, and during her 4-day holiday, she hardly left her computer except for the necessities of life. Whenever her grandmother attempted to suggest something, she would ultimately hold her tongue, reasoning that it was rare to see the child so passionately engaged in an endeavor. Thus, it was only natural that Song Yimo forgot that in another city, someone was eagerly watching his computer, anxiously awaiting the sound of her cough. By the time she logged into QQ and saw the friend request, it was already the last night of her holiday. She quickly approved the friend request and, regardless of whether the other person was available, hastily typed an apology. Of course, Yimo Yang was present. In fact, during these days, he had been sleeping with his computer in his arms. Every device he could use was equipped with QQ. For wherever he was, QQ was there too. Upon reading the words of apology, Yimo Yang, who had never truly been angry, felt a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Is Yimo quite busy?" he inquired. "Yes, I've been preoccupied these past few days and haven't been online. My apologies, Brother Zhai. Who among us does not have pressing matters? It is hardly fair to blame you. Have you spoken to your grandmother about it? Does she approve?" Song Yimo bit her lip in embarrassment. She had been quite elated in recent days and had completely forgotten about this matter. But how could she articulate that now? "I shall speak to her right away. Right now, there is no need to rush. First, let's converse a little longer, Brother Zhai." Silence fell on the other end of the line, and Yimo Yang, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. After waiting for several days, he had finally managed to engage in a brief dialogue, only for her to vanish once more. Reflecting on it, it seemed that ever since he had met Yimo, he had been in a continuous state of waiting, right from that initial phone call to this very moment. When had he cultivated such extraordinary patience? He retrieved a cigarette from the pack, bringing it to his nose for a whiff, yet he refrained from lighting it. Yimo had advised him that smoking was detrimental to one's health, and he had recently been attempting to quit. Chapter 22. Grandmother's Thoughts. Song Yimo indeed went to seek out Grandmother Song, yet she refrained from disclosing any information that should remain unspoken. Having come from a humble background, Grandmother Song possessed a cautious disposition. Upon hearing the news, she couldn't help but feel skeptical. Why would a wealthy individual wish to acknowledge a girl with nothing to her name as a sister? It was evident that it was only because Yimo was beautiful. Rich young men often toy with Cinderella-like figures, as depicted on television. However, she could perceive that Yimo harbored a favorable impression of the man, her eyes sparkling with an anticipation that perhaps even Yimo herself was unaware of. Grandmother Song was reluctant to disappoint her granddaughter. After a moment's contemplation, Grandmother Song tentatively inquired, "What if I do not agree?" To which Yimo replied, "Then I shall not recognize him." Grandmother Song was not at all taken aback by this response. It was precisely because of Yimo's obedient nature that she felt a pang of reluctance. With a sigh, she motioned for Yimo to sit with her back turned and took up a comb to style her hair. "Should we consider cutting your hair? High school can be exhausting, and long hair can be troublesome." Yimo had been contemplating this very notion, intending to trim it during the upcoming vacation. Her hair had grown to her waist, and washing it consumed significant time. "I'll go get it cut after school tomorrow," she replied. As Grandmother Song gazed at the glossy strands of Yimo's hair, she felt a twinge of regret. It would be a shame to cut off so much, for long hair suited Yimo well. Yimo gestured to indicate the desired length. Short enough to reach her shoulders would suffice, as it would indeed be less cumbersome. Once her hair was tied back, Grandmother Song resumed their earlier conversation. I feel uneasy not having met him. I worry you may be taken advantage of. He won't run away. So let's wait until you've spent more time together. If he is truly a good person, I won't stand in your way. How does that sound? Good, Yimo replied, leaning back into her grandmother's embrace. Anything Grandmother says is fine, as long as you are here. Silly girl, Grandmother Song chuckled softly, shaking her head as if Yimo were still a tiny child. You've grown up, and I've aged. One day, I will precede you. Yimo twisted slightly in protest, and Grandmother Song gently patted her back. All right, no more talk of such things. I shall strive to live a long life. Many people live to be 100 nowadays. Surely you can too. On the subject, Yimo seized the opportunity to say, Grandmother, I've noticed you clutching your stomach a few times. Is it bothering you? We should find a time to go to the hospital for a checkup. Why waste money on trivial ailments? This discomfort is merely a remnant from my working days. As long as I eat on time, it won't hurt. At our age, who doesn't have a few ailments? Such is the way of life. With money not yet in hand, Yimo did not insist on taking her grandmother to the hospital immediately, but voiced her displeasure, murmuring, I can't believe I've been unaware of these long-standing issues for so many years. Have you been deliberately hiding this from me, Grandmother? Grandmother Song chuckled. Such minor matters need not be mentioned daily. I'm not one of those who groan over every little ailment. Yimo's mood remained subdued. Rather than feeling angry at her grandmother for withholding information, she found herself grappling with a sense of guilt. Living together day in and day out, she had somehow failed to notice that her grandmother was suffering from a stomach ailment. It was not fair to blame her grandmother for neglecting her health. Rather, it was her own lack of attentiveness and concern for her grandmother that was to blame. Grandma, I promise to honor you from now on, she whispered, her grandmother waiting expectantly. The two of them leaned on each other, exchanging gentle words, just as they had done throughout the years they shared. Naturally, Song Yimo forgot all about Zhai Muyang once more. By the time she returned to her room, an hour had passed. Seeing the computer screen still aglow, she suddenly froze, recalling the person waiting on the other side. Would brother, Zhai, think she was being dismissive of him? She truly hadn't meant to. As her grandmother went to pour a glass of water, she noticed Song Yimo standing motionless at the door and approached her, asking Yimo, why aren't you coming in? Oh, it's nothing. I just forgot to turn off the computer. Grandma, I'm heading to bed now. Don't stay up too late. You have class tomorrow. Understood, Grandma. Lingering in front of the computer, Song Yimo felt increasingly embarrassed as she gazed at the illuminated avatar. Could it be that brother, Zhai, had been waiting all this time? As if he sensed a return, a message came through. Yimo, are you back? In a hurry, Song Yimo typed back 3 words. Finally receiving a response. Zhai Muyang set down his coffee and straightened up to type, what did Grandma say? Is she against it? How do you know? Zhai Muyang chuckled. That was too easy to extract. If Grandma had agreed, you wouldn't have taken so long. It's fine, I understand. She hasn't met me yet, so naturally. She will be concerned. Once I have the chance to visit her a few times, she'll surely come to like me. Song Yimo wanted to point out that this was her grandmother, but seeing him refer to her so affectionately made her heart swell with joy. Her grandmother was the best in the world and deserved kindness from everyone. Grandma didn't actually say she disagreed. She just mentioned that she hadn't met you yet and is worried. That's easily resolved. I'll come by to meet her soon. Song Yimo couldn't help but smile at her computer screen. There is no need to go out of your way. It's not a big deal. Of course, it is a big deal. For me, this is the most significant matter at hand. Even more so than any business transaction, Zhai Muyang replied, poking at her simple penguin avatar. He continued typing, I have relatives at the recuperation center in Mang City, and I make it a point to visit them every month or two. Mang City is close to Xinghu County, so it will be convenient for me to see you as well. All right. Having finally waited for a response, Zhai Muyang yearned to converse further. However, noticing that it was already 10 o'clock, he hastily typed, the 4-day break must be over, right? Don't you have class tomorrow? Yes. Then you should hurry to bed. If anything comes up, just message me on QQ. I'll always be here. Rubbing her tired eyes, Song Yimo yawned. Good night, Brother Jai. Good night. Song Yimo was determined not to waste her time after school. During lunch, she took a leave to get her hair cut. When she returned with her hair now grazing her shoulders, her male classmates were nearly in tears. Although she looked beautiful with her shorter hair, first loves were meant to be represented by cascading locks. If only Yimo could don a flowing white dress, how delightful that would be. Little does Song Yimo realize that she has become the object of affection for many of her male classmates. She enjoys a harmonious relationship with her female peers, who are currently surrounding her in conversation. Long hair can be quite cumbersome. Does it look unattractive? Initially, she contemplated a shorter style, but the hairdresser insisted that her current look was quite appealing. However, she failed to see it and has grown accustomed to her long locks. Chinning, seated in front of her, cast a dramatic eye roll and remarked, "Is that what you call ugly? What we call this?" Chunning, slightly plump, sported a round bob that only accentuated her fullness, and Song Yimo could not bring herself to falsely praise it, opting instead for a polite smile. Chapter 23. The Lame Humanities. A whisper rippled through the doorway as someone announced the arrival of the teacher. The students hurriedly scrambled back to their seats, and, at last, Song Yimo returned to her own place. Chun Biling scanned the room, lingering for a brief moment on the freshly cut hair of Song Yimo, before she contentedly made her way to the podium upon finding no vacant spots. The results of the midterm examinations had been released, and our class boasted the highest scores in mathematics, physics, and chemistry. All eyes instinctively turned towards Song Yimo. However, despite her nearly perfect scores in all three subjects, she had not secured the top rank in her grade. Song Yimo, you ought to reflect on this, they said. Such excellent results, yet still being admonished to reflect, elicited a tinge of sympathy from her classmates. Her desk mate, Chun Xiao, murmured, "You might as well not have performed so well." With her head bowed, Song Yimo was indeed deep in contemplation. She was acutely aware of her shortcomings. While she excelled in the analytical subjects, the purely literary ones, Chinese, politics, and history, were her Achilles' heel. The sheer volume of material to memorize was overwhelming, and her time was simply insufficient to absorb it all. As the class representative distributed the test papers, it was noted that the Chinese representative had originally been Song Yimo. However, after she began writing novels to save time, she resigned from the position and it was taken over by Chuning. The first paper she laid down was Song Yimo's, and upon seeing the bold red score of 135, Chuning winked at her. This score was rather unimpressive in Chinese, which perhaps explained the teacher's ire. Flipping through the pages, Song Yimo discovered that her 70-point essay had garnered only 67. It was evident how many points she had lost on the foundational questions. This was merely Chinese. History and politics would likely present even greater challenges, leaving Song Yimo in a state of distress. During the distribution of the papers, Chun Biling was not idle either. Today, we will reappoint our class officers. The class president, vice president, and academic representative remain unchanged. As for the sports representative, Miao Zhuo, Miao Zhuo exclaimed, pointing to herself in disbelief. The others were equally taken aback. A female sports representative? Is that really acceptable? If you have any issues, take it up with your physical education teacher, Chun Biling replied, glancing at her lesson plan before continuing to announce the list of class officers, which matched what Song Yimo had anticipated. As she observed the teacher's stern expression, Song Yimo found herself drifting into thought. Throughout her 3 years of high school, she had seldom seen the teacher smile. Who could fathom that beneath such a serious facade lay a heart of tenderness? Yet, such a good person ultimately met with a tragic fate. Xinghu County was merely a small town. Its high school lacked modern amenities. Teachers still relied on chalk, and several had contracted lung cancer from excessive chalk dust. While she could not concern herself with others, she felt a compelling obligation to assist the teacher, repaying a significant debt from a past life. The newly appointed sports representative, Miao Zhuo, felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. As she pedaled energetically, she continually asked, Mo, do you think I should ask the teacher to choose someone else? Can a girl truly serve as a sports representative? The boys in our class might not accept it, right? Will they give me a hard time? If that happens, you must support me. They're fierce in front of others, but mere kittens before you. Ah, Montauk Montauk. It feels so good to have the upper hand over the boys. Haha, I'm loving it. Song Yimo could only smile. Lu Xing caught up from behind and inquired about the criticism you received from Teacher Chen. Chen Bailing, often affectionately referred to as Chun the Witch in private circles, was not a name Lu Xing believed Song Yimo would appreciate, so he dutifully addressed her as teacher. Song Yimo swung her legs and responded, yes. I did not perform well in Chinese. To be precise, her performance in humanities subjects was rather disappointing. Unfortunately, in her previous life, she had focused solely on the sciences. It wasn't a matter of bias, but rather a lack of time in both lifetimes, as the sciences required less memorization than the humanities. With your grades in those subjects, managing to place within the top 20 of your grade is quite commendable, Lu Xing remarked. Song Yimo had yet to see her physics and chemistry exam papers, as the teacher had taken them for formal grading. Reflecting on her performance, she felt a tinge of pride. However, she was aware that she needed to elevate her grades in the humanities, as her homeroom teacher was somewhat disappointed. Ahead of them, Miao Zhuo quickened her pace and called out, "Charge forth, Song Yimo, claim the throne of the top spot." Song Yimo hurriedly wrapped her arms around her waist and playfully smacked her backside, exclaiming, "You almost threw me off balance." "Hey, I'm just a bit excited today," Miao Zhuo replied with a grin. In November, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a chill crept into the air. Gazing at the crimson clouds, Song Yimo felt a surge of joy. This was the essence of youth, filled with hope. She was ready to confront any challenge, fearless and resolute. Lu Xing's heart raced at the sight of her smiling face, causing him to momentarily slow his pace. Realizing he was falling behind, he hurriedly pressed forward, determined not to be left behind, now or in the future. On the 8th of the month, her first batch of manuscript fees was credited to her account, amounting to 12,000 after taxes. Holding the bank statement, Song Yimo felt invigorated. This was the dawn of her aspirations, the beginning of a positive transformation. With this money, she could alter her circumstances and cast aside the shadows that had haunted her for years. Every Sunday afternoon, when there were no classes, Song Yimo requested time off from her morning lessons. Upon learning the reason, Chun Bailing sighed and signed off on her request without further comment. Song Yimo might have been the student in the class who took the most leave, and she felt a bit embarrassed as she whispered while handing over the leave note. "I will improve my humanities grades." "That's the right mindset," Chun Bailing replied earnestly. "There's no secret to excelling in the humanities. It simply requires extensive reading and memorization. As long as you don't lose too many points in these subjects, you will have no trouble getting into a prestigious university. With good grades, your future will be bright. Do not undermine your potential." "I will remember that, Teacher Chun." If possible, she too aspired to attend the finest university, allowing her grandmother to accompany her away from this small town to experience the wonders beyond their provincial life. The older generation held a fascination for the capital. If she could get accepted there, her grandmother would undoubtedly be thrilled. After dinner, Song Yimo solemnly guided her grandmother to the sofa. "Grandma, I have something to discuss." "Go ahead," her grandmother replied, donning her glasses and retrieving a box filled with walnuts from beneath the coffee table. Walnuts were known for their cognitive benefits, and it was a daily ritual for her to prepare some walnut meat for her granddaughter to enjoy. Song Yimo seized the items and placed them down, intent on listening attentively. Grandma Song, with her head slightly bowed, peered over her sliding glasses at her, the act of cracking walnuts not hindering her ability to hear. That simply would not do. Song Yimo clutched the basket tightly, refusing to relinquish it. "Grandma, we must make a trip to the city tomorrow." "For what purpose? Are you in need of supplementary books? I can provide you with money, and you may invite Ji Ruo to accompany you to the hospital. But do not worry, I'm not unwell." No longer seated across from her, Song Yimo set the basket down and nestled beside Grandma Song, wrapping her arms around her. "Grandma, you often suffer from stomach pains, do you not? I researched this online, and it can vary in severity. Tomorrow, let's visit the hospital in the city for a checkup." Chapter 24, Grandmother's Awareness. I was startled, thinking it was a matter of great significance. Grandmother Song gently patted her, dismissing it as trivial, She was well aware of the situation. However, it was imperative to go. Song Yimo's demeanor was exceptionally serious, her tone stern, but her youthful appearance rendered her devoid of any authority. Grandmother Song couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, insisting that there was no need to waste money on such a minor issue. It is not a waste at all, Grandma. You're my only relative, and I'm truly frightened. Recalling her solitary past, Song Yimo felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She clung to the elder's plump waist. Her voice choked with emotion as she said, "Grandma, I wish you could stay with me for a very long time. I want you to witness my marriage and the birth of my children, just like in other families. When I am busy with work, you would help look after the children. If I come home late, there would be someone to nag me, someone who cares for me and prepares nourishing meals. Grandma, you are the only one who loves me so deeply. There is no one else in this world who understands my heart. I cannot afford to take any risks. Please, just consider it a way to ease my worries." Grandmother Song gently stroked her head, her heart aching profoundly. If she were to close her eyes now, she feared she might never awaken. "However, Yimo, I know of your filial piety, but you are aware of our family's circumstances. The little savings we have cannot be touched. You are doing well academically, and I am confident you will gain admission to a prestigious university. I must save enough for your tuition, ensuring you can study without any concerns. I am aware of my health, and I assure you, there are no significant issues. I understand your concerns about money." Song Yimo straightened her posture, retrieving her bank book from her pocket and placing it before her grandmother. "I have money." Grandmother Song stared wide-eyed at the number, initially doubting her vision. Adjusting her glasses and counting carefully, she confirmed it was indeed a 5-digit figure. "Where did this come from? Who gave it to you?" "Yimo, you must not engage in any illicit activities. Come with me." Song Yimo led her grandmother to the open computer and clicked through various web pages, explaining in detail. "Look, this is a website for writing novels. This particular one is my work. Do you see that tip feature? Let me give you an analogy. Recently, a circus performed here, and those who enjoyed it would toss in money. This is quite similar. It's a way for others to reward me for my writing. 100 points represent 1 yuan. 500 points represent 5 yuan, and 800 points represent 8 yuan. The larger the number, the greater the amount. I split these earnings with the website, and what you see here is my share." Grandmother Song, having received an education herself, gradually grasped the concept as Song Yimo explained. She glanced at the figures in the bank book, astonished by the sum. "Isn't the government going to oversee this? It was actually a bit more than this. But I've already paid my taxes, contributing to the country. So, your intention in purchasing a computer was to write novels?" "Yes. I stumbled upon this opportunity to earn money. My teachers often commend my writing, so I decided to give it a try." Song Yimo, with a vague demeanor, expressed her sentiments, assuring that she had not consumed much of her study time. "You have seen her midterm results. She is capable of distinguishing between what is trivial and what is significant, and she is determined to gain admission to a prestigious university to bring honor to you. Ranking within the top 20 of her grade is indeed commendable." Yet her grandmother remained somewhat anxious, feeling that the money had come too easily and was burdensome. Kneeling before her grandmother, Song Yimo gazed up with pleading eyes, imploring, "Grandma, I wish for you to treat yourself better. You save every penny for me, yet you wear patched socks and have not bought a new piece of clothing in years. When I'm not here, you make do with pickled radishes and simple dishes. It pains me, just as you worry for me. I long to give you the finest things in the world, to see you stand tall before those who speak ill of you. It is not your fault if they turn out to be ungrateful. You and Grandpa are the finest people, and I'm a product of your upbringing. I'm not at fault. If Grandpa cannot receive my filial piety, I shall double it for you, making others envious and silencing those with foul tongues." Tears streamed down Song's grandmother's face as she pulled her granddaughter into a tight embrace, weeping as if to release all the years of heartache. The pain of her children was a perpetual wound. Despite having provided them with the best they could offer, it had not sufficed. Raising 2 vocational school graduates from such a modest background was no small feat during their most challenging times. She and her husband had endured every hardship. Now, with both children employed, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Although they received modest pensions, it was sufficient for their own sustenance. and they had never anticipated any return from their children. Yet, how could it be the same when their children had no intention of supporting them? Song Yi's marriage had ended in divorce, leaving her daughter abandoned without a word. At that time, Yimo was just a child barely 2 years old. They had been so ruthless as to not even return for money, let alone their presence. Her husband passed away in anger, never closing his eyes in peace. The tears she shed were countless, fearing that her own eyes would become a burden to Yimo. Her precious Yimo was so well-behaved and promising. Surely, there would come a time when they would regret their decisions. Yimo could not hold back her tears either. The words she spoke were the aspirations of a past life, long pondered and now manifesting as an obsession. After a lengthy bout of weeping, Song's grandmother finally felt a release. With her rough yet warm hands, she gently wiped away her granddaughter's tears and said in a gravelly voice, "Tomorrow morning, we shall go to the city. I intend to live to 100, so that everyone can witness the filial devotion of my granddaughter, burying those who belittle us in the depths of the earth." Yes, Song Yimo nodded vigorously. The two of them, with their red faces, noses, and eyes, exchanged smiles. Song's grandmother patted her granddaughter's hand, urging her to sleep early, for the next day would be filled with activity, and one must be well rested. Upon returning to her chamber, the elderly woman gazed at the black and white photographs adorning her desk. She tenderly lifted one, caressing the image of her youthful partner, reflecting on the promise of a prosperous future. "How wonderful it would be if you could still be here with us," she mused. The thought of her beloved companion brought fresh tears to her eyes. Those two wretches had sent word long ago, yet her partner had stubbornly clung to life for 2 more days without receiving a final farewell. The bitterness of his departure weighed heavily on her heart. In the shadows, whispers circulated about the Song family, branding them as the progenitors of ungrateful offspring. Despite the obedience displayed by her granddaughter, Yimo, and the kindness shown to her face-to-face, she could not escape the nagging fear that others would label her as yet another ingrate, akin to Song Yi and Song Ji. Such remarks stung her deeply, igniting a fear that Yimo might indeed live up to those harsh judgments. Yet now, she felt reassured. Her Yimo was unlike the others, not in the slightest. Chapter 25. Medical consultation in Mang City. The following day, the grandmother and granddaughter rose early and caught the first bus to Mang City. They first withdrew 3,000 yuan, which they carried with them. Song Yimo adeptly guided her grandmother to transfer buses, leading her to the central hospital without needing to inquire about directions. With remarkable familiarity, they ascended to the second-floor corridor where the specialists were located, patiently waiting in line. During the wait, Song's grandmother appeared somewhat anxious and instinctively sought conversation. "Yimo, have you gathered information about this place beforehand? You seem so familiar with it." Indeed, she was well acquainted with this route, having traversed it countless times, recalling those days filled with despair that now seemed shrouded in darkness. However, that was a year and a half ago. At this moment, none of those experiences had yet unfolded. Song Yimo clasped her grandmother's hand, feeling the warmth and vitality emanating from it. "I inquired a few days ago. Some classmates have visited here. No wonder. If you weren't by my side every day, I might have thought you had been here before," her grandmother remarked, glancing around. The central hospital was indeed far more expansive than their local county hospital. "It's the best hospital in Mang City, certainly superior to the one in our county." Song Yimo managed a strained smile, her heart racing. Until she received the doctor's confirmation, she could find no solace, her nerves tightening as the moment approached, even more than during her college entrance examinations. Zhang Chunxiang. Zhang Chunxiang. Who is that? Song Yimo quickly assisted her grandmother to her feet. "That's us. Please come in." Seated behind the desk was a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting glasses and exuding an air of calm, akin to a physician even without the white coat. Yet, Song Yimo was aware of his commendable medical ethics. His name tag read, "Chief Physician in Asia. Director and I, could you please examine my grandmother? She has been experiencing frequent stomach pains lately." And Aisha glanced at her, his expression unchanged, although his gaze softened slightly. "Please have a seat." "How old is she?" Feeling the tension rise, Song's grandmother instinctively clutched her stomach, which seemed to ache anew. She is 63, Director and I. Please, would you examine her quickly? It seems her stomach is hurting again. Do not rush. His calm demeanor provided a sense of reassurance to Song Yimo. Many times in the past, he had offered her these 3 words, seemingly devoid of significance. Yet when spoken by Director and I, they carried an almost magical quality, instilling a belief that there was no need for haste and that everything would ultimately be resolved. In due course, the issue was indeed resolved, though the person could not be retained for long. Outside, the bustling crowd continued to surge, while within the room, the atmosphere was tranquil. Even the assistant's footsteps were barely audible, leaving only the dialogue between Enai and Song's grandmother. Song Yimo bit her lip, unable to suppress her anxious thoughts. Even if her grandmother suffered from a stomach ailment, it could be treated as long as it was not cancer, that devouring disease. They were not here because of an acute onset of illness, but rather proactively seeking treatment. The timing was significantly ahead, and surely there would be no cause for concern. You have been suffering from a stomach issue for quite some time. Haven't you? At this moment, Grandma Song appeared less anxious, her smile transforming her into a kind and amiable elder. It had been many years since her youth at her family home when she first experienced stomach issues. Back then, few were fortunate enough to have good digestion. It was not considered an ailment, but merely something to endure. However, her discomfort had become more frequent recently, prompting her granddaughter to insist on a doctor's visit for peace of mind. Thus, they found themselves at the clinic with Grandma Song inquiring, "Doctor, is there anything wrong? There's a minor issue, but we must conduct further examinations to ascertain the specifics." "Have you eaten today, ma'am?" the doctor asked. "I haven't. My granddaughter said I should refrain from eating before the stomach examination," she replied. "That was wise," Dr. Anijah remarked, glancing at the quiet young girl before swiftly writing up a referral. "Your stomach condition has persisted for quite some time, so I won't put you through unnecessary procedures. I will directly issue a request for a gastroscopy and biopsy. This examination may be somewhat uncomfortable. Please bear with it, as we aim to get everything done in one go to spare you additional distress." "All right," Grandma Song acquiesced. Dr. Anijah then addressed the young girl. "This biopsy will take at least 4 working days for results. Remember to bring your grandmother back next Friday." "Friday won't work," Grandma Song interjected before her granddaughter could speak. "I can't miss any high school classes. I have lessons on Saturday, too. We can only come on Sunday for half a day. Sunday for collection is acceptable. But there will be other doctors present," he informed them. For Grandma Song, any doctor would suffice, but her granddaughter held a profound trust in Dr. Anijah. "Will you be here on Saturday?" she inquired. "I will be here," he confirmed. "Then I will bring Grandma on Saturday," she decided. "That's not feasible. You've already missed half a day today. Are you planning to skip another day next week? What if your grades suffer?" With a gentle smile, Song Yimo reassured Dr. Anijah, pulling her grandmother up to proceed with the examination. "My grades won't drop. Missing 1 day is fine. I'll just study more. During the examination, you must remain silent. If you feel unwell and can't hold it any longer, just signal a doctor." As their voices faded, a resident doctor in the room sighed while chewing on a pen, thinking how well-behaved the young girl was. Where are the adults? How could they trust their child to come here alone with just her grandmother? There are reasons for their absence, whether due to unavailability, ignorance, or reluctance to attend. Who can say? Dr. Anijah made notes and called for the next patient. Song Yimo skillfully settled the payment before leading her grandmother to the examination room. The procedure itself was brief, but particularly discomforting, leaving Grandma Song pale and occasionally feeling nauseous. Afterward, Song Yimo guided her back to hear the doctor's advice, with Dr. Anijah meticulously covering every detail. The news of their visit to the city was kept from others, but it was difficult to conceal from the Miao family. Nevertheless, since this was a matter concerning the Song family, Miao Jun could only inquire about their situation upon their return. Song Yimo was preoccupied with the examination results, speaking less than usual. Her classmates, curious and eager to inquire, were met with silence, as Miao Zhuo fiercely deterred anyone attempting to pry into the family's affairs. "Yimo, a senior from the 2nd year, is looking for you," someone called out. Song Yimo lifted her gaze from her book, puzzled. as she did not recognize anyone from the second year. In the corridor stood a tall figure with an elegant posture, suggesting a background in dance or physical training. As the individual turned upon hearing footsteps, a sense of familiarity washed over me. Do we know each other? The person hesitated momentarily, then arrogantly raised her chin, proclaiming, "How could we possibly know each other? Oh, is there something you need?" What sort of reaction is this? Could it be that Song Yimo does not recognize her? Chun Fangfei from Class 4 of the second year. She had been crowned the school beauty upon entering high school. Who in the first high school doesn't T know her? Is she truly putting on such an act? "I am Chun Fangfei." Song Yimo nodded. "I am Song Yimo." Why such a reaction? Chapter 26, A Love Letter, What is Amiss? Song Yimo rifled through her thoughts, resolutely certain that she did not recognize this person. The class was about to commence. Chun Fangfei, usually astute in her interactions, found herself at a loss for words in the presence of such an individual. Awkwardly brushing her long hair back, her tone softened. "I came to ask you, did she really write you a love letter?" Seeing through her nervousness, Song Yimo instantly grasped her youthful infatuation and candidly replied, "I do not even know who she is, nor have I ever received a love letter." "How could that be? I distinctly heard a senior from the third year say that he wrote you a love letter. Believe it or not, I have not received anything." Her keen eyes caught sight of the homeroom teacher approaching, prompting Song Yimo to end the conversation. "Senior, I will not be engaging in romantic relationships during high school. I have nothing to do with anyone. I'm heading back to class." Chun Fangfei began to entertain the possibility that Song Yimo might be telling the truth. However, the person who informed her was quite close, raising doubts about whether they had deceived her to embarrass her deliberately. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Chun Fangfei stomped her foot and set off to find someone. Chun Bailing paused and turned back. Recognizing Chun Fangfei as the one whose appearance and academic performance were inversely related. What connection could there be between Song Yimo and her? As the class bell rang, Song Yimo retrieved her English book from her desk and took out her Chinese literature book, flipping it open to the page designated for today's lesson, where lay a pale green letter. Recalling Chun Fangfei's earlier accusatory demeanor, a shiver ran down her spine. Could this possibly be someone's love letter? It was quite evidently placed there by a classmate playing the role of a good Samaritan. What nuisance! At that moment, she found herself devoid of any romantic inclinations. Besides, to her, high school boys seemed too young. She had no desire to engage in a relationship with someone so much her junior. A sibling romance was entirely out of the question for her. "Class is starting. Stand up." Seizing the opportunity while the teacher was inspecting the students, Song Yimo swiftly tucked the letter back in her desk, unnoticed by her desk mate. After enduring an entire class, Song Yimo leaned over to her desk mate, Chun Xiao, and whispered, "Has anyone come by my desk today?" Chun Xiao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Did someone slip you a love letter?" No need for further words. Your reaction speaks volumes. Chun Xiao leaned closer, her excitement palpable. "Show me. I have never received a love letter." "Answer my question." Chun Xiao pondered for a moment. The vice class monitor stopped by and chatted with Chun Ing at your seat. The attentive Chun Ing, seated ahead, caught wind of her name and rushed over. "What gossip are you spreading about me? Spill it out. Just saying you've gained weight again." Song Yimo gently pushed her round face away, her hand dusted with crumbs. "Are you still eating? Do you wish to become a giant melon?" Chun Ing chuckled, wiping her mouth as she returned to her seat. "This dismal existence of mine is left with such a hobby. Even a slight emptiness in my stomach feels unbearable. Please indulge me." Song Yimo earnestly reminded her. "Love has nothing to do with weight." "Who says?" The tale of Emperor Tang Ming and Yang Guifei is a prime example of love. Yang Guifei was plump yet proportionate. Alas, we no longer reside in the Tang dynasty. Chuning bit into a cookie with a crisp snap, indignantly declaring, "If I lived in the Tang dynasty, surely Yang Yuan would be of no concern to me." Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd, accompanied by a flurry of playful jests. Song Yimo, with a twinkle in her eye, feigned indifference as she glanced around, her peripheral vision catching sight of Lu Dinghong in a nearby seat, her expression devoid of mirth. How peculiar! She bore no grudges against anyone in class. She simply wished for harmony among all. Why then did Lu Dinghong harbor animosity toward her? Did she know Yushi? Speaking of which, who exactly was Yushi? Song Yimo, feeling a twinge of annoyance, raked her fingers through her hair. With a generational gap of 3 years, there existed at least 3 divides between her and these young ladies, making it difficult for her to fathom their thoughts. After school, as they rode their bicycles, Song Yimo playfully patted Miao Zhuo's waist, causing her to twist like a serpent. Mo, we're going to topple over. Song Yimo leaned against her back and inquired, Do you know who Yushi is? Of course I do. Don't tell me you don't know. I truly don't know. Miao Zhuo turned her head to look at her, but Song Yimo playfully pushed her back down. He is a senior in the 3rd year. His family owns the largest supermarket in the county. I've heard they have other businesses as well, quite affluent. And of course he is quite handsome. The school heartthrob from freshman to senior year. Song Yimo nodded appreciatively. And who is the school belle? Chun Fengfei from the 2nd year. She has held the title for 2 consecutive years. However, this year is contentious, Miao Zhuo chuckled. Many believe that apart from not being as tall as Chun Fengfei, Song Yimo surpass her in every other aspect, especially academically, where you leave her far behind. The title of school belle merely requires good looks and figure. Grades have nothing to do with it. Someone like me would only qualify as a class flower at best. Song Yimo contemplated the girl she had seen that morning, who indeed was quite stunning. No wonder she had looked as if she had seen a ghost when she claimed not to know the other. You're underestimating yourself. Exceptional grades, beauty, figure, and poise. It's rare for a school belle to embody all 4 qualities. Just wait until next year. The title will undoubtedly belong to our Mo, Song Yimo laughed. Thinking it absurd, she had spent 4 years in high school without ever achieving the status of school belle. Now that she had just entered her 1st year, could she really attain it? Her appearance had not changed. Meow, have you thought about what university you wish to attend? Is it too early to think about that now? It's never too early. We will have to choose between arts and sciences in our 2nd year. So it's best to have a goal in mind to strive towards. Miao Zhuo paused, then asked, What about you, Mo? Have you decided where you want to apply? I aim to get into Yenjing University. There are many options, and given my grades, securing a spot in a prestigious program should not pose a challenge. Of course, if you don't aim for a top-tier university, see if our old teacher will let you off the hook. My dad would certainly nag you. Then I shall aim for a top-tier university. Song Yimo readily made her decision. Meow, allow me to offer you some advice. Miao Zhuo halted, bracing herself on the ground as she turned to look at her. Do tell. Song Yimo stepped down from her seat and stood before her. Consider enrolling in the National Defense University. Joining the military suits you perfectly. Your physical fitness is commendable. Tall and athletic, with a passion for running and jumping, you can certainly endure the rigors. Miao Zhuo nodded vigorously without a second thought. Yes, pursuing a career in the military sounds wonderful. Every time I watch the parades on television, they are so impressive, especially the female soldiers. How could I have overlooked this? Yimo, is there a National Defense University in Yenjing? Indeed, there are several, with the finest National Defense University located in Yenjing. However, you may not meet the qualifications. The admissions process is quite stringent. Even if we reside in the same city, we may not have the opportunity to see each other often. Do not let that deter you. Set a goal and strive towards it. Chapter 27. Declining the senior after returning home and sharing a conversation with her grandmother. Song Yimo made her way back to her room. She retrieved the letter from the innermost recesses of her backpack and placed it at the bottom of her drawer. While she would not accept this gesture of affection, she held a deep respect for the sentiment behind it. Thus, even though she chose not to read or acknowledge it, she would not belittle it. After reviewing the knowledge she had acquired that day and completing several exercises, Song Yimo logged onto her computer and accessed her QQ account. The 2 avatars she recognized were both animatedly bouncing. She first clicked on the one belonging to her editor, Zhang Chuyang. Yimo, with your grades, you'll be ready for publication by mid-month. Do you agree? Calculating the word count, Song Yimo replied, No, that has too few words. I promised to add an additional 50,000 words. I cannot go back on my word. Zhang Chuyang responded swiftly, I anticipated your refusal. I've discussed it with the chief editor, and we'll aim for publication on the 1st of next month. This will also enhance our chances on the rankings. So please prepare in advance. One impoverished as I am. After publication, my updates will be limited. Life is busy, but I can assure you of consistent updates. Zhang Chuliang remarked, for others, I would endeavor to persuade them, as more updates yield better results and attract more readers. However, given your situation, I can only offer my support. With a cigarette between his lips, Zhang Chuliang continued typing. Try to accumulate some material. A good recommendation requires a burst of creativity. One impoverished as I am. All right, I'll write more during the holiday. Zhang Chuliang raised an eyebrow. Holiday? Are you a teacher? No, I am a student. A high school student, utterly exhausted, Song Yimo thought, but only sent an ellipsis in response. Zhang Chuliang, perceptive enough not to press further, continued thus far. The quality of your novel is commendable. Maintain this standard, and I hope this book becomes a classic. One impoverished as I am. Thank you for your appreciation. Feeling her reply was somewhat terse, Song Yimo sent a fist bump emoji. I'm off to write. Leave a message if you need anything. Zhang Chuliang encouraged, keep it up. Having addressed one matter, Song Yimo clicked on the other lively avatar, which contained several messages. The timestamps indicated one per day, a frequency that was neither overwhelming nor unpleasant, but rather endearing. Muyong. Yimo, are you busy? Muyong. Yimo, how did your midterm exams go? Muyong. Yimo, the weather is getting cooler. Make sure to wear more clothes. Muyong. Yimo, is your workload heavy? A warmth enveloped Song Yimo's heart, and a faint smile graced her lips, revealing two little dimples on her cheeks. One impoverished as I am. Hello, Brother Zhai. I've been a bit busy with my studies lately. The midterms went decently. I excelled in the sciences, but I struggled with the humanities and received criticism from my teacher. The reply came almost instantly. Struggling with humanities? Aren't girls generally better at that? One impoverished as I am. It's not exactly a struggle. I just need to memorize a few more key points. Zhai Muyang stretched his body and resumed typing. Will you pursue the sciences in the future? One impoverished as I am. Of course, the sciences are less time-consuming. Checking the time, Song Yimo said, Brother Zhai, I'm going to read now. Muyang replied, all right, take care of yourself. Yimo, your eyes are beautiful. It's a pity you wear glasses. One impoverished as I am. That won't be an issue. My eyes will remain fine. Song Yimo felt a touch of pride. In her previous life, her eyes had been perfectly healthy until the very end. Imagining her resolute demeanor, Zhai Muyang felt a slight urge to see her again. I won't take up your time any longer. Go read your book. Poverty-stricken, she replied, all right, goodbye, Brother Zhai. After shutting down the messaging app, Song Yimo felt a pang of guilt for her deceit, silently apologizing to Brother Zhai several times before opening her document, continuing the narrative. This was her source of income. She could not afford to slack off. Since she issued that announcement, there had been some patrons, but the pressure to receive donations was not as overwhelming as before. For instance, the user named Mao Xian Mao maintained a frequency of one red envelope a day, which was quite restrained compared to earlier. Along with contributions from others, the comment section often bloomed in red throughout the day, a sight she had grown accustomed to. Consequently, even though her work had yet to be published, by early next month, she anticipated a considerable influx of income. Should her grandmother's stomach issues prove to be minor, she could manage without seeking assistance from anyone. Once her work was published, given her current collection, she was confident her results would not be disappointing. As long as she could hold on until then, she would have nothing to worry about. As Friday arrived, Song Yimo approached her homeroom teacher to request leave. Chun Bai-ling, exasperated by this student who was otherwise exemplary but frequently asked for leave, found herself unable to refuse. After all, the girl lived with her elderly grandmother alone. After signing the leave form, Chun Bai-ling habitually offered her some advice before permitting her to leave. Exiting the office, Song Yimo exhaled deeply. She did not wish to take time off, but if her grandmother's condition truly required attention, she feared she might need to request an extended leave, which would surely irritate her teacher. Concerned that Meow Meow might be waiting, she hurried towards the school gate. A striking, red mountain bike came to a halt before her. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Who are you? The boy appeared momentarily taken aback. You don't recognize me? Was it truly so strange not to know him? This tone immediately reminded Song Yimo of Chun Fong Fei, and with a flash of thought, A name surfaced in her mind, though she refrained from voicing it, worrying it might be embarrassing if this individual was not the Yushi she suspected. The boy seemed to find the situation amusing. You accepted my love letter, but don't know who I am? Now I know. You're Yushi. Yushi was indeed handsome, standing around 6 feet tall, an impressive height for the southern region. With stylishly cut hair and striking features, dressed in branded athletic wear. He appeared even taller and more striking. Although he had grown up in a small county, his affluent upbringing endowed him with an admirable demeanor. Perhaps in 10 years, he could become a heartthrob. Nevertheless, the 10-year age gap was insurmountable. Song Yimo remained unfazed by his charm. I haven't bothered you these past few days, but since we've met, could you give me an answer? Thank you for your kindness, but I have no intention of dating in high school. Being rejected took Yushi by surprise. He brushed his hair back, realizing he had been too direct in his inquiry. Was she embarrassed? This was his first attempt at pursuing someone. He lacked experience. Are you worried about what the teacher might think? Rest assured, I shall not spread this information indiscriminately. I plan to attend university in Mongshire, which is not far from you. This is not the reason. It has nothing to do with anyone else, but rather my own lack of intent. Nonetheless, I am sincerely grateful to you. I have always possessed confidence, and now it has only grown. Song Yimo has an inherently oval face, and when she smiles, 2 delightful dimples appear, lending her an air of authenticity that compels others to smile in return. I must take my leave now. Farewell, senior. Wait. Yushi instinctively called out to her, but found himself at a loss for words. He felt a pang of disappointment from the rejection, yet more so, he felt a sense of pride in his discernment. The person he admired should indeed be so candid and forthright. If she were the type who could be easily won over, he would not have been drawn to her. I shall escort you back. I have heard that the senior has many admirers, and it would not bode well if someone misinterpreted our interaction. I have friends waiting for me at the school gate. Song Yimo waved her hand and hurried away. Chapter 28. Grandma's illness. The winter in the south arrived slowly. Although the mornings and evenings of November turned cool, the days remained quite pleasant, merely requiring a light jacket. Amidst Grandma's incessant murmurs, Song Yimo tidied herself up and ventured into Grandma's room to find her a coat. The old-fashioned wardrobe contained neatly folded clothes, few in number and worn with age. As she touched the fabric of her own attire, though not particularly new, it paled in comparison to Grandma's garments. A wave of sorrow surged within her, and she bit her lip, desperately suppressing her emotions. Everything will be all right. She would purchase new clothes for Grandma and ensure that she lived better than anyone else. After securing the door, Song Yimo assisted Grandma down the stairs, urging her to proceed slowly. Grandma sighed, lamenting the dilapidated state of their home. The hallway lights had been broken for half the year, and living on the second floor was manageable. But Mrs. Xie from Building 11, who lived on the 4th floor, had recently fallen while hurrying to buy groceries and had suffered broken bones, including her collarbone and leg. They would need to visit her upon their return from the city. All right, I will accompany you. Song Yimo could not help but admonish. Please take care when descending. Elderly bones are brittle and cannot withstand falls. Mrs. Xie must be in great pain. Grandma understood well that should an accident occur, it would be her granddaughter who would bear the brunt of the worry. With a gentle pat on Song Yimo's arm, Grandma felt a sense of contentment. Song Ani. They both looked up as Song Yimo called out to the approaching figures of Meow Dad and Meow Mom. Meow Mom came closer, adjusting Song Yimo's collar. We're heading to the city for some errands and can give you a ride. Are we going to the general hospital or the central hospital? The central hospital. Though Song Yimo was unsure whether Meow Dad and Meow Mom truly had business to attend to, the convenience of a car was undeniable. The bus service was inadequate and often halted, causing Grandma to feel nauseous during her last ride. Let us get in the car. Traffic is light at this hour. Miao Yun Urtit. Grandma had little to add. The elderly possess a keen awareness of those who genuinely care for them. The journey took approximately an hour and a half. Meow Mum turned to the duo and asked, "Have you had breakfast? Would you like me to buy something for the road?" "I had some porridge, but Grandma struggles with car rides. I worry that if she eats too much, she will feel worse. I will buy her some buns once we reach the hospital." "That sounds reasonable. There is still time. You both should rest. If you can, catch a little more sleep, as waiting at the hospital can be exasperating without sufficient energy, Meow Mum suggested, pointing to a corner of the back seat where a blanket lay. Song Yimo quickly retrieved it to cover Grandma, who in turn shared half of it with her granddaughter. The two, relying on each other, were absorbed in thoughts of one another, prompting Meow Mum to feel a slight sting in her eyes. After dozing off for a short while, Song Yimo awoke as the vehicle came to a halt. Just in time, they had arrived at the hospital. Grandma patted her hand and shifted her body to a light from the car, prompting Song Yimo to follow closely behind. Let's first listen to the results and see what the doctor has to say. If all is well, we can leave together, Meow Jun stated, holding his briefcase. Our matters can wait. Let us go. They had departed early, and upon their arrival at the hospital, the doctor was still engaged in a morning meeting. The group waited for a while before they saw Dr. Elijah approach, clad in a white coat. Elijah was deeply impressed by the duo of grandmother and granddaughter. He ushered a few individuals into his office and stated, "The examination results have arrived." The hearts of the group sank, and Song Yimo's breathing quickened. Fortunately, they had come for the checkup early. Any further delay could have led to serious complications. Elijah sifted through the results and handed them to the group. Song Yimo, disregarding any semblance of politeness, snatched the document and bypassed the technical jargon, focusing solely on the outcome. The diagnosis revealed moderate atrophic gastritis accompanied by moderate intestinal epithelial metaplasia with adenomatous polyps, with several polyps exceeding 2 centimeters in size. Elijah simultaneously articulated the medical condition, indicating that the risk of adenomatous polyps undergoing malignant transformation ranged from 30 to 58.3%, and that intestinal epithelial metaplasia is also a precancerous condition requiring immediate hospitalization for treatment. For this family, it was akin to adding insult to injury, yet for Song Yimo, it was monumental news. Her grandmother had not yet developed cancer. As long as it was a treatable illness, she could endure anything. However, Meow Jun and his wife changed countenance. "Doctor, does my aunt require surgery?" Elijah initially presumed them to be the elderly woman's children and cast a scrutinizing glance at the speaker. Surgery is necessary to remove the polyps, and both the gastritis and intestinal metaplasia require treatment. Can it be completely cured? Elijah removed his glasses to wipe them, explaining that atrophic gastritis primarily depends on care, while metaplasia necessitates regular follow-ups. The removal of polyps does not preclude the possibility of regrowth in the future. However, the current surgery must be performed. The gastritis cannot be allowed to worsen, as that would pose significant danger. Song Yimo's grandmother appeared bewildered. "Do we have to operate? Can't we just take medication?" Before Elijah could elaborate, Song Yimo placed a reassuring hand on her grandmother's shoulder and said, "Director, please prepare the hospitalization order. We will admit her immediately, and we kindly ask you to arrange for the surgery as soon as possible." Elijah nodded, issuing a hospitalization order and advising her to consume light meals over the next few days, ensuring to avoid any irritants. Understood. Song Yimo assisted her grandmother to her feet, inquiring, "Director, will you personally perform this surgery?" Elijah saw trust in her eyes, a sight most cherished by a physician, and he affirmed, "I will." "Thank you, Director." Song Yimo bowed deeply, her eyes glistening with moisture. Observing her distress, Elijah felt compelled to provide some comfort, stating that although the illness could not be completely eradicated in one go, diligent care would prevent major complications, and the surgery was not particularly extensive, so there was no need for undue concern. Song Yimo nodded, expressing her gratitude once more. Her grandmother wore a look of alarm. She had not anticipated that a routine checkup would unveil such issues. As they walked, she muttered, "Had I known, I wouldn't have come." Hospitals are merely places that drain your money. "That's not quite accurate," Meow Mama interjected, supporting Song Yimo's grandmother with her other arm. Fortunately, Yimo was attentive and brought you for this checkup. If you had delayed for another year, we could have been facing cancer, and that would truly be a life-threatening illness. Do you genuinely wish to leave Yimo all alone? Contemplating that possibility silenced Song Yimo's grandmother. Song Yimo cast a grateful glance at Meow Mama and said, "Meow Dad, Meow Mom, please stay here with Grandma for a moment while I go settle the hospitalization fee." Meow Mama exchanged a knowing look with Meow June, who understood and followed her. The hospital bill indicated a sum of 3,000. But Song Yimo was acutely aware that her grandmother's illness would undoubtedly require a far greater expenditure. Fortunately, she currently possessed precisely that amount, and she intended to withdraw all the necessary funds shortly. Meow Jun hastily caught up with her, retrieving cash from his wallet to offer her. "Here, take this," he insisted. However, Song Yimo shook her head, asserting, "I have sufficient funds. Nevertheless, take it. The expenses for this illness will not be trifling." She replied, "I have earned a little, and combined with the money my grandmother has, it should suffice. If it proves inadequate, I will inform you, Meowba." Chapter 29. Grandmother's hospitalization. Meow Jun habitually furrowed his brow, pondering the matter at hand. The Meow couple held a significant position in Song Yimo's heart. She was acutely aware of their deep regard for her. If she failed to articulate her concerns clearly, they would undoubtedly offer financial assistance, just as they had in the past, when they had nearly exhausted their resources for her benefit. It was evident that during that period, despite Meow Ba's struggles with his new job and the severe ostracism he faced, his concern for her never waned. As people moved about, Song Yimo tugged at Meow Jun's sleeve, leading him to a secluded area outside the hall to converse. "Dad, I mentioned my novel writing before. I managed to earn some money from it." Meow Jun's face registrait de surprise. "With such a heavy academic load in high school, do you truly find time to write?" "There's always time to be found," Song Yimo replied, employing a rather cliché phrase as she kicked a small stone at her feet. "I haven't neglected my studies." Given his close relationship with his daughter, Meow Jun was well aware of her performance in the recent midterm exams. Out of nearly 800 students in 12 classes, Yimo had ranked in the top 20. Writing a novel consumes both mental energy and time, Meow Jun mused. If Yimo devoted all her time to studying, surely she could excel academically. However, he understood the circumstances surrounding the Song family. Aunt Song's condition was not trivial. The surgery was merely to remove a polyp, but the doctor had made it clear that gastritis required careful treatment and management. The mention of potential complications sounded perilous, all of which necessitated financial resources. He was determined to assist as much as he could, yet he believed that using one's own money was truly helping, while borrowing from others, even from the Song family, would be remembered with precision, each debt noted meticulously by Yimo. Despite the closeness of their relationship, this sentiment would hold true, and it would not be forgotten, not even by Yimo herself. While he viewed Yimo's ability to earn her own money as a commendable achievement, he lamented that it might distract her from achieving top marks. After much contemplation, Meow Jun sighed. "If you ever find yourself short on funds, do not hesitate to tell me." "I will, Dad," Song Yimo replied, relieved. She too worried that Meow Jun might deem her pursuits as frivolous. In the minds of adults, students ought to focus solely on their studies, and earning money was a matter for adulthood. Yet, for her, the purpose of education was clear: to earn a living. Why should she not capitalize on her current ability to earn while studying? Achieving the highest grades and gaining admission to the best universities were merely stepping stones to future financial success. Earning over $10,000 a month placed her ahead of her peers in reaching her goals. After completing the admission procedures and settling her grandmother into her hospital room, Song Yimo remembered to take a moment to buy 2 vegetarian buns for her grandmother to enjoy. With her experience, she efficiently managed the preparations without needing assistance from the Meow couple. "Child, aren't you going to let us lend a hand?" Meow Jun asked, as Song Yimo handed freshly washed apples to her parents and poured a glass of water for her grandmother. The hospital was well equipped, with rental hot water bottles available at the nursing station, making it quite convenient. Meow Mama, whose maiden name was He, was named He. She had been classmates with Song Yi, and due to the phonetic similarity of their names, both believed it was a rare bond, resulting in a close and enduring friendship. The bond between the two individuals remained unyielding even as they embarked on their respective journeys of marriage and parenthood. Eventually, Song Yi nearly discarded Song Yimo, a fact that did not sit well with Meow Jun, whose steadfast nature harbored little admiration for her actions. The interruption in their communication further strained their relationship, rendering it less intimate than before. Yet, at this moment, she contemplated reaching out, despite the disdain from Song Yi. Furthermore, she felt compelled to inform Song Ji, for it is the duty of children to care for their parents. Why should a young girl bear this burden alone? One must not be so heartless. Meow Ma, what? What is wrong? Song Yimo exclaimed, alarmed as she noticed Meow Ba in tears. Meow Jun gently patted his wife's shoulder, reassuring her, it's nothing. The atmosphere in this hospital can be quite disheartening. Yimo, Song Ani, he, and I will attend to some matters. You need not worry about lunch. I'll bring something back. Song Ani quickly sat up, saying, you all go ahead, don't mind us. The hospital has a cafeteria. It's quite convenient. It was merely a matter of obtaining a stamp, a brief errand. Yimo, if you need anything, just give me a call, Meow Jun said, handing her a phone card. There's a phone by the nurse's station. Thank you, Meow Ba. After seeing them off, Song Yimo lingered by the window for a moment before returning to the ward. The room contained 3 beds. Song Lao occupied the one by the window. The middle space was vacant, and another elderly woman resided by the door. At this moment, the two were engaged in conversation. Upon hearing their dialogue, Song Yimo felt a sense of familiarity. She had encountered a genuine local accent. Yimo, this is Granny Lu, coincidentally. She is also from Xinghu County, from Shuangheng Town, which is quite close to the county. Hello, Granny Lu. Such a sweet child, Granny Lu replied, her thin frame crinkling into a smile that filled her face with wrinkles, her gaze sincere. Song Yimo felt a surge of happiness. Having someone to talk to would ease her grandmother's worries. After bringing water to wipe her grandmother's hands and face, Song Lao cooperated while continuing to chat. Granny Lu observed, Yimo, you are truly likable. Chunxiang is so fortunate. The elderly cherished hearing praise about their beloved, her eyes narrowing in joy. This child is wonderful, filial, academically accomplished, but alas, she is burdened by this old woman. Grandma, this is not a burden. It is a sweet responsibility. Just a surgery and all will be well. Compared to those suffering from serious illnesses, you are indeed blessed. Song Lao shot her a playful glare. What do you mean by a sweet burden? Are you taking advantage of my lack of education? Song Yimo smiled, baring her teeth, and took the water basin to the balcony. The central hospital was quite decent, with rooms that included a restroom and balcony, though the scent of disinfectant lingered. The conversation within continued, and she exhaled deeply, feeling a bit lighter. Before noon, He arrived with a food container, stating, without waiting for Song Yimo to inquire, your Miao Ba is just behind. Ani, I'll adjust the bed for you to eat. I haven't even had the surgery yet. There's no need for such fuss. Song Lao perched herself at the head of the bed. Between the beds was a cabinet. The lower section could store belongings, while the upper section served perfectly as a dining table. Song Yimo began clearing the top surface, arranging the meal that he had brought. The table was laden with an array of soupy dishes, some of which had even spilled into the bag. Grandma Song, accustomed to frugal living, could not help but exclaim, "Why did you buy so many dishes? There's no way we can finish them all." He swiftly took 2 of the dishes away and also collected a container for rice, suggesting they could enjoy the meal over 2 sittings. The nurse's station had a microwave, allowing them to heat it up later in the evening. Song Yimo expressed her sincere gratitude. Both grandmother and granddaughter were not ones to squander the kindness of others, and they shared their meal contentedly, heads leaning together. He felt a twinge of melancholy as she observed them, and, in an attempt to strike up a conversation, remarked, "Aunt, you should avoid greasy foods these days since you'll be undergoing surgery. It's better to eat more vegetables for easier digestion, and Yimo, please be mindful of what you choose when buying meals." "Understood, Meow Ma," came a reply. Chapter 30. The unconscionable grandmother Song had a habit of napping. Although she found it somewhat uncomfortable to adjust to the new environment, she managed to doze off. Song Yimo, gently holding He's arm, tiptoed outside and exchanged a smile with Grandma Lu, who was in the adjacent bed. Miao Jun was smoking outside, and upon seeing the two approach, hurriedly extinguished his cigarette. "Meow Dad, Meow Mom, you should head back. While Grandma is still able to care for herself before her surgery, I need to return home briefly to gather some things. If I leave now, I can make it back before dinner." Miao Jun immediately dismissed her plan, insisting it's too strenuous to rush like that. "Your aunt might not even be discharged in half a month at the hospital. You must take care of yourself first before tending to your grandmother. Leave the house keys with us and let us know what you need. I'll bring it to you tomorrow." After contemplating, Song Yimo agreed that this was indeed the best course of action. She felt uneasy about leaving her grandmother alone, as the unfamiliar setting would surely cause her distress. Hospitals are inherently oppressive environments, evoking discomfort in everyone. "Meow Mom, could you find 2 sets of clean clothes for both me and Grandma? I can't think of anything else at the moment, so please choose whatever you believe we might need. Most importantly, please bring my backpack. I'll have time to read while I'm here. Oh, and Meow Dad, could you ask Meow Meow to request an extended leave from my homeroom teacher? I'll fill out the leave form when I return. You need a parent's signature for an extended leave. I'll go to the school and take care of it. For now, don't worry about anything else. Focus on your studies. As long as your grades don't drop, the teachers will be understanding." "I will," she replied. Song Yimo returned to the ward to retrieve her bag and handed the keys to Hee. "Thank you for your help, Meow Mom. Don't mention it," Hee replied, accepting the keys with a sigh. She gently stroked Yimo's hair, reminding her to call if there was anything and to never consider them as outsiders. "If Meow Dad and Meow Mom are outsiders, then I have no family left," Song Yimo said, her eyes crinkling into a smile, a lightness evident in her demeanor. Seeing this, Meow Jun and his wife felt a sense of relief. "Then we shall take our leave. I need to make a stop at the bank," Yimo stated. Even as he got into the car, she continued to admonish her, reminding her to keep an eye on the money, to avoid withdrawing too much at once, and to not worry about the distance to the bank, as there were plenty nearby that wouldn't be much trouble to visit. Song Yimo patiently responded with affirmations, but Meow Jun interjected, "Yimo is sensible. You should save your breath. Yimo, you go ahead. We'll be off. Meow Dad, please drive carefully," she called as she turned to glance back at her daughter, tears streaming down her cheeks. How could such a wonderful child be so easily discarded by Song E? And that Song Ji, how long has it been since he last visited Aunt? After all the effort spent raising him, is it only to have him accompany his wife to honor her mother? Such a lack of conscience. How can he be so heartless? He came back a while ago asking Aunt Song for the property deed, claiming he lost money in a business partnership and needed it to secure a loan. Aunt Song refused, fearing that she and Yimo would end up without a roof over their heads. Unforgivable, he seethed, grinding her teeth. She pulled out her phone and scrolled through her contacts, vowing that if he couldn't even visit his sick mother, she would make sure he regretted it. Meow Jun did not interfere with his wife's phone call, yet he harbored little hope. Rather than waiting for Song Ji's benevolence, he deemed it more prudent to leverage connections to facilitate Song's aunt's medical insurance, which might yield some reimbursement in the future. Conversely, Song Yimo had never considered informing her uncle. After all, when her own mother was diagnosed with cancer, she had merely received 1,000 yuan and had not shown her face since. It was unlikely he would perceive this situation as anything more than a minor surgery, and whether he would even come was uncertain. She had no expectations from anyone. Reflecting on her sources of income, Song Yimo felt fortunate that she had prepared herself the day before, placing all her remaining drafts into the storage box. As long as she could be discharged within 20 days, she need not worry about any interruptions to her writing. Upon returning to the hospital room, she found her grandmother awake, having slept considerably less than usual. "Grandmother, are you uncomfortable?" The strong scent of disinfectant permeated the air, and even in a semi-conscious state, she was aware she was in a hospital, where restful sleep was elusive. The elderly often required less sleep. A brief nap sufficed. "Have Junzi and the others left?" "Yes. My father will bring me some supplies tomorrow, mainly a few changes of clothes and my backpack. I need to read as well. My grades have dropped, and my teacher won't grant me any leave after this." Understanding her grandmother's anxiety, Song Yimo spoke plainly to alleviate her worries, allowing her grandmother to feel more at ease. "Over the years, I owe them so much. They are better than my own children," sighed Song's grandmother, shifting her body slightly to rest. "This isn't home, and I fear I won't sleep well tonight." Obediently, Song Yimo removed her shoes and laid down beside her grandmother, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. She soon drifted into slumber, and when she awoke, her grandmother was already receiving intravenous fluids. "Why didn't you wake me? Has the doctor come?" It was the nurse who came. She administered a bottle of medication and said I would need 5 bottles of intravenous fluid. If they need to change the fluids, just ring the bell. Song Yimo was familiar with this routine. She glanced at the 4 bag, noting it was still half full, and then proceeded to wash her face. From a plastic bucket she had purchased, she retrieved a hand warmer, plugged it in, and once the light turned green, she unplugged it and placed it beneath her grandmother's hand. She then lowered the 4-pole carefully, expertly looping the drip line around the warmer. Her movements so practiced they seemed rehearsed. Gently touching her grandmother's cold hand, she prepared a warm towel to wrap around her arm with utmost care. Song's grandmother looked on with a smile, and all her unease dissipated. Yimo was merely a 15-year-old child, and it was already a burden for her to shoulder such responsibilities. It would be unreasonable for a woman who had lived for decades to add to her worries. Spring Siang, I truly envy you, Song's grandmother remarked, looking up with a smile. Her eyes subtly tinged with a hint of redness that would go unnoticed by anyone not paying close attention. Indeed, I am fortunate, she replied. Indeed, my 3 sons and 1 daughter cannot compare to this little child. If she were just a bit older, I would wish to have her as my granddaughter-in-law. Though spoken in jest, the affection behind her words was genuine. Who wouldn't adore a well-behaved and understanding child, especially an elderly person? With a hearty laugh, Song's grandmother responded, "That simply won't do. Yimo's partner must be someone she truly likes." Song Yimo dismissed the notion that the person speaking was her. Noticing that there was still an ample supply of medicine, she retrieved a pen and paper from her bag to contemplate her narrative. She intended to take advantage of this interlude to reorganize her outline and pen a few handwritten pages. She aimed to produce no less than 3,000 words each day. Once her grandmother was discharged from the hospital, she planned to devote her full attention to the subjects she was lagging behind in, fearing that a lack of additional writing might hinder her ability to keep pace with the updates. She also saw this time as an opportunity to reinforce her knowledge in the humanities, which had been a hindrance. Conversely, she felt little concern for the sciences. Even if she missed a few classes, she was confident in her ability to catch up. Having served as a teacher for 3 years, albeit at the middle school level, she had retained a considerable amount of information from her studies, and she believed that reviewing the formulas would not pose a significant challenge. Chapter 31. The fear of the weak having crafted a rather flexible schedule, Song Yimo lifted her gaze to find that the infusion was nearly complete. She promptly rose to ring the bell. The nurse, observing the warmth measures that Song Yimo had undertaken for the elderly patient while changing the 4 fluid, lightened her pace and kindly reminded her to be cautious of the drip, lest it become compromised. Song Yimo nodded appreciatively. For most, keeping vigil by the bedside is a tiresome endeavor. However, having endured more arduous times, Song Yimo felt no agitation, even when she had to vacate the empty bed in the middle of the night for a newly admitted patient. The newcomer appeared to be in his 20s, and through their conversation, it was revealed that he was suffering from acute appendicitis. With no available beds in the general surgery ward, he had been temporarily placed in the digestive department due to its less congested state. The comings and goings of various individuals extinguished any semblance of sleep for the other patients in the room. Song Lalao sighed, urging her granddaughter to remove her shoes and lie beside her. Today, Grandma Lu was accompanied by her son who, visibly irritable after stepping out for a smoke, returned to find the atmosphere still quite lively and struggled to suppress his frustration. In a gruff voice, he remarked, "Can't you consider that there are 2 other patients in this room? We are all of a certain age. Do you wish to keep them awake all night?" Grandma Lu tugged at her son's sleeve, urging him to lower his voice. Though he appeared irritable, his nature was dutiful, and upon hearing her plea, he fell silent. Reaching under the covers to check on his mother and rummaging through the cupboard for a blanket he had brought to cover her, the newcomers, perhaps sensing their lack of justification, grew quieter despite their displeasure. The commotion in the ward diminished significantly. Song Yimo quietly commended the older gentleman in her heart, leaning against her grandmother, slipping into slumber once more. She had long mastered the art of seizing moments for rest. In a state of half-sleep, she was stirred by a faint ouch. Instinctively, she opened her eyes, ready to check on her grandmother. Had she been disturbed? Once Song Lalao awoke, she found it difficult to return to sleep. She could not expect others to endure pain in silence for the sake of her, in her granddaughter's rest. It was likely that the effects of the anesthesia from the surgery were wearing off. Regaining her composure, Song Yimo felt a wave of relief wash over her. She rubbed her eyes and descended to the nurse's station to request some cotton. Passing by Grandma Lu's bed, she shared half of her cotton, which could serve a purpose in muffling the noise. Grandma Lu smiled, gesturing for her son to take it, saying, "You're quite clever. Hurry and help your grandmother with it." Allowing her granddaughter to tend to her, Song Lao Lao inquired, "Will this truly help? Is my voice quieter now?" "Indeed, it's much softer now. Do use it for yourself so you can rest a bit longer. It's still dark outside." Her sleep was fragmented into several brief intervals, making restful slumber elusive. Consequently, Song Yimo remained in a state of half-consciousness, feeling more fatigued than if she had not slept at all. The newcomers, however, seemed to sleep soundly and accustomed to early rising. Song Yimo shot them several envious glares. Fortunately, Grandma Lao Lao eventually found her own peace in sleep, appearing quite tranquil now. To avoid disturbing her, Song Yimo remained still, closing her eyes as she contemplated the items she needed to purchase later that day. Grandmother is light sleeper. Hospitals are inevitably bustling with unexpected occurrences. The sounds are unavoidable, so I must purchase a pair of ear muffs and an eye mask for her to help her acclimate over the next few days. By the time her surgery takes place, she should be well adjusted. I am uncertain when the operation will be scheduled. Tomorrow? No, today is Sunday, and Director and I is off duty. I will need to inquire tomorrow. If necessary, I might have to plead with Director and I to arrange an earlier time, as she cannot take an extended leave. Although Director and I appears somewhat aloof, her heart is quite tender, and a request should yield results. As I pondered, Song Yimo drifted back into a hazy slumber, only to awaken to the bright morning light. After assisting her grandmother with her morning routine, Song Yimo emerged, only to find Lu Grandma's son placing a bag on their cabinet. He casually mentioned, "My mother said you have a weak stomach, so I brought some congee. This hospital makes excellent porridge. You should eat more." Upon noticing Song Yimo, he smiled and added, "There is also a portion for you, soy milk and fried dough sticks. Do you like them?" "I do," she replied, approaching to express her gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Lu." "No need for thanks. This is nothing significant." Song Grandma understood that excessive politeness could be counterproductive, so she cheerfully invited her granddaughter to join her for breakfast, occasionally exchanging pleasantries with the elderly patient in the adjacent bed, thereby strengthening their bond since yesterday. However, the occupant of the middle bed seemed displeased, exclaiming, "Could you keep it down? Can't you see the child is asleep?" Song Grandma, being straightforward, flushed with embarrassment at the remark. Song Yimo, irritated, was about to retort when Uncle Lu interjected, "Let us not forget my mother's voice isn't loud. Even if it were. It wouldn't reach the volume of your incessant chatter last night. Is this hospital owned by your family? Are the rules dictated by you?" Song Yimo silently applauded Uncle Lu for his assertiveness. His fighting spirit was off the charts, and he was a true ally. People often bully the weak and fear the strong. The previous instigator dared not provoke further, and the two elderly individuals felt a bit awkward about continuing their conversation. Having finished breakfast, it was only 7 o'clock. The injections were scheduled for around 8:30. Song Yimo took a warm towel to soothe her grandmother's hands and suggested, "Grandma, why don't you and Lu Grandma take a stroll downstairs? The sun is shining, and there is no wind. There is a lovely garden where you can sit and bask in the sunlight." "That sounds great," replied Song Grandma, feeling weary of remaining in bed. She opened her mouth to speak, but, recalling the earlier reprimand, opted to avoid further irritation and walked over to discuss it. The two elderly ladies quickly reached an agreement and linked arms as they ventured outside. "Grandma, remember the way back, Department of Gastroenterology, 7th floor, room 7. Don't worry, I won't get lost." Meanwhile, Song Yimo remained behind, jotting notes while occasionally glancing up, for her trust in the patient in the middle bed was tenuous at best. By mid-afternoon, around 3 o'clock, the Miao family had arrived. As soon as Miao Zhuo entered, she enveloped Song Yimo in a tight embrace, causing he to wince. "If you were a boy, I dare say you would belong to our family for life. Indeed, if I were a boy, I would certainly take Imo home as my bride. Too bad you are not. He has always been unyielding when it comes to reprimanding her daughter." After receiving a disdainful glance from her daughter, she could hardly be bothered to engage further. Yimo, come and see if there's anything we might have overlooked. Song Yimo dragged a package resembling a human form over and began to rummage through it. Not only did it contain the items she had mentioned, but also held several things she had not even considered, filling a large travel bag to the brim. If I had prepared this myself, I certainly would not have been so thorough. Thank you, Mama Meow. He smiled, her eyes curving with delight. The obedient and clever Yimo has always been a source of joy for her. I haven't touched your school bag. Take a look and see if anything is missing. I can bring it next time. There's nothing missing. All the books are right here. Chapter 32. A fortuitous encounter. Song Yimo pulled the person clinging to her back to the front and said earnestly, "Take diligent notes. I shall borrow them after class." Meow Zhuruo immediately felt a wave of pressure. Just as she contemplated borrowing someone else's notes, she heard Yimo add, "You must take your own notes. I can distinguish between others' work." Yimo, pouting was futile. Did you not wish to pursue a career as a national defense student? Of course she did. In the past, when this ambition had not yet crossed her mind, she hadn't thought much of it. Now that she had set her sights, she felt as if she could soar towards the National Defense University. However, she had inquired about the admission scores, and they were rather daunting. Yimo, do you genuinely believe I can be accepted? Of course you can. We're only in our first year of high school. You still have over 2 years to strive. Throughout the conversation, he made every effort to suppress her laughter. So, you have already determined the university you wish to attend? Zhuruo wants to enlist? It was my suggestion. Song Yimo pushed aside Meow Zhuruo, who was habitually inclined to retort. I believe Meow Meow is exceptionally suited for military service. Spending 4 years in ordinary university would be a waste. Moreover, being a national defense student is distinct from typical military service. In her previous life, Meow had attended Beijing Foreign Studies University and had done reasonably well, yet she found that lifestyle quite tiresome. She had often expressed that if given a second chance, she would choose to join the military. In pursuit of her dream, every boyfriend she had was a soldier. Now, wasn't this the opportunity for a new choice? Although Meow herself was unaware, she could not allow her to harbor any regrets. A national defense student, indeed. He was undeniably pleased. If she could truly get accepted, it would be splendid. This temperament of hers was indeed suited for military life. This was beyond their assistance. Only Yimo could keep her on track, just as she had guided her through the entrance exam for the top school in middle school. In high school, don't let her fall behind either. Mother, what are you talking about? Yimo will never let anyone down. Indeed, I won't. So be sure to take good notes. Meow Zhuruo raised her hands in surrender. I shall muster all my energy and channel Dong Sunrui's determination to take excellent notes in every class. He laughed so hard that she could barely stand straight. I told you, only Yimo can manage this mischievous girl. The three conversing nearby turned their attention, and Meow Jun softened her gaze. Meow Nai Nai found it amusing. Despite their age, they still laughed like children. What is wrong with that? I genuinely appreciate He's character. If you can remain so steadfast, you should be content. Meow Nai Nai was indeed thoroughly satisfied with her daughter-in-law. Hearing her old friend speak so fondly only amplified her joy. When would the surgery be scheduled? When they returned home, she was taken aback. Fortunately, Yimo insisted on coming for checkup. Had they delayed further, it could have led to a serious illness. Who can argue with that? Yimo is truly capable. From a checkup to hospitalization and preparing everything, she ensured I had no worries. I inquired little about the surgery. I let her arrange it. She wanted me to feel at ease, so I waited calmly for the moment I would lie on the operating table, ensuring I did not add to her burdens. Capable. Indeed, very capable. Grandma Meow gently dabbed at the corner of her eye and shifted the subject, saying, "We have been friends for decades, so there is no need for pleasantries. Once the surgery schedule is confirmed, let Junzi know. I will come to assist Yimo. She should not have to endure this alone day and night. It would surely distress you to see her in such a state. I have little to do at home now and am in good health, so rest assured, I will not overexert myself. I can certainly help with simple tasks like checking the medicine bottles." Grandma Song found it difficult to refuse. With her children unreliable, if she were bedridden, Yimo wouldn't even have a moment's respite. If her health deteriorated, It would be too great a loss. She patted her old friend's hand and sighed. Then you shall bear this burden. Were you saying, if I were to find myself better in one day, wouldn't you come to lend a hand? Mother, can't you say something more pleasant? Yun interrupted. Aunt Meow, please do not worry. I will ensure Yimo does not suffer so. I am at ease. Grandma Song replied with a smile, her eyes narrowing. There is nothing enjoyable about staying in the hospital. We've seen what we needed. It is time to return home. You still have work tomorrow. It is still early. No rush. They lingered until nearly 5 o'clock, when the family was finally urged to leave. Song Yimo accompanied them as they headed out to buy dinner. After instructing the others to get into the car, he pulled Yimo aside a few steps. I called your mother and your uncle. I'm unsure if your uncle will come, but your mother might return. Be prepared for that. Song Yimo was taken aback. At this time? Indeed, calculating the days, it was rather coincidental. She had erred in the past and had wronged her mother, yet she was still her mother. If there was a chance for her to repent, perhaps Yimo should not hold grudges. Having one more person who cares for you can only be a blessing. Song Yimo chose not to argue with Aunt Meow. She sincerely wished to exchange genuine feelings. She would wait and see when her mother returned. I'm sorry, Aunt Meow. I may not be so magnanimous. He gently patted her head. Silly girl, if she were still the same, could Aunt Meow force you to acknowledge her? Don't overthink it. We shall see what happens when she returns. All right? I understand. The night fell early, but just after 5, it was already quite dark. He adjusted her collar and advised, Aunt, eat light meals. Take care of yourself, keep your belongings secure, and remain cautious around strangers. Do not trust others easily. With each piece of advice, Song Yimo nodded, cherishing these sentiments, especially since she had never received such care from her own mother. As she watched the car drive away, she first searched the nearby shops and finally found earmuffs and masks, though they were not inexpensive. She purchased 2 pairs, knowing she needed good rest, as her grandmother would worry if she appeared fatigued. The elderly, particularly those who care for younger generations, are reluctant to become a burden. Today, Grandma Lu was accompanied by her daughter, who had a pleasant demeanor and immediately offered Song Yimo a large apple. Reflecting on having eaten their breakfast and now receiving an apple, Song Yimo noted that it was still not too late and suggested, Aunt Lu, please buy something for Grandma Lu. It will help her sleep better tonight. Ms. Lu, elegantly adorned, brightened at the sight of the 2 small gadgets. Have you tried them? Are they effective? She inquired. Indeed, the sound is significantly reduced. You should give it a try. The other party promptly donned the earmuffs and found them quite satisfactory. Where can I purchase them? Upon exiting the hospital, stroll to the right. The 3rd shop after the intersection should still be open at this hour. You might want to hurry. Upon hearing this, Ms. Lu eagerly grabbed her bag and prepared to leave. Meanwhile, the young man in the adjacent hospital bed, who had been listening intently, could no longer contain himself and interjected, Could you possibly bring one back for me? Of course, there's no problem at all. Just wait here. I will return with it. This small episode inadvertently fostered a sense of camaraderie among the 3 hospital beds, as both elderly individuals exhibited magnanimity, effortlessly setting aside any previous grievances. Chapter 33. Grandmother's surgery Monday morning unfolds as a battleground for physicians. They convene for early meetings, conduct ward rounds, reassure families, and address myriad inquiries. By nearly 10 o'clock, Elijah finally settles into a chair after a hectic morning. As the chief surgeon, he dedicates only 2 days a week to specialist consultations, predominantly spending his time in the wards. Xiao, have the surgery times been scheduled? He inquires. Xiao, his diligent assistant who has been with him for a year and understands his straightforward nature, swiftly checks her notes. Yes, the schedule is set. 1 surgery at 1 o'clock this afternoon, another at 4, and tomorrow a major operation beginning at 8, with the expectation of finishing by 4 in the afternoon. The day after, there's another at 9. Elijah interrupts. Bring it to me for review. The medical profession is notoriously demanding. He once performed 6 surgeries in a single day, requiring a wheelchair to exit the operating room. This week's schedule, however, is not overly burdensome. The first surgery on Wednesday has been moved from 9 to 7, while the second has been postponed by 2 hours. In that interim, An additional surgery has been added for Zhang Chuanxiang in bed 12 of Ward 7. Having just conducted rounds, Xiao is well acquainted with Zhang Chuanxiang's circumstances and remarks while jotting down notes. That young lady takes such good care of the elderly. I wonder if she's managing to keep up with her studies during this extended absence. As she speaks, the young lady she references knocks at the office door. Director and I, Dr. Xiao. Xiao, fond of her, beams and invites her in. Are you here to inquire about your grandmother's condition? Song Yimo nods. I would like to know when my grandmother can undergo surgery. Perfect timing, Xiao replies. It has just been scheduled for the day after tomorrow around 11 o'clock. Someone will notify you in advance, so prepare early, though it may not be necessary. She glances at the director and winks. It's a bonus. Eager to express her gratitude, Song Yimo blinks back her emotions, feeling a warmth envelop her heart. Having traversed adversity, she has encountered many benevolent souls. This is her fortune. Despite life as trials, she has never been entirely forsaken. Ensure your grandmother consumes a light diet. Avoid excessive food intake. Starting tomorrow evening, she must fast and only drink a small amount of water, and Zhu advises without lifting his gaze. The polyp removal is not a major procedure, so reassure your grandmother. Thank you, Director and I. Song Yimo bows deeply in appreciation, and Zhu acknowledges her gratitude with a slight nod. Xiao, standing at the door, watches as she briskly returns to the ward, musing, I certainly want to raise my future child to be like Song Yimo. Before that, you must first locate the father of your child, and Zhu quips. Xiao retorts playfully, Director, do not underestimate me. Many are eager to be the father of my child, and I shall take my time to choose wisely. And Zhu glances at her, seemingly realizing that this student he has mentored for a year possesses a rather audacious spirit. Embarrassed by his scrutiny, Xiao gathers her notes and departs, busy with her duties. Wednesday arrived amidst the unease of Grandma Song and the hopeful anticipation of Song Yimo. On this day, Miao Jun and his wife both took leave, bringing Grandma Miao to the hospital before 8 o'clock. Upon seeing familiar faces, Grandma Song's apprehension eased somewhat, and she took her old friend's hand, saying, Why did you come so early? You must have left at 6. Grandma Miao glanced helplessly at her daughter-in-law, explaining, She was scheduled for surgery at 11. I wasn't in such a rush, but when my daughter-in-law imagined Yimo alone, sending her closest family member into the operating room, she shed tears. My son felt sorry for her, and I, too, am not made of stone, so here we are. Yet, she refrained from voicing this sentiment, instead patting her hand and saying, I just wanted to keep you company and prevent you from overthinking. I've inquired, and people in our neighborhood have had this surgery. They said it only takes 2 hours. Don't frighten yourself. The thought of lying on the operating table made her heart flutter. It is only human nature. I would feel the same. Meanwhile, he was conversing with Song Yimo, asking if Song Ji and Song Yi had come. Song Yimo shook her head, expressing disappointment. They are heartless, he exclaimed, her teeth clenched in frustration. Song Yi never seemed so indifferent before. I don't understand how she has changed so drastically. I never held high hopes for them from the start. Meow Mama reassured her. As long as Grandma has me, that is enough. Indeed, we need not rely on them. And has you? He sniffled. I heard from your father that our Yimo is truly capable. One day, Song Yi will regret her actions. Song Yimo smiled and shifted the topic, asking, Meow Mama, how did you manage to take leave? I'm just waiting outside the operating room. I'll be fine on my own, but I felt it better to come and keep you company. Don't worry, I rarely take leave, and no one can say anything about it. He, who studied accounting and worked at a private company with modest pay, appreciated the convenience of being close to home to care for her family. While they conversed, the head nurse approached, announcing bed 12, Zhang Chuanxiang, will enter the operating room at 10:40. Please prepare and sign the consent form. Grandma Song suddenly felt panicked, and her stomach began to ache again. Song Yimo quickly signed the form and returned to help her grandmother lie down, gently massaging her stomach with one hand while holding her hand with the other. Don't be nervous. Once you receive the anesthesia, you won't feel a thing. Just think after a good sleep, you'll be healthy enough to accompany me for many more years. Doesn't that make it worthwhile? Yes, indeed, Grandma Song replied, finding courage in her words. It's just a nap after all. What is there to fear? I can't just leave a tumor in my stomach. That would be far worse. With this thought, Grandma Song felt reassured about the surgery, her fear diminishing. As the time approached, several individuals clad in teal surgical attire wheeled in the operating cart. Song Yimo assisted her grandmother onto the table, their hands remaining clasped tightly on the way to the operating room. She maintained a smile, striving to ease her grandmother's tension. This is where we part for now. The anesthetist's demeanor was exceptionally reassuring, instilling a sense of calm. If all proceeded smoothly, the procedure would conclude in approximately 2 hours. Song Yimo grasped her grandmother's hand tightly for a brief moment before releasing it. "Grandma, I'll be waiting for you outside." Her grandmother waved her hand, managing a faint smile to comfort her anxious granddaughter. The lights in the operating room illuminated. He gently wrapped an arm around her shoulders, guiding her to sit down beside him. "It's all right, just relax." Sending a loved one into the operating room is never easy, despite knowing that the surgery was not serious. Song Yimo found it difficult to ease her mind, especially considering her grandmother's age. She could only repeatedly reassure herself and her thoughts. Grandma is merely having a polyp removed. It is not cancer, not cancer. Chapter 34. After the surgery, Song Ji lamented the passage of time, whether it be swift or languorous. Yet at this moment, Song Yimo felt as if each minute stretched into an eternity, each second requiring her to leap 59 times before she could embrace the next minute. After enduring 120 of those 59-second intervals, the lights in the operating room continued to blaze. In the subsequent 59 seconds, each tick of the clock unfolded in slow motion. Song Yimo closed her eyes, counting each second in her mind. Upon reaching 59, she would glance at the digital clock, finding her count perfectly aligned, only to commence counting anew, observing the pallor of the child's face. He stepped forward to embrace her, yet the words of comfort eluded her, for the strain was so intense that tears threatened to spill forth. Miao Jun paced anxiously at the door, while Miao Grandma, feeling dizzy from the tension, pulled him down beside her. Casting a disapproving glance as she resumed her vigil at the door, the silence enveloping them all. Miao Grandma was the first to notice when the surgical lights dimmed. They're out," she exclaimed. In her eagerness to rise, she stumbled slightly, prompting Miao Jun to rush forward, hands steadying her. "Mom, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just stood up too quickly and felt a bit dizzy," she replied, gently pushing her son aside to take a few steps forward. At that moment, he also guided Song Yimo to the threshold of the operating room. The first to emerge was Aija, still clad in surgical garb. He removed his mask to reveal a face marked by fatigue. There were more polyps than anticipated, and it took longer to clear them, but the operation was successful. There is no need for concern. Once the anesthesia wears off, do not allow the elderly to sleep, nor should you offer her food or water. Just moisten her lips with a cotton swab dipped in water. Only after her intestines begin to function can she consume soft food. And Aija offered a flurry of instructions, which Song Yimo absorbed effortlessly. These details were etched in her memory, only slightly dulled by the passage of time, and instantly recalled upon prompting. With the tension alleviated, vitality returned to the group. Song Yimo moved about with exuberance, dashing to the first floor to pay the remaining hospital fees of 3,000. Contemplating further, she withdrew the remaining 6,000 from the bank and deposited 3,000 into the hospital account, believing this sum would suffice until her grandmother's discharge. Half an hour later, her grandmother awakened, the anesthesia still clouding her senses, rendering her pain imperceptible. "Grandma, how do you feel?" Song Yimo inquired. Her grandmother smiled at her, replying, "Just as you said, after a good sleep, I awakened to find my dear granddaughter. When have I ever misled you?" Song Yimo gently nestled her head in her grandmother's embrace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. With another child awaiting dinner at home, Miao Jun and his wife were urged to leave around 4 o'clock, while Miao Grandma chose to remain. Song Yimo rented a bed once again, and the nurses, fond of her, graciously brought her a clean blanket they had used during their shifts, far superior to those offered to patients. That night, Song Yimo did not intend to sleep. Fearing her own fragility, she had napped briefly in the afternoon and after dinner, donned in a mask and earplugs. managing to rest for 3 hours. Concerned about Grandma Meow's sleep, I not only made the bed comfortable, but also ensured she had earplugs and an eye mask. By 10 o'clock, I had her settled in bed, prompting Grandma Meow to chuckle. Am I being cared for or living in luxury? My wild granddaughter has never even washed my feet. Upon returning, I plan to tidy up Meow Meow, as such tasks can be easily learned with a bit of intention. Grandma Meow laughed even harder, remarking on the peculiar fact that she was indeed compliant with my care, and now I awaited Meow Meow's filial piety. Grandma Song, worried for her granddaughter, endured the pain from her wounds while softly advising her to sleep a little longer. Song Yimo shook her head, applying a damp cotton swab to her grandmother's lips, saying, I will watch over you. This vigil lasted 3 consecutive nights, though fortunately, Grandma Meow was there to take turns, always managing to find moments to rest. Though her energy was somewhat depleted, her complexion did not appear too poor. Early Saturday morning, Meow June and his wife arrived, leaving Hee behind to escort the elderly lady home. He was far less accommodating than Grandma Meow, forcefully urging Song Yimo to lie down with a single command, sleep. With Mother Meow by her side, Song Yimo felt reassured, closing her eyes and slipping into a deep slumber without needing any additional comforts. Exhausted, Grandma Song leaned against the headboard, gazing at her granddaughter with a heart full of tenderness. He lowered her voice, stating, "It is only right for you to be filial. Yet, the obligation of filial piety should not rest solely on this child. Some individuals cannot withstand reproach. A week after their elderly mother's surgery, they finally made their appearance at the hospital. He observed Song Ji with a cold huff, remarking how rare it was, thinking he wouldn't even show up for the pretense. Song Ji had always harbored disdain for Hee, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes as he retorted, "Isn't Hee Jie here? What does it matter whether I am present? Besides, I have to work. Even if I came every day, I cannot take that knife from my mother." Yimo, being a high school student, was hardly in a position to take an extended leave to attend to her grandmother. You expect a young girl to endure such hardship day and night? Have you no conscience? Has your conscience been devoured by Song E? Song Ji glanced at his sleeping niece, kicking the bed frame in displeasure. My mother raised her with great effort. Isn't it only right that she repays that? Grandma Song turned away, slowly donning the earplugs, and I masked hidden beneath her pillow, her expression indifferent. She had Yimo, and that was enough. Meanwhile, Lu's 2 sons, who had come to pay their respects on Saturday, wore grim expressions. The second son, impulsive in nature, spat disdainfully. If outsiders were behaving thus, he, being closer to the Song family, was practically trembling with rage, wishing she could strike out at Song Ji. You were raised by your aunt from the ground up. Did you spring forth from a crack in a rock? Song Ji, you will be struck by lightning. Unfazed, Song Ji merely grinned, hands tucked into his pockets, prepared to retort once more. Just then, Song Yimo, rubbing her eyes as she sat up, interjected, "You came to see Grandma? Otherwise, would I come see you?" Song Yimo nodded. "As you can see, Grandma is well, needing neither your care nor a single penny from you. Just keep your distance. And is it time for you to leave now?" Yimo, is this how you speak to your uncle at your age? Engaging in conversation with family feels akin to wielding a knife, reminiscent of your mother. Even if you were to resemble your heartless father, it would be preferable to emulate her. Am I not most similar to my uncle? It is often said that nephews bear a striking resemblance to their uncles. I find this to be quite accurate. When a need arises, I too can adopt my uncle's shamelessness. Song Yimo approached the hospital bed, positioning herself protectively in front of her grandmother, as if to shield her from all harm. Song Ji, emboldened by the unfamiliarity of this place, felt free to voice his harsh words. However, Song Yimo interjected, asserting that, for the most part, I do possess a sense of dignity. Therefore, I would not stoop to reporting my uncle's neglect of the elderly to his workplace, nor would I take him to court. I wish to keep such disgraceful matters concealed. It is hardly a source of joy to have a relative of such low character and moral fiber. With my grandmother by my side, that is sufficient. Chapter 35. Infidelity Song Ji squinted as he gazed at his long-absent niece. The once disdainful and resentful girl now bore a countenance of serene indifference. How could one grow so swiftly? Had she perhaps consumed the legendary elixir of immortality to undergo such a transformation? Amused by his own musings, Song Ji pondered. Is this a threat from Yimo? Indeed, Song Yimo nodded in affirmation. Naturally, if my uncle were indifferent to that job, I could hardly threaten you. And who knows if my aunt could maintain the same nonchalance as my uncle. The education system must value personal character quite highly. At this, Song Ji's smile faltered, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Song Yimo merely smiled, unwavering in her gaze. Could his malice truly escalate to the point of murder? Song Ji lacked the audacity for such an act. Silence is mandated within the hospital. Unrelated individuals are requested to leave. And Ai's voice resonated from the doorway. Xiaozhen peeked from behind, her demeanor towards Song Ji decidedly unfriendly, clearly having overheard their exchange. Song Ji, with his handsome visage and perpetual smile, now grinned naturally. I'm here to visit my mother, not an unrelated party. And Ai entered, his demeanor unchanged from the norm. Are you Zhang Chuanxiang's family? Yes, indeed, her legitimate family. I am Zhang Chuanxiang's attending physician. Adjusting his glasses, and Ai scrutinized the man before him. I came to inquire about her condition. How long has she been suffering from gastric issues? Does she experience frequent pain? Has she ever vomited blood? Are there any additional symptoms? Song Ji found himself at a loss for words, unable to respond to any of the inquiries. And Ai continued to observe him, awaiting a reply. Anyone with a modicum of common sense would understand that without clarity on these matters, surgery could not proceed. Yet Song Ji remained oblivious. Though brazen in the presence of kin, Song Ji was not one to disregard the weight of scrutiny. Under Ai's penetrating gaze, he turned and hastily exited, calling back. Song Yimo, take good care of your grandmother. Feigning ignorance, Song Yimo replied, Thank you, Director and thank you, Dr. Xiao. Xiaozhen playfully clenched her fist, embodying the spirit of a hero in the face of injustice. No thanks necessary. And Ai cast a sidelong glance at his assistant, taking a moment to check the elderly woman's pulse before departing. Turning away, Song Yimo leaned in, her face close to her grandmother's. Grandma, don't take it to heart. Whether you're deeply saddened or indifferent, in the end, it is still I who will bear the pain. While earplugs might muffle sound, they could not obliterate it entirely. Song Lao gently patted her granddaughter's face, remaining silent, merely releasing a soft sigh. Seeing her grandmother's tranquil expression and the absence of tears, Song Yimo felt a wave of relief wash over her. She refrained from further words, choosing instead to hold her hand and sit quietly by her side. Yet, the thought of what Meow Mama had said about Song possibly returning lingered in her mind, preventing her from fully relaxing. She was unafraid of any sacrifices that might be demanded of her. Rather, her concern lay in her grandmother enduring a dual onslaught from her children while still recovering from surgery. Even a good person could fall ill from distress. She feared to imagine what would become of someone already unwell. He seemed to share this sentiment, exchanging a brief greeting with the MO before moving to the window at the end of the corridor, retrieving his phone to dial a number. The mechanical female voice announced that the phone had been powered off. He leaned against the wall, clutching her phone, her heart heavy with anguish. What grave sins had her aunt committed? The son was like this, and the daughter was hardly any better. Fortunately, there was still the steadfast support of EMO. Have you reached Meow Mama? Her phone is off. I'll try again later. Why aren't you with your aunt? Song Yimo stood by the window, observing the ebb and flow of people below. Grandma had mentioned needing a nap, and even her sighs seemed stifled in EMO's presence. He couldn't help but chuckle, recalling Emo's previous demeanor, her smile widening further. Who would have thought that our EMO could be so formidable? I saw Song Ji's face turn pale when you cornered him. I can hardly contain myself. Grandma raised him with such care, sacrificing so much to send him to university. How could he be so ungrateful? Every word he uttered pierced Grandma's heart, and I felt an urge to spit at him. He laughed uncontrollably, cautioning, don't let him lower your standards. Our EMO will undoubtedly become an extraordinary person. With Song Ji's audacity, he will surely come crawling back to you one day. At that moment, You can give him a taste of his own medicine and avenge your aunt. I will, Song Yimo affirmed, her earnestness indicating to that her jest had struck a chord. He felt a mix of amusement and discomfort, ultimately wrapping her arm around Yimo's shoulder. Let us tread our own path, disregarding those inconsequential individuals. It's noon. Let us see what the cafeteria has to offer. The hospital's meals were quite acceptable, albeit modest, suitable for patients, though often unpalatable for their families. Fortunately, Song Yimo was never picky, and he was equally indiscriminate in her eating habits. They filled 2 trays with a variety of dishes, including rice, porridge, and soup, and made their way back. While waiting for the elevator, Song Yimo casually scanned the surrounding individuals. The motion was unintentional, yet upon spotting a familiar face, she quickly turned away. Yimo, come on, the elevator is here. Standing by the door, Song Yimo's gaze inadvertently lingered on the woman the man beside her was embracing. She appeared to be in her 30s, not conventionally beautiful, yet her petite figure might appeal to certain men. They exited on the 3rd floor, and Song Yimo glanced at the elevator's sign. 3rd floor, obstetrics and gynecology. After placing the food down in the ward and hearing Grandma's steady breathing, confirming she was asleep, Song Yimo softly requested, "Meow Mama, may I borrow your phone?" "You eat first." Thinking she needed to make a call, he quickly retrieved her phone from her bag and handed it over. "Go ahead. I'll keep an eye on your aunt." With the elevator rarely stopping, Song Yimo opted for the stairs, searching for the camera on her phone as she descended. She felt uncertain about her actions, yet she believed that doing nothing would dishonor this chance encounter, especially when she spotted the 2 individuals embracing in the corridor. Approaching them nonchalantly, she settled into a seat diagonally opposite, ensuring the flash on her phone was off before capturing a photo of the 2. It was a slight sound, but in this day and age, who truly monitors the act of photography? The 2 individuals, engrossed in their own world, hardly registered the noise. Song Yimo remained unhurried, occasionally snapping a picture. Positioned advantageously, despite the mediocre quality of her phone's camera, the angle and distance allowed her to capture their faces distinctly. With these photographs, Teacher Chun would stand invulnerable. Her son would not be swayed by his father's words, believing that Teacher Chun had been the cause of their family's disintegration, leading to a rift between him and Teacher Chun. It was only when Teacher Chun fell gravely ill that the mother and son reconciled. How could such a wonderful person be subjected to such treatment? Chapter 36. Song arrives. The final photograph captured the poignant moment of 2 individuals embracing before the operating room, illuminated by the stark white lettering of the obstetrics and gynecology department above them, glaringly conspicuous. Setting her phone aside, Song Yimo pondered that to the unknowing observer, these 2 might appear as a couple who, for various reasons, were compelled to endure the painful loss of their child. Little did outsiders comprehend that the man was married with children, and the woman had a husband working in a distant city. As the woman finally entered the operating room, the man withdrew a cigarette, seeking a place to smoke. Spotting Song Yimo, he paid her no mind, having never considered that he might encounter an acquaintance so far from home. By the time Song Yimo returned to the ward, nearly half an hour had elapsed. He was feeding Song's grandmother porridge, and upon noticing her, she hurriedly rose to uncover the covered dishes, chiding, "Why the delay? The food has gone cold." Has grandmother awakened? Is the wound painful? It doesn't hurt. Eat quickly." He continued to feed Song's grandmother, oblivious to why Yimo had not returned her phone after the call. With a diminished appetite, Song Yimo forced herself to eat a few bites before excusing herself to clean up. He followed closely, inquiring what happened. Before Song Yimo could shake her head, he continued, "Meow Mama has watched you grow up. How could I not know if something were amiss? Speak up, don't hide it. Meow Mama will help you." "Meow Mama, I truly am fine. It's just my mood is a bit off." After drying her hands, Song Yimo retrieved her phone from her pocket, flipping to the photograph and handing it over. "The man in this picture is the husband of our homeroom teacher, Chun. The woman is a middle school teacher. If she is in the obstetrics and gynecology department, she is either giving birth or undergoing an abortion. Her belly is flat, so it must be the latter." He, having seen such matters numerous times, found herself unable to grow accustomed to them. As a fellow woman, She particularly felt sympathy for Teacher Chun and regarded the woman in the photograph with disdain. What do you plan to do? Song Yimo shook her head, uncertain. I haven't thought it through yet. Teacher Chun is a role model. If I simply show her this photograph, she would undoubtedly feel humiliated, and it might even lead her to resign or change classes. I don't wish to see her replaced as our homeroom teacher. That makes sense, he frowned. So, you intend to keep this a secret? That cannot be, Yimo replied. I just overheard them discussing divorce. If that man gains the upper hand, Teacher Chun will suffer. I must inform her, but I haven't figured out how to convey it without compromising her dignity. At the very least, I cannot be the one to confront her, nor can I let her know that I was the one who took the photograph. Such matters should be handled discreetly. Discreetly? A penguin? Wait, how foolish of me. An email. While not many people used email outside of work-related matters, that did not imply its absence. I have a solution. Meow Mama, please help me save this photograph. Do not delete it under any circumstances. Of course, I want to delete it. This is evidence. It must be preserved. He observed Song Yimo's spirits lifting, feeling a sense of relief. Annie thought you were being bullied. She specifically asked me to check on you. Remember to appear cheerful later, so Annie won't worry. It was my negligence. Song Yimo gently rubbed her face, acknowledging that her emotions were always written all over her countenance, something she had failed to amend throughout her life. The hospital was relatively tranquil at noon. She tended to her grandmother while ensuring that Meow Mama donned the ear mask she had purchased from Meow Grandma to take a rest. Song Yimo herself put on an ear mask and took out paper and pen to continue writing her novel. During this period, she had written nearly 20,000 words, filling half a notebook. Just as she reached the climax of a particular scene, she was oblivious to the presence of someone standing beside her, completely engrossed in her writing. Yimo? A hesitant voice pierced the air. Although the voice was soft, it froze Song Yimo in place, prompting her to abruptly lift her head. The woman standing there, with her wavy brown hair and clad in a purple trench coat, adorned with light makeup, was none other than her biological mother, Song Yi. It had truly been many years since they last met. Closing her notebook and capping her pen, Song Yimo stood up, surprised. I didn't expect you to come. Do you know who I am? Song Yi scrutinized her daughter, whom she had not seen for years, and noted her beauty and poise. In the small town of Xinghu County, without her parents by her side, it seemed that her daughter had fared quite well. Indeed, a mother's care is invariably meticulous. She herself was a testament to that. Have you seen the photos I left at home? Yes. A smile suddenly brightened Song Yimo's face. If I weren't standing here, you surely wouldn't recognize me. Song Yi promptly denied this. Of course not. You're my daughter. No matter where we encounter each other, I would recognize you at a glance. But during my visit this summer, when I stood before you, you didn't recognize me. Song Yimo leisurely packed her paper and pen in her bag, speaking slowly. I even walked past you a few times to jog your memory. Yet you looked at me as though I were a stranger. Confronted with such a rebuke, Song Yi felt a flush of embarrassment. But her dignity as an adult compelled her to maintain a stern expression. Regardless, I'm still your mother. I never said you weren't. He, who had not been in a deep slumber, was awakened by Song Yi's raised voice, while Song Grandma simultaneously removed her eye mask. Both spoke at once. Song Yi? Song Yi. Their tones were worlds apart. One was surprised, the other delighted. Naturally, it was Song Grandma who expressed joy, struggling to sit up upon seeing her daughter. Song Yimo gently restrained her, moving to the head of the bed to adjust it. Song Yi merely observed like a guest. How long has it been? Why didn't you wake me? Did he tell you? Song Yimo lowered her gaze, realizing that her grandmother's happiness was likely due to the belief that Song Yi had come back after hearing about her surgery. However, how could that be? The Song family was notorious for breeding ungrateful individuals. Song Ji was one, and so was Song Yi. Therefore, she could not be one of them. She absolutely could not become like them. Song Yimo continually reiterated this conviction within her heart. Feeling fatigue from her high heels, Song Yi sat gracefully on the bed where Yi was resting, her posture elegant, and, as she tossed her hair, she exuded a captivating charm that nearly left the young man in the adjacent hospital bed in a trance. Just arrived? I heard you came directly from the central hospital. Are you feeling better? You should really take better care of yourself. The affliction of this stomach has persisted for many years. I have grown accustomed to the pain and no longer regard it with any seriousness. Had it not been for Yimo's insistence on undergoing an examination, I would remain oblivious to the fact that something had developed within my stomach. Noticing her granddaughter's eyes reddened with concern, Grandma Song eagerly beckoned Yimo over, saying, "This is Yimo. Does she not resemble you?" To the elderly woman's eyes, her granddaughter's features evidently mirrored those of her daughter. However, Song held a differing opinion. She believed her daughter bore an uncanny resemblance to her ex-husband, so much so that she could scarcely bring herself to look at her. In contrast, it was her son who truly resembled her, with every feature, eyes, nose, lips, strikingly alike. Chapter 37. Upon reflecting on her purpose for coming, Song refrained from arguing and simply acknowledged with a non-committal response. Yimo displayed a strong aversion towards her. Thus, if she wished to achieve her goal, she had to start with her mother. It was evident to her that Yimo was deeply filial, making it seemingly straightforward to attain her objective through this avenue. Time was of the essence. She could not afford to delay, as heir was an urgent need. The thought of her son tightened Song Yi's heart, causing her to momentarily forget that her grandmother had just undergone surgery. Eager to express her intentions, she exclaimed, "Mother, you have a grandson. I know, although you have never brought him back. I have heard you speak of him. Is he in school now? Is he healthy and robust?" The mention of the child somewhat calmed Song Grandma's agitated spirit. She recalled Yimo, who had been abandoned at such a tender age, while another was cherished as a treasure. Despite both being grandchildren, the one by her side naturally garnered more affection, leading her to unconsciously defend her granddaughter. Her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. To her surprise, upon hearing this, Song began to weep, and even in her sorrow, she appeared strikingly beautiful. "It is terrible, terribly wrong, Mother." Suddenly, Yimo interrupted, suppressing her own anger. "Grandma has just had surgery." Without a moment's hesitation, Song retorted, "Stomach polyps are merely a minor procedure. Heir's situation is far more critical." Immediately regretting her words, she recognized that her biological mother lay in the hospital. And regardless of her feelings, she understood that discussing such matters in front of the elderly was inappropriate. Yet, the words had escaped her lips, and she could only continue speaking under her mother's tearful gaze and his forceful hand striking her back. "Heir has leukemia and needs a bone marrow transplant. Everyone who could have been a match has been tested, but none were compatible. Yimo is my only hope." His eyes reddened with fury. "So your return was not to visit your aunt, but to have Yimo donate bone marrow?" Leukemia is terminal. Heir could die at any moment. As mothers, you should understand this feeling. If it were not for the need for my bone marrow, would you even remember you have a daughter?" Song Yimo fixed her gaze upon her. Though she already knew the answer, she could not help but ask, feeling that some truths needed to be spoken aloud for her to find closure. Of course I remember." Song Yi's eyes flickered, and her own lack of conviction made her words sound unpersuasive even to her. Song Grandma trembled with anger and hurled the teacup filled with water with all her might. Unbeknownst to Song Yi, she was struck squarely, the water splashing onto her, ruining her meticulously applied makeup. "You discarded her like refuse, never sending a penny back. Nor did you ever come to visit. Aside from satisfying your own appetite, what have you contributed? What right do you have to demand that she sacrifice her bone marrow to save your precious child? Let me tell you, Yimo is not without love. She's my precious one too. If you wish to take from her, I shall lie in court tomorrow and accuse you of abandoning your child to raise another. Leave? Song just leave." Song Yimo tightly embraced her agitated grandmother, restraining her from further outbursts, while turning to the equally infuriated Mother Meow. "Go find Director and I, quickly." Seizing her bag, hurled it forcefully at Song and, with a sniffle, stormed out. And Aiju arrived promptly, his brow furrowing at the scene before him. "Have you all forgotten that the patient is 63 years old and has just undergone surgery? Will it take a crisis for you to feel joy?" Upon seeing Aiju, Song Yimo felt as though she had encountered a family member, her voice trembling with emotion. "Director and I, please see how my grandmother's wound is. And Je carefully unwrapped the bandage and examined the injury. The wound had not reopened, and while there was slight bleeding, it was not serious. Song Yimo exhaled in relief, gently patting her grandmother. Ignore her. You have me, and that is enough. We do not need anyone else. Song grandma embraced her granddaughter, tears streaming down her face. Sons are like this, and daughters too. What sins have I committed? And Je, with his hands tucked into the pockets of his white coat, addressed the woman standing aside, who was delicately dabbing her wet face with a tissue. This is a hospital. The person lying on the bed is a patient. Regardless of your relationship, respecting the elderly is a fundamental virtue. As the attending physician, I hope my patient can remain in good spirits. If such behavior continues, I must ask you to leave, madam. Song Yi's complexion fluctuated from pale to flushed, her expression exceedingly unpleasant. And Je paid her no mind and walked past her. Silence enveloped the room, with even Grandma Lu's sobs subsiding somewhat. Lu Grandma sighed deeply. Having undergone surgery yesterday, she could not bear to leave her bedside. Today, her daughter was caring for her, and in comparison, she realized how much better her own daughter was. How could a woman as virtuous as Chunxiang raise such ungrateful children? The young man in the middle bed continued to observe Song Yi, his gaze shifting. He entered with a broom, sweeping up the scattered debris, and then mopped the floor. When he reached Song Yi's feet, he did not speak but nudged her gently with the mop. Song Yi had no choice but to shift aside, resembling a character in a silent play. Song Yimo mused, while Song Yi appeared to be the one wronged. Once Grandma Lu ceased her weeping, Song Yimo turned to Song Yi, whose furrowed brow suggested deep contemplation. Let us step outside to talk. Song Yi eagerly agreed, but Grandma Song interjected, her voice hoarse, speak here, right here. Song Yimo wished to shield her grandmother from the conversation, yet she had always honored her grandmother's wishes. After a moment of contemplation, she acquiesced, sitting beside the bed. Are you so certain I will agree to donate bone marrow? I gave you life. As your mother, should that not entitle me to a small portion of your marrow? To bring forth life without nurturing, it is worse than never giving birth at all. Yimo, I do not wish to debate this. For the sake of our bond, please save your brother. He is only 8, still so young. Song Yi covered her mouth, sobbing. He is so well-behaved, taking all that medicine without complaint, even comforting me and wiping my tears. How could I bear to lose him? Seeing her distress, Song Yimo was perplexed. She could not fathom why Song Yi felt such sorrow over his illness when she had callously abandoned her at the age of 3. He is your child, and so am I. I too have suffered greatly from illness. My grandmother held me in her arms, weeping in fear that I might perish. She called you, yet you offered not a single word of concern, merely stating that it was inconvenient for you to return before abruptly hanging up, as if I were but a stranger to you. Song Yi, we are both your offspring. Why is there such a disparity between us? When her daughter addressed her by her name, Song Yi felt as though her throat had been constricted and her sobs involuntarily ceased. How could she possibly explain? To say that human hearts are biased, that individuals naturally harbor preferences and aversions, and that she merely happened to be the one undesired? If she dared to voice such thoughts, her mother would likely rise from her bed, risking her wounds, to personally cast her out. Chapter 38. Requesting bone marrow, let us remain as indifferent bystanders. Song Yimo relaxed her body, as if releasing a heavy burden. I am willing to donate bone marrow, but you must agree to a few conditions. Yimo, both Grandma Song and he exclaimed in unison, halting her. Grandma Song grasped her arm firmly, propping herself up. I do not consent. Do you hear me? Grandma does not agree. All I desire is for you to be well. I care not for the lives of others, and I cannot be concerned. He shielded Song Yimo from her, her voice trembling as she implored, Song Yi, Yimo will not turn 16 until after the new year. While you're worried about your youngest son, why not spare a thought for her as well? Did you pick her up from the streets? Song Yi remained silent for a moment, covering her face, before finally lifting her head. Just as everyone thought she had softened, she spoke in a hoarse voice. I have checked. The age for donating bone marrow is 18, but this does not apply to relatives. Donating a bit of bone marrow will not harm Yimo's health. Consider it a way to repay my debt of gratitude for her life, shall we? You, He was incensed, ready to lash out at her. Song Yimo embraced her waist, resting her forehead against her back to soothe her heartache. Despite having endured a similar experience and relinquishing all expectations, she still felt sorrowful. To think she would even mention repaying a life debt for her youngest son was disheartening. Yimo, this is the last time. After this, you will have no mother, understand? This time, it is truly over. Do not harbor any false hopes. Suddenly, a male voice interjected. Is Elder Zhang Chunxiang here? The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Song Yimo peeked out to see a familiar face and hastily stood up from behind. Brother Zhai, what brings you here? I heard that grandma is ill, so I came to check on her. He casually placed a large bag of items on the bedside table. Upon noticing her red eyes, Zhai Muyang frowned. What happened? Didn't Mr. Miao say that grandma's surgery went well? Grandma is fine. The moment she spoke, Song Yimo felt an overwhelming sense of unexpressed grievance. This simply would not do. How could she appear so fragile in front of her grandmother? Taking a couple of deep breaths, she finally managed a faint smile and turned to the bed. Grandma, Mama Miao, this is Brother Zhai. He. While observing the well-known Mr. Zhai, made sure to step to the other side of the bed. Zhai Muyang offered her a polite smile and approached Grandma Song, his demeanor warm and affectionate. Grandma, I am Zhai Muyang, as Yimo has mentioned. Yes, she has mentioned you. Yimo said you live in S City. Did you come all the way from S City? With the comparison of her own children, Grandma Song felt that everyone else in the world was good, and her wariness towards Zhai Muyang dissipated almost entirely. I just happened to come to handle some matters. Zhai Muyang certainly would not disclose that he had not seen Yimo on Penguin for quite some time and had worried something had happened to her. It was only after calling Miao Jun that he learned about Grandma Song's surgery and Yimo's extended leave to care for her in the hospital. Although Grandma Song may not possess extensive knowledge, having lived for over 60 years, she is certainly aware that this is merely an excuse. Observing him and reflecting on her own children, Grandma Song lets out a long sigh. She grows increasingly fond of Zhai Muyang, and calling for a stool, she invites him to sit. Zhai Muyang, with his long limbs, moves with a swiftness that surpasses that of Song Yimo. Just call me Muyang, Grandma, he says, referring to me as Mr. Feels overly formal. Indeed, I, being a country person, am not accustomed to such formalities. Grandma Song finds Zhai Muyang all the more agreeable. As if she has forgotten her recent troubles, her smile becoming more frequent. Song Yimo feels a sense of relief and discreetly exchanges a glance with He. He understands and drags Song Yi out, while Grandma Song pretends not to notice. The two settle down in the elevator waiting area, with Yi preferring not to engage in conversation, turning her back. Song Yi, overwhelmed by a headache, rubs her temples and exclaims, I do not wish to argue with you, but frankly, Yi, your opposition is futile, as is my mother's. I am determined to secure Yimo's bone marrow. If it can save my brother, where is the wrongdoing in that? Should I ignore a potential lifeline and blindly march toward a dead end? If there were no other options, would I have turned my attention to her? He, please try to understand my position. He scoffs. What if Yimo's bone marrow is not a match? Will you seek out Xiangru? Of course. I shall not overlook any glimmer of hope. Then go seek Xiangru. He is 18 and in a better condition than Yimo. It has been years since I had any contact with him. So how easy do you think it would be to reach out? Yimo is right here before me. Why should I seek alternatives? Why? He's eyes seem to blaze with indignation. It is to ensure that Yimo does not suffer. She is not even 16. Her body has yet to fully develop. If there is even a slight possibility, why should we not prioritize her well-being? Song Yi, if your son required a heart transplant, would you not unhesitatingly take Yimo's heart to save him? I certainly would not. No, you would. Recalling the summer when Yimo sought out Song Yi, only to find herself before a stranger, he cannot help but choke up. Song Yi, in your heart, your 8-year-old son is your true child, while Yimo is merely a stranger to you. What weight do children hold, and what weight do strangers possess? Are you trying to convince yourself or deceive me? Song Yi turns her head away, at a loss for words. She cannot quite articulate why, despite having 3 children, it is only the youngest who truly tugs at her heartstrings. He decides she no longer wishes to converse with her. This friendship has reached its conclusion. Such a callous individual is too much for her to bear, a thought that sends shivers down her spine. Before long, Song Yimo and Jai Muyang approach, one following the other. He quickly rises. Is your aunt asleep? She was just a bit weary and has dozed off. Song Yimo glances at Song E, who shows only concern for her son and none for her mother. Since we are both anxious, let us not delay. Let's speak elsewhere, meow mama. Please join us as a witness. As for Aunt, I have asked Aunt Lou for assistance. Seeing that she had everything arranged, he chose to remain silent. Deep down, she truly felt uneasy about Yimo being alone with Song. With such a heartless mother, what if something went awry? Jai Muyang felt it was only natural to accompany her. Although he was unaware of the specifics, the atmosphere clearly indicated a conflict involving Yimo, and he felt compelled to ensure her safety. The central hospital was conveniently located in the heart of the city, making it easy to find a place to converse. Upon exiting the hospital, several options were readily visible. Song Yimo had no intention of straying far, as her sole desire was to swiftly dismiss Song E, her determination as resolute as Song E's abandonment of her in the past. Chapter 39. Conditions and notarization. They reserved a private room and casually ordered a few dishes, and the group began to negotiate. Taking out paper and pen from her bag, Song Yimo remarked wistfully that it was a pity that the national law does not support the severance of mother-daughter relationships. Otherwise, it would suffice for her to agree to just this one condition. Song E bit her lip, remaining silent on this matter, as she knew she had no ground to stand on. Having already prepared her arguments in advance, she swiftly articulated several conditions in one breath. After reviewing them from beginning to end, Song Yimo pushed the document forward, suggesting they sign if there were no objections. Song E had anticipated that Yimo would impose numerous harsh conditions or demand a significant sum of money, yet that was not the case. Firstly, given that Song E had not supported her parents for many years and had failed to be present to mourn her father at his deathbed, all future assets belonging to the elderly Zhang Chunxiang would be entirely unrelated to Song E. Secondly, considering that Song E had not fulfilled her maternal responsibilities since Song Yimo was 3 years old and had not spent a single cent on her, effectively abandoning her, all of Song Yimo's future assets would likewise be entirely disconnected from Song E. Thirdly, in light of Song Yi's past transgressions against the elderly Zhang Chunxiang, she would henceforth be prohibited from appearing before the elderly woman for any reason. Song Yimo would be solely responsible for her care until the end of her days, with everything else remaining unrelated to Song Yi. Tears inexplicably streamed down Song Yi's face. Did she feel guilty? Yes, but having already incurred so many losses, she was not concerned about this last one. Wiping away her tears, she took up the pen and signed her name. When would she donate bone marrow? Donate bone marrow? At that moment, Jai Muyang registered the term, realizing that Yimo's mother was forcing her to donate bone marrow, and Yimo was negotiating terms with her. Was this even a condition? He both felt that this was not a condition at all. Rather, it was a concession to Song Yi. What I desire is to never see her again. Seeing her grandmother would sadden me, and I would be in a foul mood. Passing the pen over, she said, Meow Mama and Brother Jai, please act as witnesses. He held the pen, tears falling freely as she gritted her teeth, signing her name while saying, Song E, I do not want this daughter. I will take her instead. Knowing you have prospered outside, do not return here again. We do not welcome you. If I see you again, do not blame me for forgetting our years of kinship. Song E remained silent, stubbornly gazing at Song Yimo, awaiting her response. I am not in a hurry. Jai Muyang interrupted Song Yimo, swiftly signing his name. He then looked up at the made-up woman across from him and said, If it is convenient for you, Mrs. Song, let us go to the notary office together to have this notarized. It would be more legitimate. Song Yi frowned, feeling uncomfortable. This was a family matter of the Songs and had nothing to do with this gentleman. Since Song Yimo was not truly 15 years old, she found Jai's suggestion to be the best course of action. She was wary of Song Yi. Her biological mother was strong-willed, proud, yet shameless, resorting to any means to achieve her goals. Today's performance made that clear, so Yimo was more than willing to take extra steps. having known of the opportunities presented by the rapid development of the internet a decade in advance. Even if she could not become an extraordinary person, she could still earn a little more by seizing the moment. At the very least, starting her Taobao store a few years earlier than others would give her an edge. She would not allow Song Yi to benefit without any effort. Off to the notary they would go. Song Yimo glanced at Song Yi, stating that once the notarization was complete, she would be free to leave. This was precisely what Song Yi longed to hear, and without contesting the decision of an outsider, she promptly stood and declared, "Let us go now." Ignoring her, Song Yimo turned to Yi and said, "Meow mama, you should return to the hospital to care for grandma. If grandma inquires about you, tell her I have taken brother Zhai for a stroll. Aunt won't believe that." After a brief silence, Song Yimo tucked her fallen hair behind her ear, adding, "If she asks, just inform her of my whereabouts. I will explain everything in detail upon my return. Concealing such matters will only lead her to overthink." "I understand," He replied as she embraced Song Yimo, reassuring her. "Do not worry. Meow Mama will look after you. Always." Foolish child. He's eyes brimmed with tears, ready to spill, as she sniffled and deliberately averted her gaze from Song Yi while making her exit. Song Yimo stood up, her hands buried in her pockets, her expression cold as she regarded Song Yi. "Let's go." Zhai Muyang had quickly settled the bill and stepped beside Song Yimo, distancing her from Song Yi as he draped his arm around her shoulder and led her downstairs. The notarization process was not intricate. However, the human element involved made the atmosphere towards Song Yi quite delicate. They had encountered various individuals. It was rare to witness such a lack of compassion between parents and their children. Seemingly oblivious, Song Yi hastily departed after the notarization. "I must return today, so I will not go to the hospital," she stated, producing a bundle of cash from her bag, appearing to be around 5,000. Song Yimo smirked. "I never expected you to revisit Grandma. There is no need for the money. From now on, both Grandma and I have no ties to you. Take care of yourself. Please provide me with the hospital's address." Song Yi promptly handed her a pre-written note along with the money. Song Yimo stepped back, thinking, "Do you believe you can purchase peace of mind with money? I'm afraid I cannot assist you with that. If one day you are haunted by pang of conscience, but I'm being foolish, how could you possess such a thing?" Withdrawing the note and placing it in her pocket, Song Yimo regarded Song Yi earnestly, hoping that they would never meet again. As a taxi pulled away and then returned, Song Yimo turned back to see Song Yi crouched, burying her face in her knees. She couldn't help but think that perhaps Song Yi was pleased, relieved that her son had finally found salvation. Song Yimo understood more than anyone that her marrow would match with Shenjua's. He would still be alive until her return. What a stroke of luck it was that, despite the 50% chance of her parents not matching, she, a half-sister, had matched perfectly. Was she saddened? Leaning back, Song Yimo gazed up at the ceiling of the car. Her mother had left when she was scarcely 3 years old, never returning to check on her for all these years. Although they had signed an agreement, it held little significance for her. Her only concern was for Grandma. Even if she uttered no complaints, in solitude, she would likely weep under the covers for hours. It baffled her how someone as nurturing as Grandma could raise 2 children who turn out to be so ungrateful. But Grandma still has you. Indeed, grandmother and she. Song Yimo gently rubbed her face, straightened her posture, and steeled herself. She was now the pillar of support for her grandmother. Only by improving herself could her grandmother find solace. "Thank you, Brother Zhai." Zhai Muyang observed the renewed spirit on her face, a smile gracing his own. "As fortune would have it, I shall undoubtedly stand by your side. Do you recall what I mentioned last time? If anyone dares to bully you, I could deliver a blow so fierce that even their mother would not recognize them. Even if that person were your own mother, I would not hesitate to act should you give the slightest nod." Chapter 40. By Your Side Violence. Despite this assertion, Song Yimo appeared noticeably pleased. A man should never strike a woman. Such an act is mere bullying. "I will heed your words, so shall I call you brother?" Yet, Song Yimo could not bring herself to utter the term. For her, big brother and brother held vastly different connotations. She could address any man older than herself as big brother out of politeness, but the term brother felt excessively intimate. She had used it once before, yet no memories remained. Perhaps she had called out in her childhood. Zhai Muyang, sensing her discomfort, graciously shifted the subject. Why didn't you inform me about your grandmother's illness? I had seen you online for several days and feared something had happened. I didn't have the chance. Song Yimo reflected on her mindset at that moment, perhaps clinging to a glimmer of hope that her grandmother's ailment was trivial, easily remedied with some medication. Did Meow's father tell you? Yes, I called him. In the future, please let me know if anything arises. Even if you're pressed for time, do leave a message. All right. Song Yimo listened with a smile to his somewhat nagging words, and the slight sorrow from losing a blood relative seemed to dissipate instantly. At such times, having someone by one's side felt truly comforting. Thank you, Brother Zhai. Upon arriving at the hospital, they first checked into a hotel. Noticing the hour was late, they purchased seafood congee and a bowl of soup for her grandmother, as well as a meal for He before returning. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, they spotted He pacing anxiously. Meow, why has it taken so long? You've been asked several times. Song Yimo smiled at the nurse who glanced their way. The notary office is quite far. Did Grandma find out? I didn't conceal anything when she inquired. Where's Song Yi? She left. He was not surprised. Upon seeing only the two of them emerge from the elevator, she had already guessed. However, witnessing a childhood friend transform into someone so unfeeling, unwilling even to glance at her ailing mother, left her feeling disheartened. But how should we explain it to Meow? State the truth. She has departed. No amount of explanation can bring her back. Come now, the food will grow cold. Aunt Meow must be heartbroken. He sighed, dismissing further thoughts of that person. Have you eaten? Not yet. I will feed Grandma, first before joining Brother Zhai for a meal. No. I will take care of Aunt Meow. You go dine with Mr. Zhai. Song Yimo glanced back at Brother Zhai. Then I will first check on Grandma. Song's grandmother had been waiting by the door. Upon their arrival, she strained to sit up. Where's that scoundrel? Song Yimo hurried over to help her lie back down. I sent her away. Otherwise, it would only add to your distress. This time, however, Song's grandmother was not easily placated. She pulled her granddaughter to sit beside her. He mentioned you and Song signed an agreement. Tell me, what does it entail? It states that she is not to appear again. Regardless of how life unfolds or how much wealth we possess, it will have no bearing on her. She has agreed. Does Grandma miss her? I cannot bear to see you suffer at her hands. Grandmother Song trembled as she spoke. You're still so young. How could you undergo a bone marrow extraction? I cannot agree to this. In truth, it wasn't as daunting as it seemed. They would only take what was necessary, not all of my marrow. If it were to affect my health, I wouldn't care who it was. I would refuse. So, dear grandmother, rest assured, if you truly do not believe me, I can invite Director and I to speak with you tomorrow. Surely, you trust the doctor's words. Your words I do trust as well. Grandmother Song sighed deeply, her worries somewhat alleviated. I simply cannot bear the thought of anything happening to you. I understand, grandmother. For your sake, I will take good care of myself. He was particularly sensitive and tender-hearted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she hastily lowered her gaze to open the lunchbox. Her voice trembling. Yimo is going to accompany Mr. Zhai for dinner. Aunt, I will feed you. Oh, but dear, all right, Grandmother Song said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she glanced at the quietly standing Zhai Muyang. It is unfortunate that you have to witness all this mess. Yimo, it's enough that he is here with me. You should go and have dinner with Muyang. There's no need to rush back. The two were almost ushered out. Zhai Muyang chuckled. Then let us heed grandmother's wishes. The restaurants near the hospital offered delightful flavors, though the prices were indeed steep. Zhai Muyang, utilizing some mysterious means, led Song Yimo into a seemingly unremarkable place from the outside, yet elegantly appointed within. Upon entering, a faint aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air, with few vacant seats to be found. Is this medicinal cuisine? Song Yimo asked softly as they settled in. Yes, it is said to be quite authentic. The attentive waiter, after inquiring about their dietary preferences, recommended several suitable medicinal dishes for them. Zhai Muyang took the initiative to order 2 servings. Once the waiter departed, Song Yimo remarked, everyone who works here must understand pharmacology, right? Of course, only those knowledgeable can work here. Is that so? Brother Zhai. Zhai Muyang poured her some water. I have a few friends in Mang City. Song Yimo nodded in understanding, recalling that Brother Zhai had a relative at a sanatorium in Mang City. By the way, will you visit your relative while in Mang City? No need. He wouldn't be pleased to see me. My visit would only disturb his peace of mind. Zhai Muyang spoke nonchalantly, as though it were someone else's affair. Song Yimo, sensing the delicate nature of the topic, refrained from pressing further. Every family has its own troubles, much like her own reluctance for others to pry into her family matters. Though the medicinal cuisine bore the name of medicine, it did not possess a medicinal taste. Rather, it was neither greasy nor bland, imbued with a subtle fragrance, making it quite delectable. No wonder this place was thriving in business. When Zhai Muyang went to settle the bill, Song Yimo did not insist on treating him. With her limited funds, it was better to save what she could for now. She could always invite him later when she was more financially secure. Brother Zhai would not hold this trivial matter against her. Once grandmother can eat normally again, I can bring her meals from here every day. Although it's not cheap, my remaining funds should suffice. Yimo, let us go. Song Yimo hurriedly rose to follow, and once outside the door, Zhai Muyang remarked, I have placed an order here. From now on, grandmother's porridge will be delivered from this establishment. You may continue to dine elsewhere, as it is advisable for children to avoid excessive medicinal meals. Is porridge available here? What is the price? Do not concern yourself with the cost. I have declared my intention to be your brother, and thus, grandmother is naturally my grandmother as well. It is not a matter of precious commodities. Must you truly calculate the expense for a few bowls of porridge as a token of filial piety? Feeling somewhat at a loss for words, Song Yimo pursed her lips, unable to articulate any further objections regarding payment. Chapter 41. Acceptance. As the clock struck 10 in the hospital, Song Yimo raised her hand to check the time. It was nearly 8. Brother Zhai, you should return to the hotel and rest. Let me take you back first, and I'll go back after saying hello to Grandma. Song Yimo did not object, her hands tucked into the pockets of her coat. The temperature had dropped a bit these past few days, and her coat felt rather thin. Tomorrow, Meow's father would likely come to pick up Meow's mother, so she reminded herself to call back and ask him to bring an extra piece of clothing for Meow for her to wear. Lost in her thoughts, she felt a sudden weight on her shoulder, and without needing to look up, she instinctively knew who it was, eliciting a faint frown. Yet, despite the cliché nature of the moment, why did it still warm her heart? Furthermore, this was a scenario typically evoked between lovers. With every autumn rain comes a chill. Remember to wear an extra layer tomorrow. What will Grandma do if you fall ill? She had not anticipated such a drastic drop in temperature. Just a few days prior, it had been too warm to even wear a coat during the day. Song Yimo justified herself as she wrapped her warm long coat tighter around her. Brother Zhai, as you can see, I am perfectly fine here, so you need not stay with me. Just go back tomorrow. Honestly, I'm already grateful that you came today. As the wind picked up, Zhai Muyang moved to the other side to shield her from it, his hands buried in his trouser pockets, his expression radiating an unexplainable ease. I don't have any pressing matters at the moment. A few days away is inconsequential. If the company were busy, I wouldn't be able to leave so easily. There are thousands of people relying on me. I must be responsible for them. Wouldn't you agree? Noticing Song Yimo still furrowing her brows, Zhai Muyang understood she was concerned about inconveniencing him. With a gentle smile, he reached out to ruffle her hair. I won't be staying long. Just 2 or 3 days. It won't disrupt anything important. Song Yimo found it difficult to insist he leave. He was far too astute. Not to mention, even if she were 35, she would still be no match for his brilliance. Some individuals are born to lead, like Brother Zhai, while others are destined to remain ordinary. Like herself, with this realization, Song Yimo felt a wave of acceptance wash over her. There were more ordinary people in this world, and she was not alone. Zhai Muyang observed the subtle shifts in her expression, effortlessly discerning her thoughts, which lightened his own heart. He lacked for nothing in the company of others. Yet the simplicity and clarity of this younger sister were irreplaceable, and he was resolute in his decision. 2 or 3 days would be ample time for him to win over Song Yimo's grandmother. As it turned out, Zhai Muyang was determined, and no one was beyond his reach. The very next day, Song's grandmother joyfully called out to him, Muyang, as he attended to her every need, serving her water and porridge with an air of familiarity. Song Yimo found herself with more leisure time. He could not help but whisper to Yimo. It seems this brother of yours is quite serious about you. Song Yimo chewed on the cap of her pen, pondering whether Meow's mother disapproved. Not all, she replied, glancing at the man who was making her aunt laugh, yet feeling a sense of unease within. Song Yimo shared a similar sentiment. Brother Zhai was tall, affluent, and undeniably handsome. So why did he insist on recognizing her as his sister? She had gone to great lengths to curry favor with her grandmother. Could it be that her grandmother possessed some extraordinary identity known to Brother Zhai, but unknown to her? However, her family had neither overseas relatives nor wealthy distant kin. And certainly, her father, who was said to have gone abroad, did not count. In any case, she was not inclined to believe in the notion of fortune falling from the sky. Nonetheless, accepting this brother could be quite agreeable, Mr. Zhai certainly did not strike her as lacking in insight or courage, and thus, neither she nor her grandmother would be easily bullied. For instance, would it be someone like Song Ji? Song Yimo bit her tongue, not wishing to mention that individual and spoil the atmosphere. Chunxiang, we have come to see you. They turned to the hospital room door, where a procession of familiar old friends of her grandmother followed Miao Jun inside. Song Yimo hurriedly organized her paper and pen, calling out to each one, eager to return their gentle gestures of affection. What brings all of you here? Song Grandma was overjoyed, her spirits visibly lifted. Zhai Muyang approached the foot of the bed, raising it slightly and placing a pillow behind her, which drew the curious gazes of others. Some, being straightforward, directly inquired, Chunxiang, which younger relative is this? I don't believe I've seen him before. Song Grandma glanced at Mu Yang and her granddaughter, proclaiming, this is my adopted grandson, more useful than my own children. His surname is Zhai, and his name is Mu Yang. Mu Yang, you may address everyone as grandmother. Mu Yang was taken aback by how swiftly he had achieved his aim, and with a cheerful smile, he greeted, good day, grandmothers. I am Mu Yang. Well, what a handsome young man. Are you married? Do you have a partner? The crowd erupted in laughter, while Song Grandma refrained, fearing it might aggravate her wounds. Lu Jiuxiang, when will you cease your matchmaking tendencies? My grandson hardly requires it. There are countless suitors vying for him. Grandma Lu recalled they were in a hospital and chuckled. Who does matchmaking in a hospital? Song Yimo returned with a large basin of apples, distributing one to each person, then brought out a bunch of bananas. The elderly had difficulty with their teeth, so this was easier for them to consume, while the apples could be taken home for the children. Although the visitors were few, and the children came empty-handed, there was an abundance of fruit. Miao's parents had contributed, and Brother Zhai had brought a considerable amount as well. They could not consume it quickly enough, and she genuinely feared it would spoil. Perhaps she could gather some for everyone to take home later. She also wanted to ensure Meow Mama took some back for Meow Meow, who adored dragon fruit, especially since Brother Zhai had selected the largest ones. As she mentally calculated, Song Yimo continued distributing bananas. These individuals shared a close bond with her grandmother, and during her time at school, they had spent many days together with her. Although they could visit the house once Grandma was discharged, they had still traveled a long way to the hospital. Such is the essence of relationships, which she must remember to repay in the future. All right, Yimo, if you keep bringing out more, we will be left with empty hands. Seeing Song Yimo reaching for the cupboard again, Grandma Lu hurriedly intervened. We are not here as guests. You should keep these for yourselves. Your visit to see Grandma is indeed a form of hospitality, Song Yimo replied, her eyes sparkling with warmth, making it hard for anyone not to like her. These elderly ladies are exceedingly fond of it, and when they compare it to what they have at home, they feel even more appreciative of Yimo. If one day I find myself bedridden, I would be satisfied if my children, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren exhibited even half of Yimo's filial piety towards me. Grandma Song is naturally delighted that her granddaughter is praised. Yimo is indeed wonderful. Had it not been for her insistence on coming to the hospital for a checkup, I fear my condition would have deteriorated into a serious illness. The doctor mentioned that if it worsens further, it could lead to cancer. Chapter 42. The World of the Affluent Grandmother. How many times have you repeated that? Please, say something else. Of course I must, Grandma Song retorted with a sharp glance. I must remind them that they should not overlook any discomfort. A serious illness does not arise suddenly. it is often the result of neglecting minor ailments. Song Yimo raised her hand in surrender, leaving the conversation to her old friends as she approached Jai Muyang, who was conversing with Miao's father. Upon her arrival, Miao Jun abruptly ceased his discourse. Why the rush to make a decision? Have you truly contemplated it? There is nothing more to consider. If a mere extraction of bone marrow can sever the bond between mother and child, I find solace in that, Song Yimo replied, her hand absent-mindedly rummaging in her pocket. Moreover, leukemia can prove fatal without a compatible marrow donor. No matter the grievances between Song Yi and myself, I cannot lay the blame at his feet. If I can spare a bit of marrow for him, I shall find peace. If it matches, then I truly owe Song Yi nothing. Hearing her incessantly mention Song Yi, Miao Jun felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet reflecting on Song Yi's character, he was reluctant to defend her, choosing instead to feign ignorance. It is commendable that you think this way. After all, it is a matter of life and death. To stand idly by in the face of such a plea would be excessive. You are doing very well, Miao Jun remarked, a rare smile gracing his typically stoic face. Yesterday, Yi had called him in tears, berating Song Yi for her lack of conscience, convinced that Yimo was being wronged. Yet he found comfort in the fact that Yimo possessed the ability to discern right from wrong, the decisiveness to act when necessary, and a measure of compassion, qualities that bode well for her future. This marrow donation could signify the final severance of their blood ties. Surely, Song Yi would not dare to trouble Yimo again. Miao's father was aware that Yimo was still preoccupied with financial matters, especially given the current circumstances. But he emphasized the importance of prioritizing her studies. You must understand how crucial these 3 years of high school are. Do not sacrifice the substantial for the trivial. You have set a commendable goal for Zhiruo. Do not lose sight of your own. As for tuition, I can manage for both of you. Zhai Muyang began to comprehend why Yimo was so inclined to heed Miao Jun's counsel. This man, who had previously not garnered his trust, had altered his stance upon learning that he had been present yesterday and had assisted Yimo. It was evident that Miao Jun harbored genuine concern for Yimo, treating her as his own responsibility, despite the burden it posed. He could not compare to those around him who could effortlessly dispense vast sums of money. Yet he far surpassed them in character. Song Yimo sniffled and nodded, her voice lacking its usual clarity. I understand, Miao Dad. I will maintain my grades. With her assurance, Miao Jun ceased his admonitions, recognizing that this child was far more diligent than his own. The thought of his daughter brought a smile to his face as he remarked, "It is fortunate to have you. Luo is so driven that her grandmother is considering making a pilgrimage to the temple. I know how much she longs to wear a military uniform. I painted a picture of her dream before her, and I did not anticipate its impact." In the presence of her nearest and dearest, Song Yimo allowed a hint of pride to surface, for in fulfilling her friend's aspirations while reassuring Miao Dad and Miao Ma, there was no greater joy to be found. At this moment, he entered with a bundle of mineral water, and several people approached to share the load, as there was no other water available for consumption. The elderly, accustomed to frugality, couldn't help but murmur a few words of admonition, prompting the group to step outside for a conversation. Miao Jun observed Zhai Muyang, who seemed to fit in naturally. He wondered if Mr. Zhai's presence here might disrupt business. I have booked a flight for the day after tomorrow. Zhai Muyang smiled and said, "Let us dispense with the formalities of Mr. And sir, you may call me Muyang, and I shall address you as Uncle Miao." Miao Jun, not one to be inflexible, nodded slightly in agreement. He recalled the phone call he received on his way back yesterday afternoon, learning of Zhai's arrival. It would be unlikely for someone to arrive so promptly unless they were genuinely concerned. In this regard, he shared the same sentiment as he. Having a man in the house always brought a sense of security, especially one who appeared capable of supporting the family. Of course, this was contingent upon whether this man could indeed be trusted. Miao Jun pondered for half the night, but could not fathom what schemes could be aimed at the pair. The only conceivable motive might be an interest in Yimo. However, Yimo had not yet turned 16 and seemed no more mature than other girls. Certainly not exceptional enough to warrant any undue attention. He had been observing closely and found no fault in Zhai Muyang's demeanor towards Yimo. His concern for her was abundantly clear. Perhaps he had been too suspicious, Miao Jun thought with a hint of self-deprecation, deciding to cast aside his worries. Time would reveal a person's true character. He simply needed to be vigilant. Yimo, has the doctor mentioned how long Aunt Song will require before she can be discharged? Director and I stated that they would need to monitor her condition further. Given her advanced age, recovery would be slow. If all went well, perhaps in 7 or 8 days. But otherwise, it remained uncertain. That is quite a while, Miao Jun frowned. We cannot have Yimo endure this alone. Perhaps we should ask Yi to take a few more days off to stay here. Zhai Muyang interjected. I have arranged for a caregiver who will begin tonight. Song Yimo looked at him in surprise. When did you manage to hire one? Is it refundable? I prepaid for a week, he explained by then. Aunt Song should be significantly improved, and you will be able to manage on your own. Zhai Muyang was resolute on this matter, stating, I am not lacking in funds. I know you would refuse my assistance, so I must take care of these matters myself. A single hair from the multitude of the Monkey King's fur is hardly a burden, is it? To me, family is paramount. Spending a trivial amount to honor my grandmother is a joy, not a chore. Such is the world of the affluent. Problems that can be solved with money are no problems at all. Song Yimo muttered, I think I'm developing a resentment towards the wealthy. With that, it seemed she had no objection, and Zhai Muyang's spirits lifted as he smiled. Miao Jun and he exchanged glances. While they felt it might be somewhat inappropriate to take advantage of the situation, since Yimo had nodded in agreement, they refrained from further comment. With a specialized caregiver in place, Song Yimo felt a greater sense of ease. After bidding Zhai Muyang farewell, she immersed herself in the narrative of her novel, writing fervently throughout the day until her hands nearly cramped. Fortunately, her efforts bore fruit, and as her collection of manuscripts grew, she finally felt a sense of relief. No matter how popular a book may be, it cannot withstand the consequences of an interruption in updates. Regardless of her busy schedule, she is resolute in maintaining at least one chapter's update. Although Miao's father has expressed his concerns, she is unwilling to impose additional burdens on others, particularly in light of the impending changes in his work situation. The herbal food shop delivers porridge and soup punctually each day, far surpassing the quality of outside offerings. Grandma Song relishes the meals, which are generously portioned, often sharing half with her revolutionary comrade, Grandma Lu. The Lu family is not one to take advantage of others. They ensure that the elderly do not have to worry about their meals. Instead, they provide Song Yimo with a daily serving of home-cooked food, which is far more reassuring than what can be found outside. Coupled with ample rest, Song Yimo's complexion has improved significantly. Chapter 43. The dust settles after half a month away from home. The grandmother and grandson finally return to their most familiar place. Miao Yun Ipotzit, eager to carry Grandma Song upstairs, but she waved her hand dismissively, asserting that she could manage the few steps herself. Having lain in bed for so long, she felt the need to move, lest her bones rust. Song Yimo supported her while calling out, Meow Dad, Meow Mom, could you please bring the things upstairs? He, retrieving items from the trunk, replied without looking up, no need to worry, just help your aunt. Upon hearing the commotion, neighbors upstairs and downstairs emerged to greet them, and Meow Grandma, who had come early to prepare, opened the door. Being longtime neighbors, they often exchanged pleasantries, embodying the adage that close neighbors are more valuable than distant relatives. Grandma Song, noticeably thinner, smiled warmly and responded to each greeting. She had little of importance to attend to, so she chatted amiably while following the grandmother and grandson into the house. The home was immaculate. Meow Mom and Meow Grandma had tidied up the previous day. Water was boiled, teacups were washed spotless, and the kitchen appeared as if it had undergone a thorough spring cleaning. Grateful, Song Yimo swiftly prepared tea, wondering if there were any peanuts or sunflower seeds left. Though fruits were plentiful, once news of Grandma's return spread, many would come to visit. According to local customs, it was customary to give red envelopes when visiting the sick, typically denominations of 50 or 100 to express goodwill. Guests were always welcomed, and hospitality could not be neglected. While pondering these arrangements, she busily served tea to the neighbors, then hurried to the entrance to organize the items he had brought in, moving briskly in and out. Downstairs, Grandma Zhu sighed. With a granddaughter like Yimo, Chunxiang, you have truly endured and thrived. In comparison, her own grandchildren seemed utterly lacking. He was determined to tarnish the reputations of Song Ji and Song Yi, hoping this would deter them from appearing in the neighborhood again. She had thoroughly disseminated tales of their disgraceful behavior at the hospital through Meow Grandma. Now, everyone felt sympathy for Grandma Song, acknowledging the challenges posed by such children, and they recognized the difficulties faced by Yimo with such a mother and uncle. Should they harbor any ill intentions in the future, these elderly neighbors, despite their age, will be ready to intervene. Miao Jun, however, did not entirely agree with Yi's approach. Regardless, Song Yi remained Yimo's mother, and damaging her reputation would not benefit Yimo. Yet Yi was adamant about her course of action, willing to play the villain if it meant securing a stable future for Yimo. As Yimo had anticipated, the elderly residents of the community gradually arrived, filling the Song family's two-bedroom apartment to capacity. The earliest arrivals promptly made room for others, choosing to leave early. After a lively gathering, the Song household returned to a semblance of tranquility. Only then did Miao's family find a place to sit after diligently attending to their guests. With plenty of fruit remaining, they helped themselves without hesitation. Suddenly, Yi recalled something and quickly swallowed her piece of orange, saying, Zhuo mentioned the monthly exam is in 2 days. Yimo, what will you do? Missing half a month of classes before the exam is quite disadvantageous. No worries, I've been studying. I can borrow Meow's notes tomorrow to catch up. You can't just scrape by, she insisted. Miao Jun habitually furrowed his brow. How could one merely cope with examinations? Song Yimo quickly admitted her fault, expressing her intention to perform well. As long as you try your best, that is sufficient. Do not mind your father, Miao, Bai remarked, casting a glance at her husband. Why don't you allow our daughter to take a half-month leave and see if she can catch up? Observing Song Yimo's relaxed demeanor, she could tell the pressure was not overwhelming. Miao Jun, accustomed to yielding to his wife, chose to bow his head and continue enjoying his snack. Song Yimo laughed heartily, even savoring the sweetness of a sour orange. Lunch was shared with the Miao family, nutritious yet light, leaving enough leftovers for dinner. After bidding farewell to Miao's parents and seeing her grandmother to sleep, Song Yimo returned to her room and powered on her computer. As she awaited the boot up, she exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of resolution. Her grandmother was well. That was truly wonderful. Moving forward, she would focus on nurturing her grandmother's health, ensuring that it would never deteriorate to the level of cancer. Indeed, she planned to contribute to household expenses for her grandmother, ensuring she never lacked funds. With a bit of financial freedom, her grandmother would be more inclined to prepare delicious meals, thus allowing them both to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Logging into her account, she was greeted by animated exchanges between two avatars. Habitually, she first clicked on the editing section. Numerous messages had been sent, albeit none of great significance, merely indicating that data continued to grow under optimistic circumstances, with rewards still occupying the top position. Song Yimo replied briefly, returning home due to a family member's hospitalization before checking her earnings. Although not as substantial as the previous month, she had still accumulated around 7,000. And with upcoming royalties, she felt quite content, her lips curving into a smile. Another notification chimed. Wei Chu Yuliang, your updates have been consistent. I never expected. How are things now? Are you recovered? Yiping Rushi. Yes, as long as I take care, everything will be fine. I managed to write a little in the hospital, trying my best to maintain updates, but I fear I won't be able to increase my output for rankings. Please forgive me, dear editor. Wei Chu Yuliang. In this situation, what more can I say? Just do your best. If there are no updates at all, it may stir discontent among readers. See if you can manage a few extra updates. Yiping Rushi. I will do my utmost. I shall not delay further. I must write. Farewell. Wei Chu Yuliang. Good luck. Closing that window, Song Yimo opened another. Initially, she received daily messages inquiring about her absence online, but there were several gaps in communication, likely during her days in Mang City. Subsequently, messages became infrequent, mostly asking about her grandmother's condition and if she was tired. If Brother Zhai had a younger sister, he would undoubtedly treat her like a princess, Song Yimo mused, feeling a tinge of envy. Though she had an older brother, it hardly made a difference. Yiping Ru Shi, Brother Zhai, my grandmother and I returned today. The response came swiftly. Muyang, how is your grandmother's recovery? Yiping Ru Shi, Director and I, said it is quite good. She just needs proper care. There are no specific medications for gastritis and intestinal metaplasia, so dietary attention is essential. With some additional medicine, there should be no major issues. Muyang, I have arranged for some medication to be sent from abroad. Please provide me with an address, and I will ensure it reaches you. In her previous life, her grandmother had utilized numerous imported medications, and Song Yimo was acutely aware of their costs. Whether domestic or international, quality medicine was never inexpensive, just as she found herself in a state of indecision. Another message arrived. Mu Yang inquired, "Are you contemplating how to decline the offer?" To which Yiping Ru Shi replied, "I simply find it too exorbitant." Mu Yang, feeling a sense of helplessness, thought to himself that such a sum was trivial for him. Yiping Ru Shi continued, "Nonetheless, I appreciate it. I wish to provide my grandmother with the very best." Upon glancing at the subsequent string of addresses, Mu Yang could not help but smile. Mu Yang remarqued, "It is wonderful that you think this way. Are you preparing to study?" Yiping Ru Shi responded, "Yes, I have an examination the day after tomorrow, Brother Ji. I shall go study now." Mu Yang replied, "Go ahead, and be sure to rest well." Yiping Ru Shi affirmed, "Understood, Brother Ji, farewell." Chapter 44. Warm campus. Just after dinner, a series of loud knocks echoed at the door. Grandma Song chuckled, instantly recognizing the visitor by the commotion. Song Yimo hurried to the door, and just as she turned the lock, someone pushed it open from the outside, immediately throwing herself onto Yimo, exclaiming, Imo, you're finally back." With some effort, Yimo managed to close the door with one hand while gently patting her back, dragging her inside. "You're taller and heavier than I am. How can you have the audacity to crush me like this?" Miao Zhiruo, with a beaming smile, pressed down a little harder before finally letting her feet touch the ground, wrapping her arm around Yimo's shoulder in a display of affection. "These past 2 weeks have utterly exhausted me. Only now do I realize how painful it is to be without your notes." Grandma Song stood by, laughing heartily, and pointed at the notes. "Look at you, such a lack of ambition." "Grandma, I will surely achieve great things by following Yimo," Miao Zhiruo replied. Glancing at the elderly woman, noticing her grandmother had lost some weight, she inquired, "Are you feeling better? Have you recovered from your illness?" "Yes, I am well now. With Yimo taking care of me, how could I not be?" Grandma Song affectionately observed her granddaughter and, using the armrest of the sofa for support, slowly rose to her feet. "I'll go rest in my room. You two chat, don't mind me." Miao Zhiruo hurried to assist her. "Grandma, let me help you." Allowing Miao Zhiruo to tend to her, Yimo walked over to the table to clear the dishes into the kitchen. "I'll wash them," Miao Zhiruo declared, bursting in like a cannonball, pushing Yimo aside as she rolled up her sleeves to help. "I feel guilty not contributing when such a big matter is at hand." Yimo didn't argue. She took a cloth and began wiping the table, standing beside her friend to dry the dishes. "Did the teacher say anything to you?" "Yesterday. She asked when you would return and if you could catch up before the monthly exam. I told her you had surgery, but would be fine. I didn't mention anything else." Wiping away the splashes of water that had landed on her face, Miao Zhiruo turned to her and said, Imo, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Missing half a month of classes will inevitably have some impact. Whatever your results are, they're what they are. You have a solid foundation. Even with the missed time, you can outshine most of the students. Don't say that in class. It'll just breed resentment. They'll end up hating me. As she neatly arranged the dishes, Yimo smiled. "Don't worry, I'll do my best on the exam. If my grades dip, I'll just catch up next month." "I was just worrying for nothing," Miao Zhiruo murmured while drying her hands. "I brought the notes. Take a look. If you find anything unclear, let me know, and I'll borrow from the class monitor." In this regard, Yimo felt no pressure at all. During her time in the hospital, half of her moments were dedicated to writing and the other half to her studies. With her prior foundation, she had no problem with the sciences, and for the humanities, a little focus on the key points in politics and history would suffice. She had even memorized more than the previous month. However, she graciously accepted her friend's concern, cherishing it in her heart. Not wanting to waste Yimo's precious time, Miao Zhiruo didn't linger and left after handing over the notes. It was evident that Miao Zhiruo had put considerable effort into her notes. Yimo picked up the Chinese literature textbook first and read it attentively. The following morning, Miao Zhiruo arrived as usual to take her to school, bearing a message from Miao's father. Your father wishes for you to attend school without worry. My grandmother will come soon to accompany Grandma Song, and they will have lunch together. As anticipated, Song Yimo smiled, refusing to display any false bravado. True intimacy allows for a natural ebb and flow of acceptance and giving. To reject another's kindness only fosters a sense of estrangement. Having not seen her for half a month, classmates greeted her with enthusiastic shouts, drawing the attention of students from other classes. Song Yimo reciprocated their warmth with soft smiles, and after placing her backpack down, she did not sit but went to request leave from the old teacher. Chun Bailing, upon seeing her, expressed genuine concern. Did the elderly lady undergo surgery? How is her recovery? The doctor advised proper care. I assure you, I will not miss any classes, Teacher Chun. Chun Bailing sighed, producing a leave note for her signature. I sincerely wish for your well-being. However, given your family's circumstances, I cannot say much. Just strive hard, rely on yourself, and with diligence, you will carve out a promising future. I have faith in you. Thank you, Teacher Chun. As she capped her pen, Song Yimo's heart felt heavy upon noticing a few strands of white hair mixed with Chen's meticulously styled locks. In terms of appearance, Teacher Chun lacked the flamboyance of that woman from the other day, who expertly adorned herself and surely did not lower her standards to please men. But could these be justifications for infidelity? Regardless of a man's success, the loyalty of a devoted wife speaks volumes about his character. Why are you daydreaming? Tomorrow is the monthly exam. Review others' notes and ask if there is anything unclear. Teachers are here to assist you. Do not feel overly pressured. Even if this exam does not go well, no one will blame you. However, do not become complacent. Give it your utmost effort. Understood? Understood, Teacher Chun. Song Yimo felt somewhat helpless. Why did it seem that everyone perceived her as burdened with pressure? Was she truly that fixated on her grades? If this time was not successful, there would always be another chance. After all, one exam does not dictate one's future. Yet, despite her confidence, Song Yimo remained diligent, hardly moving from her seat throughout the day, with Miao Zhiruo bringing her meals. The science teachers made it a point to inquire if she needed clarification, offering one-on-one tutoring at any moment. Song Yimo felt enveloped in abundant goodwill. Her heart warmed immensely. Her mind struggled to absorb the influx of knowledge. Even for someone as quick to learn as Song Yimo, it became overwhelming. On the way home, she leaned against Miao Zhiruo, feeling somewhat drained. Lu Xing, despite wanting to converse with her, refrained, merely pacing back and forth around her. Miao Zhiruo remained unusually quiet throughout the journey. Grandma, I'm back. Upon opening the door, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Ah, Yimo has returned. Grandma Miao, wiping her hands as she emerged from the kitchen, stated, just one more dish is left. Your grandmother is inside. Please call her out for dinner. Thank you, Grandma Miao. Not at all, it's nothing. Grandma Miao smiled warmly, waving her hand before returning to the kitchen. At this moment, Grandma Song emerged from the house, walking slowly with ease. Quickly put your backpack back inside. Granny Miao has prepared your favorite lily and pork rib soup. Be sure to indulge a bit later. All right, came the reply. After placing her backpack down and washing her face, Song Grandma was just about to remove her apron and leave. I want to be polite. I'll have my meal here tomorrow. Today is the 15th, and I must return home to offer incense for your father. If I don't, they're sure to forget. Upon hearing this reason, the grandmother and granddaughter found it difficult to insist otherwise. Song Yimo accompanied her down the stairs, only to be urged to return home. Although the distance was short, she hurriedly called Miao Zhiruo, asking her to meet halfway. Chapter 45. Confiding in grandmother after finishing their meal and tidying up, Song Yimo returned to her room briefly, emerging with a stack of money in her hand. Grandmother, here are 2,000 yuan for you to use. Song's grandmother had a mental tally, aware that this was likely all that remained in Yimo's possession. She did not refuse, but inquired, why are you giving your grandmother money? This recent illness had entirely consumed her funds. Her own savings remained untouched. and their livelihood along with Yimo's tuition was secure. Song Yimo sat opposite her grandmother, addressing the matter with utmost seriousness. Grandmother, how much do you usually spend on living expenses each month? 300 or 500? When I am away, you make do with leftovers. When there are no vegetables, you settle for fermented bean curd and chili sauce. You must remember, however, that you've just undergone surgery. Grandmother Song, unable to meet her granddaughter's gaze, quickly looked down to sip her water. She had indeed lived this way for quite some time, as had many of her peers, believing that meals did not require great fuss. However, with her recent surgery, it was clear that such frugality could no longer be sustained. Director and I had repeatedly advised her to take good care of her stomach. I cannot always be there to monitor you while I am at school, so I can only provide you with money to ensure you have enough. For my sake, you must prioritize your health. If I miss classes now, in my first year, how will I manage if I miss more in my second and third years? Grandmother Song nodded, feeling a great sense of urgency. She feared her granddaughter's grades would suffer, and once lost, they would be difficult to regain. Therefore, you must spend generously on your health. Eat whatever is good and nourishing for your stomach. I have just over 2,000 left, and here is 2,000 in total. When next month's allowance arrives, I will send you 3,000 each month. You need not send so much. I have enough myself. Keep your money untouched. If you spend it all, it will only cause you anxiety. Save any surplus each month. When you are not constantly pursued by financial concerns, you will find peace. That truly is excessive. Song Yimo approached and pressed the money into her grandmother's hand. In the future, I will earn a great deal. You will have more than enough to spend as you wish. Indeed, my Yimo will surely achieve great things, but Grandmother Song sighed deeply as she looked at the money in her hand. Very well, I will accept this for now. 2,000 is sufficient. With just the two of us at home, how much can we consume? You have a bank book, don't you? Save the money diligently. Once you turn 16, hurry to apply for your ID card. With that, you can open a bank account. I may not understand these matters, but I see that young people utilize them. Song Yimo readily agreed, having already planned for this. Life without an ID card was exceedingly inconvenient, especially in Xinghu County, where regulations were strict. They would not issue one to anyone under 16. There's one more thing. Grandmother Song looked up, waiting for her to continue. I must ask you not to speak of my writing novels online for money to anyone. Not even our old friends, Song Ji and Song Yi. Miao's parents know, but I'm unsure if they have mentioned it to Miao's grandmother. If they have indeed, please do not bring it up either. The fewer who know, the better. Does Grandmother Song truly understand nothing? Grandma Song smiled as she gently patted her granddaughter's small face. Though she may not grasp the grand principles, she understood the necessity of discretion regarding wealth. Grandma knew the temperaments of Song Ji and Song Yi better than you, ensuring that no word would slip to them. Leaning against her grandmother's shoulder, Song Yimo murmured, I will not acknowledge them. My life is entirely separate from theirs. Song Yi has already signed the agreement and had it notarized. Even if she learns something, she cannot exert any influence over me. However, Song Ji is different. If he discovers that I possess wealth, he would swallow his pride and approach me. Therefore, I shall not deposit my money into your account, Grandma, to prevent him from scheming. Grandma Song's smile turned bittersweet. Do not blame yourself for being imprudent. It is indeed wise to guard against them. Without such caution, we would have no peace. Thus, we must conceal our affluence. Do not be disheartened. I will gain admission to a university in B City, and I will take you with me, far away from them. In this new environment, no one will know our background. If you take good care of yourself, no one will notice anything amiss. My dear girl, why would Grandma accompany you to school? Song Yimo raised her head, her expression earnest. I am not jesting. Whether you agree or not, I will take you with me. How can I focus on my studies while leaving you alone here? If you fall ill, who will care for you? Relying on Song Ji is futile. Grandma Song was momentarily taken aback. But everyone I know is here. It would be unfamiliar territory there. I will help you adapt. When the time comes, whether we buy or rent, I will choose a place where there are many elderly people. Are you worried about making friends? You can practice your Mandarin with the television over these 2 years. Our dialect is not vastly different from Mandarin. Just with a slight accent, a little practice will suffice. You truly mean it. Looking into her granddaughter's eyes, Grandma Song began to comprehend. Moving to B City was a notion she had never entertained. The cost of living there was notoriously high. It was rumored that housing could reach 6 to 7,000 per ping. Although her granddaughter could earn some money now, she could not possibly write throughout her senior year. With her current income, Song Yimo would not need to fret about high school and university tuition, but living in Beijing would require substantial funds. Yimo, focus on your studies. We are not quite at that point yet. Song Yimo shook her head. It is better to prepare early for future convenience. I cannot simply attend school while leaving you alone at home to clean and cook. You are my cherished grandmother, not a housekeeper. But moving to B City costs a lot. I can earn it. You need not worry about finances. Before she began writing novels, she had no confidence. But now she felt assured, as her book collection had surpassed 50,000 overnight. This figure would certainly be commendable 10 years hence, but even now, it stood out remarkably. Even if she could only achieve success with this one book, it would undoubtedly yield profits that others might not earn in 10 or 20 years. She understood all too well the added value of a book, such as potential adaptations into games. When she wrote, she harbored the intention that if the e-book performed well, it could potentially be transformed into a game, even if that possibility seems distant now. She held a profound confidence in this vision. Although her grandmother delighted in her self-assurance, she still felt the need to contemplate the matter carefully. Song Yimo understood the elderly woman's fear of change, and she chose not to press the issue at that moment, knowing that 2 years would provide ample time for persuasion. Song's grandmother affectionately stroked her granddaughter's head, beaming with pride, exclaiming how remarkable it was that at merely 16, Yimo could support the family, leaving her grandmother eagerly anticipating a life of comfort. Of course, I aim to ensure your comfort. That is my ultimate goal. Song's grandmother smiled so broadly that it seemed her mouth would split from ear to ear. Chapter 46. Grandson for Song Yimo. Examinations were hardly a concern. Despite missing half a month of classes, she seemed to navigate the tests with greater ease than her peers. Following the monthly exam, as was customary, a holiday commenced, coinciding perfectly with the weekend, granting a total of 5 days off. Yimo, do you have any plans? Asked Miao Zhihua, whose bones felt as if they had turned to jelly, as she leisurely pedaled her bicycle. Her close friends were nearby, cycling in various playful ways. We're going to Wushu, Song Yimo replied, her smile dimming slightly. This was a condition she had agreed to. No matter how arduous the journey, she would fulfill her promise. Yet occasionally, a twinge of pain would remind her of the ordeal ahead. Only those who had truly experienced it could understand the difficulty of donating bone marrow. Those who fled the last moment, as reported on television, were not necessarily cowardly. They had simply been misled, thinking that a mere blood donation sufficed for a noble deed. Initially, she had shared that naive belief, unaware that the process could be life-threatening. Nor did anyone inform her of the excruciating pain involved in stimulating the stem cells with factors or the hours spent motionless on a machine for separation. And perhaps one session would not suffice. It was as if that pain had been etched into the marrow, flowing into the body of certain Shenhua. Though they had never spoken directly, he had always seemed fearful of her, instinctively retreating at the sight of her. Such memories were unpleasant. Raising her gaze, Song Yimo caught the eyes of Lu Xing, who lingered not far behind her. She instinctively smiled. In her previous life, she and Lu Xing were not particularly close, certainly not to the extent of waiting for one another after school. Looking around, she noticed the upward curve of her lips. Not only Lu Xing, but also Hu Xiahong, Chen Zhen, Wu Ting, and Zhu Chun, once mere acquaintances, had transformed into good friends. This change was something she welcomed wholeheartedly. Lu Xing, observing the smiling Song Yimo, who seemed lost in thought, could not help but smile back. A cool breeze swept through, stirring the youthful excitement in the air. Upon returning home, Song Yimo shared her decision with her grandmother. Song Lao sighed deeply, her understanding of such matters limited. I won't stop you from making your decision. But Yimo, you must take care of yourself. You cannot take any risks. Remember, without you, I would struggle to go on, all right? A lump formed in Song Yimo's throat as she softly replied, I understand. Do you have enough money? I have about 500 left. It should be sufficient. Song Lao nodded, affirming that the amount was adequate for a round trip to Wushu. Nevertheless, She pulled out 3 larger bills from her pocket, insisting, when you get there, buy yourself a warm coat. Your clothes are getting old and aren't warm enough. All right, Grandma, she replied. Song Lao Lao stood up, saying, you don't need to accompany me. Go attend to your own matters. I'll return to my room to listen to the radio. Song Yimo escorted the elderly woman back to her room, checking the windows thoroughly before leaving. Pressing her ear to the door to listen for signs of her granddaughter's return, Song Lao Lao, once assured of her safety, stealthily picked up the phone, donned her reading glasses, and dialed an unfamiliar number. Hello, Mu Young? It's Grandma. Zhai Muyong, busy on the other side, set down the half-read document. His voice naturally softened. Grandmother, are you feeling better? Much improved. Have I disturbed you? Not at all. I just finished my meal and was resting. Zhai Muyong, with his eyes wide open, uttered falsehoods. Is there something you need? Or is it about Yimo? It concerns Yimo. Did you not remind me to inform you quietly if she plans to go to Wuxi? She just told me she's going the day after tomorrow, mentioning it's merely for a matching procedure and one tea take long. She'll be back the same day. Do you think this is all right? For some reason, Grandma Song now had immense trust in Zhai Muyong, genuinely treating him as her eldest grandson, consulting him whenever issues arose. Zhai Muyong smiled as if basking in spring sunshine, though no one witnessed it. Rest assured, I'll speak with Yimo over the next few days. I'll accompany her to ensure she doesn't face any difficulties. All right. Grandma Song nodded repeatedly. With you by her side, I feel at ease. Although Yimo is clever, she can be naive and easily taken advantage of. Besides, Song Yi is her mother, and I worry that seeing that child may trouble her. Being treated differently despite sharing the same mother. Who could bear such a burden? Grandmother, does this imply I'm lacking in discernment? A man should possess a bit of cunning. Being too naive only leads to losses. Grandma Song momentarily forgot her sentiments, laughing until her face was adorned with creases. You're absolutely right. Zhai Muyong picked up another cheerful ringing phone and tossed it into the drawer, comforting the worried elderly lady. I'm not busy these days. Leave Yimo's matters to me. You can focus on your health. Do take care of yourself, too. As long as you earn enough, there's no need for excess. One person can only consume so much. Indeed, I shall heed your advice. Grandma Song, now beaming, ended the call, feeling a weight lift from her heart, humming a tune as she turned on the radio. After a brief silence, the phone rang again. Zhai Muyong retrieved it and silenced it, recognizing the number clearly, too memorable to forget, likely chosen specially by people of their kind. He let the phone continue ringing, glancing at the hidden app, noticing the gray avatar, then resumed his reading. He wasn't as leisurely as he claimed. Nearing the year's end was inherently a busy time, and he was concurrently engaged in several business negotiations. If he were to let go, some matters could only be settled with his personal presence. Tomorrow held an indispensable event, and it was no longer feasible for him to accompany Yimo to Mang City. He would have to catch an early flight to Wuxi the day after tomorrow, requiring at least 2 days of availability. Just then, the hidden app buzzed. Brother Zhai, I've finished my exams and feel quite confident. Zhai Muyong smiled, fingers flying over the screen. So confident? Missing half a month of classes didn't affect you? I hadn't dedicated much time to studying in the prior 2 months. Hence my humanities lagged. However, with Grandma in hospital, I've read much more than before. I've kept pace with the sciences, so my overall score shouldn't be too far off from last time. Mu Young, Yimo is truly remarkable. Have you finished your holiday? What are your plans? Would you like to visit City S? Yiping Ru Xia. No, I'm heading to City Y to fulfill the obligations of the agreement. Zhai Muyong paused with his fingers hovering over the keyboard, hesitating to type the next word. Does Yimo trust him? Hence, she answers his questions without reservation, responding to everything he asks. Muyong, when are you going? I will be free the day after tomorrow. I can accompany you then. Yiping Ru Xia. It's merely a blood test for matching. There's no need for you to go to such lengths, Brother Zhai. Mu Young, insist. Or do you prefer to face that family alone? Yiping Ru Xia. I do not wish to. With those 2 words typed out, Song Mo realized that she indeed had little desire to witness the affectionate interactions of that family. Chapter 47. Siblings in Xinghu County. There exists a direct bus to Wuxi City, with departures at 7 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. Naturally, Song Yimo chose the morning bus. After a 3.5-hour bumpy ride, even before the vehicle had come to a complete stop, she spotted brother Zhai waving at her from outside the window. The surprise and joy on her face were unmistakable, while Zhai Muyang beamed even wider. Having taken a flight at 7, he rushed from the airport to the bus station, arriving just 20 minutes prior, fortunate to have reached in time to greet her. Song Yimo, clutching her bag, dashed to him, her face radiating an enthusiasm she herself was unaware of. "Brother Zhai, you really came. How did you know I was here?" "I called Grandma," he replied. The truth was, he had received a phone call from Song's grandmother before boarding the plane, and they decided to have lunch first. The two hailed a taxi to the commercial street, where Zhai Muyang had checked the map and noted that it was not far from the Bowen hospital that Yimo intended to visit. Knowing that she preferred to avoid extravagant places, he refrained from taking her to the seemingly upscale restaurants, opting instead for a casual Western and Chinese eatery where they each ordered a set meal. While waiting for their food, he inquired, "Did you contact her before coming? Have you arranged a time to visit the hospital?" Song Yimo shook her head, stating no contact. "Regardless of when I reach out to her, she would never refuse me on the grounds of being busy." Zhai Muyang chuckled, pulling out his phone and handed it to her. "Let us call and set time. Grandma mentioned you need to buy 2 pieces of clothing, and there are shops nearby. If we act swiftly, we can return home for a late dinner." Yimo did not decline. She rummaged through her bag for a note with a number and dialed. After several rings, someone finally answered. "I am Song Yimo, just arrived in Wuxi." This afternoon, Zhai Muyang quickly extended his hand, and she glanced at her watch, noting it was just past 11, and they would reach the hospital around 1. "No need to pick me up. I'll see you at the hospital entrance." "It's settled." She decisively hung up and began dialing another number. "I'll let Grandma know I'm safe." On the other end, her grandmother had likely been waiting by the phone, as the call connected immediately. "Grandma, I've arrived in Wuxi and called." Yes, I understand. Don't worry. Brother, Zhai came to pick me up from the bus station." Yes, all right." Song Yimo handed the phone to Zhai Muyang, whispering, "Grandma wants to speak with you." With a warm smile, Zhai Muyang took the phone and engaged in light-hearted conversation with the elderly woman, his demeanor more akin to a beloved grandson than merely a family friend. Sitting opposite them, Song Yimo could hear her grandmother's hearty laughter, which filled her with joy, making her reflect on how wonderful it was to have such a brother. He had hurriedly flown over to keep her company out of concern, a level of attentiveness that even a biological brother might not always exhibit. Though she cherished this sentiment, she struggled to find an adequate way to express her gratitude. A simple thank you seemed far too trivial. "Grandma said to wait for dinner," she replied. "Yes." A hint of regret surfaced in Song Yimo's voice. "I was so happy to see you that I forgot to buy a return ticket." "I've already purchased it," Zhai Muyang responded, suddenly recalling how she had addressed him. His eyes sparkled with delight. "Yimo, call me that again." Song Yimo, feeling a tad bashful, tucked her hair behind her ear. "Big brother," she exclaimed. Zhai Muyang's response was resoundingly cheerful, his exuberance prompting a smile from Song Yimo. The position of elder brother had been vacant for far too long, and today it was finally filled. Although she was not truly 16, an impulse arose within her to share this joyous occasion with everyone. When the waiter brought the dishes, the portions appeared ample. Song Yimo portioned some food onto her plate, declaring, "I can't eat so much." Zhai Muyang, embodying the role of a doting elder brother, especially now that he had just assumed his new position, indulged her whims, assuring her that it was perfectly acceptable to eat less. "We can grab something nice after leaving the hospital." Eating smaller meals more frequently is a good habit. As they settled the bill, Zhai Muyang casually inquired about their route, then remarked, "It's still early. Let us walk. It'll help with digestion." "Sure," she agreed. They strolled through the commercial street, knowing that a few hundred meters ahead lay their destination. Upon seeing the lovely garments in the shop windows, Zhai Muyang was eager to take his sister shopping. However, Song Yimo, having glanced at the prices, tugged his arm. "Those prices could buy me several pieces. Now that I've acknowledged you as my sister, I must buy you a little something as a token of our meeting. Besides, isn't it only right for an elder brother to treat his younger sister well? I don't need anything extravagant, Whether cheap or expensive, it's all the same to me as long as it keeps me warm. Not wishing to upset her brother, she paused before adding, let us explore the alley behind. Things that are generally more affordable. A 300 yuan down jacket would suffice. Wearing something that costs over 1,000 makes me uncomfortable. My grandmother and I hardly spend that much in a month. Moreover, everyone at school knows about her situation. Wearing such fine clothes would invite unwelcome comments, and that is simply too troublesome. Zhai Muyang ruffled her hair, acquiescing to her request. All right then, but you mustn't be modest about this one. Song Yimo's eyes sparkled with delight. Okay, the items in the back streets were indeed much cheaper, though often outdated and of lesser quality. After careful selection, Zhai Muyang found a jacket for 340 yuan, which Song Yimo quite liked, and she refrained from arguing over the 40 yuan difference. Once they had made their purchase, Zhai Muyang, one hand laden with bags and the other holding Song Yimo's hand, headed toward the store they had seen earlier on the commercial street. I'm buying something nice for grandmother. You mustn't stop me. Song Yimo looked up at the tall figure of her brother, whose hand enveloped hers in warmth. Clad in a simple white shirt and long trousers, he exuded an admirable physique, rivaling that of any tall gentleman a decade hence. He was her brother, and despite their differing values, he chose to align with her standards, never encroaching upon her pride. Song Yimo mused that there would come a time when she could reciprocate his kindness. There was no need to dwell on such matters now. Thank you, big brother. Zhai Muyang turned back, his expression remarkably gentle. There is no need for such formality. The siblings exchanged smiles, their steps becoming increasingly lighthearted. To the unknowing observer, they appeared as a young couple deeply in love, albeit the girl seemed rather youthful. Nevertheless, their presence was striking, and passers-by couldn't help but glance at them with admiration. Zhai Muyang purchased a mid-length deep purple down jacket for her grandmother, the size determined by Song Yimo, and even after the discount, it cost over 2,000. Nevertheless, as always, Song Yimo was willing to spend on her grandmother, even if the expenditure was not from her own pocket. She further bought her grandmother a pair of exquisite leather gloves, matching the color of the down jacket, with exceptionally fine lining that cost over 400. While making the payment, she explained to Zhai Muyang that her grandmother could not stay still at home and loved to wander around with her old friends, making this purchase quite practical for her. Chapter 48. In the hospital. Upon arriving at Bourne Hospital, it was precisely 1:30. From a distance, Song Yimo spotted Song pacing back and forth at the entrance, her presence unmistakably prominent amidst the throngs of people. Her hair cascaded in well-styled waves, adorned in a fitted dress complemented by a dark green coat, and she wore a pair of stiletto boots that drew the gaze of passers-by. Such exquisite attire would lead any uninformed observer to believe that she was a woman of fortune, oblivious to the fact that her son was on the brink of death due to a terminal illness, perhaps unaware of the direction from which she would approach. And with her elder brother habitually positioning himself between them, it was only when they reached her that Song finally noticed Song Yimo. Her opinion of Zhai Muyang was far from favorable. However, at this moment, he was of no consequence. All she desired was Song Yimo's bone marrow, and everything else was secondary. Yimo, you're quite punctual. Song Yimo offered a slight nod, treating her as a familiar stranger. By protocol, today should merely involve blood extraction for typing, correct? Yes, results should be available in about a week. Song moved her lips, yet refrained from inquiring further about subsequent matters, leading them directly to the second floor for the blood draw. Zhai Muyang firmly held Song Yimo's hand, refusing to let go, and even more so now, as he observed the blood flowing from her slender wrist, his brow furrowing tightly. Upon exiting the blood draw room, he did not allow her to walk far, instead guiding her to sit on a chair outside, gently pressing on her shoulder. I will fetch you some warm water. Take a moment to recuperate. All right. When Song returned with the blood, seeing her frail daughter sitting alone stirred an uncomfortable feeling within her, prompting her to sit beside her almost instinctively. After a moment of silence, she asked, Yimo, do you hate me? Song Yimo leaned back slightly, seeking comfort. What would hating you bring me? Would it improve my life? At a loss for words, Song found herself unsure how to converse with this daughter who appeared so astute and perceptive. I have something to ask you. Song Yi looked over. Go ahead. Song Yimo met her gaze. Are you aware that there is a possibility the donor may die during the process of a bone marrow transplant? Song Yi hesitated, wanting to respond with ignorance. Yet the intensity of her daughter's stare rendered her unable to voice it. Song Yimo smiled knowingly. So you do know. Then do you also comprehend the extent of pain involved in harvesting bone marrow? Honestly, I do not know. Song Yi was acutely aware of her own excesses. Yet for the sake of her son, she had no choice but to be ruthless with herself and others, desperately seeking a path to save him. If you are a match, I will compensate you, Yimo. Consider it a plea from a mother. If you are indeed a match, you must come forward. Regardless of your feelings towards me, I will endure it all and accept any demands you may have, as long as you are willing to save your. I do have demands, but you will find them utterly unattainable. Song Yi seemed to cling to a lifeline. What demands? Speak. With a smile that danced on the edge of irony, Song Yimo replied, I wish for a mother who cherishes me, one who would not abandon me at the age of 3, who would care for my well-being, and who would not remain a stranger to me. I long for us to rely on one another, sharing a bond of intimacy. Looking at the woman before her, whose shoulders trembled as she covered her face, Song Yimo softly inquired, How can you offer me all this? I'm sorry. Song Yimo chuckled lightly, borrowing a line from a television show. If apologies were effective, what need would there be for the police? What I spoke of was a longing from many years ago. Now I no longer require it. Yimo, I beg you. Are you worried I might seek revenge on you and then regret it? At that moment, Song Yimo was unsure whether to pity herself or the made-up woman before her. Perhaps it is because my other half's lineage is too noble. I would not stoop to such unscrupulous acts as you have. If you are matched, send the documents for me to sign, and then you may make the necessary preparations. I will come as soon as I have holiday. Must we wait for holiday? There is still more than a month until then. Are you suggesting that once I am matched, I should drop everything to assist you? Song Yi, do you understand how long I will be bedridden after a bone marrow extraction? How long it will take for me to recover? What do you rely on to make such demands of me? Song Yi grew anxious. After all, saving a life was urgent, and there was no time to waste. Then do not wait any longer. Ms. Song, perhaps you should seek someone else. Zhai Muyang approached with a disposable cup, his voice laced with coldness. This is a matter between my mother and me. My elder brother can make decisions regarding my affairs. Song Yimo interrupted, resting her head against Zhai Muyang's waist as she sipped hot water. Yet the anxiety churning within her made it impossible to sit still. Gazing at the time on her brother's wrist, Song Yimo stood up. Let's go. We mustn't miss the bus. Yimo. Song Yi seized her hand. What do you want me to say? Can't you show some compassion for Zhuo? He is your half-brother. Do not speak of a brother I have never met. Even if you had more, they would have no bearing on me. Song Yimo soothingly intertwined her arm with her brother's, then glanced at the hand Song Yi was gripping tightly. Song Yi, are you certain you wish to sever ties with me now? If I am not a match, then so be it. But if I am, what can you do if I choose not to come? Instinctively, Song Yi released her grip. Rather than losing your composure here arguing with me, why not inquire with the doctor if this timing is feasible? You think that once matched, surgery can proceed immediately? Your precious son also requires certain preparations before his operation, Ms. Song Yi. Song Yimo mocked lightly, then turned to her brother and said, Let's go. Song Yi stood in stunned silence, helplessly watching as the two descended the stairs hand in hand. When Yimo had called her by her name, it pierced her heart, a feeling of pain accompanying each breath. It's all right, Song Yi reassured herself. It's all right. She still has Zhuo. Ignoring the makeup that had run on her face, Song Yi straightened her back, dismissing the gazes of onlookers, and strode away in her high heels with a decisive clack. Meanwhile, the siblings had already hailed a cab at the hospital entrance, heading straight for the bus station. Do you feel dizzy? Seeing the not-so-pleasant expression on Song Yimo's face, Zhai Muyang's mood also sank. There was still ample time, so let's first enjoy a warm drink to soothe our bodies. Song Yimo softly responded, her spirits low. Normally, Zhai Muyang would have been overjoyed that Yimo was no longer overly polite in his presence. But at this moment, his heart was filled only with concern. Do not dwell on it. From now on, we shall be strangers, he thought, closing his eyes to rest. Song Yimo leaned against his shoulder, shaking her head. She wasn't thinking much, merely puzzled. She had no issue with loving her son, but why must it be so absolute? It wasn't as if she was being stopped from showering affection on her child. Chapter 49. The feeling of home. Zhai Muyang gently stroked her hair, observing, "Have you noticed? Despite her son being gravely ill and teetering on the brink of death, she still applies her makeup, dons high heels, and dresses elegantly. Most individuals would likely be overwhelmed with anxiety, shedding tears daily, leaving little time to attend to their appearance. What does this signify?" Zaimyu Young Gazet Yimo, who looked up and smiled. It indicates that her foremost concern is always herself. Even in her love for her son, it is driven by her need for someone to cherish, devoid of any other considerations. So, is it merely because I'm not needed by her? You're needed by many. Her absence in that regard is inconsequential. Yimo pondered for a moment before nodding. My grandmother needs me. I need her too. Zhai Muyang affectionately pinched her nose, stating, "Conversing with you is the most delightful part of my day." With a sigh, Yimo reflected on how wonderful it felt to have an older brother. She nodded vigorously. "From now on, I will chat with you every day on QQ." Zhai Muyang chuckled. "There is no need for that. Just maintain things as they were. However, I would be even more delighted if you could think of me first during significant moments. For instance, when your grandmother fell ill, had I not called Uncle Meow, you likely wouldn't have considered that I might worry about your prolonged absence online, nor would you have thought to inform me. Such instances will not occur again. Shall we make a pact?" Emo extended her hand, and the two linked their pinkies, shaking them lightly and sealing the agreement with their thumbs. Zhai Muyang glanced at his watch, noting they had an hour before they needed a board. "Driver, please find a nearby place to park where we can sit for a while." The driver responded from the rearview mirror, "Sure, I know that area well. There are plenty of good spots." Ultimately, they settled between a cake shop and a CAF, with the MO opting for the CAF. After ordering, Zhai Muyang smiled. "I thought you would choose the cake shop. Don't little girls usually love sweets? I'm not particularly fond of desserts." She was aware of the cake shop, a nationwide chain found only in major cities, known for its expensive yet delightful offerings. However, she had little attraction to sweets, while coffee wasn't her favorite either. She adored the aroma it emitted. Zhai Muyang inquired further, "What does EMO enjoy eating?" "I like crunchy things. I also enjoy fruits and tea." "You should drink less tea. You are still quite young, and it can hinder your body's absorption of certain nutrients. Although it's not ideal, I have a selection of fine teas, which I will bring for you next time." "Sounds good." EMO responded obediently, then defended herself, "I don't drink much. With school, I hardly have time, only having a cup in the evenings while doing homework on the computer." Seeing her self-discipline, Zhai Muyang felt a deeper affection for her. The return journey was far more blissful than traveling alone. In moments of boredom, there was someone to converse with, someone to offer warmth. When weary, a shoulder to lean upon, and most importantly, a sense of peace. Yimo leaned against Zhai Muyang's shoulder, dozing off all the way home, still half asleep when it was time to disembark. Haven T rested well. The bus station in Xinghu County has been in use for several years, and it now shows signs of wear and emits an unpleasant odor. As Zhai Muyang spoke, he hurriedly led the way outside the station with his companion, Song Emo. The temperature had dropped slightly, and the cool breeze against her face jolted Song Emo awake. "How late is it, brother?" she inquired. "It's 7:30, he replied. Upon hearing this, she grew anxious and quickened her pace. "We must hurry, brother. Grandmother is surely waiting for us to have dinner together." Fortunately, the county town was not large, and they soon arrived at the entrance of their community by taxi. Song Emo, with her keen eyes, spotted someone waiting under the streetlight. After glancing at the meter, she handed the fare to the driver. "No need to go in. Just here will do." Zhai Muyang also recognized the figure, and they quickly approached. "Grandmother, Grandma Meow. It's gotten windy. Why are you waiting here?" Song Emo's grandmother scrutinized her granddaughter's complexion and, seeing that she looked well, felt relieved. She patted her hand and said, "We just came out, dear. I wanted to see you sooner. Muyang, you must be hungry. The meal is prepared. Let's go home to eat." The mention of home stirred Zhai Muyang's emotions, though he maintained a composed demeanor, naturally taking the backpack from Song Emo's shoulders. "I'm not hungry. Earlier, EMO shared half of her meal with me, which filled me to the brim. Song Yimo's grandmother laughed heartily. That means she sees you as family. Yimo Yang smiled silently, for indeed, he was regarded as family. After all, Yimo still called him brother. Grandma Miao watched them with a twinkling smile, and then said, Chun Xiang, I shall take my leave now. Song Yimo quickly urged her, Grandma Miao. I presume Miao Dad and the others have already dined? Please eat something before you go. I have already eaten. Your grandmother insisted on waiting for you. The meal was prepared late, so I ate at home first. You should hurry back. The food should still be warm. With that, Grandma Miao smiled at Yimo Yang. When you have time, do come visit at my place. Certainly, take care. Walking side by side with Song Yimo's grandmother, Yimo Yang dutifully followed her lead, addressing every familiar face they encountered with warmth and respect, calling them grandmother or grandfather. The elderly adored sweet-talking young people, showering them with compliments, which only delighted Song Yimo's grandmother even more. As they entered the corridor, Song Yimo assisted her grandmother, turning back to caution, Brother, the handrail is rusty. Do not hold on to it. Understood. Yimo Yang searched for the light switch on the wall. Song Yimo recalled, Grandmother, it seems the light is out again. It was not working when I left for the early bus this morning. It is indeed broken. These past few days have been busy. You leave for school early. So be careful. I will. Did you remind Grandma Miao? She has moved out of this community. She must know how unreliable the corridor lights are. Muyang, please be cautious. Look ahead. They ascended the stairs slowly, and upon reaching their home, Song Yimo opened the door and turned on the light. The dim yellow glow seeped into the darkness, warming the heart. Yimo Yang had seen various bright lights, yet none could evoke the sense of home that he felt at this moment. This small, dilapidated house exudes warmth, cherished by the presence of two individuals who bring solace to its walls. The elderly man stands at the entrance, smiling and gesturing, urging, do not linger outside. Come in swiftly. Yimo Yang reciprocates the smile, taking a long stride inside. After placing his belongings, he washes his hands, and they prepare to dine. Grandma Song heads to the kitchen, igniting the stove and pouring oil as the freshly washed vegetables sizzle in the pan, filling Yimo Yang's ears with a delightful sound that elevates his spirits. The essence of home, indeed, is a blessing bestowed upon him by Yimo. Chapter 50. Discovering secrets the dishes were still warm. Perhaps it was due to their hunger or the buoyant mood, but the table was nearly cleared by the trio of grandmother and grandchildren. Grandma Song had consumed more than half a bowl of the nourishing soup, her smile lingering throughout the meal. Yet, some matters could not be avoided. As Song Yimo washed the dishes in the kitchen, Grandma Song asked Yimo Yang to watch television for a while. Stepping inside, she wiped the rim of the bowl and inquired if Song Yi had said anything. I can share anything you wish to hear, but what do you expect from her? Song Yimo turned down the sound of the water. Are you still hoping for her concern? Grandma Song sighed. Isn't that what I wish for? Your Yimo is so wonderful. Why is it that Song Yi is blind to it? Today, they merely drew blood for typing. I told her that if it matched, I would take a leave before visiting, as I could not afford to miss my exams. Did she agree? Passing the last bowl, Song Yimo soaked her hands. The initiative lies with me. She fears that if pressed, I might not go. Rest assured, Grandma, she cannot bully me. Grandma Song hesitated before asking, will this delay affect that child? Song Yimo fell silent. Grandma Song quickly added, I do not worry for him, but you, whom I raised. I know your temperament best. Perhaps all the kindness of the Song family resides within you. If something were to happen due to the delay, it would weigh heavily on your heart. I hold no grievances against you. She washed her hands clean, assisted Grandma Song in arranging the dishes, and took a towel to dry their hands. Let us refrain from mentioning Song Yi in the future, shall we? With a long sigh, Grandma Song patted her hand, and they exited the kitchen. Yimo Yang had been attentively observing the situation inside. When he saw their calm demeanor upon emerging, he felt relieved. Noticing the time, he said, Grandma Yimo, I must head to the hotel now and will return early tomorrow. Why would you go to a hotel? You should stay here, Grandma Song replied sternly. Though our home is small, there is still room for you. Yimo, tidy your room. Miang will sleep in your bed tonight, and you shall share mine. Grandma, there is no need for that. Grandma Song, displeased, retorted, what do you mean there is no need? If you find our home too cramped, You may as well stay at a hotel. Zhai Muyang would never complain. He felt incredibly comfortable in this home and wished to stay indefinitely. Yet, it was merely a two-bedroom apartment, and he could not truly claim Yimo's bed. Song Yimo likely understood her brother's thoughts. With a gentle smile, she said, "Stay here. There is nothing in my room that cannot be seen, and I have a computer to check emails." Hearing this, Zhai Muyang readily accepted. "Then I shall not be polite." Grandma Song immediately beamed. What need is there for politeness among family? It is getting late. Yimo, hurry and tidy up. Do not use the computer tonight. Rest well. Understood. Song Yimo returned to her room to change the bed linens and remove anything that might make her elder brother uncomfortable. After ensuring that nothing was overlooked, she emerged clutching her pajamas. "Brother, there are no pajamas for you here, nor any spare clothes. Just bear with it for one night. It's all right. Don't worry too much. Go wash up and sleep." Grandma has already gone to bed. Zhai Muyang escorted her to the door and gestured for her to enter. "See you tomorrow." Song Yimo hesitated, still somewhat concerned. "Brother, if anything comes up, please call me." Zhai Muyang gently flicked her forehead, opened the door, and pushed her inside. "Sleep soundly." As the door closed before her, Song Yimo rubbed her forehead and turned around to find her grandmother smiling at her. "Grandma, why are you so happy?" "Happy? Of course I am. It has been quite some time since there was a third person in this house." Song Yimo felt a pang of sadness. Her siblings, Song Yi and Song Ji, rarely returned home, and distant relatives seldom visited. She never brought friends or classmates over to stay. Reflecting on it, since her grandfather's passing, it seemed this was the first time three people had lived under the same roof. At that moment, her grandmother was beaming with joy at the addition of a new family member, highlighting how lonely she must have felt. Embracing her grandmother's soft waist, Song Yimo said, "Let us have brother come to stay more often." Her grandmother gently stroked her back. "Not just for visits. Let him come home. Of course, I know you have a new grandson. By tomorrow morning, the whole neighborhood will know. Let them know. I hope all of Xinghu County hears about it." The old house had poor sound insulation, and Zhai Muyang leaned against the wall, eavesdropping with a smirk. If it weren't for his awareness of Yimo's strong sense of pride, he would have insisted on accepting valuable gifts from her grandmother. He truly wished to purchase a residence in the finest neighborhood nearby, relocating both treasures from this home, allowing each one their own room, a home for the three of them. However, living in close quarters was quite delightful. It was warm and vibrant. Even if you were to buy a house, it shouldn't be too large. A spacious house would feel empty, echoing with every word, which his grandmother would surely dislike. Hearing silence from within, Zhai Muyang quietly turned off the living room light and returned to his room. Yimo's space was modest, furnished with a vintage wardrobe, an old bed, and a well-used desk. Ironically, the computer atop it was quite modern, clashing with the room's overall aesthetic. Zhai Muyang refrained from rummaging through Yimo's belongings. Despite his intense curiosity, he had no intention of prying into her privacy. If he wished to know something, he would ask directly. He sat at the computer and powered it on. The interface was remarkably simple, adorned with only a few basic icons. Zhai Muyang checked several emails, noting that none were particularly urgent. After a quick glance, he exited the mailbox, preparing to shut down the computer and retire for the night. His mouse hovered over the lower left corner, ready to click when his gaze inadvertently landed on a folder labeled Crossing. The solitary character puzzled him, leading him to wonder if it might be Yimo's schoolwork. He moved the mouse and clicked it open. Inside was a sizable file containing numerous documents, sequentially numbered. Zhai Muyang raised an eyebrow and opened the first one. Then he proceeded to the second, third, and continued until he reached the 14th, before finally pausing to rub his temples while gazing at the folder. Had he stumbled upon an astonishing secret belonging to Yimo? Would Yimo be willing to share this secret with him? After a moment's contemplation, he opened a web browser and typed in the internet connection being somewhat sluggish, the gradually appearing content confirming his suspicions. He then clicked on the top link. This website was known to him. Those unfamiliar with it would remain oblivious to its existence. Yet a considerable number of individuals frequented this site. He recalled how an assistant under Chung Fong had passionately discussed it with others in the office, extolling the website's virtues, claiming that the quality of the novels there was exceptionally high. Chapter 51. Sibling interaction. Scrolling down the page, a multitude of comments appeared, with few uttering unkind words, and a sea of red enveloped the screen. Upon glancing at the content, Yimo immediately comprehended its purpose. It seemed to be a source of income for Yimo, though he remained uncertain about the calculation of this proportion. Dragging the page to the top, he observed the impoverished author's name, and a contemplative expression crossed his face as he felt he might have discovered a means to alleviate Yimo's burdens. After a restful night, Yimo awoke to the sight of a stark, unfamiliar ceiling, yet a smile graced his lips. How long had it been since he had enjoyed such a deep slumber? There were no dreams, no inexplicable awakenings leaving him restless. Instead, he had truly slept soundly until dawn, far more effective than any sleeping pill. Tilting his head, he noticed the sunlight filtering through the window and cascading across the room, revealing the dust particles dancing in the light, a sight he had never truly appreciated before. After a moment of observation, Yimo kicked off the covers and sat up, his well-defined physique on full display, clad only in his underwear. Stretching luxuriously, he glanced at his watch and was startled to realize it was nearly 9 o'clock. With a hand to his forehead, he lamented the shame of sleeping in on his first night here as an older brother. Dressing in yesterday's clothing, he slipped into ill-fitting slippers and opened the door, only to find Yimo quietly tidying up. Hearing the commotion, Yimo stood up and set down her cloth. "Big brother, you're awake. Would you like noodles for breakfast?" "Oh, and here." Yimo retrieved a pair of new cotton slippers from his shoe cabinet and placed them at his feet. "Wear these. It's a bit chilly. And the others leave your heels exposed." Yimo helped her up to change shoes, then inquired, "What about Grandma?" "She went grocery shopping with Grandma Meow. She can't stay at home." Yimo handed him a bag from the sofa. "I bought a shirt this morning. Please make do with it. If it doesn't fit, let me know, and I'll exchange it." Feeling a touch of embarrassment for being the first to buy undergarments for someone, especially when it came to size, Yimo wished she could submerge her head into the basin of water she had just used to clean. "Big brother, hurry and wash up. I'll prepare the noodles." Upon peering into the bag, Yimo understood her embarrassment and affectionately ruffled her hair without uttering a word as he headed to the bathroom. With a sigh of relief, Yimo carried the basin to the kitchen. The toothbrush and towel were new, their quality evidently superior to the other two sets on the washstand. Yimo chuckled. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming urge to laugh since the moment he opened his eyes, and he saw no reason to suppress it. A generous bowl of noodles was prepared, topped with a perfectly soft-boiled egg. Yimo had also set out a small dish. "I made the sauce myself, big brother. Give it a try and see if you like it. You can add more as you wish." Yimo picked up the chopsticks and sampled the dish, adding a considerable portion of the sauce. "The treatment for a brother is indeed exceptional. Thankfully, I persevered in achieving my goals. Of course, the treatment for a brother is different from that of others." Yimo then retrieved several jars from the refrigerator. "These are pickled vegetables made by Grandma. See if you like them. If you do, take some home. They pair wonderfully with meals. Grandma used to love serving this as a quick meal. Pickled cucumbers, pickled cabbage, and pickled radishes are commonplace yet delightful delicacies, crisp and refreshing, awakening the appetite with each bite." Yimo savored 3 plates without leaving a morsel, while Yimo refrained from offering him more, mindful that these treats, though delectable, should be consumed in moderation for the sake of one's stomach. Her grandmother had suffered from overindulgence in such fare. It was no wonder her grandmother relished them so much. They were indeed delicious. "I shall prepare a jar of each for you, but please be cautious not to rely solely on these for your meals. My grandmother serves as a cautionary tale," she advised. Yimo chuckled. "Do you want me to promise to be careful?" "You yist. I'm merely wary due to grandmother's experiences." He lifted his bowl to wash it in the kitchen, and upon noticing Yimo following him, he did not refuse his company, engaging in conversation while rinsing the dishes. "How long will you stay here?" "I have a return flight scheduled for 7 in the evening. I have a meeting early tomorrow," he replied, leaning against the door with his arms crossed. "You needn't fret about entertaining me. Simply being at home is quite comfortable. I'm not in a rush. I shall return again soon." Yimo turned back. "Isn't that a bit polite?" What reason do I have to be polite with you? Yang laughed. I've traveled far and wide, seen countless landscapes. Yet nothing compares to the comfort I find in this room. You flatter me. Despite his teasing, Song Yimo beamed with joy. She imagined her elder brother's home to be quite spacious, perhaps a duplex or a grand villa with servants and a butler. Yang's laughter was vibrant, his youthful demeanor shining through, resembling an exuberant boy celebrating good fortune. Having experienced such turmoil, many of China's prestigious families have either vanished or relocated abroad, and few have returned. Those who flaunt British butlers often seek to embellish their own image, yet their lack of substance becomes evident upon speaking. What is portrayed on television is merely a fanciful dream for young girls. Song Yimo dried her hands and playfully pushed him towards the tea. I shan't indulge in Cinderella's dreams. That is childish. I'm my own princess. Here, brother, try this tea. It's a local variety known as yin tea. Yang gazed thoughtfully at the princess before him, leaning down to inhale its fragrance, which was pleasant, though the smoky scent was elusive. If you sniff it like this, Song Yimo said, placing the tea canister to his nose, you can detect the smoke. Indeed, there was a hint of it. Yang took a small sip, savoring it before nodding in approval. The flavor is subtle, but possesses a sweet aftertaste. It's quite nice. Locals adore this flavor, while outsiders often prefer Thai guanyin or oolong tea, which has hindered its promotion, she explained. You appear knowledgeable. Have you gleaned this from television? Song Yimo rose, cradling the tea canister. I am naturally gifted, a prodigy without a mentor. Yang propped his chin on his hand and laughed. Extraordinary. My sister is a rare talent destined for greatness. Remember to take your brother along when you ascend to the heavens. I want T take you. You and T be able to keep up, she teased back. Just as the siblings were playfully bickering, Song Yimo's grandmother entered, followed by Grandma Meow. Have you risen? Have you eaten breakfast yet? After enjoying the noodles, Yang promptly rose to take the dishes from the hands of the two elderly individuals and place them in the kitchen. Song Yimo poured boiled water for her grandmother and prepared tea for Grandma Meow, delivering it into her hands. Grandma Meow, I have a few days off at home, so please take this opportunity to relax. I will need your assistance in the future. Grandma Meow smiled and replied, What do you mean by trouble? Having someone to converse with and take walks with every day brings me great joy. Now, do not concern yourself with our affairs. Focus on your own matters. Chapter 52. How wonderful it is to have an older brother. Grandmother Song chuckled, as she was always in control of everything. All the dishes I had prepared were hidden away by her, and I had to seek her approval even to taste a morsel. Since leaving the hospital, I had only been allowed to savor the aroma. Yang winked at Song Yimo, his face and eyes brimming with mirth. Song Yimo pretended not to hear him. If she acquiesced to grandmother, she could save up for her next surgery. I'm going to do some homework, big brother. You can use the computer for work. Yang stood up to accompany her, as he had matters to attend to. Grandma Meow, you two continue your conversation. Go ahead and be busy, don't mind us. The study desk was quite spacious, with the computer occupying half of it, while the other half was reserved for Song Yimo's homework. She tidied up the desk, stacking her textbooks and exercise books, realizing that she wouldn't have time to write today. Her plan was to finish all her assignments today, saving the last 2 days of her break for drafting. The two of them worked diligently until nearly noon, when the faint sound of cooking wafted in from outside. Song Yimo closed her exercise book and stretched, glancing at Yang, who had been engrossed in his work as long as she had been in her studies. Are there many tasks at hand? Yang quickly typed out the last few words, hit send, and replied to a few emails. Have you finished your homework? Not so fast. Our teacher assigns so much work that if I can finish it in a day, that would be considered quick. Thinking of her teacher, Song Yimo's mood soured a bit. Yang, ever perceptive, closed his laptop and asked softly, Is there trouble at school? No, it's just. Song Yimo hesitated, contemplating whether to share her concerns. Do you remember when I mentioned that, as Yimo's older brother, I can solve all her problems? It's not my issue. It pertains to our homeroom teacher. Once voiced, the burden felt lighter. Song Yimo organized her thoughts and continued, while grandmother was hospitalized. I saw our homeroom teacher's husband. He was accompanied by another woman at the obstetrics and gynecology department, and their demeanor was quite intimate. A man taking another woman to such a place, what could it possibly signify? Such occurrences are regrettably commonplace in today's world. Yimo Yang did not perceive this as particularly significant. Deep down, he did not endorse Yimo's involvement in such a thankless endeavor. Yimo was astute and perceptive. She should understand this as well. Yimo Yang interlaced his fingers across his abdomen. Yimo, this is someone else's family matter. Interfering in the affairs of a couple rarely yields positive outcomes for outsiders. Song Yimo pursed her lips defiantly. I do not wish to fabricate lies for you. I can only tell you that Teacher Chun is my benefactor. I cannot stand by and watch her be wronged, especially when she is innocent and might be blamed. So serious? Yimo Yang raised an eyebrow. What kind of resolution do you seek? I don't know. Song Yimo leaned over the desk, feeling helpless. Thinking about it serves no purpose. The decision is not mine to make. Then why still involve yourself? Knowing this. As long as I provide a reminder, Teacher Chun will not remain oblivious and ultimately suffer the consequences. Regardless of whether the situation is good or bad, be it quarrels, disturbances, fights, or reconciliations. These matters are solely between the two of them, not a performance for the man to monopolize while Teacher Chun bears the bitter fruit alone. Yimo Yang leaned in to gently ruffle her hair and asked, Aren't you afraid of incurring Teacher Chun's ire? Perhaps a little, Song Yimo replied, wrinkling her nose. It's not so much fear as it is a desire not to be disliked. If Teacher Chun were to find out that I, her student, was aware of such matters, it would surely make her uncomfortable. She might even request a class transfer to avoid me. I really like her and wouldn't want to change teachers. Then let us ensure she remains unaware that you know about this situation. Song Yimo lifted her head. Zai Mu Young Chuklet, ruffling her hair again and smoothing it out, which was no great task. Do you have any evidence? I do. I took a photograph with Meow Mama's phone. That simplifies things. Share the photo with me, and we'll find a way to send it to Teacher Chen's email. After that, whether she chooses to forgive that man or not is no longer our concern. As you said, the important thing is for her to be informed, and the decision lies in her hands. Song Yimo nodded, smiling as she reflected, having an older brother is truly wonderful. Yimo Yang laughed heartily. We're only just getting started. She had never experienced such support before. No matter what transpired or how low her spirits sank, she had never considered relying on anyone, for she had no one to depend on. She had only her grandmother and felt the weight of responsibility to uphold both their lives. She could not burden her grandmother with her troubles. Thus, the benefits of having a brother were something she was only now beginning to appreciate. Song Yimo thought to herself, this feeling is delightful. Yimo Yang pulled her up and headed outside. First, let's eat. Afterward, you can take me to Uncle Meow's to retrieve the photos. Upon checking the time, Song Yimo nodded eagerly. We must hurry. Meow Mama has to go to work in the afternoon and won't be home for long. Just then, as Song Yimo's grandmother was about to knock on the door to call them for lunch, the door swung open. Hearing their conversation, she assumed they were off to visit the Meow family and felt pleased, thinking, we have the closest relationship with the Meow family. Mu Young, it's about time you paid them a visit. The Meow family's residence was merely a 10-minute walk from the old neighborhood. The streets were not particularly clean, and one could occasionally catch a whiff of unpleasant odors. Yet Yimo Yang seemed entirely oblivious to such details, his hands tucked into his pockets and his steps light. On the roadside, someone was selling candied chestnuts. Song Yimo purchased 2 bags, asking Yimo Yang to carry them while she peeled a few, savoring the taste as they walked. This stall had been around for many years, renowned for its superior flavors. Here, try this, she said, offering him a peeled chestnut. In our small town, we don't have as many varieties as in the big cities, but these snacks do possess a certain charm. Yimo Yang popped it in his mouth, chewed thoughtfully, and nodded sweet. This is tastier than what I've had before. Are these wild chestnuts? Yes. They've always sold wild chestnuts. Song Yimo stuffed a chestnut in her mouth, relishing the familiar flavor she hadn't tasted in years. They share the treats, and by the time they knocked on the Meow family's door, only a few chestnuts remained in the bag. The door was opened by Meow Zhe, who instantly broke into a wide smile upon seeing the visitors, quickly ushering them inside. Mo, I was just planning to look for you. she exclaimed. Hello, Brother Zhai. I heard from Grandma that you arrived last night. Song Yimo handed her another bag of chestnuts. And where is Aunt Meow? She's here, he replied, emerging from the bathroom while tying her hair up. Muyang is also here. Have you eaten? Yes, Aunt Meow, came the response. He invited the two to sit down and playfully tapped her daughter, who was engrossed in peeling chestnuts. Aren't there pomelos at home? Go and slice a couple. Song Yimo pulled Meow Meow to sit beside her. We'll eat in a bit. Aunt Meow, do you still have the photos I took that day? Of course. How could such important things be missing? I've had Meow June upload them to the computer, and they're still on my phone. Do you need them? Chapter 53. Matters concerning the old classmate Song Yimo cast a glance at her elder brother and nodded, acknowledging that he would handle the situation. He repeatedly nodded in agreement, expressing her belief that it was inappropriate for him to intervene. After all, what teacher would want their students to be aware of such sordid affairs? It would not reflect well on him. Teacher? Meow Zhuo mumbled through her food, inquiring about the teacher situation. Focus on your meal and stop asking so many questions, he chided, glancing at her daughter. Muyang, did you bring your phone? Yes, he replied. Initially, he intended to use her own phone to upload something to the computer, but upon seeing his brand-new, high-end device, she swiftly changed her mind. I'm not very adept with the computer. You should accompany me. Transferring files via phone incurs a fee, and Auntie is rather frugal. Every little bit saved counts. A faint smile graced Zhai Muyang's face. Indeed, Auntie was a practical individual. With our limited income, one must be prudent. You two should refrain from indulging in this. The bedroom door remained ajar, and Miaozhi dared not speak loudly. She leaned closer to Song Yimo and whispered, My mother is even wary of me. Montak, please tell me what is going on. Song Yimo pushed her head away gently, popping a chestnut into her mouth. It's not good news, knowing it might dampen your spirits. Miao Zhuo's words were muffled as she protested, but I still want to know. It's unbearable to be the only one left in the dark. Mo, we're friends, right? Then you must promise to act as if you don't know, and you mustn't tell anyone. Of course, I'm not one to gossip. Indeed, she was not a gossip, merely fiercely loyal. Song Yimo relented, whispering softly when Grandma was hospitalized. I saw Teacher Chin's husband with another woman at the obstetrics and gynecology department, and he even watched her enter the operating room. An abortion? Miao Zhuo immediately grasped the implication, discarding the chestnut and seething. Teacher Chin's husband must be Teacher Zhu, the one who later went to the Education Bureau. Yes, otherwise I wouldn't know him. And the woman? Do you recognize her? She's Teacher O from middle school. Is it her? She was the homeroom teacher for Class 3 in the first year. Miao Zhuo pondered for a moment, recalling that she was indeed more attractive than Teacher Chun. But I seem to remember she had a husband and a son. Teacher Zhu also has one. I took a photo of them at the hospital using Annie Miao's phone. No wonder it was all so mysterious, Miao Zhuo mused, resting her chin on her hand. What should we do now? Should we send the photos to the old classmate? My brother said he would handle it. Brother? Miao Zhuo perked up instantly. You've acknowledged him as your brother? Song Yimo picked up a chestnut to peel. Yes. He treats me very well. Should I start calling him brother too? Weren't you already doing that? Miao Zhuo considered this and appeared even more excited than when Song Yimo first acknowledged her brother. From now on, Mo has a brother. Whoever dares to bully you will face dire consequences. With a smile, Song Yimo placed the peeled chestnut meat into her mouth, her gaze lowered softly. For her, the significance of her elder brother lies not in providing support, but in the presence of a steadfast pillar in her heart. It reassures her that someone stands behind her, a figure of towering stature who exudes strength, instilling a sense of calm within her. This tranquility is what she yearns for the most. Miao Zhuo embraced Song Yimo's shoulder, falling silent, genuinely happy for her friend. As Yimo's closest companion, no one understands the challenges she has faced throughout her life better than she does. These challenges are not merely about physical discomfort or lack of material possessions, but rather the internal, psychological struggles. How delightful it is. Miao Zhuo's eyes crinkled with joy. He emerged from the house and chuckled at the sight of the two, saying, Yimo, don't spoil her. Miao Zhuo, are you only 3 years old? Do you still need someone to peel your food and feed it to you? If you're this lazy, you might as well skip meals altogether. Chewing is quite exhausting. Miao Zhuo stuck out her tongue, realizing that Yimo had been feeding her all along. He shot her a mock glare and glanced at the time. I need to go to work now. Muyang, you needn't feel like a guest here. Just treat it like your own home. Zhai Muyang held both Miao Jun and He Yi in high regard, his demeanor exceptionally warm. If Annie treats me like an outsider, then I would indeed feel displeased. He smiled. Annie will be back early today for dinner. Song Yimo, concerned that her brother might find it difficult to refuse, interjected, Not today, Meow Mama. Big brother has a flight at 7. He needs to leave for the airport by 4. Is that so rushed? Zeiten Yu Young affectionately glunged at Yimo, acknowledging her as his sister. I will visit often from now on, and then I can savor Annie's culinary skills. That sounds wonderful, he replied, gathering her bag. Yimo is a good child, albeit lacking familial connections. Since you've recognized each other as siblings, you should interact more. A strong bond develops through frequent contact. Annie has to go to work now. Enjoy yourselves. Take care, Annie. With the absence of the serene Buddha, Miao Zhuo immediately began to rebel, reclining haphazardly on one side of the sofa. Fortunately, no one contested her for space, as Song Yimo and Zhai Muyang occupied separate small sofas. Brother Zhai, when do you plan to address Teacher Chen's matter? Any time is suitable. Yimo, did he notice you when you took the pictures? Song Yimo nodded, affirming that he had, although he did not seem to pay much attention. We mustn't be careless. You still need to study here. If he connects you to this later, it could lead to complications, Zhai Muyang said, inquiring in a consultative tone, will it affect anything if we handle this after the new year? It won't. Song Yimo replied, her memory clear. When her grandmother underwent surgery for lung cancer, there were no issues at Teacher Chen's home, and the divorce occurred during her freshman year. Zhai Muyang nodded. All right, I'll take care of this. Don't dwell on it any further. Understood. Song Yimo turned to Miao Miao. You mustn't mention this to anyone. Of course, you can rest assured. I'm not that foolish, Miao Zhuo sighed. Although our homeroom teacher may seem stern and unsmiling, he is genuinely quite good. Is it possible that my husband is blind? Yimo, do you think we might encounter similar situations in the future? Song Yimo couldn't help but chuckle, remarking that their concerns were premature, as such matters were at least a decade away. But what if my future husband gazes at me like that? I fear I might lose my composure. Perhaps you are indeed the one who navigates through the sea of green, untouched by its embrace. Yet, she had traversed a myriad of soldier suitors, and it made her wonder if, donned in that very military uniform, she would still seek such a counterpart. Miao Zhuo pondered for a moment and nodded. Then I shall remain untouched, for it is far better than being merely a leaf in someone else's life. Miao Miao, could you possibly tone down that thick skin of yours? Zhai Muyang rested his chin on his hand, a lazy smile gracing his face as he observed the playful banter between the two, reveling in their pure joy. I truly do not wish to leave. Chapter 54, Farewell. Achievement's time has a peculiar way of eluding our desires. When we wish for it to linger, it hastens by, and when we long for its swift passage, it meanders slowly. Song Yimo diligently packed jars and bottles into a travel bag, filling it to the brim. I have taken some precautions, hoping they will withstand the airport's rough handling. After zipping up the bag, Song Yimo clapped her hands and glanced at the time, declaring it was time to depart. Zhai Muyang observed her busily moving about, smiling as he thought, with such capability, I can't help but worry that someone might have their eyes on my sister. You're overthinking it, Grandma. Brother is leaving. Song Yimo's grandmother emerged from the inner room, holding a red envelope. She had not formally given him a gift before, so she said, Here, take this. Zhai Muyang hesitated to accept. He could not bring himself to take money from an elder. However, Song Yimo took the envelope and pressed it into his hands, explaining, It is customary here. When you receive a grandson, you must give a red envelope. There is also a betrothal gift for daughters-in-law. Is it really the same? Zhai Muyang chuckled, yet he accepted it, viewing it not merely as a red envelope, but as a heartfelt gesture from an elder, which he cherished deeply. There would be ample opportunities to repay her kindness in the future. Seeing him accept the gift brought a smile to Song Yimo's grandmother. Come visit during the holidays. We have food and shelter, though the conditions are modest. Don't hold it against us. I can never complain. I'll come whenever I get the chance, until you tire of me, he replied with a grin. Her smile widened as she patted his hand, saying, "Do call often." Zhai Muyang softly agreed, feeling a surge of emotion swelling within him, akin to the overflowing Yellow River. This was the first time since his mother's passing that he experienced such unfamiliar feelings. Taking the bag from Song Yimo, he assured her, "No need to see me off. I'll just hail a cab to the airport, and I'll call you once I land." Song Yimo was not one to linger unnecessarily, nodding in agreement. "It should be no more than 100 yuan to the airport. Don't let the driver overcharge you." Zhai Muyang ruffled her hair, appreciating the novelty of receiving such brotherly advice after years of independence. Descending several flights of stairs, he turned to look back at Yimo, standing at the door. He raised his hand, saying, "If you need anything, call me anytime. My phone will always be on." "Understood." Song Yimo waved, wishing him a safe journey. Standing by the window, she watched him leave, then turned to see her grandmother tidying the table and hurried over to assist. Sighing, Song Yimo's grandmother lamented, "This household can only gain members, never lose them. It has only been us two for so long, and with Muyang gone, it feels so much emptier." Unsure how to comfort her grandmother, Song Yimo merely acknowledged her with a soft response. "When you marry one day, Grandma will be left alone." Her grandmother added wistfully, "Old age brings such fears. I could never abandon you for marriage. If I were to marry, you would come live with me." Song Yimo reassured her. Song Lao Lao chuckled softly, remarking on the absurdity of living with one's grandmother. She recognized the sincerity of the filial affection, but insisted that it should not encroach upon the lives of the younger generation. The mere thought of such devotion brought her joy. Perhaps by then, she would have already reunited with her late husband. "Grandma, all right, I want to say another word. I wish you a long and prosperous life." Song Yimo diligently tidied up the jars and containers, lathering soap as she washed her hands. "It's still early. You should go visit some neighbors. I'll call Grandma Meow shortly to let her know not to come today. I'll prepare dinner." "That's fine. She has been working hard lately. You go ahead and do your tasks. I'll make the call." Song Yimo did not argue further. After washing her hands, she returned to her room to complete her homework. It was not until nearly 10 o'clock that the grandmother and granddaughter received a reassuring call from Zhai Muyang. From that day forward, no matter how busy he became, he made it a point to call daily, engaging the elderly lady in conversation and keeping her spirits high while also staying informed about Yimo's daily activities. School resumed on Monday. The students, having just returned from their break, were somewhat restless. Chun Xiao, her desk mate, propped her book upright on the table and leaned down, whispering, "Hey Yimo, are you worried about the scores being released today?" "Not really," Song Yimo replied, mentally reviewing her English vocabulary. "I should do just fine." Chun Ting, sitting in front, turned around with a forlorn expression. "Yimo, I beg you to score lower. It would be too disheartening if someone who missed half a month of classes outperformed me." Song Yimo blinked, suggesting, "Should I speak to the teacher and ask her not to disclose my score?" Chun Ting's deskmate, Lu Chong, overheard their conversation and chimed in. "Are you afraid of discouragement? Or are you worried your score won't look good?" Chun Ting playfully tossed a pen cap at his head. "You're the one whose score won't look good. You're not exactly a sight for sore eyes either. Don't worry, Yimo will certainly outperform you." "Even after missing half a month," Lu Chong protested. "Didn't you say that first?" "I can say it too." Chun Ting, with a touch of pride, turned back to comfort Song Yimo. "Don't worry, you'll definitely do great." Song Yimo found herself speechless. Was it Chun Ting who initially lamented how her good score would be discouraging? She had never worried. Where was the logic in this? Chun Xiao, resting her head on the table, laughed so hard she shook. After a moment, she passed a note to Yimo, frenemies, accompanied by 2 arrows pointing upward, clearly indicating the 2 in front. Song Yimo smiled and tucked the note away. She had lost touch with her high school classmates over time and was unsure if these 2 had succeeded in their pursuits. Yet, looking back now, it all seemed so beautiful. As anticipated, the day was consumed by the distribution of test papers, but Song Yimo's results astonished everyone. Not only her classmates, but even the teachers were taken aback that a student who had missed half a month of classes maintained her previous academic standing. And remarkably, her scores had improved, ascending 2 ranks. Emerging from the office, Chun Ting announced with an indignant glare, "The homeroom teacher wants to see you." "Okay," Song Yimo replied, rising. Wait, let me have the test paper first. Lu Chang lifted the paper, teasingly saying, "It's with me." "First, give it to me." Chun Ting gritted her teeth, as the teacher instructed her to correct her mistakes and then copy them 50 times. Lu Chang hurriedly passed her the exam paper, questioning why. The teacher had declared that all of her errors were ones that should never have occurred. If she made mistakes again, it would be 500 copies. Lu Chang leaned in to examine her paper and realized that while she had corrected all of her peers' errors, she herself had made mistakes on the most fundamental questions. "I'll help you copy," he offered. Chun Ting responded with a sinister smile, but the teacher warned that if she dared to employ a proxy, it would be 5,000 copies. Both she and the proxy would have to write 5,000. Lu Chang immediately offered her his best pen with both hands, expressing his deep sympathy and moral support. Chun Ting snatched it away in anger and sat down, fuming. Chapter 55. Trouble. A lively atmosphere enveloped the great office, with discussions revolving around Song Yimo. Ignoring the chatter, she gently knocked on the office door. Upon seeing a rare smile on the usually stern face of Chun Bailing, she was welcomed in with enthusiasm. "Song Yimo, come in." "Teacher Chun." Song Yimo dutifully greeted all the teachers present. With such a promising student in her class, Chun Bailing's demeanor was softer than ever. "At first, I worried your grades might drop, but to my delight, you've actually improved. The humanities are manageable. With more memorization and reading, you'll do just fine." "But how did you manage to excel in the sciences despite not having studied them extensively?" "I read and completed numerous exercises while my grandmother was hospitalized. As long as I can apply the formulas effectively, I can generally solve the problems." Math teacher Lin Wu, who was eavesdropping, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, as long as one can adeptly apply the formulas, good results will follow. Unfortunately, there are too few students capable of doing so." The other two science teachers concurred. Chun Bailing tapped her desk. "Yimo, may I inquire if you possess a unique study method? You know, some classmates are diligent and hardworking, yet their grades remain stagnant. The college entrance examination is a significant hurdle, and we teachers hope for all of you to gain admission to prestigious universities." Realizing why the teachers had been waiting for her, Song Yimo felt a tinge of pressure. Yet, she genuinely had no special study methods to share. If she had any advantage, it was simply having lived a decade longer, an experience not easily replicated by others. Noticing her silence, Chun Bailing quickly added, "Of course. It's perfectly all right if you can't articulate your methods. Don't take it to heart. Just maintain your current state of mind. I hope your final exam results improve even further." Song Yimo shook her head. "I haven't summarized any particular study methods. I believe there's nothing extraordinary about my approach. For the humanities, I focus on memorizing key points. For the sciences, I practice problems. That is all I do." Everyone knows that memorization is key for the humanities and practice for the sciences. Yet, some still struggle to grasp these concepts. Chun Bailing sighed. "Considering how many classes you've missed, your determination is commendable. Just continue to harness that motivation and don't let it wane." "I understand, Teacher Chun." "All right, you may return to your classroom." Song Yimo was already somewhat well known at school, and after this month's examination, her reputation grew even more. With both looks and exceptional grades, she was a rarity. Her classmates treated her as usual, but students from other classes began to change their attitudes towards her. Male students sought to get to know her through peers in Class 2, many harboring secret intentions. Yet Class 2 was notably exclusive. They believed that good fortune should not be shared with outsiders. In contrast, the female students exhibited a different sentiment. Not long after the month's examination, unkind remarks began to circulate. Sharp-tongued and spiteful, some even dragged Song Yimo's family affairs into their gossip, as if she herself were responsible for their misdeeds. As Miao Zhuo and Song Yimo returned from washing their lunchboxes, Miao Zhuo fumed. "Those people must be quite bored. I wish I could sew their mouths shut." In contrast, Song Yimo seemed rather indifferent, believing that others could say whatever they wished. After all, her life was far more fulfilling than mere verbal exchanges. "Meow meow, I warn you, if you resort to fighting over this matter, I will certainly reprimand you, and I shall inform Meow Dad and Meow Mom," she stated. "Yimo, why are you so placid? They have trampled upon your dignity." "I am determined to rank in the top 10 of my final exams," Song Yimo replied. turning to her friend. What do you think they will say then? Without a doubt, their words will become even more disparaging. Do you not find their behavior utterly distasteful? Of course, it is repugnant. Their faces are contorted, resembling those of fierce she-demons. Song Yimo chuckled. How do you think their admirers will perceive them? Miao Zhuo paused in surprise before breaking into a mischievous grin, pointing at Song Yimo. Yimo, you truly are wicked, delightfully so. Song Yimo placed her lunchbox atop Miao Zhuo's, slipping her hands into her pockets as the weather grew increasingly chilly. I have done nothing wrong, as long as they do not allow jealousy to mar their appearances. My intentions, however malevolent, are of no consequence. Miao Zhuo laughed heartily, proclaiming, I told you, Yimo is not the type to endure bullying without retaliation. It's just that her methods are often beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk, who hasn't harbored a secret affection during their youth. Those who find Yimo disagreeable do so simply because the objects of their affection now favor her. Well, let them live with it. After school, the group still walked together, with Lu Xing circling around Song Yimo, stealing glances at her, his gaze softening. Among them, only Song Yimo remained oblivious to his affections. Hu Xiahong, with a sly glint in her eyes, approached. Yimo, I heard that Yushi is pursuing you. Lu Xing perked up, eager to listen. Song Yimo looked taken aback. Yushi? Who is that? The campus heartthrob. Incredibly wealthy. I hear that Chen Fangfei has been chasing him for nearly a year without any acknowledgement from him. He has rather high standards. Upon hearing these names, Song Yimo recalled, exclaiming, Oh, I turned him down before I took my long leave. Why is there still talk about it? You rejected him? Several were taken aback. We hadn't heard about that. We only heard from the seniors that Yushi had firmly rejected Chen Fangfei, thinking you had given him some encouragement. Miao Zhuo glanced back. Are you saying he was toying with Chen Fangfei all along? Well, it can't be said that way. He has consistently refused her, later avoiding her entirely. However, I heard he finally uttered some rather intimate words, and Chen Fangfei ended up in tears. By the way, Yimo, be cautious. Chen Fangfei might seek trouble with you. Before Song Yimo could respond, Miao Zhuo exploded in indignation. Why should she? It's not like Yimo is clinging to Yushi. If she has the ability, let her secure him properly. She won't reason with you, so just stick close to Yimo from now on. I've heard that Chen Fangfei has connections with some unsavory individuals. Lu Xing maneuvered through the crowd, shifting from the right to the left, and advised Song Yimo. From now on, do not leave school alone. I will wait for you in front of your alley in the morning. Safety is better in numbers. Zui Chun nodded repeatedly, affirming their plan to meet at 7 in the morning at the intersection of Yuqian Road. Song Yimo's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming that such fuss was unnecessary. It is essential. What if something unfortunate occurs? Miao Zhuo interjected, taking the lead and decisively agreeing to Zui Chun's suggestion of gathering at 7 o'clock, stating that those who arrive first should wait. Very well. Observing their earnest concern for her safety, Song Yimo leaned against Miao Zhuo's back, smiling contentedly. With a mere glance at the world around her, one could uncover the abundance of kindness and beauty that exists. Fortuitously, she had been granted a second chance at life, allowing her to witness these wonders, and she would undoubtedly embrace even more in the future. Chapter 56. Wealthy beyond measure. Grandma, I have returned. Song Yimo opened the door, and a warm aroma of cooked dishes enveloped her, dispelling the chill that lingered on her skin. Grandma Miao rose and said, I'll just stir-fry a simple dish, and we can eat. Yimo, quickly put down your backpack and wash your hands. All right. Once she had tidied herself up, Song Yimo emerged to find that Grandma Song had already prepared the meal. Noticing a parcel on the coffee table, she inquired, What is this? You don't know? Grandma Song approached, a puzzled expression on her face. It was delivered by the post office this afternoon, and they made me sign for it. Is that all right? Song Yimo glanced at the return address, which was from S City. Remembering that her elder brother had mentioned sending medicine, she nodded eagerly. It's fine. It's the medicine my brother sent for you. But I'm already taking my medicine. Isn't Dr. Ni's prescription sufficient? It's not that it's not adequate. It's just that the medicine my brother sent is better. If you're worried, I can call Dr. Ni tomorrow to confirm. Grandma Song shook her head repeatedly, saying, There's no need for that. Muyang wouldn't harm me. I just feel it's unnecessary to spend this money. From his demeanor, he seems to have plenty, but even the wealthy should be prudent with their expenditures. Next time he visits, you can mention it to him. He will certainly listen to you. Song Yimo coaxed her to sit at the dining table, noticing Grandma Meow bringing out the dishes and hurriedly taking them to place on the table. Indeed, it is worth mentioning. Grandma Meow chuckled as she settled down. That is simply his filial piety. When a child is dutiful, accept their kindness. We wouldn't want to dampen their spirits. Once you recover, they will feel at ease, and you can concentrate on your studies, right, Yimo? Absolutely. Grandma, do not concern yourself with these matters. I will repay my brother in due time. She understood that everything she received was ultimately a debt to be repaid, which was why Grandma Song hesitated to accept. With a quiet sigh, she decided not to pursue the topic further. Let's eat. You must be quite hungry by now. After their meal, before Zhai Muyang called, Song Yimo took the initiative to dial his number. The medicine has arrived. Thank you, big brother. Zhai Muyang's voice, laced with mirth, crackled through the line. You just received it after all these days? Is it in good condition? It is fine. We're in a small place, so delivery takes a bit longer. As she twirled the phone cord around her fingers, Song Yimo asked, Are you busy with work, big brother? Not too much. As the year-end approaches, there are slightly more tasks, but I still have time for a few calls. Zayumyu Young Chuklet softly, his voice resonating through the receiver in a way that captivated her attention. Song Yimo instinctively held the microphone further away, feeling a peculiar flutter in her heart. The results are out, right? How'd you fare? Better than last time. I've moved up 2 ranks. Zhai Muyang erupted into laughter. You missed so many classes yet still improved. Did the teachers consider you a genius? Whether they consider me a genius is unknown, but they did ask if I had any special study methods to share for the benefit of my classmates. Did you tell them that your intelligence is innate and cannot be learned? I simply mentioned that for the humanities, one should memorize extensively, and for the sciences, practice is key. Still so honest. Zhai Muyang's smile was evident even through the phone. My dear brother, you must refrain from relying on that pickled vegetable for your meals daily. It is detrimental to your stomach. I sincerely hope that one day I do not find myself visiting you in the hospital. Zhai Muyang glanced at the nearly empty bottle beneath the desk and, feeling somewhat guilty, nudged it with his foot. Your words lack confidence, suggesting you have consumed quite a bit. I shall not bring you any next time. Alas, I simply adore that flavor. I promise to be more cautious in the future. How is grandmother's health? Did the doctor mention when she needs to return for a checkup? She is to be reviewed once a month, then every 2 months, with time gradually extending. My primary concern is the potential regrowth of polyps. Indeed, dietary caution is paramount. Zhai Muyang nudged the bottles further back until they were no longer visible. Grandmother Song emerged from the restroom, and Song Yimo raised the microphone, announcing, Brother's on the phone. He has consumed a great deal of pickled vegetables. Grandmother, please have a word with him. Grandmother Song wiped her hands and took the call, beginning her usual admonishments. Song Yimo stifled a laugh and retreated to her room to turn on her computer. As she logged into QQ, Song Yimo opened her book page, instinctively scrolling down. To her surprise, the screen was awash with red, flushing her face. Hadn't things been calm lately? Why this sudden surge? Initially, she thought it was the user Mao Xianmao, but upon closer inspection, she discovered that another user, Fu Jiatianxia, was also involved, as if they were in competition. What was the nature of this situation? A notification chimed, and Song Yimo clicked on the editor's avatar. Wei Chu Yuliang, another one who throws money around like water. Do you know this Fu Jiatianxia in real life? It was no wonder Wei Chu Yuliang was curious. Fu Jiatianxia was a newly registered ID, and, given the name, it seemed impossible that it wasn't aimed at someone impoverished. Song Yimo opened Fu Jiatianxia's page, which indicated an overseas location. While she had connections abroad, it was said that her biological father and brother had gone abroad, and they had long lost contact. It was improbable that they were linked in any way. Yiping Ru Shui. I have no wealthy individuals around me. Has it given many rewards? Wei Chu Yuliang. Haven't you checked the back end? At that moment, Song Yimo had already accessed the back end, and even with some mental preparation, she was taken aback by the figure displayed. Yiping Ru Shui. Did he start today? Wei Chuyuliang. To be precise, he began at 12:30 this afternoon, tossing nearly 40 in a row. Mao has been competing with him. And though a few others joined in, the ultimate competition remained between Fu Jiatianxia and Mao. Your previous announcement is likely of little use now. Song Yimo gazed at the number, her expression devoid of joy. It wasn't that she was being pretentious, feigning high-mindedness after gaining benefits. She genuinely felt that this was not a fortuitous turn of events. She did not wish to be ensnared by this money, held captive at a high point, nor did she want anyone to leverage their financial contributions to dictate her narrative. Yiping Ru Shui. Although I may ultimately benefit, I cannot feel happiness. Instead, I feel a growing unease. On the other side of the screen, Zhang Chuyang smiled as he extinguished his cigarette. Given the previous incident involving Mao, Yiping Ru Shui's current reaction was entirely within his expectations. It is precisely because of this that he holds him in higher regard. As human beings, we all require sustenance and the basic necessities of life. Even using a public restroom incurs a fee. He does not expect novelists to regard money as worthless, for such individuals are ill-suited for the craft of online literature. However, he does hope that the authors under his guidance possess their own convictions, a set of unwavering principles, and a distinct literary sensibility. Regrettably, such authors are exceedingly rare. He can count them on one hand. Yet now, there's one more among them, and this particular author stands out as one of the few he oversees, even if this author proves to be considerably more troublesome than others. He welcomes the challenge with open arms. He firmly believes that such authors will undoubtedly carve out their own niche, even within the realm of fast-paced culture. Chapter 57. An unconventional path to demise. Song Yimo curled her feet beneath her on the stool, hugging her knees in contemplation. Is another announcement truly beneficial? Inquired Ichu Liang, his tone laced with skepticism. Surely, we can't release a statement every time someone makes a donation. Could the website not limit the number of donations? She pondered. Naive, he retorted, the website thrives on an increasing number of such readers. No proprietor would transform their enterprise into a charitable endeavor. What then? Should I merely wait for the funds to roll in? She asked despondently. I am powerless, he confessed, for I am employed by the site. Yet you possess the agency. With your current popularity and potential, the website would avoid antagonizing you. At most, I'm here to converse with you. However, if you stand firm, they will find themselves at a loss. Do you grasp my meaning? I understand. Thank you, she replied. I wish to be your foremost shield, hoping you soar to great heights, he declared. Song Yimo buried her head in her knees, resolving to adopt a more dignified stance, not solely for monetary gain, but for her devoted readers and the editors who bore the burden behind the screen. Your noble treatment of me compels me to respond in kind, she affirmed. Zhang Chuyang removed his glasses and cast them aside, smiling quietly. Conversing with like-minded individuals often reveals profound understanding, a delightful exchange. After uploading today's update, Song Yimo composed an additional chapter, articulating her thoughts. I am not one to disregard the value of wealth, yet I refuse to be ensnared by it. While I am not impervious to the allure of profit, I stubbornly strive to remain true to myself. Thus, upon witnessing a screen awash in red, my fleeting joy is overshadowed by trepidation. I am timid. I would accept any amount earned through my labor, for it is rightfully mine. However, your donations feel like a windfall, a serendipitous fortune. Indeed, thanks to your generosity last month, I accomplished something of great significance. Yet I must admit that these funds arrive too easily, leading me to fear I may succumb to temptation. My thoughts should focus on crafting a compelling narrative, not on devising ways to extract money from your pockets. The prospect of my intentions becoming corrupted, veering off course, terrifies me, for such a fate would spell my ultimate ruin. This destruction would extend beyond this singular novel or any future tales I might weave. It threatens my values, my principles, even my character, and ultimately my entire existence. There exists an ancient adage about the perils of excessive adulation, and I implore you to treat me gently. I do not wish to be exalted only to be cast down, for the fall from grace is a burden I am unwilling to bear. This marks my final discourse on the matter of donations. If you persist in expressing your admiration this way, I shall accept it with a thick skin. Nevertheless, I will never allow these contributions to sway me. My story is mine alone to shape, and I shall not permit anyone to intrude upon that creation. I cannot allow it. Thus concludes my declaration. A resolute stance, so firm that even upon rereading it, Song Yimo felt a flicker of anxiety. Yet, these were the words she longed to convey. However, she could not maintain her usual composure. She found herself repeatedly refreshing the web page, eager to gauge the reactions of others. Despite her steadfast conviction that she would not alter her stance based on the opinions, be they favorable or unfavorable, of others, she stubbornly continued to refresh the page. The updates on D typically occurred around this time each day, thus drawing a significant audience. The latest chapter was the last to be released, and due to its content, many readers did not first check for updates, but instead clicked on this particular chapter. Among them were Zhai Muyang and Mao Xianmao. Recently, Mao Xianmao had been quite subdued, had it not been for the excessive arrogance displayed by Fu Jiatianxia today. He would not have felt compelled to engage in this petty feud. Reflecting on this situation, he couldn't help but recall the previous announcement, and, as he touched his nose, he realized he had indeed overstepped. If the individual were a greedy person, it might have been excusable, as they would merely relish the prospect of gaining a windfall. Yet, this was not the case. He had discerned from the prior announcement that this person was someone who valued their reputation greatly, and he respected such individuals. Very well, he resolved to issue an apology. Meanwhile, Zhai Muyang, who had just hung up the phone, was also rapping his own forehead. He had only intended to deliver financial aid, but had not considered the pressure it would place on Yimo. He had failed to think deeply. If Yimo were truly avaricious, she would not have called to apologize after receiving the 1,800 she was owed. In this regard, Miao Jun had indeed imparted a good lesson to her. Logging into Fu Jiatianxia, Zhai Muyang offered a solemn apology. I am sorry. I did not anticipate that this would cause you distress. It will not happen again. Mao Xianmao followed suit with his apology, almost as if they had conspired. Yiping, I apologize. I acted impulsively. Please do not take it to heart. Consider me foolishly generous. Rest assured, there will be no next time. Subsequently, the readers who had participated in the monetary exchange began to express their apologies, either directly or indirectly, while those who had remained silent now dared to voice their thoughts. However, there were also less harmonious voices. You have money, yet still push it away. Are you foolish or merely pretending to be high-minded? I am curious to see if this book will be published. Yimo chose to disregard such remarks, but other readers were less inclined to remain silent. Mao Xianmao retorted, whoever released this fool should swiftly reclaim them. They are embarrassing. Chun Shu added, they're from my household. I will take them back immediately. Mao, my apologies for startling you. Mao Xianmao shot back, get lost. You are the one who is foolish. Duan Mu interjected. I merely wish to say that a work reflects its creator's character. Author, I support you. Keep it up. Naturally, there are also more sentimental responses. Someone nostalgically remarked, this is the most sincere and principled author I have ever encountered, and the one whose work brings me the utmost comfort. Yiping, I hope you remain true to yourself and do not change. Another chimed in, I adore Yiping's prose. Each scene is intricately crafted and vividly picturesque. If only this story could be adapted into a television series. I eagerly anticipate it. Various responses flowed in as Song Yimo rested her chin on her hand, feeling both delighted and deeply moved. What reason did she have not to write earnestly? Her editor was exceptional, and her readers were genuinely wonderful. They had extended to her the utmost kindness, and she could only repay it by striving to enhance her novel, ensuring they felt their investment was worthwhile. The sound of a notification chimed, and, unsurprisingly, it was her editor. Only Chu has the talent. I just received a call, and they asked me to have a conversation with you, preferably to retract that statement. However, I believe it was well articulated. Sometimes, a firm stance is not necessarily a negative trait. As for one poor and empty, initially, I harbored some concerns, but it seems to be all right now. Not merely all right, indeed. Zhang Chuyang, observing the lively comment section, could not help but smile. casting aside all the words relayed from the editor-in-chief's call. One poor and empty seldom replies to comments and certainly does not engage in any money-making schemes. Apart from regular updates, he rarely makes an appearance. Yet, this individual, due to the generous donations from readers, has opened 2 additional chapters as a form of refusal, truly a rarity. It is precisely this uniqueness that wins hearts. After all, no one is a fool. Chapter 58. The Easily Satisfied Wei Chu Yuliang. You need not concern yourself with the details. If you truly wish to express gratitude, perhaps you could increase the updates. After its launch, I only managed to release 1 chapter, and the readers are quite discontented. By the way, have you checked the results? Song Yimo blinked, completely oblivious to this matter. On the very first day of the launch, she had uploaded all her store manuscripts and set the update schedule. Afterwards, heading to Y City to have 2 vials of blood drawn. Soon after, she met her brother and entertained him for an entire day, squeezing out every spare moment to write, utterly forgetting to check the results. She had even forgotten that her work had launched. Upon entering the back end, she was astonished to see a string of data. Song Yimo's mouth dropped open as she counted the numbers with her fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In disbelief, she counted again. The smile on her face was impossible to conceal as she leaped onto her bed, rolling under the covers several times. She didn't even flinch at the notification sound. Today, the collection had already surpassed 60,000. She had estimated a subscription ratio of 10 to 1. As long as she met her expectations, she would be able to make a living. Yet the reality far exceeded her expectations. Over 14,000 subscriptions, surpassing a 5 to 1 ratio. Such remarkable success would surely garner recommendations. As long as she did not falter in her writing, her performance would undoubtedly improve further. She had succeeded. After reveling in her joy for a while, Song Yimo climbed back to her computer. Wei Chu Yuliang. This is the highest initial subscription record since our website's inception. Yipin, please do not tell me you haven't been following this. Yipin Rushi. I got caught up and forgot. I'm quite pleased. Wei Chu Yuliang. I'm happy for you. Song Yimo sent a grateful emoji in reply, but found herself at a loss for words on how to continue the conversation. Fortunately, Wei Chu Yuliang had come to understand her somewhat. Recognizing her silence, he readily bade her farewell. Song Yimo clicked on another inactive profile, taking the initiative to chat with Zhai Muyang for the first time. Yipin Rushi. Big brother, are you busy? Zhai Muyang, who had been engaged in a back and forth of writing and erasing, promptly responded upon seeing her message. Muyang, not busy. Have you finished your homework? Yipin Rushi. Yes, I have. Song Yimo struggled to express her elation, although her smile was wide. Her words remained formal. However, Zhai Muyang had grown familiar with her demeanor and inquired further. Muyang, is there something making you happy? Yipin Rushi. Yes. Indeed. However, I cannot disclose it. Muyang, then keep it to yourself. As long as you are happy, that suffices. Yipin Rushi. I suddenly feel incredibly fortunate. My grandmother is well. I have gained a brother, and another significant matter has been settled. I am particularly delighted. Muyang, Big brother is also very pleased to have gained a sister. Song Yimo touched her ear, smiling at her computer, her eyes curving with delight. As autumn rains swept in, bringing a chill after 3 consecutive days of gentle drizzle, the temperature noticeably dropped. Such weather made cycling particularly arduous. A few friends arranged to leave 20 minutes early to walk to school, choosing a less traveled path that took about the same amount of time. On that day, as they met, a small car pulled up alongside them, the window lowered to reveal the handsome face of Yushi. Yimo, what a coincidence. Song Yimo gave him a slight nod and chose to ignore him, continuing to walk forward while holding Miao Miao's hand. A small car glided slowly beside them as Yushi persisted in conversing with her. It's quite chilly. Let's get in the car and head to school together. Bring your friends along. Song Yimo shook her head, suggesting you could ask them if they wish to join. Lu Xing, with his hands stuffed in his pockets and a frosty expression, retorted brusquely, we won't be taking the car. Young master Yu, please resolve the trouble you've caused for Yimo first. Chen Fangfei's hired individuals have been tailing her for 3 days now. Song Yimo looked at him in astonishment, surveying her surroundings. Why didn't anyone inform me where they are? My brother knows people in society. I sought his assistance, Lu Xing admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed under Song Yimo's scrutiny. They accepted Chun Fangfei's payment, so they can't just do nothing. They follow her daily to provide Chun Fangfei an explanation. I feared you would be frightened if you knew, which is why I didn't mention it. Appreciating his discretion, Song Yimo smiled sincerely at Lu Xing, saying, "Thank you." Lu Xing's face flushed slightly. He turned his head away, feigning indifference as he replied, "You're welcome." The car came to a halt, and Yushi stepped out, carrying his backpack. "Uncle Lu, you can head back. I'll walk to school." Lu, the driver, chuckled at the group of young individuals before shaking his head and driving away. Yushi, despite coming from a wealthy family and enjoying superior comforts compared to his peers, never flaunted his wealth. He treated classmates and teachers with kindness, and his sunny disposition made him quite likable, though at this moment, he could not muster a smile. "I didn't anticipate Chen Fangfei would trouble you," he remarked. Lu Xing retorted bluntly, "I don't believe Chen Fangfei is in the wrong. What do you call this? Before Yimo, you let others spread rumors about you too, and now that Yimo is in the picture, you hastily distance yourself from Chen Fangfei. How do you regard Chen Fangfei? And where does that leave Yimo? If it were me, I wouldn't be content either." Yushi frowned. "I have no relationship with Chen Fangfei whatsoever, and I never let her on. From the very beginning, I rejected her. She merely wanted others to believe we were a couple to prevent me from being with someone else. I thought it inconsequential since I had no intention of dating anyone." Pausing, Yushi turned to Song Yimo. "I never expected to develop feelings for you. Had I known sooner, I wouldn't have let things unfold as they did." Glancing at her watch, Song Yimo realized that if they didn't leave soon, they would be late. Her indifference to the situation elicited a chuckle from Miao Zhuo, which in turn amused the others watching. Yushi and Lu Xing exchanged glances, feeling somewhat helpless. After all, who were they doing this for? Swatting away Miao's playful hand that ruffled her hair, Song Yimo elegantly arranged her hair with her fingers, stating, "I won't engage in romance during high school. And I certainly dislike complications. I've shared this with you before, senior you." Yushi, towering over her, felt an urge to tousle her hair, but that desire remained unfulfilled. "I want to interfere with you. I will handle matter with Chen Fangfei." "Thank you," Song Yimo replied with a smile, gently pushing Miao forward as they continued on their way, eager to avoid tardiness. From that day forth, Yushi naturally became a part of this group. It remains a mystery how he communicated with Chen Fangfei. Since then, those societal figures have not reappeared around Song Yimo. However, she did encounter Chen Fangfei at school once. With her hair cut short, she appeared somewhat thinner, yet her demeanor suggested she was largely unaffected. Upon seeing Song Yimo, Miao Zhuo seemed to brace herself for confrontation. Yet Chen Fangfei chose to disregard her entirely, walking past without a hint of acknowledgement. This animosity arose inexplicably, and its dissolution left Song Yimo perplexed. She felt a twinge of concern. Every book invariably intertwines with romantic entanglements. How might she articulate this bewildering sentiment to enrich her narrative? Chapter 59, Young Love? The arrival of Yushi has elevated the aesthetic appeal of the group significantly. He possesses a remarkable ability to engage with others, aside from Lu Xing, who still holds a grudge against him. The rest of the team has been won over within just 2 days. Lu Xing, despite his discontent, cannot expel him, and fortunately, Song Yimo's demeanor remains unchanged, which brings him some solace. However, rumors are circulating throughout the school like wildfire. Song Yimo remains unfazed, focusing on attending classes and writing her novel, unaffected by the gossip. Yet, the teachers are growing anxious. In the office, only Chun Bailing is present. "Song Yimo, you wanted to see me?" she inquires. Chun Bailing looks up, caps her pen, and gestures toward the empty swivel chair beside her, inviting Song Yimo to sit. As she settles in, Chun Bailing asks, "Do you know why I called you here?" Song Yimo nods, having contemplated this on her way. "Go on. You are concerned that I might be distracted by early romance." "Quite self-aware of you," Chun Bailing responds, feeling reassured by her maturity. "What is the nature of your relationship? Yushi is openly pursuing you, yet you continue to associate with him daily." "I have turned him down. Now, he simply walks with us every day without making any further advances," Song Yimo explains. Having never engaged in romantic entanglements, she reflects on her previous life, where time was consumed by the pursuit of wealth, leaving no room for love. Many have sought her affection, yet until her return, she had never shared her first kiss. In this lifetime, she is still a minor. Thus, Song Yimo feels a sense of helplessness. Teacher, I will not engage in romance during high school. No matter who pursues me, it will not affect my studies. How others choose to act is their concern, not mine. Chen Bailing believes her words wholeheartedly, an inexplicable faith stemming from the determination she has observed in her student, who has been under her tutelage for less than a semester. As long as you're aware of your priorities, that is what matters. Is everything well at home? Song Yimo nods. Thank you for your concern, teacher. My grandmother is recovering, and our home is peaceful. Channel your thoughts into your studies, Song Yimo. I believe you will have a bright future. Do not lose heart. After repeated reassurances, Song Yimo finally exits the office, releasing a long breath under the expansive blue sky, her steps light as she descends the stairs. The teaching building is separate from the teacher's office, and as she approaches the first floor, she spots Yushi leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets. Indeed, Yushi is tall and handsome. Song Yimo is not blind and could see that. However, his attractiveness holds no significance for her now. Yushi looks up at her. Were you called in for a discussion? Yes, she replies, descending the stairs without distancing herself from him due to the rumors. As an adult, she finds such childish behavior untenable. Yushi runs a hand through his hair in frustration. I never intended to cause you trouble. The rumors have spread throughout the school. The teachers cannot be oblivious to it. The fear of public opinion is timeless. Focus on your intense studies in your final year and refrain from engaging in such discussions with others. A gust of wind swept through as Song Yimo tucked her hands into her jacket pockets, and I made my way back to the classroom. Wait, Yushi called out to her, will I still be able to walk to and from school with you? No one is stopping us. The road isn't owned by me, Song Yimo replied with a smile, waving goodbye as she dashed away. Yushi was momentarily taken aback, then lowered his head and chuckled. Yimo, what should I do if I like you even more now? Summoned by the teacher, bombarded with inquiries from classmates, and sidelined by female peers, Yushi had anticipated Yimo would grow weary of such matters, perhaps even despise them. Yet, she remained unchanged, treating him just as she always had. Neither distant nor overly familiar, she regarded him like the others in her orbit. He was dissatisfied with this sameness, yet simultaneously grateful for it. Though accustomed to being treated differently, there were moments he wished to be just another ordinary potato among many. From that day onward, Yushi became more reserved. He continued to walk to and from school with Song Yimo, but refrained from discussing her with others, channeling his focus into his studies instead. This shift in his demeanor effectively quelled much of the gossip surrounding them. High school was perpetually filled with endless assignments, and students seldom had the luxury to dwell on the affairs of others. As December approached its midpoint, the weather grew increasingly frigid, prompting those sensitive to the cold to don their padded jackets. Song Yimo returned home, a chill clinging to her, only to find her grandmother seated at the dining table, her expression clouded with worry. Grandma, what is wrong? She inquired, setting down her backpack. Her grandmother removed the lid from a steaming bowl of food and replied, Your father has been dismissed from his job. This news had lingered in Song Yimo's mind. Her grandmother's words sparked a sense of relief, as if a long-anticipated shoe had finally dropped. After washing her hands in the kitchen, she dished out some food and noticed her grandmother lost in thought. You needn't fret so. Things will work out in time. Dad isn't one to crumble under pressure. Besides, it's not like the old days when a stable job was guaranteed. If this company doesn't work out, he can always find another. Life isn't that simple. Now, let us eat, her grandmother retorted. As she served her grandmother a helping of vegetables, Song Yimo ate absent-mindedly. She understood better than anyone the precarious situation her father faced. Having been laid off tarnished his reputation in the industry, and with age not on his side, finding new employment would prove challenging. Her father was a proud man, and in his efforts to provide for the family, he had sacrificed much of his dignity. During this time, whenever she found a spare moment, she contemplated how to help her father navigate this hurdle, convinced that joining a company wasn't the sole path forward. Yet, her father might not share this perspective. She resolved to consult her older brother, who would surely have more insight on such matters. She also had nearly completed a project proposal that she intended to pass along to him. Lost in these thoughts, Song Yimo hastened her eating. After finishing her meal and tidying up, she filled 2 saltwater bottles, carrying one in her grandmother's room and placing on her bed. "It's cold. You should lie down and listen to the radio," she suggested. Her grandmother responded, "You go on and do your own things, but don't stay up too late." "I know. Call me if you need anything," she assured. Settling before the computer, she placed a bottle of saline on her lap, covered with a blanket, and instantly felt a wave of warmth envelop her. Within the Penguin platform, only 2 avatars were visible, both of which were animatedly bouncing. Song Yimo had a habit of saving the best for last, a practice that permeated various aspects of her life. For instance, she first clicked on the editor's avatar. Wei Chu Yuyong. "Next week, there will be a significant recommendation. Could you possibly increase the updates?" Song Yimo calculated her stockpile of manuscripts. "Penniless. I can only add 2 chapters." A prompt reply followed. "Wei Chu Yuyong. Unexpected. A new wave of rewards is anticipated." Song Yimo chuckled softly and dismissed it. Her readers were exceptionally obedient, refraining from giving rewards during this period. Chapter 60. A gift from my elder brother. Song Yimo opened another pulsating avatar. "Muyang. The temperature has dropped. Make sure to dress warmly." Song Yimo smiled, refraining from questioning how he knew about the temperature drop in Xinghu County from such a distance. "Ipinru. You too. Take care of your health." "Muyang. Are you done? Have you completed your homework?" "Ipinru. I still have an essay to write, brother. I need to ask you something." "Muyang, go ahead." "Ipinru. Dad Miao was dismissed from the company, and I don't want him to suffer in another workplace. However, he definitely won't listen to me. What should I do?" "Muyang, why was he dismissed?" "Uncle Miao doesn't seem like someone who would do anything shameful." "Ipinru. Uncle Miao is indeed not, but I'm not clear on the specifics. It seems he was framed and unjustly accused. Regardless of the reason, he has to bear the burden alone. What I'm thinking now is to prevent him from continuing in the same industry. It's too unfair." "Muyang, I understand your concern. His reputation is tarnished. And if Uncle Miao remains in the same field, he will undoubtedly face more hardships and hear many unpleasant remarks. Do you have any thoughts or plans for Uncle Miao's future?" "Ipinru. I want Uncle Miao to start a business." "Muyang, what kind of business?" "Ipinru. Fruits, but not just a fruit stand. I envision a supermarket format. If successful, we could expand into a chain elsewhere. It doesn't need to be extensive. As long as it flourishes within Mang City, it would provide enough for Uncle Miao and Aunt Miao to live comfortably." Zhai Muyang stroked his chin, pondering. "Muyang, have you considered that this model might be more suitable in larger cities?" "Ipinru. Perhaps, but the Miao family's roots are in Xinghu County. From my understanding of them, they would be reluctant to venture too far. Mang City is a provincial capital. Its future development prospects are promising, and most importantly, it's close to home. This factor might persuade Uncle Miao to consider it more seriously." "Muyang, are you confident in persuading Uncle Miao?" "Ipinru. Uncle Miao is particularly traditional and family-oriented. I worry he would rather endure hardships than change his way of life." "Muyang, I see it differently. Everyone hopes for a better future than before. Uncle Miao doesn't strike me as a short-sighted person. Here's what you should do. Speak to him first. And if that doesn't work, I will step in." "Ipinru, all right." "Muyang, prepare your points well. Don't let Uncle Miao stump you. You must be well prepared." "Ipinru, understood." The obedient response from Yimo softened Zhai Muyang's demeanor. The thought that Yimo would consider reaching out to him in times of need filled him with a profound sense of satisfaction. A notification appeared in the chat window, indicating a file was being received. Zhai Muyang wondered if Yimo had clicked the wrong place, but he clicked to accept it nonetheless. After receiving it, he opened the document. However, after reading just a few lines, his expression turned serious as he focused intently. The chat remained silent. After a considerable time, Zhai Muyang finally finished reading the more than 10 pages of the document. Just as he was preparing to review it a second time, he realized Yimo might be waiting for his reply and hurriedly opened the chat window. "Muyang, Yimo, did you complete this entirely by yourself?" In a moment of anxious anticipation, Song Yimo quietly exhaled upon reading the message in her silent room. This marked her inaugural attempt at crafting a formal project proposal. While she held confidence in her ideas, she also feared that she might tarnish a genuinely good concept. Observing her brother's reaction, she felt reassured. Impingru, yes. The idea is mine, and the proposal has been solely completed by me. No one else is aware. Muyang, I won't inquire how you managed to think so far ahead, but Yimo, regardless of survival or any other reason, I do not wish for you to overthink. You are merely 16. At this stage, you are a student, and it suffices to fulfill the responsibilities of a student. Other matters do not require your concern. For I am here, all right? With her fingers poised over the keyboard, Song Yimo found herself unable to type a single word, fidgeting with her left hand. Young, Yimo, my intention is not to control you, but to express my concern. Look at your peers around you. Who else bears such burdens? Strive to be a carefree student, one who only worries about learning. In Pingru, there are no worries in studying. Instinctively typing this response, Song Yimo's smile broadened. Who wouldn't he desire a grand protective umbrella overhead, freeing them from worry and allowing them to live according to their own wishes? Yet her family's circumstances rendered such thoughts previously unthinkable. Now, someone was telling her that her only concern should be her studies, and that everything else could be set aside. How could she not feel joy? Zhai Muyang seemed to sense the lightness in Yimo's mood from across the screen, and he too smiled. Muyang, then let us ensure you become a carefree and joyous Yimo. In Pingru, that may be challenging, but I will strive for it. Opening the document to review it, Zhai Muyang continued to type. Muyang, the market you've identified is substantial. If seized, it could yield advantages for many years to come. Although others have made initial strides, collectively, they do not envision as far as you do. The clarity with which you outline your steps in this proposal is unparalleled. Yimo, do you realize the value of this proposal? In Pingru, it's a gift from my brother. It must indeed be valuable. Zai Mu Young Chuklet, tapping earnestly on the keyboard. I will ensure you do not suffer any loss. Before she could respond, Zhai Muyang continued. The final exams are approaching, right? I will have some free time soon, and will come to visit you and Grandma. In Pingru, all right, don't overwork yourself, and leave some opportunities for others to profit. Muyang, I will heed your advice. Both faces before the screen bore smiles, and Song Yimo's dimples appeared. In Pingru, brother, I'm off to study now, good night. Muyang, don't stay up too late, good night. Zhai Muyang understood she would not retire for the night just yet. Each day, she carved out this precious time to write her novel, needing to complete at least one chapter before she could rest, often more. Upon meticulously reviewing the proposal once more, Zhai Muyang became acutely aware of its immense value. Initially, he had no intention of venturing into this field, considering that real estate was more suited to his current circumstances. However, after examining this proposal, he found himself reconsidering. The real estate sector is currently thriving, arguably in a golden era. However, this prosperous phase is unlikely to extend beyond a decade. In stark contrast, the initiative undertaken by MO is expected to yield only marginal financial balance within 3 to 5 years, with the initial 2 years likely resulting in losses. Nevertheless, in the grand scheme of things, this industry represents the prevailing trend. Humanity has always been propelled forward by its own creations, a pattern that has persisted throughout history and will continue unabated. As he gazed at the bold, enlarged, and vividly colored words e-commerce on the screen, Zhai Muyang found himself lost in contemplation. Chapter 61. The art of business Miao Zhuo appeared burdened with worries throughout the day, and Song Yimo understood the reason behind her distress. Lacking the ability to offer consolation, she devoted her spare time to crafting a simple plan, comprehensible only to herself. After school, she accompanied Miao's family for dinner. The atmosphere at the Miao household was rather somber following Miao Jun's dismissal. However, upon seeing Song Yimo, Yi smiled warmly. Yimo, coming quickly. Noticing Miao's mother's reddened eyes, Song Yimo stepped forward to embrace her gently, reassuringly stating, "Don't worry, things will get better." Yi's eyes glistened with tears as she patted Yimo's back, saying, "You dear child." Miao Zhuo, having suppressed her emotions all day, could no longer contain herself. She enveloped both women from behind, resting her head on Yimo's shoulder as if drawing strength from her presence. It seemed unreasonable that Yimo had endured such hardships. Yet she felt herself incapable of matching even a fraction of that resilience. Observing her daughter, he felt a sense of comfort and affection, saying, "Close the door. The wind is coming in." Miao Jun stood at the bedroom door, maintaining his upright posture, yet the once proud man clearly lacked vitality in his eyes. He feared not the judgments he might face, but rather the inability to provide his wife and daughter with the secure life they once enjoyed. Song Yimo had intended to discuss her plans with Miao Jun after dinner, but the sight of him in such a state struck her deeply. She felt unable to let him suffer alone in his turmoil. "I'll make a quick call to my grandmother, Miao Dad. I have something to discuss with you." Miao Jun glanced at her and nodded. He urged her daughter to put away her school bag and ventured into the kitchen to tidy up, delaying the preparation of a meal. She was acutely aware of the kind of child Yimo was. She understood her gratitude and realized that Yimo's presence was indicative of her awareness of Miao Jun's circumstances. While she would not have given other children such attention, Yimo's recent conduct had elevated her in He-Yi's eyes beyond that of an ordinary child. She resolved that regardless of how impractical Yimo's forthcoming words might be, she would listen earnestly, determined not to discourage her. After a brief conversation, Yimo ended the call. Her grandmother had not inquired further, merely requesting that Miao Jun accompany her home. Extracting a notepad from her bag, Song Yimo sat down opposite Miao Jun, adopting a serious demeanor as if conducting a business discussion. He chuckled as she settled beside her husband. Miao Zhuo glanced around before taking a seat next to Yimo, feeling somewhat outnumbered. "Miao Dad, I am here to persuade you to enter the business realm." Without any superfluous remarks, Song Yimo delved straight into the matter. "Please hold your thoughts until I finish." She opened her notepad and turned to the page she had written earlier that day, her earnest expression prompting Miao Zhuo to sit up straighter. As Miao's mother frequently purchased fruits, she was well aware that the fruit shops in Xinghu County offered a haphazard assortment. Most stores sold fruits alongside cigarettes, alcohol, and snacks, with only a few small shops dedicated solely to fruits. The produce was usually limited to ordinary apples and pears, displayed in an unimpressive manner. If the store was overcrowded, items would be placed outdoors, giving off a cheap appearance. "Meow Mama, am I incorrect in my assessment?" He nodded, acknowledging the situation. "Even if something is truly valuable, I would still find it overpriced if it were carelessly stacked in a box. Sometimes I know that the price is fair, yet I cannot shake off that nagging feeling." Many people share the same sentiment as Mama Meow. Song Yimo dabbed her nose with a tissue, noting that not only in Xinghu County, but also in distant places I'm not familiar with, the fruit shop situation in Mang City, as a provincial capital, is only slightly better than ours. Although no one has yet set their sights on this market, demand inevitably leads to supply. Sooner or later, someone will take that step. Why shouldn't it be us? Miao Jun crossed his arms over his abdomen, contemplating the expansion of the fruit shop. Not just expanding, but transforming it into a fruit supermarket, perhaps even adding a touch of charm. The counters need not be perfectly aligned, as long as the space is bright and clean. The presentation of apples in different settings can evoke both affordability and sophistication. Miao Zhuo nodded appreciatively. This idea was splendid. "Don't speak," he shot her a glare, her gaze softening as she turned to Song Yimo. "Xinghu County is quite small, and I worry that we may not be able to accommodate such upscale offerings. While Xinghu County has yet to develop fully, its geographical position suggests a promising future. Moreover, Mama Meow, you may not have noticed that the consumption level in Xinghu County is surprisingly high, comparable to Mang City, and exceeding that of many ordinary prefecture-level cities." He's expression turned to one of astonishment. This was news to her. However, the county is indeed not quite suitable at present, perhaps in another 2 years. It would be best to open a shop in Mang City. He glanced at her husband, who had remained silent throughout the discussion. In truth, she was quite tempted. Her current job merely keeps her afloat, and engaging in business is undeniably more advantageous than earning a stagnant salary. Miao Jun's profession heavily relies on reputation, and having been harmed in such a manner, it would be difficult for him to thrive in this industry again. It might be wiser to switch fields. Yet, she understands her husband well. He carries a somewhat outdated rigidity and a touch of intellectual pride, which makes him dismissive of Jiang regarding Yimo as his responsibility. While these traits may be commendable, they also complicate matters. Persuading him to venture into business may prove challenging. Not wanting Yimo to dwell on it further, he tactfully remarked, "Opening a shop in Mang City would require a considerable amount of money, and I fear we may not have enough at home." To her surprise, Song Yimo responded without hesitation, "I have it. Besides, starting a business necessitates finding a storefront and renovations. With the new year just a month away, it is impossible to do it before then, but after the new year, I will have more resources at my disposal. Perhaps I could even open 2 shops simultaneously." He chuckled, thinking it naive to consider opening 2 shops when they were uncertain about even one. To do business in Mang City, especially with high renovation standards, one would need at least 150,000, and that is already pushing it. How could they possibly gather such funds? "I have it," Song Yimo affirmed, meeting He Yi's doubtful gaze. "After the new year, I can manage it." "Meow," Zhuo exclaimed. "Mo, do you really have 150,000? How did you come by such a sum? Did brother Zhai give it to you?" Song Yimo pondered for a moment, realizing that she had indeed never disclosed to Miao Miao her endeavor of writing a novel, thus granting her a measure of forgiveness for her unguarded remarks. "How could I possibly accept money from my elder brother? It is my own earnings. My book is performing remarkably well. Though I have yet to reach the milestone of 150,000, I am certain that it will come after the new year." Like every child who wishes to astonish their family with a display of achievement, Song Yimo maintained a composed demeanor. Yet a hint of pride crept into her tone as she declared, "I earned over 40,000 last month." Miazuruo's mouth formed a surprised shape. He Tong similarly widened her eyes, suppressing the urge to voice her skepticism, glancing towards her husband. Chapter 62. The arrival of the eldest brother, Miao Jun's expression shifted. Yet his foremost concern was not the veracity of the matter, but rather whether others were privy to this information. Song Yimo shook her head, asserting that she had not confided in anyone. Even her grandmother was only aware that she had earned some money, without knowledge of the specific figures. "You must not disclose this to anyone. You have already acted somewhat recklessly today," Miao Jun admonished his daughter, "if you do not wish to jeopardize Yimo. This conversation must remain confidential, even from your grandmother, and you, must also refrain from revealing anything to the He family." He nodded repeatedly, understanding the adage that with great wealth comes great trouble. "Zhuo, for heaven's sake, do not speak carelessly. Do you understand?" At this moment, Miao Zhuo gazed at Yimo with admiration, clasping her hands before her chest, her eyes sparkling with awe. "You are beautiful, intelligent, and can earn money. Yimo, please lead me a path to follow." Song Yimo affectionately patted her head, her dimples appearing as she smiled. "From now on, you shall be responsible for protecting our homeland, while I will take care of earning a living. I will ensure that you are never burdened by financial concerns. You can remain in the military for a lifetime, and whether our family produces a female officer depends entirely on you." Miao Zhuo thumped her well-developed chest, vowing to fulfill her mission. The two exchanged glances and erupted into laughter, the previously tense atmosphere dissipating entirely. Miao Jun and he shared a knowing look, their expressions softening with smiles. While work was important, the joy of their children rendered any professional challenges insignificant. "Dad, I consulted with my eldest brother, and he also believes this idea holds great promise. However, he suggested that targeting larger cities for the market could be more advantageous. We need not venture into major hubs like S City or B City. Mang City would suffice." Miao Jun nodded slightly. "I comprehend your perspective. Nonetheless, we are novices in business and lack familiarity with its intricacies. If we were to hastily plunge into it, we might suffer losses." "Dad!" Song Yimo sensed that convincing Miao Jun would not be a simple task. Yet she felt a twinge of urgency upon hearing his words. Miao Jun raised his hand to interrupt her. "Do not rush. I can see the potential in your suggestion, but I must ponder it further to ascertain whether I am suited for business. With the new year approaching, there is no need for haste. I will reflect on it thoroughly, and you should concentrate on preparing for your final exams. Not being outrightly dismissed was already an improvement beyond her expectations. Song Yimo refrained from pressing the matter further, recognizing that as long as Miao Jun kept it in mind, there remained a chance for persuasion. After dining at the Miao household, Miao Jun accompanied her home. "Are you still in touch with Muyang?" "Yes, I am. My eldest brother calls daily, and he has been keeping our grandmother quite pleased. Even the most devoted grandchildren seldom make daily calls, yet despite his cautious attitude towards Zhai Muyang, Miao Jun felt a sense of happiness for the bond between the grandfather and grandson. "What are your plans regarding Jiangyi?" As she walked, Song Yimo kicked a small stone. "I have been matched with him. I will visit during the winter break." "Have you made up your mind?" "I cannot inflict the same suffering as Neza, who flayed his parents. However, if extracting a measure of bone marrow can sever that bond, I would gladly do so. I wish for my relationship with her to end here, with no further debts between us. It is not such an easy matter. Should Jiang Yi harbor any ill intentions in the future, a mere accusation of filial disobedience could leave Yimo utterly incapacitated." Miao Yun sighed, realizing he must prepare in advance to avoid being caught off guard and causing Yimo significant distress. "I have no pressing matters at the moment. I shall accompany you. With my presence, Jiang Yi will surely exercise some caution." Song Yimo initially intended to mention that her elder brother would accompany her, but she was never adept at declining those who treated her well, so she merely nodded in agreement. Upon entering the gates of the old community, the small building came into view, and Miao Jun suddenly broached a previous topic discussed at the Miao family residence. "During this period, I shall be traveling to Mang City and its neighboring areas. Yimo, it is not that Uncle Miao doubts your proposal. He recognizes the potential of this business endeavor. However, your mother is quite straightforward, and my background is in technology. Engaging in business carries significant risks, and I must contemplate this matter thoroughly." Song Yimo looked up at Miao Jun with a smile. "I understand, but please do not worry too much, Uncle Miao. A little loss is acceptable. Consider it a tuition fee. No one is born with the instinct for business, and honest individuals in commerce are not a disadvantage. Who desires to encounter a duplicitous seller? I, for one, would be wary of those who are overly eloquent, fearful of being taken advantage of." A hint of a smile appeared on Miao Jun's face as he affectionately ruffled her hair, falling silent thereafter. Time was fleeting. He escorted one away and fetched another without lingering. Song Grandma merely patted his shoulder, saying nothing, concerned that the wrong topic might arise. Before long, the new year arrived. The New Year's holiday, combined with a month-long break, lasted 5 days. The weather was quite dreary, with persistent rain and howling winds. However, for Song Yimo, who had no plans to go anywhere, it made little difference. When someone knocked at the door, Song Grandma was drowsily warming herself by the fire, preparing to rise from her blanket to answer the door as Song Yimo emerged from the room. "I'll get it." The relatives visiting the Song family were few, yet the old neighbors and Miao family members often popped by. Regardless of who it was, Song Yimo welcomed them, as she had little time to spend with her grandmother and hoped for companionship for her. Yet the person before her was entirely unexpected. Zai Mu Young, carrying an assortment of bags, smiled broadly at her. "Why the surprise? Did I not mention I would visit you and Grandma when I was free?" Upon hearing the voice, Song Grandma hurriedly slipped on her shoes and approached. "Is it Muyang? What brings you here in such weather?" The cold wind at the door prompted Song Yimo to quickly pull him inside and shut the door. She ushered him to the sofa, lifting a corner of the blanket and saying, "Warm yourself up." As he casually placed his belongings on the sofa, Zhai Muyang, without a hint of formality, removed his shoes and tucked his feet under the blanket. The cozy warmth enveloped him, instantly evoking a sense of being home, and he felt utterly relaxed. Song Yimo brewed some tea and set on the coffee table, then picked up her brother's leather shoes and placed them at the door, retrieving a large pair of cotton slippers from the shoebox. Having been worn only once and carefully stored, the shoes still appeared as good as new. This is his belonging in this home, and simply thinking about it fills Zhai Muyang with an overwhelming sense of contentment. "Don't busy yourself, come and sit." Song Yimo settled onto the small sofa beside him, tucking her feet in, like a beloved child. Grandma Song lovingly placed a generous handful of candies into Zhai Muyang's hands and inquired, Muyang, have you also taken a break for the new year? Yes. I haven't had much to do these past few days. Good. This time there's no need to rush off. Grandma Song lifted the blanket to put on her shoes, saying, I'll go check what vegetables we have at home. If we're short, I'll buy some more. Chapter 63. Cycling out, Zhai Muyang hurriedly supported the elderly woman, saying, Grandma, I cannot allow you to go out for groceries in this weather, especially with the rain falling. Oh, by the way, Yimo, I left my umbrella by the door. Song, Yimo quickly opened the door to retrieve it. The umbrella was damp, so she took it to the bathroom to open and dry, before heading to the kitchen. As the weather grew colder, fewer people ventured out to buy daily groceries. While there were some vegetables at home, they were hardly abundant. Zhai Muyang entered the kitchen and leaned against the door, saying, Don't overthink it. I'm not just here for a meal. We can manage with what we have for now, and when the weather improves, we can go shopping. Song Yimo turned to face him. You said it. You cannot blame me for any lack of hospitality. Zhai Muyang raised an eyebrow. Am I still considered a guest? If I were away for a long time, Grandma would treat me like a guest upon my return. Song Yimo laughed. Well then, I shall no longer treat you like a guest. She ruffled his hair, and the siblings settled beside their grandmother, who looked at them with loving eyes, and they shared familial banter. Song Yimo tugged at her brother's sleeve and asked, Big brother, how many days off do you have? The busiest times have passed. As long as I don't suddenly receive a major project, I can arrange my time freely. Zhai Muyang rested his chin on his hand, observing her. Perhaps by the time your vacation ends, I will still be here. That works out perfectly. Grandma will have company, Song Yimo replied. Grandma Song chuckled. I hardly need someone to accompany me every day. The weather forecast assures that it will improve in a couple of days. Yimo, take Muyang out for a stroll. Although Xinghu County is a small place, I believe it is no less beautiful than those tourist spots we see on television. Understood, Grandma. Indeed, she was right. Several years later, Xinghu County blossomed into an ecological tourism destination. However, the property prices in the county were not lower than those in second and third-tier cities. She needed to save up quickly to purchase a few commercial properties, ensuring a life free from worry about food and drink. Remarkably, the weather forecast proved accurate. The next day dawned clear and bright, with a sky washed clean by the rain, an exquisite blue. Early in the morning, Grandma Song urged the siblings to head out. Song Yimo had planned their destination the night before and brought out a nearly new bicycle from downstairs. Zhai Muyang naturally took it from her. Is this the one you ride to school? No, I borrowed it last night. I usually ride Meow Meow's bike to school. Can you ride? Zhai Muyang effortlessly mounted the bicycle, one foot on the ground. No problem, hop on. Brother will take you for a ride. Song Yimo stifled a laugh and sat behind him, gripping his jacket. Despite the lovely weather and bright sun, the cool wind made it feel chilly on the bike. As Song Yimo adjusted her jacket, she directed her brother, Are we heading out of town? There is nothing to see in the county, just streets and shops. The outskirts haven't developed yet. That is where we can truly appreciate the beauty of Xinghu County, having witnessed countless remarkable landscapes, both domestically and abroad. Zhai Muyang pedaled leisurely, chuckling, If you say it's beautiful, it must indeed be stunning. Of course, big brother, do you believe that one day, Xinghu County will become a tourist area? Investing now would certainly be a wise decision. Zhai Muyang turned to look at her. Is it truly that beautiful? Perhaps it is because one's hometown occupies a unique place in the heart, incomparable to any other. I find Xinghu County utterly enchanting. Song Yimo concealed her heartfelt sentiments within elegant words, unsure if her elder brother could perceive the depth of her feelings. Yet she fervently wished for him to appreciate the beauty of Xinghu County and not overlook this opportunity. She constantly reminded herself that at merely 16 years of age, she must refrain from actions that might arouse her brother's suspicions. Zhai Muyang merely smiled, giving no indication as to whether he had grasped her words. Xinghu County, the county of happiness. Whoever bestowed such a name did so with profound meaning. As they conversed, Zhai Muyang abruptly slammed on the brakes, leaning forward as he firmly planted his feet on the ground, narrowly stabilizing the vehicle. In the back seat, Song Yimo instinctively clutched her brother's waist, her face pressing against him due to the inertia. At that moment, Zhai Muyang managed to steady the vehicle and quickly extended a hand to shield the passenger behind him, anxiously inquiring, "Are you hurt? Did you bump into something?" Song Yimo rubbed her chin, assuring him, "I'm fine." What happened up front? With one hand protecting her and the other steering the bicycle to the side, he explained, "A motorcyclist suddenly surged out. Let me check, does it hurt?" "A little," she admitted, having also bumped her nose, her eyes slightly glistening with moisture. However, as her nose was not as severely bruised as her chin, she chose to remain silent. Zhai Muyang, feeling a pang of concern, gently rubbed her chin, cautious not to apply too much pressure, his expression darkening as he observed the various vehicles passing by. "Brother, you must acclimate. This is not a large city like S City. Look, most motorcycles are unregistered. They disregard traffic regulations entirely. Getting angry with them will only agitate yourself. Do you encounter such situations often at school?" The locals are aware of this issue and tend to exercise caution, reducing speed when passing by alleyways. Zai Mu Yang Frowonet. This is exceedingly dangerous. Song Yimo smiled. There's no place in the world that is absolutely safe. One might even worry about the house collapsing while at home. If we were to concern ourselves with every potential danger, we wouldn't be able to live at all. Brother, we must not allow this to tarnish our impression of Xinghu County. Once everyone adapts to the rules, such incidents will naturally diminish. Where's her mind wandering? Zhai Muyang gently brushed her hair back, helping her settle into the back seat, and continued pedaling the bicycle forward. Under Song Yimo's guidance, the two siblings ventured to increasingly secluded areas, where the path grew more arduous. Yet, after traversing a bumpy stretch of road, the breathtaking scenery that unfolded before Zhai Muyang astonished him. He had always believed that Song Yimo's affection for her hometown colored her perceptions. Yet witnessing the beauty firsthand revealed that she had not exaggerated in the slightest. A crystal-clear stream meandered gently beneath a delicate veil of mist, and an aged wooden bridge spanning the water did not diminish the beauty of the scene. Rather, it added a touch of timelessness to the babbling brook. Just upstream, terraced fields of meticulously planted tea trees unfolded, shrouded in a gossamer mist that danced with the breeze. The post-rain fog carried a dampness, rendering the landscape as enchanting as a dream. In the distance, one can behold a magnificent waterfall. Xinghu County is never in want of water. After a rainfall, the streams surge forth with vigor, cascading downwards in a splendid display. The beauty of this natural scene, though not breathtaking in a dramatic sense, captivates the gaze effortlessly. How many such places exist in Xinghu County? With a knowing smile, Song Yimo reveals a hint of pride. Many, this vast expanse is but one, and there are other areas equally enchanting. Are the terraced fields found everywhere? Indeed, yet only here do we witness the gifts of nature. Elsewhere, they are merely the result of human craftsmanship. Chapter 64. Opportunities abound under the guidance of Song Yimo. The two spent the better part of the day traversing the countryside and suburbs. These were places that Song Yimo had developed in her previous life. The beauty of Xinghu County is a serene kind of beauty. It is neither ostentatious nor steep, and it can hardly be deemed particularly distinctive. It is simply tranquil, quietly refusing to compete for attention with other locales. The leaders of Xinghu County have all been perceptive individuals. They recognize the value of the county but refrain from excessive development, instead striving to preserve its authenticity, emphasizing its natural scenery. Before her return, Xinghu County consistently ranked high in national happiness indexes. A survey once indicated that among previously visited tourist attractions, Xinghu County ranked second in terms of willingness to revisit. Regarding her hometown, Song Yimo harbored vivid memories. She felt a quiet pride and even contemplated returning to Xinghu County in her later years to spend her days in the place that nurtured her. She cherished this land that had bestowed love upon her while also causing her countless heartaches. If given a choice, she would prefer not to leave her hometown for the bustling cities. In her previous life, she had been forced to depart without a place to call home. But this life, Song Yimo glanced at her brother's head from behind, uncertain if his financial resources could support the development of a tourist area, even if it were a joint venture, or if she could be one of the shareholders. She would be willing to contribute her efforts to her hometown once she achieved academic success. If by some chance her brother were to develop Xinghu County, the thought alone was rather delightful. Lost in her reverie as they rode their bicycles, she almost fell, but he was there to catch her. Calling out a few times without a response, Zhai Muyang helplessly placed his feet on the ground and turned to see her gaze lost in thought. Song Yimo snapped back to reality and jumped off the bike, asking what's wrong. Zhai Muyang decided to walk instead of ride, pushing the bicycle while indicating for her to stay close to the inner side of the path. What are you thinking about? About the chances of my brother developing Xinghu County. Have you come to a conclusion? Song Yimo shook her head, then nodded, indicating uncertainty. That's incorrect. Zhai Muyang smiled. It's 100%. Song Yimo paused in surprise, then erupted in laughter, sunlight dancing in her eyes, the fragmented rays almost spilling over her eyelids. Before Zhai Muyang could fully comprehend his thoughts, he instinctively covered her eyes with his hands. At that moment, he was unaware of what he was trying to shield her from. Was it his own inability to gaze too long or a desire to conceal her from others? He could not tell. Brother? Song Yimo tilted her head. Zhai Muyang quickly snapped back to reality, his momentary distraction fading as he cheerfully released his hands and said, "The sunlight is in your eyes. Does it bother you?" Song Yimo looked up, squinting at the sun. "Not at all. The temperature is too low." "Brother, what time is it?" 5 minutes to 3, Zhai Muyang replied, observing her. "Shall we head home? First, let us buy some groceries. Can we have fish for dinner? Can you cook?" Song Yimo lifted her chin confidently. "Of course. While I may not be able to prepare exotic dishes, I can certainly handle home-cooked meals." Zhai Muyang could no longer resist and playfully tugged at her hair before stepping back on a bicycle lane. "Get on," he urged. The two first visited the market, procuring enough vegetables to last 3 days before returning home. As they stood outside the door, the sounds of laughter and joy drifted from within. Song Yimo, while rummaging for her keys, turned to her brother, who was burdened with bags, and said, "Grandma has many old friends. Just follow my lead and call them." Upon opening the door, a warm atmosphere enveloped them. Song Yimo greeted, "Grandma Chun, Grandma Wu. Yimo is back," though the two elderly women responded to her. Their gazes wandered to the entrance just as Zhai Muyang made his way inside, causing the grandmothers to shyly avert their eyes. Zhai Muyang echoed their greetings. "Grandma Chun, Grandma Wu." "Oh, yes, yes," they replied. After changing her shoes, Song Yimo took the groceries from her brother, signaling him to do the same. She then headed to the kitchen with the vegetables. Grandma Song beckoned her eldest grandson to sit beside her, asking, "Where did Yimo take you?" "To a small place. There's nothing much to see," he replied. The wonders of big cities are no longer astonishing. In a few years, Xinghu County might boast them as well. But the beauty bestowed by nature upon Xinghu County is rare and incomparable to those renowned tourist attractions. "You only flatter this old woman, Grandma," Song chided playfully, her wrinkles smoothing out as she beamed with delight. Zhai Muyang merely smiled, refraining from clarifying the sincerity of his words. Hearing a commotion, Yimo emerged with a cup of tea, which he took and placed before the two elderly women. "Yimo, come warm yourself by the fire. We had tea just now." They insisted. Song Yimo returned with 2 more cups, placing one before her brother while keeping one to warm her hands. "I bought fish. I plan to make boiled fish for dinner. Grandmas, please stay and eat with us. With just 3 steps from home, how can we impose on your hospitality?" Grandma Chun chuckled, pleased to see the cheerful duo. The 2 elders did not linger long. After finishing their tea, they took their leave. With time still on their side, Song Yimo retreated to her room to do her homework, while Zhai Muyang opened his computer to respond to a few emails before joining Grandma. Dinner preparations were in Yimo's capable hands. After confirming that her brother could handle spicy food, she prepared 2 servings of boiled fish, 1 spicy and 1 mild. Zhai Muyang tasted just a bite before giving her a thumbs up, declaring that her cooking rivaled that of the hotel, perhaps even more authentic. As Song Yimo stirred the pot, she fished out a few stick-like items. "What is this?" she inquired, holding it to his nose. "Can you identify the scent?" Zhai Muyang realized that this boiled fish was unlike any he had previously tasted. He could not recognize the aroma. "This is mountain pepper root, an herbal ingredient." We enjoy adding it to enhance the flavor of our dishes here. After a pause, she asked, "Can you accept this flavor?" "I quite like it," he replied. Grandma Song laughed. "Everything seems to suit our family. It must be in your blood." "Indeed, it is," he agreed. Zhai Muyang offered each of them a piece of fish, distinctly separating the spicy from the mild. "Eat quickly. In this weather, the food will cool down if we linger." Joyful days always seem to slip away in an instant. After answering a phone call, Zhai Muyang's face, which had been adorned with smiles these past few days, now bore an especially indifferent expression. When Song Lao intended to inquire, she was swiftly halted by Song Yimo, as they had yet to grow close enough to share all their secrets. Already somewhat irksome, the intrusion upon his holiday felt unwelcome. With his hands tucked into his pockets in a tone laced with sarcasm, Zhai Muyang's gaze softened as he looked at Song Yimo. "The tickets are already booked for the 7 o'clock train." Casting a glance at the clock, which read 4:30, Song Yimo stood to gather his belongings, but Zhai Muyang restrained her. "There's no need to take anything. I'll return as soon as I have the time." Chapter 65. The pursuer faces the brother. A person's life inevitably encompasses numerous farewells, whether they are voluntary or involuntary. The proactive individual eagerly departs in search of a new realm, while the one left behind passively endures the separation. To simplify, the active party abandons, while the passive party is abandoned. Throughout her existence, Song Yimo has consistently found herself in the latter role. In 2 lifetimes, she has always been the one left standing still. Despite the vastness of the skies and seas, no one has ever returned to her side. Thus, she has learned to adapt, to become accustomed to all forms of parting, and to accept her insignificance in the lives of others. Consequently, she gradually ceased to harbor disappointment, having long since relinquished her expectations of others. Many come and go throughout life. She has become a transient in others' journeys, and in turn, she has learned to regard others as mere transients in her own. Therefore, when Zhai Muyang departed, she merely waved her hand lightly, a gentle smile gracing her lips, watching the vehicle fade from view before returning to her daily life. In this world, survival is reserved for the fittest. New Year's Day is celebrated by foreigners. Yet for the Chinese, the year is not truly concluded until after the eve of the Lunar New Year. Perhaps it is the weight of collective anticipation that makes time seem to fly even faster. Another stipend has been received, the final exams have been taken, and only 12 days remain until the new year. Before leaving school, Song Yimo sought out her homeroom teacher. "Teacher Chun, I would like to ask Miao Zhirua's parents to collect my report card." Chun Bailing shook her head with a smile. "The moment you approached me, I wondered if you were requesting a leave of absence. I reviewed your Chinese exam, and you lost very few points. Teacher Lin mentioned your math performance remains consistent, so I presume your other subjects have not declined either. It's no issue to have someone collect your report card." Chun Bailing regarded this student, whose fate had been fraught with challenges. "Has something happened? Is your grandmother going for a medical checkup?" "The checkup has been done. Miao's father drove her there, and the doctor said everything is fine." Aware of her teacher's concern, Song Yimo spoke candidly. "I need to go to City Y. Her son has leukemia, and I'm a match for him. I will be donating bone marrow." Chun Bailing took a moment to comprehend who she referred to, but upon realization of the bone marrow donation, "Do you know the specifics of this procedure? Has she explained it to you clearly?" "She did not explain, but I understand." Song Yimo refrained from discussing the intricacies of the procedure, simply nodding affirmatively and emphasizing, "I know. She asked me to go a month ago, but I insisted on waiting until after the final exams, so I could use the entire holiday to recuperate. My body should be able to recover." "Child, I cannot fathom the extent of your familial disconnection." Chun Bailing sighed. "Will someone accompany you? The teachers have time once the break begins. I could accompany you if you'd like." Song Yimo felt a warmth in her heart. "Miao's father will accompany me. Thank you, teacher." Chun Bailing had known since the start of the semester that the Miao and Song families were close. After a term of observation, she felt that Miao Jun was a commendable man, essential to Yimo's growth into such a sensible and driven individual. "Understood. You have my number. Feel free to call me anytime if you need anything." Miao Zhiruo waited outside the office, and upon seeing Song Yimo, she smiled. "Have you settled everything?" The two linked arms as they descended the stairs. "Yes, Just call me with the results when the time comes. Where would I have the opportunity? My mother will surely be the first to share the good news. Hey, look at Yushi. Following her gaze, Song Yimo indeed saw Yushi. Aren't the seniors still reviewing at this hour? With a clear purpose, Yushi approached the two, and Song Yimo felt a sense of unease, almost wanting to flee. Yimo, do you have any plans for the winter break? Want to go out and have some fun? Song Yimo shook her head. I have matters to attend to during the winter break, and probably won't return until after the new year. Yushi raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. Isn't that a polite refusal? I can vouch for it. Yimo truly has something to take care of, and it's not exactly a pleasant matter. Miao Zhuo, under Yimo's glare, retracted her hand. All right. My words don't count. Yushi had already gleaned the information he sought, and, considering what he learned about the Song family situation, felt compelled to inquire further. However, under Yimo's gaze, he held his tongue and merely nodded. If you return early, give me a call. Even if it's after the new year, there are still 10 days of holiday left. We can meet then. Unable to refuse any longer, Song Yimo replied, All right, I'll be in touch. Having received a response, Yushi did not take his leave, but instead walked alongside the two toward the school gate. His expectations were modest. He was simply delighted to converse with Yimo. Hey, when did Brother Zhai arrive? Brother? Song Yimo turned to look, spotting Zhai Muyang approaching. The Zhai family was not nouveau riche, but held a certain depth of heritage. Their ancestors had once been significant landowners in the region, but during the most tumultuous times, the family emigrated. Over the years, they thrived abroad, with only Yushi's branch returning to the homeland. The Yu family's business primarily operated in Mang City. But due to their roots here, the elder insisted on establishing their home in this location. As the sole heir, Yushi received a well-rounded education, blending Eastern and Western influences, with his family never withholding knowledge from him. Few were aware that Yushi had been involved in the family business for 2 years. His foresight was far beyond that of his peers. Yet, at this moment, he instinctively displayed hostility towards the approaching man, a primal male rivalry. Zhai Muyang raised an eyebrow. Is this Yimo's admirer? Unbeknownst to the center of the whirlwind, Song Yimo was blissfully unaware, delighted to see her brother. Brother, when did you arrive? You didn't mention coming today last night. I wanted to surprise you. Zhai Muyang glanced at Yushi. Is this your classmate? He's a senior, 2 years ahead of me. Yushi, this is my brother. Upon realizing it was her brother, Yushi's hostility dissipated, and he beamed brightly. I'm Yimo's friend, Yushi. Nice to meet you, brother. Zhai Muyang, placing an arm around his sister's shoulders, inquired, So, you're a friend of Yimo? Yushi smiled even more radiantly. Give up? I want to agree. Zhai Muyang's smile radiated even more brilliantly than his, as he remarked, My sister is still a minor. You should seek companionship with adults first, and, once you have had your fill of frivolity, return to discuss true love. Yushi remained silent, while Miao Zhuo let out a chuckle, and Song Yimo's eyes sparkled with mirth. Fortunately, she remembered to preserve Yushi's dignity. Shaking off her elder brother's hand as she declared, Senior, I'm heading home now. Let us reconnect after the new year. Instantly rejuvenated by her words after being struck by his brother's heavy-handed jest, Yushi responded, All right, let us touch base after the new year. Zhai Muyang guided his naive sister towards the car parked not far away, imparting his views on the unreliability of men. Song Yimo interjected, Brother, is your keen awareness of men's faults a reflection of your own past indiscretions? Zhai Muyang was left reeling from the blow, while Miao Zhuo struggled to maintain her composure amidst her laughter. Chapter 66. Is Jingma your adopted child? In the car, Song Yimo inhaled the subtle scent of leather while glancing around. Is this a new vehicle? Yes, I had a friend in Mang City assist me in purchasing it. It will be kept there for convenience. Song Yimo nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate. The car first made its way to the Miao residence. Miao Zhuo, feeling somewhat restrained in front of Zhai Muyang, quietly seized the opportunity to ask as he parked, Is brother Zhai heading to my home? I wonder if my father is at home today. Naturally, upon arrival, they should first pay their respects to the elders. Song Yimo anticipated that the two would discuss the trip to Y City, as she had already informed her brother that Miao's father would be accompanying them. I'll head back to see if my father is at home, Miao Zhuo stated. Zhai Muyang approached, carrying a gift box, and inquired, noticing her hurried departure. Why are you in such a rush? Miao Zhuo explained that her father had been frequently away lately, and she wished to check on his return. Zai Imu Young Chuklet, noticing her heavy backpack, and offered, "It's too heavy to carry while running. Allow me to put in the car." As Song Yimo followed him, she asked, "Brother, are we leaving tomorrow? The earlier we depart, the sooner we return." Upon mentioning this, Zhai Mu Yang's expression darkened slightly. After consulting an expert upon their return, he had learned the full extent of the situation, leading to profound regret. Had he known sooner, he would never have consented to Yimo's decision to endure such hardships for someone who had wronged her. It was simply not worth it. Yet, Yimo had already made her choice, and he could not impede her, though that did not imply he was powerless to act. The door to the Miao household stood ajar, and upon peering out, Miao Zhu eagerly welcomed them, exclaiming, "Yimo, brother Zhai, my parents are home." He emerged from within, cheerful. "Mu Yang is here, do come in." The weather is damp and chilly today. It must be uncomfortable. The weather in S City is quite similar. I've grown accustomed to it. How is Auntie's health? All is well with the family, he replied, stepping back to allow them entry, gently touching Yimo's hand. "Ah, not cold at all." Zhai Muyang placed the gift box on the table, addressing Miao uncle. Miao Jun nodded from beside the sofa. "Welcome." He brought out tea, and Miao Jun remarked, "Yimo, you and Zhuo should go play inside." Miao Zhuo exchanged glances with the adults, understanding, and took Yimo back to the room. He followed with a plate of fruits, later closing the door behind her. After sipping his tea, Zhai Muyang looked up and said, "Uncle Miao, I plan to set off tomorrow. If you have matters to attend to and cannot join us, it is perfectly all right. I will take good care of Yimo." Miao Jun shook his head, stating, "I cannot miss the trip. You are all younger generations. Although Song Yi may have her faults, she is Yimo's mother, and that relationship holds significant weight. Since you regard Yimo as a sister and treat Aunt Song with respect, your status is inherently lower than hers. Thus, you must exercise some restraint in your words and actions." Observing the dignified Zhai Muyang and recognizing his genuine concern for Yimo, Miao Jun's demeanor softened further. One must navigate the constraints of societal norms while traversing this world, a reality from which no one can escape. Regardless of whether Yimo achieves great success or settles into a mundane occupation in the future, I cannot allow her to be vulnerable to criticism or judgment from others. The future remains uncertain for all, and it is prudent to prepare adequately. Zhai Muyang did not anticipate that Miao Jun had contemplated matters so far ahead. He harbored no fear of Song Yi, even nurturing thoughts of teaching her a lesson to vindicate Yimo. However, as Uncle Miao aptly pointed out, he occupies a subordinate position in terms of status, making such actions unworthy of consideration, and any misstep might inadvertently burden Yimo. While he himself remained indifferent to these concerns, it was imperative that he assume responsibility for Yimo's well-being in the future. "I understand, Uncle Miao." Miao Ju nodded, acknowledging that an early departure the next day would allow for a timely return, granting Yimo some time to prepare for the upcoming festivities. However, that seemed unlikely. Zhai Muyang retrieved a stack of documents from his bag and handed them over. "Uncle Miao, please take a look at this." Miao Jun accepted the documents with a furrowed brow, while he leaned in to examine them as well. The more they read, the darker their expressions became. He, gritting her teeth, exclaimed, "This is unacceptable. I will go as well. How can Yimo be put at such risk? Does Song Yi even regard her child as precious, while treating her daughter as expendable? Lower your voice. Do you fear Yimo might overhear?" Miao Jun's expression darkened as he looked up at Zhai Muyang. "Is Yimo aware of this?" "I cannot say for certain. I have not shown her these documents, but I did gauge her understanding previously, and she should be aware." Miao Jun frowned, expressing doubt. "I do not believe Song Yi would disclose this information to her. It can be found online. Yimo is quite intelligent." Yi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "She is not intelligent. She is foolish. Knowing this, why would she still engage with Song Yi? Do not go. What will you achieve besides an argument with Song Yi? Stay home to care for the elderly and the young, and assist Aunt Song in preparing for the festivities. Yimo may take several days to return." He hesitated but ultimately relented. "Keep this document with me for now." Miao Jun meticulously organized the papers. Muyang, your sole responsibility is to look after Yimo. I will handle matters with Song Yi. Zhai Muyang acquiesced, for this was indeed the purpose of his visit. Those privy to the situation were discreet, ensuring that grandmother Song remained blissfully unaware, and so, when they departed the next morning, she merely offered a few additional words of caution, without any visible concern. As the year drew to a close, the roads were less than favorable. Zhai Muyang and Miao Jun alternated driving, navigating the journey that took nearly 4 hours to reach City Y. After enjoying lunch, they proceeded directly to the hospital. Upon receiving the call, Song Yi's voice brimmed with delight, as Zhu'er had completed all preliminary preparations. If Yimo were to withdraw now, her son would face dire consequences. Miao Jun, known for his elegance and courteous demeanor towards women, felt an overwhelming urge to strike Song Yi, who appeared impeccably composed. Suppressing this impulse, Miao Jun turned to Zhai Muyang and instructed, "Take Yimo to find a place to rest. I will accompany Song Yi to see the doctor first." Zhai Muyang cast a detached glance at Song Yi before guiding Yimo away. She merely nodded at Song Yi before following her brother's lead. Song Yiqiang suppressed the impulse to summon Yimo for a bone marrow extraction and smiled at Miao Jun, surprised by his presence. "I was worried you might sell Yimo, so I felt uneasy not being here to watch over her." Song Yi's smile faltered. "Miao Jun, that remark is rather excessive. No matter the circumstances, I'm still Yimo's mother. How could I ever? You, of all people, are capable of anything. Who is the attending physician? Take me to him." Unwilling to invite further complications, Song Yi replied, "Everything is ready. Let's call Yimo and go together. Everything is prepared on your end. Yet Yimo has traveled several hours by car, and you won't even grant her a moment's respite? Song Yi, Yimo was actually picked up by you, wasn't she?" Song Yi's expression shifted dramatically, and ultimately, she said nothing more, leading the way to the doctor's office. Chapter 67. Hospital Conflict. The attending physician was a man in his 50s. Upon seeing Song Yi nod at him, he inquired about the patient's condition. Song Yi stepped forward, and Miao Jun followed her inside. "Zhu'er is fine, Miao Jun. This is Vice President Guo, Zhu'er's attending physician. Feel free to ask him any questions you might have." Miao Jun glanced at the nameplate on the man's chest. "Vice President Guo Chao." He extended his hand, "Hello." Guo Chao shook his hand lightly. "Vice President Guo, may I ask if doctors have an obligation to inform donors of the potential dangers and suffering they may encounter during the donation process?" Guo Chao nodded, "Certainly. Moreover, if the donor is a minor, parental consent must be obtained for it to be valid." Miao Jun cast a sardonic glance at the distracted Song Yi. "So, the consent form for EMO was signed by you, Song Yi?" Before Song Yi could respond, Guo Chao interjected, "Isn't Ms. Song the mother of the donor? Biologically, she was. Emotionally, she was merely a stranger to EMO." Miao Jun looked at Song Yi with a cold smirk. "You abandoned a 3-year-old child until now. If it weren't for your son's leukemia, you might have forgotten you even had a daughter." Having her past publicly exposed, Song Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment and replied with a stern face, "Miao Jun, you have no right to meddle in my family's affairs. Regardless, I am Yimo's mother, and I have the right to sign this document." Miao Jun slammed a stack of documents against her before signing. "Did you inform EMO that she might die during the donation process?" Song Yi averted her gaze, recalling the day EMO had innocently asked if she knew donors could die, to which she had said nothing. Yes, she had remained silent. But EMO knew, perhaps more than we assumed. Yet, what she knew was not what you informed her. Song Yi, you are stabbing EMO in the heart. Miao Jun's voice erupted uncontrollably. The usually taciturn man, now resembling an erupting volcano. How dire must the situation be for EMO to willingly proceed despite knowing the truth? One must possess a heart of stone to disregard the life and death of one's own flesh and blood. Guo Chao sensed the gravity of the situation and adopted a serious demeanor. "Ms. Song, I require an explanation." "Vice President Guo, there is nothing to explain." Regardless of how Song EMO came to understand the circumstances, she was aware and still chose to donate. That is the crux of the matter. Moreover, Zhu'er has already completed all preliminary preparations. We cannot halt the surgery and allow him to wait for death. Such audacious words incensed Guo Chao. Indeed, Based on Shanjua's condition, as Song Yi claimed, halting the surgery would be tantamount to condemning him to death. The hospital could not bear such responsibility, and as the attending physician, he could not afford the consequences. Thus, the surgery had to proceed. Guo Chao felt deeply offended. To tamper with a surgery was a grave breach of medical ethics for a doctor. He would not stoop to such actions, yet that did not mean he was powerless. I must report this matter and await the director's approval. Song Yi was anxious. Deputy Director Guo, my son cannot wait. If Ms. Song does not wish to waste any more time, she should leave immediately. I will seek out the director now. Song Yi quickly turned to leave. Guo Chao rose and grasped the departing Miao Jun's hand. Thank you. Had it not been for your presence, I would have remained unaware of the underlying circumstances. If anything were to go awry. In any case, thank you. Miao Jun glanced back, seeing Song Yi had already exited, and leaned closer to whisper. It would be best to obtain a declaration or something for her to sign. To be frank, Deputy Director Guo, I am wary of Song Yi as well. Although the child is not my biological offspring, I have watched him grow since childhood. He is obedient and sensible, admired by teachers, classmates, and neighbors alike. I fear that Song Yi, lacking any shame, might find various reasons to come back and harm the child. Guo Chao also felt that Song Yi had indeed gone too far. How could a mother's heart be so unyielding? He noted that reporting the matter might only serve to agitate Song Yi, rather than truly halt the operation. Miao Jun reminded him that they could indeed take action from this angle. Given Song Yi's temperament, should anything go wrong during the surgery, it would not be beyond her to cast blame upon him. Guo Chao nodded slightly to Miao Jun, who understood and turned to leave. Upon exiting the office, Song Yi rushed to the ward, where Zhu'er was increasingly weakened by the afflictions of illness. She could not bear to be away for even a moment. However, as she turned the corner, she abruptly halted. At the entrance of the intensive care unit stood Song Yimo, gazing expressionlessly at the child, surrounded by machines and entangled in various wires. The last time she had seen Shanjua was during her senior year of college when she interned at a junior high school, unknowingly finding him as a student there. She taught a first-year class, while Shanjua was in the second year. For reasons unknown, Shanjua avoided her like a mouse evading a cat, and she had no interest in acknowledging their connection, treating him merely as a stranger. Yet their paths crossed frequently. Each time she taught, he would circle the hallway before and after class. On one occasion, he was even punished for entering the classroom too slowly. She could tell he wished to approach her, but lacked the courage. Her rejection was all too evident, and thus, throughout her 3-month internship, they had not exchanged a single word. She had also witnessed Song Yi coming to collect Shanjua. Song Yi had remarried well, although her new husband was significantly older. He was wealthy and had always catered to her and Shanjua, being that he was their only child. Even Shanjua's request to attend a regular junior high was met with reluctance, but eventually granted. As long as a woman is treated well, afforded wealth and leisure to maintain her appearance, and shielded from the grind of life, her beauty naturally endures. In this regard, fortune had favored Song Yi. At nearly 50, she appeared akin to a youthful matron. Comparatively, the present Song Yi had lost her luster, worn down by her son's illness. Indeed, he was the only child of her current husband, and his well-being was intrinsically tied to the quality of her future life and her social standing. The offspring of her former husband, who could neither provide her support nor benefit her, were inconsequential to her. The child on the bed opened his eyes and gazed out the window, blinking for a moment before suddenly smiling at Song Yimo. Instinctively, Song Yimo returned the smile, but quickly turned her gaze away, regaining her composure. She addressed her silent companion, Zhai Muyang, saying, "Brother, let us go." Zhai Muyang gently ruffled her hair and took her by the arm, seemingly oblivious to Song Yi, who leaned against the wall around the corner. Song Yi covered her eyes, tears streaming through her fingers. She sometimes pondered if she had shared a fragment of her heart with Yimo. If she had not abandoned her all those years ago, would she have been blessed with a caring daughter? Surely, she would have. Chapter 68. Heartless as such Miao Jun, Song Yi, along with Song Yimo and Zhai Muyang, entered the vice president's office in succession. Song Yi, unable to contain her impatience, inquired, Vice President Gua, when can the surgery be performed? Gua Chao cast a fleeting glance at her and handed her a piece of paper, stating, according to hospital protocol, please sign here, Ms. Song. Upon glancing at the document, Song Yi's expression soured immediately. Vice President Gua, this request is rather unreasonable. You may point out any unreasonable aspects, and we can discuss it further. Though Song Yi wished to declare the entire request unreasonable, she hesitated, mindful of Gua Chao's position as her son's attending physician, and refrained from offending him too severely. After a second reading, her tone softened with an undertone of supplication. Vice President Gua, Yimo has already consented. Surely this declaration is unnecessary? Signing it will not affect you in any way, or does Ms. Song harbor ulterior motives? As he spoke, Gua Chao withdrew the document from her grasp and handed it to Miao Jun. Miao Jun lowered his gaze to the declaration. The statement read, in light of Ms. Song Yi's prolonged absence in nurturing her daughter, Song Yimo, and without informing her of the potential risks associated with the surgery, she assigned a consent form for organ donation as a mother. Upon learning of the situation, the hospital promptly sought to negotiate with Ms. Song, who remained resolute. As the patient has already been admitted, the hospital must proceed with the surgery, absolving itself of any responsibility. The document bore the hospital's official seal. The hospital had a notorious reputation for shirking responsibility, and Miao Jun felt discomfort at the final sentence, yet he chose to endure it. As the preceding statements were starkly clear, he intended to seize upon any detail that might hinder Song Yi for future reference. Placing the declaration on the desk, he silently pushed it back toward Song Yi. Song Yi picked up the pen, but before signing, she glanced at her daughter. Song Yimo, however, averted her gaze. She had long since come to terms with the outcome and had relinquished all hope for her mother. Zhai Muyang clasped her cold, damp hand, his brow furrowing in concern. If you are unwilling, we shall not proceed. Startled, Song Yi hastily scribbled her signature, her anxious demeanor eliciting astonishment from Gua Chao. I have never encountered a person like Ms. Song before. Her face fluctuated between shades of green and red, and she dared not look at her daughter again. Zhai Muyang cast a disdainful glance at Song Yi, gently reassuring Yimo, it is all right. If you disagree, we will leave immediately. Once this matter is resolved, I expect you to remember your promise, Song Yi, and refrain from appearing before me again. Song Yimo grasped her brother's hand and rose to depart. Shenzhua had already been admitted, and she had no intention of regretting her decision at this moment. She merely recalled the pain she had endured in the past and felt a twinge of fear. Not everyone reacted the same way. During the 3 days of inducing agents, she had felt the effects immediately, suffering throughout. The blood extraction was equally excruciating. However, she had persevered alone previously and intended to return home, feigning normalcy to spare her grandmother's worry. This time, she was accompanied by her elder brother and Miao's father, so she wouldn't have to fetch even a glass of water by herself. Upon returning to the designated hospital room, Song Yimo removed her shoes and climbed onto the bed, retrieving her winter vacation homework from her backpack. This was a single room arranged by Song Yi, complete with a private restroom and a lounge. In this regard, she was indeed generous. Miao Jun, coming in and out, glanced at Zhai Muyang and said, I'll step out to buy a few things. Keep an eye on Song Yi and ensure she doesn't spend time alone with Yimo. Observing Miao's father treating Song Yi as if she were a thief, Song Yimo chuckled as she rested her head on his lap. Zhai Muyang, however, took the matter seriously. He genuinely disliked Song Yi, very much so. Entering with a notebook, Zhai Muyang chose not to disturb Yimo and began attending to work matters. Due to Yimo's 2 suggestions, he was not as free as he had claimed. Not long after Miao Jun returned, Gua Chao pushed the door open and handed over a piece of paper he had been holding. Miao Jun stood up to receive it, noticing it was a clearly copied statement signed by Song Yi earlier. Thank you, he said. Gua Chao smiled and added, let me discuss the arrangements for the next few days. The two moved to the hospital room. Upon hearing their voices, Song Yimo closed her book and awaited their arrival. Gua Chao observed her large backpack and asked, are you in high school now? Song Yimo nodded, I'm in the first year. Our Yimo is quite clever. When her grandmother was hospitalized for surgery, She took a half-month leave, and not only did her grades not decline, but they also improved. Currently, she ranks in the top 10 of her class, and the teachers say she is steadily rising. With her momentum, there's a great chance for her to get into B University or Q University. The pride radiating from Yao Jun made even Guo Chao, a man accustomed to the vicissitudes of life and death, feel a sense of admiration for him, especially considering how he constantly planned for Song Yimo's future. This child is so diligent. It's no wonder Miao Jun is making arrangements for her future. Study diligently, and do not be misled by the misguided rhetoric that education is useless. Acquiring knowledge will never be detrimental to you. Song Yimo obediently acknowledged this. Miao Jun felt a sense of relief. While he was unaware of how the doctor would proceed, he understood that the physician's touch could determine whether Yimo would endure less suffering. Older individuals often favor well-behaved children with good grades, and Yimo excelled in both areas. Guo Chao took a seat on the sofa, while Zhai Muyang poured 2 cups of tea. Rest well today. Someone will come shortly to draw blood for tests. Starting tomorrow, you will receive an injection of mobilizing agents in the morning and evening. Do you know what the mobilizing agents are for? Song Yimo, now wearing her shoes and sitting upright, replied, "Yes, they are to accelerate the secretion of stem cells in my body." Precisely. It seems you truly understand. Guo Chao smiled with approval. This injection may cause some reactions, such as muscle soreness, back pain, or leg discomfort. Of course, this varies depending on one's constitution. Those with good health may experience minimal reactions. Overall, it is not a serious concern, and even if there are some reactions, do not be frightened. It is a normal occurrence. Song Yimo nodded. 3 days later, more blood will be drawn for testing, and if the stem cell density is sufficient, we will proceed with blood separation. I won't deceive you. This process will be painful and uncomfortable, and you may experience other reactions due to calcium depletion. Are you aware of this? Song Yimo nodded slightly. Having conducted her research, knowing the circumstances yet still willing to donate is truly courageous. Observing the 2 adults, both wearing expressions of deep concern, their brows furrowed as if capable of crushing a mosquito, Guo Chao reassured them. There is no need to worry excessively. Medical advancements have alleviated the burdens on donors compared to the past. Miao Jun forced a smile, glancing at Song Yimo, remarking, "Fortunately, we did not bring he. Otherwise, we would have to prepare extra tissues for her tears. Miao's mother feels a pang of sympathy for me. Indeed, it is heart-wrenching. Apart from the siblings Song Yi and Song Ji, who could remain indifferent?" Chapter 69. Past Dreams Before Dinner. Song Yimo accompanied the nurse to have 2 vials of blood drawn. Aware that once the mobilizing agent was administered, she would endure suffering, she reluctantly completed her assignments, knowing that her efficiency would be far from optimal. Throughout the evening, she immersed herself in her work until 11 o'clock. Had it not been for Zhai Muyang's urging, she would have continued. She aimed to finish her assignments during this period, so that the 10-day holiday in the first month could be dedicated entirely to writing her novel. As Song Yimo had grown into a young woman, Zhai Muyang and Miao Jun both resolved to sleep in the living room, with the connecting door ajar, allowing them to hear each other if anything arose. Perhaps it was some lingering emotion from a past life, but that night, Song Yimo found it difficult to sleep soundly. She dreamt of fragments from the days of her bone marrow extraction. Previously, when she was not hospitalized, Song Yi had reserved a room for her at a nearby hotel. After receiving the mobilizing agent, her entire body ached, yet she had to traverse between 2 locations, each step a struggle. If she wanted water, she had to pour it herself. If she felt hungry, she had to procure her own food, with no one to attend to her needs. She was too naive to realize she could call for room service, as Song Yi had never reminded her. After enduring this for 3 days, she found herself lying in a hospital bed, undergoing blood extraction for stem cell separation. No matter how uncomfortable she felt, she remained silent, persevering alone. Only then did she fully relinquish her illusions about her mother, as Song Yi hovered around her like a moth to a flame. Song Yimo opened her eyes, her gaze moistening at the corners. She did not yearn for the maternal love she had never received, yet she felt a pang of sorrow for the resilient self she had once been. That was the true 16-year-old her, young, anxious, yet fiercely proud. unwilling to allow Song Yi to belittle her in any way. Song Yimo, you are truly brave. Sitting up, she gazed out the window where dawn was breaking, and sleep eluded her thereafter. Zhai Muyang, an early riser, planned to wash his face and then procure breakfast. However, as he reached the doorstep of the ward, he paused, then quickened his pace to enter. Was Yimo awake for long? Was she struggling to adjust to the unfamiliar bed? Song Yimo turned her head, a smile gracing her face, revealing she had only recently awakened, the hospital's antiseptic odor unpleasantly lingering. Zhai Muyang settled on the edge of her bed, speaking while stealthily reaching under the covers. Then we shall not stay here. I will book 2 rooms at the hotel shortly. The covers fell cold, and Zhai Muyang's heart ached for her, though he could not show it. This child, who was reluctant to display any sign of weakness, was fiercely proud. No, the back and forth is troublesome. My body might react to the mobilizing agent. It's more convenient to remain in the hospital. Zhai Muyang conceded, pondering her words. What would you like to eat for breakfast? Song Yimo rested her chin on her hand, contemplating, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhai Muyang gently stroked her hair. Take your time. I will go freshen up. By the time he emerged, Song Yimo was folding the blankets. Hearing his footsteps, she turned, her smile reminiscent of the morning glow, fresh and still adorned with the morning dew. Brother, wait for me. I will go with you. Zhai Muyang took 2 seconds to respond. The 6th floor housed the hematology department, predominantly occupied by leukemia patients, many of whom were young or even children. Song Yimo resided in a secluded area, while the elevator was situated at the opposite end. To reach it, one had to traverse the corridor lined with hospital rooms. The hall was often filled with the sorrowful cries of children, accompanied by parents seated along the corridor, weeping quietly, enveloped in a profound melancholy. As the two walked, a woman suddenly dashed out from one of the rooms. Zhai Muyang swiftly guided Yimo aside, taking a few steps to steady themselves. The woman did not venture far. Squatting against the wall outside the room, her hands covering her mouth, her shoulders trembling, occasional sobs escaping her lips, each sound piercing the air with palpable grief. Zhai Muyang wished to shield Yimo from this scene, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, intending to hasten their departure. Yet he noticed Yimo had no intention of moving forward. Yimo pondered, if I were to disagree, would Song Yi also find herself in such despair? Would she weep, her exquisite makeup ruined? Zhai Muyang found himself at a loss for words of comfort. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the ward, sitting silently beside the woman. Both were clad in outdated, worn clothing, their appearance indicating financial struggles, now compounded by illness. Zhai Muyang glanced at the room number, reluctantly half embracing Yimo as they departed. Yimo herself could not articulate the source of her reluctance, contemplating its futility, and gradually resumed her usual demeanor once they exited the elevator. Brother, I've decided what I'd like to eat. I've heard the porridge near the hospital is quite exceptional. I shall have that. Very well. Then we shall have porridge. Zhai Muyang took Yimo by the hand as they queued, the popularity of the porridge evident in the lengthy line. After surveying their surroundings, Yimo pointed to a nearby stall. Brother, shall we have some fried dough sticks? Do you enjoy them? They're all right. Dad enjoys them. Then let us purchase a few. Yimo freed herself from Zhai Muyang's grip. I'll go buy them. The two returned to the ward with 3 portions of porridge, 3 cups of soy milk, and 5 fried dough sticks. Miao Jun had also risen. After their breakfast, which was barely 7:15, the nurse was expected to arrive for injections around 8:30. Yimo seized the moment to retrieve her assignments and get to work. As Zhai Muyang emerged from the restroom, he addressed Yimo and Uncle Miao. I'll step out for a moment. I'll be back shortly. Yimo nodded, refraining from further inquiry. Zhai Muyang proceeded to room 7, where he observed the middle-aged couple from earlier, joyfully feeding a boy of about 10 years old some porridge. The child, fair and slender, appeared well-behaved, though it was evident he was not particularly fond of the bland rice porridge. Yet, each time his mother brought a spoonful near, he dutifully opened his mouth and swallowed. Unconsciously, Zhai Muyang drew a comparison to Yimo. Despite their differing appearances and lack of relation, the two bore a slight resemblance. The middle-aged man, noticing Zhai Muyang's intense gaze upon his son, hesitated before approaching. Do you know my son? I wish to discuss something with you. Let's step outside. The woman turned her gaze as well, and the child's dark eyes landed on Zhai Muyang, who responded with a reassuring smile, receiving a bright grin in return. The two men moved to the safety corridor. The man appeared somewhat uneasy as he regarded Zhai Muyang, who crossed his arms and looked out the window. May I inquire your name, sir? Forgive my rudeness. My surname is Luo Yi. I am uncertain of your identity. Your child has been diagnosed with leukemia? The expression on Luo Ye's face darkened as he uttered a soft acknowledgement, his heart increasingly perplexed by the intentions of this man, who unmistakably hailed from the city. Could it be? A sudden thought struck him, reminiscent of the virtuous individuals often portrayed in news reports. How long had he been ill? 2 years and 4 months. Zhai Muyang turned around, meeting Luo Ye's hopeful gaze. No money for treatment? Luo Yi managed a bitter smile, explaining how his family had exhausted every means, selling possessions, borrowing from relatives and neighbors, all while the hospital relentlessly demanded payment. It was truly a dire situation. Luo Ye's eyes brimmed with tears as he lamented the plight of his 10-year-old brother, Luo Fu. As a parent, how could one bear to let him languish at home? Yesterday, I underwent a medical examination. If the results are favorable, I plan to sell a kidney. I've heard it can fetch a considerable sum. I must find a way to prolong Luo Fu's life. Perhaps, just perhaps, we could wait for a compatible bone marrow donor. Upon hearing such words, Zhai Muyang felt a stir of emotions, suddenly grasping why Yimo made her fateful decision. One can easily research the process of donating bone marrow. It may be somewhat uncomfortable, yet it possesses the power to save a life, be it a youthful or innocent one. Those who are healthy and able might wish to consider this noble act. Chapter 70. For Yimo, my sister is a donor. This statement was clearly not what Luo Yi had anticipated. Observing the disappointment etched upon his countenance, Zhai Muyang was about to speak, but he heard Luo Yi utter, "Your sister is a good person, a genuinely kind soul. She has saved a family, and we, the relatives on this floor, are particularly grateful for such a warm-hearted individual. Although she did not save our child, she has brought us hope. Perhaps at this very moment, another kind-hearted person like her is willing to donate bone marrow, and that person might just be a match for my son." As Luo Yi spoke, tears streamed down his face. He raised his hand to wipe them away and offered an embarrassed smile. This glimmer of hope sustains us. Otherwise, we truly could not endure even a single day. Zhai Muyang nodded in understanding, his lips curving upward at the praise for Yimo interwoven in Luo Ye's words. Yimo, my sister, possesses a tender heart, yearning to extend kindness to all. Upon witnessing your sorrow, she found herself rooted to the spot, although she currently lacks the ability to assist others. Luo Yi gazed at Zhai Muyang with a hint of anxiety, his hands instinctively clenching. You are not mistaken. I can help you. Zhai Muyang turned to gaze down at the street below. From his 6th floor, the ground seemed a mere height. To those on the 1st floor, individuals on the 6th appeared diminutive. If one were to ascend to the 20th floor, humanity itself would resemble ants. Yet, these seemingly insignificant beings govern the world, solely because they possess emotions, driven by desires both noble and base, propelling human progress forward. Luo Ye's voice trembled as he asked in disbelief, You are willing to help me? But it will require a considerable amount of money. I want to deceive you. Even with money, the outcome is not guaranteed. Not everyone is fortunate enough to find a matching bone marrow donor. Indeed, he was a man of integrity, Zhai Muyang thought, a slight smile gracing his lips. He felt no aversion to assisting such a person. Turning back, Zhai Muyang nodded at Luo Yi. Take me to your son's attending physician. With reddened eyes, Luo Yi fought to contain his overwhelming joy, rubbing his face with great effort before finally managing to express, Thank you, thank you, thank you. He repeated the words several times, and Zhai Muyang felt a twinge of guilt. Were it not for Yimo, he would not have extended this hand. Each unfortunate individual carries their own burdens of sorrow. He had never considered helping, believing it to be the government's responsibility, not his own. Coincidentally, Luo Fu's attending physician was also Guo. Upon witnessing 2 individuals from entirely different walks of life entering together, both of whom he recognized, Guo was taken aback. Dr. Guo, he He is, Luo Yi exclaimed, smacking his forehead in frustration, having forgotten to inquire about the benevolent stranger's name. Zhai Muyang had no intention of introducing himself. Instead, he addressed Guo Chao directly. I will cover Luo Fu's future medical expenses. The hospital should do its utmost to preserve his life while awaiting a bone marrow match. However, I hope the hospital does not consider me an easy target. Deputy Director Guo should understand my intent. Guo Chao certainly grasped the situation. Such occurrences were not uncommon. What intrigued him was why this man, who appeared disinclined towards meddling in others' affairs, would suddenly exhibit such compassion. Could it be that he has misjudged this individual, who is, in truth, a paragon of kindness? After scrutinizing the man's visage, Guo Chao dismissed this notion. For if one were to speak of benevolent appearances, it was Song Yimo who embodied such traits more vividly. Rest assured, Mr. Luo Fu is my patient, and I shall take full responsibility for him, as well as for your financial contribution. Guo, the deputy director, was indeed a man of his word. Zhai Muyang turned to the visibly flustered Luo Yi and stated, I will transfer the funds directly to your son's hospital account. However, this matter must remain confidential. Should you inadvertently disclose it and cause me any trouble, I will promptly sever the financial support. Luo Yi nodded repeatedly. I understand. Zhai Muyang acknowledged Guo Chao with a nod before turning to leave. As he reached the door, he paused and looked back. I sincerely hope this matter does not reach my sister's ears. Both Guo Chao and Luo Yi nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Zhai Muyang opened the door and departed. Luo Yi hurried after him, Sir. Zhai Muyang turned to him. Is there something else? Please, may I have your name? You are a benefactor to our family, and we shall forever remember your kindness. There's no need. Zhai Muyang attempted to leave, but stopped abruptly, saying, My sister's name is Song Yimo. I hope you'll remember her kindness. Luo Yi's gratitude was palpable, but Zhai Muyang paid him no further heed. Noticing the time, he hastened back to the ward, nearly jogging as he went. The two nurses arrived just a moment before him. Upon seeing the nurses' expressions, Song Yimo stiffened momentarily before lowering her head to continue her examination paper, unnoticed by others. One of the older nurses chuckled at her diligence. You're working on your paper, even at this hour? If my son were as dedicated, I would wake up laughing from my dreams. Miao yun modestly intashaktel. Boys can be mischievous. They simply haven't settled down yet. Once they grasp the importance of diligence, their progress will be rapid. Indeed, that would be splendid. The nurse set her belongings down and inquired, Are you Song Yimo? Song Yimo nodded affirmatively. I am Lu Yin, the head nurse on the 6th floor. You will be dealing with me for the next few days, Lu Yin said with a warm smile. I am stationed at the nurse's station. Feel free to come to me for any assistance. All right. Lu Yin's nurturing instincts were piqued by Song Yimo's gentle demeanor as she rolled up her sleeves, saying, I will be gentle. You need not worry, it won't hurt. Song Yimo watched her movements, softly murmuring her acknowledgement. Zhai Muyang removed his shoes and climbed onto the bed, embracing Song Yimo from behind, allowing her to lean against him. This genuine support helped ease her tense body, prompting her to unconsciously lean back further. Lu Yin observed the two and continued conversing with Song Yimo, noting that the child seemed a bit apprehensive. Is it your brother? Song Yimo nodded. Yes, he is my brother. A junior nurse assisting Lu Yin looked at Song Yimo enviously. How wonderful it is to have a brother. I've always wished for one, but I only have a sister who competes with me for everything. I used to despise her when we were young. Lu Yin chuckled. Having someone to grow up with is indeed a blessing. That's true. We used to fight a lot as children, but we no longer do. Now, he often calls me. As the head nurse commenced the injection, the young nurse fell silent. Song Yimo turned her head away. Zhai Muyang gently pressed her head against his chest, shielding her eyes with his hand. Miao Jun observed this, his gaze softening slightly. Lu Yin had also progressed step by step from a nurse to the head nurse, her technique impeccable. The way she administered the injection and withdrew the needle was remarkably swift. Zhai Muyang took over, applying pressure to the cotton ball, leaning down to comfort Yimo, assuring her that it was over and the pain had subsided. Yet, no, the agony was merely beginning. Song Yimo felt as if the medication coursed through her body, igniting pain wherever it traveled. Chapter 71. Frightening reactions. The tension in the body of the person in his arms was palpable, prompting Zhai Muyang to gently lay her down on the bed. Observing her tightly shut eyes and furrowed brow, a wave of concern washed over him. Is she in great pain? He glanced up at the astonished Lu Yin, bewildered by his sister's intense reaction. Lu Yin swiftly called for a nurse to fetch a doctor and went to examine the site of the injection. There appeared to be no abnormalities. Yet, noticing the beads of sweat forming on her forehead, Lu Yin was convinced that this was no mere act. It had only been a short while since the injection. And yet Song Yimo, where does it hurt? Song Yimo did not wish to cause a commotion, but perhaps due to the presence of loved ones nearby. Her tolerance for pain had diminished significantly compared to the past. She simply felt pain, excruciating pain, throughout her entire body. Lu Yin grew increasingly anxious. How could this be? Is it pain all over, not localized to a specific area like the back or legs? With her eyes closed, Song Yimo slightly shook her head, reluctant to speak further. At that moment, Song Yi entered the room and, upon seeing the situation, quickly asked, "What is happening? Wasn't she supposed to receive the mobilization agent? Is Yimo refusing the injection? Are you blind?" Song Yi's response was sharp. "Can't you see how distressed Yimo is?" Miao Yun stepped forward, barely restraining his urge to lash out. "Let me make this clear. If anything happens to Yimo while she donates bone marrow for your son, he might as well await his fate." These were the most severe words Miao Jun had ever uttered, yet they offered him no solace. Zhai Muyang cast a cold, profound glance in his direction, causing Song Yi to instinctively take a step back, hesitant to utter another word as she turned to Lu Yin with a questioning gaze. Lu Yin was unsure of the relationships among these individuals, but as a mother herself, she found it difficult to warm to Song Yi's demeanor. Choosing to ignore the tension, she knelt beside Song Yimo to assess her condition. Before long, Guo Chao arrived, his presence felt before he was seen. "What's going on?" Lu Yin quickly stood up. "Dr. Guo, Song Yimo is having an unusually strong reaction to the mobilization agent. The infusion has barely begun when she started to react." Guo Chao approached the bedside and leaned down to take her pulse, while Miao Jun hurriedly provided a stool for him. Guo Chao nodded in acknowledgement and sat down. "Song Yimo, tell me about your sensations in detail. I need to ascertain whether you can safely receive this injection." Song Yi grew anxious. "Can we extract bone marrow without the injection?" Miao Jun stepped forward, decisively pushing her out of the room. "Miao Jun, what are you doing?" Once they were outside, Miao Jun looked at her coldly. "If you dare set foot in this room again, Yimo will return home immediately." "Song Yi, I assure you, I mean what I say. You can't do this. Zue Er is already in the ward, without the bone marrow transplant. He will die. Just because he will die, do you intend for Yimo to accompany him to the grave? Song Yi, aren't you just bullying Yimo because she has no one to support her? Song Ji, her uncle is as good as non-existent. You think you can manipulate her at will? Let me tell you, that's a futile thought. Yimo has me. She has Yi, and now she has an elder brother. If you wish to trouble her, let us see if I will allow it." The words elicited curious glances from those in the surrounding wards, causing Song Yi to feel a twinge of embarrassment. There were certain truths she could never admit. "I do not think of it that way. I have known you for more than a day or two. Do you truly believe I would be convinced?" Miao Jun scoffed, stepping back to close the door. Lu Yin grasped some of the situation, and recalling Song Yimo's docile demeanor upon entering, her heart swelled with compassion for her. Though Song Yimo's body ached, her hearing remained intact. She merely kept her eyes shut, feigning ignorance until the external noise subsided before responding to Guo Chao's prior inquiry. Her entire body throbbed with a uniform ache, a sensation that was both dull and sharp. "Is there any particular area that hurts more? Like your legs or back?" "No." Guo Chao pressed gently on Song Yimo's wrist, noticing her instinctive withdrawal. "Does this pressure cause pain?" "Yes." With her glistening eyes now open, Song Yimo admitted it was indeed painful. Guo Chao exhaled in relief, his tone softening slightly upon seeing her state. "This is merely muscle soreness, a reaction to the mobilization agents. However, I have never encountered anyone in such distress from it before. There are 6 injections in total, and that is under the best circumstances. Can you endure it?" Miao Jun and Zhai Muyang wished to refuse on her behalf, yet they were united in their decision not to make choices for Yimo. They were acutely aware of her resolute spirit. As expected, Song Yimo nodded, stating, "It's just 3 days. I can endure it." Good child. Guo Chao, accustomed to life and death, found it increasingly difficult to be moved by the ordinary. Yet the sight of this young girl with her hair dampened in disarray softened even his hardened heart. Lu Yen, please pay extra attention to Yimo. Inform me immediately of any developments. Lu Yen nodded eagerly, already intending to do so. Miao Jun escorted the doctor and nurse to the door, and upon seeing Song Yi still lingering, he chose to ignore her and close the door before her. Song Yi dared not provoke Miao Jun further, instead pursuing Guo Chao for information. Vice President Guo, how is Yimo's condition? Will it affect the bone marrow extraction? Before Guo Chao could respond, Lu Yen could no longer contain her irritation, retorting, "And what if it does affect the extraction? What do you plan to do? Force her to remain on the mobilization agents indefinitely?" Anxiously, Song Yi exclaimed, "My son is already in the chamber. Without bone marrow, will he not simply await death? I have inquired, and if the stem cell density is insufficient, administering the mobilization agents for a few more days should suffice." Lu Yen bit her tongue, refraining from voicing her harsher thoughts. Yet in her heart, she mused that should Song Yimo's family wish to strike her, she would not intervene. Guo Chao patted Lu Yan's shoulder. "Go ahead and attend to your duties." Lu Yan cast a sidelong glance at Song Yi before returning to the nurse's station. Guo Chao, hands tucked into the pockets of his white coat, regarded Song Yi. "Madam, regardless of how anxious you are for your son or how little regard you have for your daughter, please keep it to yourself. Human emotions are inherently biased, and outsiders have no right to judge. However, I must remind you that your emotional state influences your physical well-being. Cells are part of the body, and your son's life is intertwined with hers." Today, Song Yi continued to don high-heeled boots paired with a fitted skirt, complemented by a black trench coat. Her makeup was exquisite, presenting an image reminiscent of someone nurtured in a lap of luxury. However, in the hospital, as a family member of a patient, such attire seemed rather inappropriate. She lifted her head slightly, her shoulders squared, the initial impatience she felt dissipating in response to Guo Chao's words. "I understand, thank you, Vice President Guo," she replied. Guo Chao turned to leave, took a few steps, then glanced back. Song Yimo is reacting quite strongly to the sedative. She is in considerable pain, unable to bear even the slightest touch. I asked her if she could endure it, and she affirmed that she could. Therefore, Ms. Song, given her character, I believe she would never abandon her responsibilities, especially when she knows that a life hangs in the balance, regardless of your relationship. At the very least, you ought to offer her some respect. Having delivered his message, Guo Chao did not await her response and returned to his office. Song Yi lingered for a moment, casting a glance back at the closed door of the single patient room before departing with her head held high. The remainder of her life hinged upon Zhuer. At this moment, Zhuer was of paramount importance. Chapter 72. I can't accept it. Zhai Muyang sat on the stool previously occupied by Guo Chao, a furrow forming between his brows. Miao Jun entered, noticing that Yimo's pallor indicated her pain, which weighed heavily on his heart. "Yimo, if the pain becomes unbearable, we can head home." At this moment, Song Yimo had begun to acclimate to the dull yet persistent ache, and with a loved one by her side, she felt there was nothing she couldn't endure. "If I leave now, Song Yi will cling to me for eternity. I would never have a moment's peace before her passing. As for me, the world is vast, and I can go anywhere, but I cannot allow my grandmother, at her advanced age, to wander far from home with me." Song Yimo smiled faintly, opening her eyes. "Miaoba, Xinghu County is truly a splendid place. The mountains are majestic, the waters are pristine, and the scenery is enchanting. It is the perfect spot for retirement, don't you think, elder brother?" Zhai Muyang nodded, refraining from revealing in front of Miao Jun that he had already commissioned a geological team to conduct a comprehensive survey of Xinghu County, with promising results. Thus, there was indeed much that could be borne. Seeing her demeanor, Miao Jun found it difficult to voice any further thoughts, only intensifying his disdain for Song Yi. Muyang, stay with Yimo. I'll step outside to see if there's any nourishing soup nearby. Zhai Muyang complied, and once Miao Jun had left, he locked the door to the guest room. Turning back, he found Yimo had propped herself up, biting her lip, clearly enduring pain. He hurried over, intending to assist her, yet hesitated, recalling that any touch would cause her discomfort. Just as he stood there in a dilemma, her hand clasped his. It's not that severe. I've grown accustomed to it. Noticing her intention to put on her shoes, Zhai Muyang, disregarding everything else, pressed her gently. Why rise when you're in pain? I want some water. Just tell your elder brother what you need. I'm here to take care of you. As he spoke, Zhai Muyang poured water and held it to her lips, attending to her needs diligently. Song Yimo lowered her gaze and slowly finished the glass of water. She had momentarily forgotten that she was no longer alone. There was no need for her to tend to herself, nor to endure the discomfort of withholding water to avoid using the restroom. As for food, it was already past 9, and Miaoba was already preparing, providing her further peace of mind. With this thought, the pain within her seemed to lessen. Do you want more? Song Yimo shook her head. I wish to read for a while. There's no rush. Let's chat with elder brother. Zhai Muyang adjusted the bed, supporting her to a semi-reclined position, allowing her body to relax. Song Yimo did not protest. Zhai Muyang retrieved a stack of documents from his bag, leaning against the bed's edge to show her. The preparatory work for e-commerce was complete, funding secured, and they could officially launch after the new year. Song Yimo lacked understanding of such business matters. After a few pages, she turned her head away in disinterest. Zhai Muyang chuckled, closing that file and producing another. You should take a look at this. Elder brother, you overestimate me. I'm only in my first year of high school and cannot comprehend such documents. As she gradually turned her head, the title caught her eye, rendering her momentarily speechless. Equity division agreement, she thought, could it possibly mean what I think it does? Zhai Muyang bypassed the unnecessary chatter and presented her with the outcome. You hold 30% of the shares, while I retain 70%. Regardless of how the equity may be diluted in the future, your 30% will remain intact. Any shares that must be allocated will be subdivided from my portion. In essence, you will consistently possess 30%. Do you comprehend? Song Yimo lifted her gaze to him. Brother, do you realize the immense potential that e-commerce holds for the future? Throughout this entire process, I merely contributed an idea. I have not invested a single cent. Yet you are offering me 30%. I cannot accept that, nor dare I. Zhai Muyang chuckled. Yimo's disposition would indeed prevent her from embracing what she perceived as an unexpected windfall. Do not underestimate this notion. It is a golden idea. A mother hen that lays golden eggs. Initially, I did not foresee this aspect. Only later did I recognize how close I was to missing out on something monumental. Yimo, this market will yield far more than mere monetary gains. You may not understand now, but I do. Rest assured, brother has not suffered a loss. Song Yimo still shook her head, feeling as though this windfall had made her forget her own discomfort. Zhai Muyang extracted another document from a stack and revealed it to her, indicating that it stemmed from e-commerce and would undoubtedly have a promising future. The term logistics pierced Song Yimo's consciousness, and she mentally applauded her brother. Some individuals are inherently business-minded, capable of discerning the broader picture from a single detail. Without your initial idea, this project would not exist. I did not intend to share equity in this venture. Do you still believe brother is at a disadvantage? It's not a matter of advantage or disadvantage, but rather a feeling of unease in holding on to something unearned. Brother, how about granting me 1% instead? That would suffice for my needs. Setting the document down, Zhai Muyang affectionately ruffled her hair. How could I settle for a mere 1%? Be obedient. Once you recover, you can sign above. Song Yimo remained silent, feeling that even 1% would be greedy. 1% would yield substantial dividends. Zhai Muyang had no intention of altering his stance. Through persuasion, he would ensure Yimo signed the document. He then seemingly conjured a stack of blueprints and photographs from his bag, some of which fluttered to the floor. Song Yimo picked up one depicting a waterfall and realized it was the very location she had taken her brother to visit first. Collecting several more images, she recognized they were all places she had previously explored, leaving no room for doubt regarding her brother's intentions. With a face alight with surprise, she exclaimed, "Brother, you have already confirmed the development?" Zhai Muyang crossed his arms, observing the joy radiating from her countenance, and asked a redundant question. "Happy?" Song Yimo nodded. "This brings me far more joy than the prospect of equity." However, her elation was fleeting. "Similar to the e-commerce venture, you will hold 30%. Song Yimo's smile waned. "Brother, please don't do this. I cannot accept it." Seeing her reaction, Zhai Muyang could not contain his amusement. Both investments were long-term, focused on future benefits. In 3 to 5 years, they would likely only create small ripples and would not yield immediate financial returns. So there was no need for her to worry about burning through cash. The issue is that burning now or later makes no difference. Zhai Muyang gently patted her head, reassuring her not to feel burdened. "These 2 golden egg-laying hens are gifts that you have bestowed upon me. You rightfully deserve this much. As my sister, I cannot allow you to suffer any loss. What would that make me?" Song Yimo found herself at a loss for words, resorting to silence as her only form of resistance. This matter was not one to be rushed. It could be addressed at a later time. However, it was imperative that no one else be informed, not even Uncle Meow or grandmother. The human heart is fragile and should not be subjected to unnecessary trials. Having lived 2 lives, Song Yimo understood this truth all too well. "I know, and I shall not speak of it to anyone." Chapter 73. Night conversations by the sickbed. Startled by the prospect of owning 30% of the shares, Song Yimo momentarily forgot her physical pain, her mind racing to calculate the potential value of those shares a decade hence. Indeed, it was somewhat alarming. The more she pondered, the more her confidence waned. Who does not appreciate the allure of wealth? She was merely an ordinary person, one who had been ensnared by the trials of money for many years. Naturally, she wished to earn as much as possible. However, such earnings must be the fruit of her own labor, not a serendipitous windfall. This notion unsettled her greatly. Moreover, another layer of concern gnawed at her. The feeling of having an elder brother was extraordinarily comforting. She felt his care each day. Yet what if this brother, whom she had come to accept, were to change after today's decision? What if he became indifferent to her, or even a shiver ran down her spine? "What's wrong? Are you cold?" Zhai Muyang inquired, opening a bottle of milk and handing it to her, having keenly sensed her discomfort. He adjusted the blanket to cover her chest. Taking the milk, Song Yimo sipped it slowly and shook her head slightly. Zhai Muyang did not press further. "Is your condition any better? Does it still hurt terribly?" "Much better," she replied with a sincerity that was unmistakably feigned, nodding earnestly. Zhai Muyang's heart ached for his sister, finding her both endearing and pitiable, so he chose not to expose her pretense. As the clock approached 11, Miao Jun returned, carrying a small purple clay pot, steam wafting from it. He also bore several food containers filled with delicacies. "This place is quite renowned. People even drive here to purchase their meals." I sampled a bowl, and indeed, there were no additives or flavor enhancers, he said, serving a bowl that filled the room with a delightful aroma. Zhai Muyang accepted it, asking, "Black chicken?" "Indeed, it's beneficial for women." "Yimo, enjoy it while it's hot." Although it was still early, Song Yimo obediently sat up, preparing to get out of bed for a meal. "Stay put, just sit on the bed," Zhai Muyang called out, setting up a tray on the bedside table and placing the soup on it, while Miao Jun arranged the dishes. Observing the 2 men bustling around her, despite her bodily discomfort, a wave of happiness washed over Song Yimo. This was truly wonderful. "Dad Meow, big brother. Let us eat together." Zhai Muyang handed her a spoon that had been warmed in hot water, smiling as he invited Miao Jun, "Uncle Meow, join us." It would taste as good for Yimo to eat alone. The doctor merely advised her to keep her diet light. There are no other restrictions. As long as we don't use too much chili, she can partake in our dishes. With a heart full of concern, Zhai Muyang gazed at his sister. Knowing that the pain of extracting bone marrow was already a torment, they shouldn't impose excessive restrictions on her food. Miao Jun concurred, realizing that Yimo was their child, and there was no reason for her to suffer due to the whims of inexplicable individuals. The small table overflowed with dishes, leaving no room for rice bowls, which had to be held in hand. The 2 men took seats on either side, and Song Yimo, glancing left and right, smiled with her eyes dancing with joy. That afternoon, Song Yimo resolutely refrained from sleeping. She feared that she would not rest well come evening. During the day, the world felt vibrant, and the pain seemed less intense. As night enveloped the world in slumber, the pain intensified manifold, rendering sleep even more elusive. Zhai Muyang had no choice but to hand over the backpack to her and summon Miao Jun to accompany him. Uncle Miao, you take a nap this afternoon, and we will take turns caring for Yimo tonight. You watch over her during the first half of the night, and I will take the latter half. Miao Jun nodded in agreement. All right, but don't confine yourself to the ward all afternoon. Step out occasionally. Yimo is clearly in great pain, yet she feigns indifference before us. She needs some time alone. Understood, replied Song Yimo, unaware of their arrangement. During the lengthy afternoon hours, she was freed from the burden of concealing her agony, no longer needing to stealthily wipe away the sweat from her brow for fear of being noticed by Miao's father and elder brother. Listening to the sound of Miao's father snoring just a door away, interspersed with the rustling of paper and the rhythmic tapping of keys from her elder brother, she felt far from lonely. Song Yimo hugged herself tightly. Although her body ached, the tranquility of her heart rendered the pain bearable. In the evening, Lu Yin returned to administer the mobilizing agent to Song Yimo. This time, Guichao accompanied her, taking her other hand to check her pulse as the injection was administered. As the reaction to the second dose intensified, she inquired. I can't tell, Song Yimo replied, her small face glistening with sweat, exuding an air of vulnerability. Guichao grasped the implication behind her words and gently reassured her. That means the situation hasn't worsened. Casting a glance at the book spread open on the bedside, Guichao's tone softened further. Rest well. Do not push yourself. What you're doing at this moment is commendable. Lu Yin nodded in agreement, affirming this is a matter of life and death. Miao Jun, a hint of worry in his gaze, turned to Guichao. Dr. Gua, you won't be on duty tonight. If something happens to Yimo, whom should I contact? You can reach Dr. Huang on call. Rest assured, I have briefed him. He will be attentive. Lu Yin, ensure that a responsible nurse is assigned to you as well. I understand, Lu Yin replied. Guichao nodded. Please rest well, and do not burden the child with excessive pressure. Miao Jun and Zhai Muyang exchanged wry smiles. They had never imposed pressure on Yimo, wishing only to shield her from the weight of the world. The night's challenges were anticipated by Song Yimo. Although she dozed fitfully during the first half of the night, by the time Zhai Muyang took over for the latter half, sleep eluded her entirely. With her eyes closed, she attempted to shift positions silently, but to no avail. Zhai Muyang could no longer pretend to be asleep. He slipped on his shoes and sat beside her, pulling her into his embrace. Are you in so much pain that you can't sleep? He asked, perhaps enchanted by the serenity of the night. Song Yimo suddenly felt no need to mask her suffering. She nodded gently and whispered, it hurts. Zhai Muyang rested his forehead against hers and nudged her affectionately. Would you like to talk to your brother? Okay. Zhai Muyang chuckled softly, and in the stillness of the room, the sound was so delightful that Song Yimo felt an urge to cover her ears. What do you want to say? After pondering for a moment, Song Yimo shook her head. I don't know. I seem to rarely engage in such focused conversations with anyone. At your age, young ladies should be secretly falling in love or enjoying outings with close friends, sipping bubble tea, and perhaps harboring a crush on some boy. Zhai Muyang paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Brother has misspoken. Surely, it should be others harboring crushes on you. Pray, do share with me. Are there not many suitors vying for your attention at school? None, she replied. My sister is not only beautiful and academically accomplished, but also remarkably well-behaved. How could it be that no one is pursuing her? Rest assured, brother shall not mock you. Song Yimo, with a conflicted expression, pondered for a moment before admitting. I did receive a love letter once. Zhai Muyang's reaction was immediate. Was it from that senior in the third year? Yes. Is there truly no one else? Yes. Zhai Muyang was suddenly incensed. What are your classmates at that school thinking? Have they all lost their sight? Song Yimo blinked and smiled. Chapter 74. The eldest brother reveals his heritage. Standing quietly behind the door, Miao Jun couldn't help but smile at the unfolding conversation. He gently lay back down, knowing that in his eyes, it was Yimo who had grown up before him, that truly belonged to him. Naturally, he felt uneasy about a young man being alone with Yimo. Fortunately, Muyang was indeed trustworthy. The hospital room fell into a serene silence. After a while, Song Yimo grasped her brother's hand, glanced at the clock, and sighed. It was still not yet 3 o'clock. There was no need to rush. Soon, fatigue would take over, and sleep would come naturally. The rigid structure behind the hospital bed was uncomfortable, so Zhai Muyang fetched a pillow to cushion his back, making it a bit more bearable. Yimo, would you care to hear about matters concerning my family? Song Yimo was eager for any distraction, nodding enthusiastically. Eager to listen, Zhai Muyang gazed at the ceiling for a moment. He hadn't thought of the past grievances for quite some time, yet tonight, in Yimo's presence, he found it easier to speak. I'm not a legitimate child. Song Yimo looked back at her brother in surprise. Zhai Muyang chuckled, ruffling her hair gently. It is not a shameful secret. My mother was with that man alone, and, despite their circumstances, they couldn't stay together after I was born. Song Yimo began to piece together the narrative. It was, after all, a tale of a wealthy family. Clearly, her brother was reluctant to mention their father, who belonged to such a prominent lineage. My mother was a music teacher, and my father, having only her as his daughter, raised her alone, indulging her as best he could. Although she never developed a sense of entitlement, even at her 20-something years, her heart remained as innocent as a child's. She was stubborn. Once she made a decision, no one could alter it. Thus, she resolutely chose to love someone, leaving my father powerless to intervene. As he reminisced about the woman who smiled with a gentle grace until the very last moment, Zhai Muyang's tone softened. Regrettably, love can be such a fleeting thing. It became not her sustenance, but rather a harbinger of doom. When I had just turned 1, she had no choice but to leave B City and return to her hometown with me. Zhai Muyang smiled, recalling how furious his father was. Yet he could never bring himself to speak harshly to his daughter. However, he did not extend the same courtesy to Zhai Muyang in his mother's absence. The man would unleash his fury upon him. After their mother passed when he was 7, all the resentment towards that man was directed at Zhai Muyang. For many years, he received nothing but disdain, never hearing a kind word from him. Yet, despite this coldness, his father did not betray his mother's last wish. He ensured Zhai Muyang receive an education, providing for him without any shortfall in living expenses or pocket money. Though he presumed, Zhai Muyang was oblivious. He had long since established a will, naming him as the sole beneficiary, leaving behind a lifetime of savings and even expelling any scheming relatives from their home. Zhai Muyang affectionately tousled Yimo's soft hair, recognizing their shared gentleness. I never treated him particularly well either. I mirrored his attitude towards me. As a child, he was powerless against me, and as I grew, that power dynamic only solidified. Yet, he remains my only family in this world. After a brief pause, I realized that now I have you and Grandma by my side. Who else would I care to appease? Song Yimo understood that her elder brother, much like their grandfather, was a stubborn individual. Is he the one residing in the Mang City sanatorium? Indeed, initially he was adamant about never setting foot in B City, expressing disdain for the crowded nature of S City. However, upon hearing that Mang City offered exceptional conditions, I decided to send him here. Brother, you could also establish a wellness center in Xinghu County and bring Grandpa here. It would surely rival Mang City. After a moment, Zhai Muyang responded with a simple acknowledgement. Song Yimo's curiosity piqued. She inquired, but does anyone even know of your existence? Hasn't anyone sought you out? Zhai Muyang picked up a nearby cup, offering her a few sips before finishing the remainder himself. Someone came looking for me. He appeared when my mother passed away. Zhai Muyang's tone faltered slightly. It wasn't just that time. He had come a few years prior, but my mother refused to see him. Though she appeared easy to please, she was quite proud. No matter her feelings for that man, she would never demean herself. After my mother died, he wanted to take me away, but my grandfather chased him off with a broom. Later, he even saw me out at school, but to me, he was merely a stranger. And then, have you not crossed paths since? I would prefer if that were the case, but regrettably, he does not share my sentiment. Zhai Muyang scoffed coldly. Perhaps he feels remorse for my mother. After taking charge of his household, he sought to make amends through me, oblivious to the fact that his family would never accommodate me in their quest for resources. How melodramatic, Song Yimo pressed. Does he have any children? 2. They constantly undermine one another, yet they seem quite united against me. Is he unaware? Zhai Muyang let out a derisive laugh. If he were, he wouldn't feel the need to be so clandestine whenever we meet. Regardless, I no longer require his presence. A sudden realization struck Song Yimo as she recalled the first time they met, when he had been injured. Was that injury caused by them? Indeed, I was taken aback by their audacity. I had been careless. It seemed they intended for both sides to engage simultaneously. While my group was distracted, they had enlisted skilled individuals to undermine my company. I was without my phone and wallet. Had I not returned swiftly, they might have succeeded. Zai mu yang seg don shifted. Therefore, Yimo, you truly came to my aid. Miao's father commented that my actions were inappropriate. Upon reflection, I realized I had indeed taken advantage of a vulnerable situation, transforming a good deed into a misfortune. Miao's uncle invested considerable effort in you. Song Yimo nodded in agreement. Yes, they used to reside in the building adjacent to ours. Miao and I grew up together. Miao's parents watched me grow up. In my youth, I was unaware of my behavior, lacking any sense of propriety. Though others remained silent, they whispered behind my back about how I was a child without parental guidance. Eventually, Miao's father began to take an interest in my upbringing. Pulling the blanket up slightly, Song Yimo continued. At that time, I was so delighted, feeling that I finally had someone to care for me like other children. I thought to myself that I must be obedient and not trouble Miao Dad and Miao Mom, so they could look after me for a long, long time. Thus, I became the obedient Yimo. Zhai Muyang tenderly gathered her in his embrace, asking, "And what about Grandma? Was she still working then?" "No," she replied. By that time, Grandma had already retired, but with Grandpa's poor health, she had to care for him and for me. She hardly had the time or energy to teach me. In truth, she wasn't very adept at teaching children, as evidenced by Song Yi and Song Ji. Fortunately, I was raised by Miao Dad. Zhai Muyang affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Yimo's nature is inherently good. No matter who teaches her, she cannot turn bad." Song Yimo smiled, knowing that her grandmother would surely be delighted to hear such words. Chapter 75. The 24 filial exemplars as dawn approached. The hospital began to stir around 6 in the morning. Miao Jun opened the door to the ward and glanced at the bed, his gaze colliding with Mu Yang's. He paused momentarily, taken aback by the vigilant expression. Noticing the sleeping Yimo nestled in Mu Yang's embrace, Miao Jun silently gestured towards the outside, indicating he would procure breakfast. Mu Yang nodded gently in acknowledgement. Enduring this weary vigil had taken a toll on all three of them. After 3 days, Miao Jun's complexion had noticeably deteriorated. After administering the final injection of the mobilizing agent, Guo Chao looked at the emaciated Song Yimo and remarked, "Starting tomorrow, Lu Yin will come to draw blood for testing. Once the stem cell density is adequate, we can proceed with the separation process." Song Yimo expressed her concern. "Will it take several days?" "At least 2 or 3 days, but it could extend to a week," Guo Chao replied with a smile. "Eager to return home for the new year?" "Yes," Song Yimo sighed, troubled. "The new year is approaching, and we haven't purchased anything for the celebration." Miao Jun reassured her, "There's no need for you to worry about that. Your mother has taken care of the shopping. Focus on your recovery. The doctor will inform us when the time is right, and it's crucial to prioritize your health." Guo Chao nodded in agreement. "Your uncle is correct. This is vital for your well-being. We must ensure the extraction is conducted only when the conditions are favorable. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to you. You haven't left the ward in 3 days, have you? The reactions from the mobilizing agent should subside by tomorrow. You can take some time to explore Y City and perhaps buy a few new clothes for the new year." In truth, she and team merely been confined to the ward for 3 days. She had hardly stepped out of bed. Miao Jun sighed and responded on her behalf. "Thank you, doctor." Guo. As Guo Chao exited the ward, he encountered Song Yi, and Miao Jun, who had accompanied him, also noticed her presence. After casting a fleeting glance at her, Miao Jun turned his attention back to Guo Chao, continuing their conversation. "Thank you for your assistance, doctor. It's my duty. Please ensure Song Yimo recuperates well." Although extracting bone marrow has minimal long-term effects, her body will still endure some strain in the short term. Guichao's eyes briefly flicked towards Song Yi, clearly addressing her. However, Song Yi averted her gaze, her expression unreadable from that angle. Upon returning to his office, Guichao was unsurprised to find Song Yi following closely behind. Taking a seat at his desk, Guichao began organizing his paperwork while inquiring, "Miss Song, do you require something?" Song Yi was acutely aware of Guichao's discontent towards her. She thought to herself that if she were an outsider, she would likely scorn a mother who disregarded her daughter's well-being for her son's sake. Yet, caught in this turmoil, she was painfully aware that the one suffering was her son. If her bone marrow could save him, she would willingly endure all the hardships herself. For 3 days, Yimo had not left the ward, leaving her unable to see anyone. The nurses remarked that it was the first time they encountered someone with such a strong reaction to the mobilizing agent, especially since the young girl bore it all in silence. Hearing this only deepened her distress. Yet, while Yimo endured mere days of pain, her son's life hung in the balance without Yimo's marrow. What weighed more heavily, one life or another? Who would prioritize the one that mattered most? Everyone else seemed so quick to judge without truly understanding the situation. What significance does this slight change in expression hold? Even if Miao Jun were to strike her across the face, she would remain resolute. No one shall impede her resolve. Vice President Gua, how is Yimo faring? When is the surgery scheduled? We must await the lab results to make a determination. Please be patient, Mrs. Song. Song Yi smiled bitterly. How can I possibly rest easy? Until the surgery is performed, I cannot find peace, dreading any unforeseen complications. Are you concerned that Song Yimo might flee? Guichao chuckled. She has endured 3 days of such excruciating pain, and it is illogical for her to abandon the process now, especially when her pride and dignity are at stake. She would not resort to such an act. While that may be true, Mrs. Song, regardless of your anxiety, you must wait. As a physician, I must prioritize the health of the donor. Until the stem cells are deemed acceptable, I cannot consent to the surgery. I have my medical ethics to uphold, and I kindly ask you not to impose unreasonable demands. Vice President Guichao glanced at the time, rising to leave. My apologies, but it's time for my rounds. Mrs. Song, please take care. Lu Yin, clutching the medical records, watched the scene unfold outside the door, feeling a surge of vindication. Had it been another doctor, they may not have subjected her to such humiliation, but alas, her son's attending physician is Vice President Gua. Everyone in the hospital is aware of Vice President Gua's traditional values. He cannot abide by any sordid affairs, and other doctors tend to tread carefully around him. Naturally, Song Yimo was oblivious to the fact that she had become the focal point of discussion on the 6th floor during her absence. Her relationship with Song Yi was common knowledge, and coupled with her remarkable reaction to the mobilizing agent, it garnered considerable attention. Furthermore, there was another more significant reason. She was accompanied by a tall, handsome brother, a paragon of filial piety. It is worth noting that the nurses, mostly unmarried and in the bloom of youth, found themselves captivated by this elite-looking gentleman within their midst. They simply could not help but discuss him. In a hospital setting, one encounters all types of individuals, and they are not prone to infatuation over mere appearances. However, to witness a man treating his sister with such tenderness, imagine if he were to become a boyfriend, or even a husband. How could one possibly resist? The young nurses, under various pretenses, took turns entering the patient room, emerging with fluttering hearts. He was reciting lines to his sister, an entire lengthy passage. He was gently wiping her face. How extraordinarily tender. His sister lay in his embrace, and he motioned for me to be quiet, concerned not to disturb Song Yimo. That smile of his made my knees weak. What is this? She is in discomfort, yet he carries her around the room. Why, oh why? Do I not have such a brother? How I long for a brother like him. Such was the collective yearning of the 6th floor nurses. Yet, alas, he is not theirs to claim. Finally, no longer needing the mobilizing agent, Song Yimo spent another day in bed as her pain gradually subsided. After another day of not fully recovering, she disregarded her condition and pushed her elder brother out of the ward. I'm no longer in pain, truly. I want to step outside and breathe in the fresh air. Miao Jun emerged from behind, smiling as he said, "All right, Muyang, you can take her out for a stroll and perhaps enjoy some breakfast. Remember to return on time, as she needs to have her blood drawn for tests shortly." Zhai Muyang, feeling resigned, stood still and replied, "All right, fine. Meow uncle, please retrieve Yimo's scarf from her backpack." Miao Jun turned back into the room. And Song Yimo, realizing her brother was permitting her to go out, immediately broke into a radiant smile. Being confined for 4 days had been utterly unbearable. Zhai Muyang gently pinched her cheek. "It's not that I'm preventing you from going out, but the frigid winter morning is too harsh. It would be better to venture out around noon. Can you not endure it a little longer?" Song Yimo pondered for a moment, her expression torn. "Let us just have breakfast nearby and return. We can go further afield at noon." "Very well, as you wish." The nurses who had been quietly observing the entire exchange hurried away, secretly wishing for a brother just like him. Chapter 76. As the year-end approached, even the vicinity of the hospital began to exude the festive spirit of the season. Song Yimo was bundled up so tightly that only her expressive eyes were visible, darting around with a curious glimmer that sent Zhim into fits of laughter. The two entered a bright and tidy establishment, where Zhim seated her and went to order. As Song Yimo adjusted her scarf, she glanced around. The glass doors and windows, along with the transparent cooking areas, made her understand why her elder brother had brought her here. Despite the prices displayed on the walls being noticeably higher than elsewhere, the cleanliness of the place was undeniable. Zhim returned with 2 cups of soy milk, accompanied by 2 waitstaff bearing additional items. Soon, their table was laden with an array of dishes: 2 bowls of thick congee, 3 small plates of side dishes, 3 large buns, 2 egg pancakes, and a small plate with 2 marinated eggs. "Brother, we can't possibly finish all this," she remarked. "Take your time. No need to rush," he replied. Song Yimo took a small spoonful of congee, nibbled on some side dishes, glanced around and whispered, "It's not as delicious as what Grandma makes. After all these years eating out, I've never had pickles that surpass hers." Zhim peeled an egg and handed it to her. "If you don't like it, don't eat it. Have this with your congee instead." Song Yimo had a habit of not leaving food behind. Even with her belly full, she had only managed 1 bowl of congee, 1 marinated egg, 1 egg pancake, and half a cup of soy milk. Recognizing her limit, Zhim effortlessly finished off the remaining 2 buns, one hand holding the breakfast he bought from Miao Jun, the other gently holding Song Yimo's hand as they returned to the hospital. At the 6th-floor nurse station, the staff watched the siblings walk past hand in hand, exchanging glances, yet none dared to approach due to Zhim's commanding presence. Once they were out of earshot, whispers ensued. "If only I could have a husband like that, treating his sister-in-law with as much care as he does his own daughter." Lu Yen, who happened to overhear, scoffed. "Just wait until that time comes. You want to give birth to a child for him to dote on. If he still favors his sister over you, you'll be the first to object. Now, let's get back to work." The nurses exchanged glances, silenced, and returned to their duties, while Lu Yen gathered her tools and headed towards the end of the corridor where the patient rooms were located. Miao Jun noticed her put down the breakfast and rise, seeming to be ahead of schedule today. "The weather is quite nice. I came early to draw blood so that Song Yimo could still enjoy some time out. Only she has the temperament to endure this. Anyone else would have made a fuss by now." Upon entering the room, Lu Yen saw the young girl had already removed her coat and was rolling up her sleeves, prompting a smile from Lu Yen. "If only all patients were as cooperative as you. I'm not sick, so I have no reason to be upset," Song Yimo replied. Lu Yen swiftly and accurately inserted the needle. It wasn't particularly painful. At the moment of insertion, Song Yimo turned her head away, skillfully seeking refuge in her brother's embrace. Zhim adeptly covered her eyes, their synchronization evident in their actions. "All done," Lu Yen said, observing the siblings with a smile. It was no wonder the young nurses were captivated. Even she found Zhim to be remarkably admirable. "All right, today should be uneventful, right? There is no need to worry about lodging. If I cannot return to the hospital, it shall suffice for these days to simply arrive in the morning for blood tests." Song Yimo looked up at her elder brother with anticipation. expressing her desire to take a stroll. Zhai Muyang glanced at the time and declared, "We shall set off at 10. It is currently 8, just 2 hours. Completing some homework will pass the time swiftly. The scent of the antiseptic is making me a bit nauseous. I merely wish to leave." Having completed 2 sets of exam papers, it was already 10:15. Song Yimo tapped her head with her pen and quickly gathered the scattered papers from the coffee table. "Brother, why didn't you call me? Seeing that you were nearly finished. I thought it best to wait for you to complete your work." Zhai Muyang closed his laptop and turned to Miao Jun, asking, "Uncle Miao, will you join us? I will not be accompanying you. Someone must remain here. You two may drive yourselves. Take care on the road. There will be many cars. Drive slowly." "Understood," Zhai Muyang replied, only to turn and see Yimo stuffing a passbook into her pocket. "Are you planning to withdraw money?" "Yes, I wish to purchase some items. I brought 2,000 with me, but it may not suffice. Use this for now. If it falls short, I have more. It is not safe to carry too much cash, and withdrawing from the bank at this hour will involve waiting in line." Song Yimo was well aware that her brother spoke the truth, yet the thought of using his money to buy him a gift felt uncomfortable. Zhai Muyang took it upon himself to retrieve the passbook from her handbag and placed it back in her backpack. He then picked up her scarf and gloves. "Uncle Miao, we are leaving." "Wait, Yimo, is your backpack all right? Place your laptop in the car. It is too conspicuous to leave here." Song Yimo hurriedly lifted the laptop, explaining, "Its value lies not in its exterior, but in the contents within, and that is worth a fortune." Hand in hand, they passed the nurse's station, where the staff watched them until they were out of sight. "I advise you to abandon that notion. Do you see that laptop? It could equate to at least 4 years of our salaries," remarked a nurse with a wedding ring, her tone icy. Gasps of surprise erupted. A young nurse approached her, asking, "Is it truly that expensive?" "My estimate of 4 years is conservative. For a high-end model, it could be 6 years or more." The nurse's glance was laden with meaning, almost suggesting that such individuals would not deign to associate with them. A beautiful nurse felt a pang of indignation, asserting, "At least we still have a chance." "Well, I shall await the outcome," Lu Yin said, somewhat exasperated by the scene. Was Song Yimo's brother becoming a target of desire? Inside the elevator, it was just the 2 siblings. Zhai Muyang helped Song Yimo put on her gloves, cautioning, "The wind is fierce outside. Wait for me inside, and I shall drive over to pick you up. I can accompany you to the car. It is not far. The parking lot is open and the wind will be even stronger. You must not fall ill. Enduring 3 days of discomfort is more than enough. I cannot allow you to suffer again." As the elevator doors opened, Zhai Muyang was still assisting Song Yimo with her other glove, oblivious to who awaited them outside. As he let her out, however, Song Yimo spotted a familiar face. "Yimo, are you planning to go out? Has the doctor given you permission? What will you do if you catch a cold in such strong winds?" Upon hearing this voice, Zhai Muyang lifted his head, his brows furrowing in response. No matter how many times he encountered this woman, he felt an uncontrollable urge to slap her. Each encounter seemed to exacerbate his frustration. Song Yimo smiled faintly. "Are you worried that I might fall ill and be unable to donate bone marrow for your son, Mrs. Song? Rest assured, I have no intention of enduring this ordeal in vain. I will take good care of myself." Song Yi's expression turned awkward. "I didn't mean it that way. I'm just concerned about your health. Save that sentiment for your own comfort," Song Yimo replied, gently nudging her elder brother. "Let's go." Chapter 77. Song Yi regrets having taken just a couple of steps forward. Song Yimo heard a voice from behind. "Ai, is this your daughter? How impolite of her. Did I not mention that I would provide a reward?" Sensing her elder brother's arm tense, Song Yimo grasped it and turned to face the man beside Song Yi. He appeared to be in his late 40s, tall and robust, standing around 6 feet and weighing nearly 200 pounds. In truth, she did not harbor any disdain for this man. During her arduous experience of bone marrow extraction, when she could scarcely walk, Song Yi had been preoccupied with her son in the operating room, completely disregarding her presence. It was he who arranged a hospital room for her and even summoned a caregiver to attend to her for an entire day. Upon his departure, he gifted her a plethora of nutritional supplements, a card, and a simple thank you. She accepted the supplements and the gratitude, but returned the monetary gift. stating that she wished to sever any obligations with Song Yi throughout the entire ordeal of the marrow extraction in her past life. This was the sole act of kindness and concern she had received. Perhaps it seemed trivial to others, merely an act of decency that was expected. Yet it held significant weight for her. She had always remembered this small kindness. Thus, despite the rudeness she had just encountered, she felt no anger. "I do not believe I have been impolite," she responded. "Though I was not raised by parents, I was nurtured by Meow Dad with great care. Mrs. Song, I believe it would be more prudent for you to explain to your husband why I addressed you in such a manner. Your explanation would likely be more effective than mine, lest I inadvertently contradict your previous statements, which would be unfortunate." Song Yimo offered a polite smile, adding, "As for the reward, Mr. Shun cannot provide one. I would be immensely grateful if Mrs. Song could simply fulfill the terms of our agreement." Noticing the increasing attention of those around them, she nodded to the onlookers and departed with her elder brother. If such words were spoken by an adult, they might not carry much weight, yet her youthful demeanor could not be mistaken. She appeared no older than a middle school student. Coupled with her calmness and measured tone, her retort took on an air of elegance, drawing even more gazes. Parents in the vicinity mused that if this was deemed impolite, then their own children were truly beyond reproach. Song Yi stood, momentarily dazed, watching the pair as the young man wrapped a scarf around her and guided her to stand behind the glass at the entrance. After exchanging a few words, he departed through the door. Had she truly severed ties with Yimo? In reflecting on their brief encounters, Song Yi suddenly realized she might have acted foolishly. Yimo was not the weakling she had presumed. She held no affection for her. Rather, she was assertive, intelligent, resilient, and willing to endure hardship for the sake of her goals. Such a person was destined for success. Though she had been the closest to Yimo, she had foolishly distanced herself, even agreeing to part ways entirely. No, this could not stand. Mr. Shin appeared well off, with only one son, Zhua. However, the future was unpredictable. How could she close off a pathway that might lead to prosperity? Since her son's illness, Song Yi's mind has never been so clear. Regret now holds no value. She must save her son, yet she cannot simply abandon her daughter. With this thought, Song Yi ushered old Shun into the elevator. "There is a slight misunderstanding between Yimo and me. I will explain later. For now, you should keep an eye on Jor." Upon hearing footsteps, Song Yimo turned around to see Song Yi. There was no surprise in her gaze, merely a nod, akin to acknowledging a familiar stranger, before she returned her attention to the outside world. The wind was quite strong today, causing the trees to rustle violently. "Perhaps we shouldn't go out, but it feels unbearable. I can smell disinfectant on both myself and my brother." "Yimo, my previous words were not solely for Zhuer. Your reaction to the mobilizing agent is quite severe. If you catch a cold after being exposed to the wind, wouldn't the suffering of these past 3 days have been in vain?" Song Yimo remained silent, her back turned, contemplating why she felt such aversion to Song Yi's words, which were not dissimilar to those of her brother. "Yimo, I was wrong before. I made mistakes. Ms. Song, you have mistaken me for someone else. I do not have a mother." Song Yimo interrupted, smiling at the approaching car as she zipped her jacket up to the top. "You see, I have been very cautious, so there is no need to worry about any complications with Shunjua's surgery. I do hope you refrain from appearing before me too often, as it causes me great distress." With a smile, Song Yimo dashed out the door. Song Yi instinctively wanted to follow, but as she stepped forward, she caught the gaze of the man who had come to open the car door for Yimo. That look rendered her unable to move, despite her inner strength. Convinced that no one could prevent her from approaching her daughter, she felt a moment of trepidation. As she watched the car drive away, Song Yi suddenly realized she had never known who the man Yimo called brother was. Yimo indeed had an older brother, but that son was far away in another country, bearing no resemblance to this man, nor did he possess such an imposing presence. Who was this brother she had encountered? Taking out her phone, Song Yi pondered briefly before dialing her hometown. "Hello, who is this?" "It's me, Mom." Song Yi's voice tightened unexpectedly, and she cleared her throat. "How have you been feeling?" "Song Yi." Her mother's tone shifted. "You wouldn't call unless something was amiss. Speak, what is it?" Perhaps children are inherently willful before their parents. Song Yi, without exchanging pleasantries, directly voiced her concerns. "Mom, Who is the man accompanying Yimo? How could you allow a young man to come and go with her? What if something happens? Song-yi, her grandmother interrupted sharply. Can you not wish for Yimo's well-being? Mu-yang is my godson. He is 100-fold, 1,000-fold better than you and Song-ji combined. Mom, how can I not wish for Yimo's well-being? She spends every day with someone who is not blood-related, sharing the same meals and sleeping arrangements. What will others think if they find out? You, Song-yi, and Song-ji are the only ones from our family. Yimo has grown up amidst the whispers and judgments of others, hearing every unkind word. You have the least right to speak on this matter. Grandma Song took several deep breaths, and you have indeed alerted me. Yimo calls me daily, extolling praises as if to comfort me. Mu-yang has always been acutely aware of boundaries. Had Yimo not been in some predicament, he would not have afforded you the opportunity to speak such words. Song-yi, you had best wish for Yimo's well-being. Otherwise, I shall perish at your doorstep. Mother, the person on the other end of the line did not wait for her to speak and abruptly hung up, leaving Song-yi helplessly closing her phone, feeling a tinge of regret for making the call. Chapter 78. The matchmaker is ready in the car. Zhai Mu-yang was discussing with Yimo about their destination. Let's head to the commercial street in Y City. I wish to purchase a few items, suggested Song Yimo, glancing at the trees swaying gently in the wind along the roadside. If the stem cell density takes 5 or 6 days to qualify by the time we return, it will already be the new year. Dr. Guo had also mentioned that this was the worst-case scenario. It might not necessarily take that long. As the traffic light turned red, Zhai Mu-yang pressed the brake and assured her, do not worry. We will certainly return in time for the new year. It is essential that we do. Father Miao and my elder brother would never leave her alone in the hospital. Wouldn't they be spending the new year there anyway? Wait a moment. Elder brother, do you have any plans for the new year? What about the company? Is your absence for such a duration manageable? I've been waiting these past few days. It is perfectly fine for you to return, he replied. The company has been quite busy, but we have accomplished most of the work before New Year's Day. There are no critical events requiring my presence, and the managers I hired are quite capable. As the light turned green, Zhai Mu-yang pressed the accelerator. In previous years, I would travel abroad for the new year, but this year, having a family means I need not leave the country. What is the matter? Is Yimo not welcoming me? Surprised, Song Yimo turned to Zhai Mu-yang. Are you going to spend the new year with us? It is certainly better to celebrate with 3 than with 2. Grandmother will surely be delighted to hear this. Just then, the phone rang. Zhai Mu-yang glanced at it, chuckled, and said, Speak of the devil. It's grandmother calling. I will take this. You focus on driving. Song Yimo took the phone and answered it on speaker mode. The anxious voice of Song grandmother came through Mu-yang. You must tell me truthfully if there is something wrong with Yimo. Song Yimo looked at Zhai Mu-yang in astonishment, while he shook his head. Grandmother, there is nothing wrong. Who told you anything? Don't believe it. I am perfectly fine. Do not deceive me. Something must be troubling her, right? I said this matter wouldn't be easy. Yimo, do not lie to grandmother. Forget about whoever said anything. Come back now. I cannot rest easy until I see you well. Grandmother, please do not worry. I am truly fine. Song Yimo spoke softly, attempting to soothe her. Did someone say something to you? I experienced a bit of a reaction to the medication for 3 days, but that phase has passed. I'm out shopping with elder brother right now. Zhai Mu-yang found a parking spot and carefully parked the car, taking the phone from Song Yimo grandmother. It's me. Please do not fret. Yimo is indeed well now. I have never lied to you, have I? Song grandmother's tone softened a bit. Really? Is everything all right? Everything is perfectly fine. Is Aunt He with you? Not yet. She will arrive a bit later. Then I will take a picture of Yimo at dinner and send it to Aunt He's phone for you to see. If you still have doubts, you can ask Uncle Meow. There was a moment of silence on the other end. That sounds good. Seeing her will put my mind at ease. Zhai Mu-yang held Yimo's hand as she reached for the phone. Grandmother, who has been whispering in your ear? There was no one else. Previously, Song, he made a phone call and uttered a few heartfelt words that struck deep. I could only speculate. Grandmother Song did not elaborate. Are you all outside now? Yes. We need to wait for the results in the coming days. Being in the hospital for too long is uncomfortable, so we stepped out. Indeed, hospitals are not pleasant places. Yimo has been back and forth to the hospital several times this year. Upon returning, she must light incense. That's fine. I won't disturb you. Please take care of yourselves and do not fall ill. Yes, yes, we will remember. Grandmother, do not go out in this weather. I haven't gone out. He bought the groceries. Rest assured, tell Yimo not to worry about me. I'm doing well. All right, I will convey that to her. After hanging up, Zhai Muyang smiled while starting the car, pondering what Song Yi had said that raised grandmother's suspicions. Song Yimo thought for a moment, but could not derive any meaning. She simply dismissed it from her mind, as it had nothing to do with her. On the other end, Grandmother Song sighed after the call. The more they say it's nothing, the more I worry. Yimo must be suffering greatly. Grandma Meow refilled their large cups with hot water. Do not overthink it. Perhaps it truly is nothing? From Yimo's voice. She doesn't seem to be in any trouble. Grandmother Song shook her head. A child raised by oneself is best understood by their caregiver. The more one insists that there's nothing wrong, the more likely it is that there is something significant. Now, Song Yi has realized the importance of caring for Yimo. Where was this concern before? It seems to me that Yimo has no intention of acknowledging her anymore. In my view, if Yimo and Mu Yang could truly become a couple, it would be a splendid outcome. Marriage is a woman's second chance at life. Yet how many truly succeed? I observe that Mu Yang is responsible and genuinely treats Yimo well. Entrusting her to him is far more reassuring than to anyone else. Grandmother Song had never contemplated this direction. Suddenly enlightened by an old friend's insight, her eyes sparkled. If a grandson becomes a son-in-law, wouldn't that be even closer? Grandma Meow chuckled at her expression. Do not be too hasty. It still depends on whether the children share that fate. Yimo will only be 16 after the new year. There is plenty of time. Indeed, I tend to jump to conclusions. Grandmother Song smiled, but then sighed again. If this matter could truly come to fruition, it would be wonderful. Meanwhile, Song Yimo, quietly discussed for her future, let out a great sneeze. Zhai Muyang quickly reached out with one hand to feel her hand, which was not cold. Do you feel chilly? He adjusted the air conditioning to a higher setting. Not cold. It must be grandmother thinking of me. Song Yimo readjusted the air conditioning slightly, as it was so cold outside. If the temperature inside was too high, the sudden change upon exiting could easily lead to illness. The car stopped at the parking lot across from the pedestrian street. It seems that there is a tradition among the Chinese to purchase new clothes for the new year, no matter how cold it gets. The enthusiasm for buying new attire remains undeterred, and there were hardly any parking spots left. Grabbing the person prepared to exit, Zhai Muyang first wrapped her scarf securely, put on her gloves, and retrieved her bag from the back seat, pulling out a stack of money to hand to Song Yimo. She accepted it, counted 20 bills, and returned it, saying, "This is more than enough." Zhai Muyang did not insist further. He simply took it with him. The wind in the parking lot was particularly fierce. Zhai Muyang exited the vehicle first, and as Song Yimo stepped out, he wrapped her in his coat, urging her to move quickly. Song Yimo was the type of person who placed absolute trust in those close to her. Previously, only her grandmother and the Miao family enjoyed such a privilege. It was uncertain when Zhai Muyang had earned this same level of intimacy. Thus, without a hint of embarrassment and without much thought, she embraced her elder brother's waist within the confines of the coat, their steps synchronizing as they departed the parking lot as one. Upon reaching the pedestrian street, the wind had subsided. The two held hands, leisurely exploring their surroundings. She wished to purchase a military-style coat for Miao Miao, who with her tall stature and charismatic demeanor would undoubtedly look stunning in it. Zhai Muyang pondered Miao Jirua's style and nodded in agreement. She would indeed suit it splendidly. Chapter 79. A gift from Yimo. Once a target is set, the act of purchasing becomes effortless. The two ventured into 2 stores and emerged victorious with a prized possession. Following this, gift from Miao's father, mother, and grandmother were not overlooked. Each received something special. After calculating her finances, Song Yimo concluded that the 2,000 borrowed was sufficient to acquire several gifts for her grandmother. Finding items for the elderly was straightforward, as Song Yimo had no intention of selecting anything ostentatious. Instead, she thoughtfully chose 2 sets of thermal undergarments, a woolen sweater, and a pair of fur-lined shoes for her grandmother. After utilizing the 2,000 from her brother, She had spent an additional $200 from her own funds. As they exited the store, warmly bid farewell by the staff, Song Yimo contemplated how to divert her brother's attention. Just then he spoke. Yimo, why don't you browse around a bit? I will take these items back to the car, so don't wander too far. Sure, I'll just explore nearby, she replied. Zhai Muyang discerned that she had more to purchase and, without hesitation, allowed her the freedom to buy whatever she desired, as he could afford it all. Handing over her brother's bag, Zhai Muyang filled his hands with various items, and he would soon return. Having distanced themselves from the parking lot, Song Yimo took her time, waiting until her brother was far enough away before heading toward a men's clothing store. She had previously noticed a coat that would suit him perfectly. Upon entering, a cheerful sales clerk approached, not underestimating her youth. Are you shopping for your father or your brother? She inquired. My brother, Song Yimo replied, pointing to a coat on the mannequin. My brother is 185 meters tall and has a great physique. Do you have his size? The coat in question was a stylish gray wool overcoat that reached just above the knees. We do have it. The clerk gestured for another staff member to retrieve the coat, guiding Song Yimo to a sofa and offering her a glass of water. Gratefully, she accepted, holding her brother's bag. The clerk's demeanor became even more genial, her voice softening further. Is your brother accompanying you? Should I call him to try it on? While the essence of gift-giving is to directly present the item to the recipient, the issue of size was indeed significant. A thought crossed Song Yimo's mind. My brother will be here shortly. This is a gift for him. May I purchase it first and exchange it if it doesn't fit? Certainly. Even if you leave our store, as long as you keep the receipt, you can return it, the clerk assured her. Thank you. Could you please wrap the coat for me? I will wait for my brother here. Song Yimo stood and inquired about the price. Not every customer is difficult to please, but such an agreeable patron was a rarity. The clerk smiled and led her to the register. The original price is $2,280. However, we are currently offering a 20% discount, bringing it down to $1,824. Song Yimo sighed with relief, realizing this was nearly all her available funds, but thankfully, it was enough. The clerk, still smiling, presented her with a discount coupon from behind the counter. This is our store's coupon. Typically, it's for future use, but I can make an exception this time. Upon examining the coupon, which offered 80 off 1,000, she was taken aback upon reading the expiration date. Is it really okay? It matters not. Such matters are easily managed. Song Yimo recognized the kindness she had received and sincerely expressed her gratitude. Anxiously anticipating the joy of surprise, she stood at the entrance, peering out. Upon spotting her elder brother approaching, she hurriedly dashed out, waving, "Brother, over here." From a distance, Zhai Muyang smiled at her, trotting over to shield her from the wind, enveloping her with his coat. Did you not find anything you liked? I did. Song Yimo eagerly pulled him into the store behind her, taking the bag from the attendant and placing it into her brother's hands. This is a New Year's gift for you. The surprise on Zhai Muyang's face was unmistakable. While he had received gifts before, indeed, he had been presented with all manner of valuable items. Clothing had never been offered to him, perhaps because it was deemed too trivial by those who had gifted him. The garments in his wardrobe were all from a select few brands, sent quarterly, regardless of preference. Practicality was all that mattered. In truth, this was the first time since their mother's passing that someone had earnestly gifted him clothing. Zhai Muyang's gaze softened immensely, and he felt the warmth of the bag in his hands. Switching hands, he affectionately ruffled Yimo's hair. No words were necessary to convey just how genuinely pleased he was. Brother, try it on to see if it fits. If it doesn't, we can exchange it before we leave. All right. Zhai Muyang discarded his expensive coat, and, as Song Yimo unfurled the new coat, he slipped his arms in. The garment fit him perfectly. Thank you, Yimo. I truly like it. Watching from the side, Song Yimo felt a sense of pride in her choice. Her brother looked exceedingly handsome in it. Although the price paled in comparison to the extravagant coat he had worn previously, it was still quite a significant expense for her. Should she earn a fortune in the future, she would gladly invest in even finer attire for him. Let us go with this one. Excuse me. Could you please wrap that up for me? The attendant busily retrieved the coat, and as soon as she touched it, her professional instincts kicked in, recognizing the quality of the fabric, certainly on par with her own store's offerings. Instinctively, she glanced at the label. Upon seeing it, Her movements came to an abrupt halt. Yuling? The attendant, named Yuling, looked up, revealing the label as she straightened her posture, satisfied to see her reaction. She softened her grip and carefully placed the coat into the bag. She had encountered patrons of this brand before. Yet this man truly embodied the elegance that the clothing was meant to convey, appearing utterly unfazed by the garment's lavish price, casually tossing it aside with remarkable style. As the siblings exited the shop, Yimo Yang, buoyed by the recent gift, felt an urge to splurge, wishing to purchase everything suitable for his sister along the street. Yet, such thoughts remained confined to his mind. He knew that should he act on them, Yimo would likely distance herself from him. Nevertheless, he was determined to find a way. Having exhausted all her cash, Song Yimo refrained from casting another glance at the elegant garments in the nearby store. She stamped her foot and declared, "Brother, let us return. It is the perfect time for a meal. We shall dine first before heading back." Glancing at her watch, she nodded and added, "I will call Meow Dad in a moment and ask him not to purchase anything from the cafeteria. We will bring him something instead." "As you wish," Yimo Yang replied, turning to gaze at Yimo, his eyes sparkling with affection that was unmistakable to anyone who beheld the tender scene. The young man, handsome in countenance, and the young woman, demure and lovely, formed a striking pair. Many passers-by mused, "This couple is truly well-matched." However, the girl appears rather young. Could it be that they are secretly in a romance? Chapter 80. A return to confrontation on the way back to the hospital. Song Yimo peered into the bank. It seemed relatively uncrowded. "Brother, I need to withdraw some money. It's almost the new year, and having some cash on hand would be convenient." Yimo Yang promptly turned on the indicator and steered towards the bank. With 2 months' worth of manuscript fees and tips, the balance in her savings account had become quite substantial. The bank clerk glanced at Song Yimo's youthful, collagen-rich face, and then at the figures on the slip. A hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. Yimo Yang, keenly perceptive, noticed this and frowned slightly, protectively wrapping his arm around Song Yimo's shoulders. "Is something amiss?" The clerk hurriedly shook her head, tapping away on the computer before retrieving a stack of cash and counting out 5,000. Back in the car, Song Yimo counted out 2,000 and handed it back to her brother. Without a word, Yimo Yang accepted it and placed it in his bag. "Will this be enough for the new year?" "It should suffice. I may not even need to spend it, as long as Grandma is around. I rarely have any obligations during the holidays, but it's good to be prepared." By the time they returned to the hospital, it was nearly 1 o'clock. Apart from the coat Yimo Yang was wearing, all their bags were stowed away in the trunk, including the gift from Meow Jun, which Song Yimo did not rush to retrieve. "You go ahead and greet Uncle Meow. I'll borrow a microwave from the nurse's station to warm up the food." Song Yimo agreed without objection. The nurse's station was relatively quiet at that moment. Upon seeing Yimo Yang approach, several nurses instinctively adorned their faces with their most charming smiles. "Hello. I'd like to borrow the microwave." "Of course. What do you need to heat up? I can help you with that." "Yimo Yang Dichlinet Bolitali. No need to trouble yourselves. I can manage." The nurses, slightly disappointed at not being able to offer assistance, hesitated, and by the time they mustered the courage to step forward, the food was already warmed. Yimo Yang smiled courteously at them as he carried the food away. He was not entirely oblivious to the nurse's subtle intentions. However, he graciously chose to remain indifferent. Meow Jun had already prepared chopsticks and frowned upon seeing the amount of food. "Did you buy so much?" "It's just a large box. The portions are modest." Song Yimo came over to help arrange the dishes. "You'll manage to finish it, Dad." Once everything was neatly set out, Meow Jun ceased his protests. The dishes resembled those he had encountered during a business trip to Guangdong. Small portions, yet exquisitely presented. "All right, no need to accompany me for lunch. Yimo, you should take a nap." "Okay." Song Yimo indeed felt a bit fatigued. Once back in the ward, she shed her clothes and shoes, resting her head on the pillow and swiftly drifting into slumber. Yimo Yang entered and, seeing her in such a state, was reminded of their first night at the hospital. Even now, it tugged at his heartstrings. He gently covered her with a blanket, pulled the curtains closed, and quietly slipped out, closing the door behind him. They waited for 4 days. Yimo Yang had booked 3 rooms in a nearby hotel, a serene environment. Over these 4 days, Song Yimo completed most of her remaining winter break assignments. On the fifth morning, after a blood draw and tests, the results finally came back satisfactory, and she was scheduled to undergo a bone marrow extraction in the afternoon. This day marked the 27th of December. In the collection room, Song Yi arrived earlier than everyone else. Yimo, I've greeted the doctor. They will be gentle in their actions. Lu Yin and another elderly nurse exchanged glances, their expressions revealing discontent as they averted their gaze from Song Yi. Song Yimo settled onto the hospital bed, while Zhai Muyang effortlessly stepped forward to assist her in removing her coat and scarf. You greeting the doctor is of no consequence. It is the head nurse who will draw my blood. Song Yimo gestured toward the 2 needles on the tray. Do you see those? Regardless of your introductions, the insertion of such large needles into one's body is bound to be painful unless you declare that I can forego the procedure. Everyone knows that is an impossibility. Song Yi se simile falted Yimo. Is that truly the case? So it would be best if you refrain from speaking altogether. Excessive words will not endear you to anyone. Zhai Muyang suppressed the urge to leave with Yimo and address Song Yimiz. Song's presence here will only serve to disrupt Yimo's emotional state. I kindly ask that you leave. This time, Song Yi chose her words carefully, refraining from uttering anything abrasive. Instead, she turned to Song Yimo with a gentle tone. Yimo, I have brought some gifts for you and your grandmother. Once you are finished, please do not rush to leave. I may not return home for the new year this year, and you. Song Yimo chuckled. Are you attempting to cheer me up, Miss Song? Might I inquire when was the last time you celebrated the new year at the Song residence? Not to mention, during the various festivals, and even on my grandparents' birthdays, when have you ever graced us with your presence? You, who could not even be bothered to return from my grandfather's funeral, dare to utter such words. Have I misremembered, or have you experienced a change of heart? Yimo. Song Yimo's laughter faded, her usually warm eyes now filled with icy disdain. Song Yi, I have long since relinquished my expectations of you. Yet I occasionally feel compelled to ask, do you not feel remorse for treating the very parents who gave you life in such a manner? This is a conundrum I have pondered throughout my life. They are not just anyone. They are the ones who bestowed upon you the gift of life, and they have done their utmost for you. Why are you so callous? Am I an inconvenience to you, thus you cast me aside? Your grandparents are a burden, allowing you to believe you emerged from stone, indifferent to their well-being. If, in the future, another opportunity arises, would you not hesitate to abandon the son you are so desperately trying to save? Is living your life as a barren tree devoid of branches truly fulfilling? All the others in the collection room ceased their movements. Even Guo Chao, who had approached the door, paused as if the world had quieted, leaving only Song Yimo's voice resonating profoundly within the silence. What do you know? Song Yi's thoughts turned to the struggles of her years, her voice becoming harsh and unyielding, even the earlier intention to reconcile with her daughter forgotten. Yes, I gave you life but did not nurture you. I regret not being a better daughter to my parents. But if I can improve my situation, wouldn't you also benefit from it? How could you possibly know how arduous my life has been? Do not presume to view your plight as monumental. Your life was granted by me, and even if I did not raise you, you are still obliged to care for me in my old age, or you would be committing a crime. Song Yi felt a sudden clarity. Indeed, what was the point of placating Song Yimo? No matter how accomplished Song Yimo becomes, she will always remain Song Yi's daughter. Would she dare to treat her poorly? With this thought, Song Yi felt a surge of confidence. As for the gazes of others, if she could not withstand such scrutiny, how could she have endured until now? Song Yimo lifted the corners of her mouth, her tone exceedingly sincere. No one wishes to bask in your glory. I understand that you have worked hard to attain your current prosperous life. Hence, I shall never disturb you again. As for your mention of support, I shall provide according to the standards at that time. Now, for the sake of your son, might you consider leaving? Song Yi raised her chin slightly, proudly striding away in her high heels. In her heart, she vowed this would undoubtedly be the last time she presented herself to slap Song Yimo's face. It would be the final occasion. Chapter 81. Separation of Stem Cells. Guo Chao entered with a light cough, inquiring about the preparations. Lu Yin snapped back to reality and hurriedly resumed her task. Song Yimo, taking the initiative, rolled up her sleeves and settled herself comfortably, placing her hands flat by her sides to facilitate the procedure, initially intending to close her eyes. The thought of the large needle piercing her flesh prompted her to keep them open, preferring to witness the moment it would descend. After a while, Lu Yin lifted her gaze. I'm ready on my end. Zhu Ling, how about you? All set. Let us begin. The nurse on the left, Zhu Ling, appeared somewhat aloof, executing her task of inserting the catheter with an air of practiced precision. As she prepared the needle, Song Yimo instinctively turned her head away, yet the needle remained in her line of sight. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision. Her brother's voice resonated. Nurse, please be gentle. Song Yimo pondered her brother's position. Realizing he must be at the head of the bed, unable to turn easily, she recalled the presence of a stem cell separation machine nearby. In addition to Nurse Zhu Ling, a sharp pain surged through her left arm, and she instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand. Zhu Ling firmly restrained her, her voice soothing. Don't tense up, relax. Song Yimo endeavored to ease her body, sensing a gentle caress atop her head. It was her brother. She bit her lip, reflecting that in her past life, she had endured without anyone to care for her. Yet now, with companionship and concern, what was there that she could not bear? Noticing her relaxation, Zhu Ling softly encouraged, "We're doing splendidly. The more you relax, the less discomfort you'll feel, whether it was psychological or not." Song Yimo distinctly felt the blood flowing from her body. She had experienced this process once before and was well aware of the procedure. Blood would be drawn from her left arm, separated for stem cells, and then returned through her right arm mixed with saline solution. In truth, the volume of blood lost was minimal, merely an imperceptible amount of stem cells. Yet, despite her understanding, the fear persisted. A sharp sting radiated from her right arm, and Song Yimo fought to maintain her composure, striving to relax further. Lu Yin, continuing her work, remarked, "The process may lead to a loss of calcium. If you experience numbness around your lips, there's no need for alarm. It's a normal reaction. Shortly, I will administer a bag of calcium solution, and if discomfort persists, you may drink a few bottles. It's nothing serious." Lu Yin seemed to realize her words might sound insensitive, softening her tone. "We will have someone stay here to monitor your condition. If you feel any discomfort, please speak up. We will do our utmost to ensure your comfort." "Thank you." Song Yimo nodded, and Zhai Muyang understandingly withdrew his hand. Lu Yin placed a small ball in her palm, advising her to squeeze it periodically to promote circulation. Song Yimo expressed her gratitude once more, maintaining a calm demeanor that left Lu Yin quite impressed, prompting her to pull Zhu Ling aside for a quiet conversation. Zhai Muyang gently touched Song Yimo's slightly damp forehead, filled with concern. Song Yimo gently nudged him and comforted him in return, noting that the initial moment of the needle was particularly painful, though it had improved significantly since. The improvement did not equate to the absence of pain. If grandmother were to learn of the suffering she endured, she would likely confront Song Yi with fervor. Indeed, it would be a confrontation. In her previous life, she had concealed everything adeptly, and grandmother merely believed she had donated a small amount of blood. Later, perhaps due to Shun Zhuo's recovery, Song Yi, in a fit of excitement, called to share the good news, only to unwittingly reveal too much to grandmother, who, in a fit of anger, severed ties with Song Yi over the phone. That was the only instance when grandmother had expressed anger towards her. Reflecting on these memories, Song Yimo felt she should remind Song Yi before leaving, to spare grandmother further distress. At that moment, Miao Jun entered, exuding an air of coldness, seemingly having braved the wind outside. With a barely perceptible sigh, Miao Jun remarked, "Fortunately, we didn't let he come. Otherwise, she would have clashed with Song Yi." Song Yimo smiled, feeling a sense of happiness. Although there were those she felt she had wronged, there were equally those who treated her with great kindness. Her blessings were not fewer than anyone else's. She felt content. As long as she could safeguard these relationships in this life, she would consider herself fulfilled. Two formidable men stood guard beside her, and unexpectedly, she dozed off for a while, awakening only when Lu Yin arrived to administer calcium through an intravenous drip, the slight sting rousing her. "Awake? Does your mouth feel numb?" Lu Yin inquired. After a moment of consideration, Song Yimo realized her mouth felt almost alien, and she nodded. Just a bit of calcium will remedy that. Lu Yin glanced at the two men and softly asked, "Do you need to use the restroom? I can accompany you." "Not just yet. Thank you, Nurse Chief." She had already minimized her water intake today to avoid needing the restroom midway. Lu Yin smiled. "Call me anytime if you need to go." However, 4.5 hours passed without such a call. Once the needle was withdrawn and the bleeding ceased, Song Yimo hurried to the restroom. Upon her return, Guo Chao was present, holding half a bag of stem cells extracted from her body. He had always treated her kindly, even with a touch of warmth. "Have you endured much? Is your mouth still numb?" Song Yimo nodded honestly a little bit. Guo Chao turned to Lu Yin. "Go fetch 2 bottles of calcium for her. It's crucial during this growth period." Lu Yin acknowledged and departed. Guo Chao continued. "The loss of these stem cells in your body will have some effect. Your immunity will be somewhat lowered for a time. You must take good care of yourself and avoid overexertion. However, there is no need for excessive worry. No significant issues will arise, and you will recover in due time." Miao Jun furrowed his brow. Yimo is a high school student, and you know well that students in our country cannot live easily. Dr. Guo, can her body withstand this? Guo Chao chuckled. "It's not that severe. She just needs to dress warmly and avoid crowded places during flu season." "That is good to hear." Miao Jun cast a glance at Yimo, whose expression remained unchanged, and suddenly recalled that, at some point, she had become remarkably devoid of emotional exuberance. Even her previous brusqueness toward Song Yi was marked by an unruffled demeanor. It seemed as though, unbeknownst to him, Yimo had matured, acquiring her own convictions and the capacity to shoulder the responsibilities of their household, which now consisted solely of the two of them. She could even support him during his times of need. Yet, she had not yet turned 16. What will the world behold when she reaches the age of 26? As he observed Mu Yang carefully inspecting the injection site on Yimo's arm, Miao Jun found himself lost in deeper contemplation. Chapter 82. The silent ceremony. Once the matter was settled, Song Yimo's heart raced with anticipation. Especially as the festive atmosphere of the new year began to permeate even the hospital, she was unwilling to linger for even a moment longer. Despite knowing that her trembling legs suggested she should rest another night before departing. The moment Guo Chao left, her yearning to return home surged within her. "I do not wish to hold back any longer. Miao Ba, big brother, let's go home." Miao Jun was a man deeply attached to his family. Having been away for nearly 10 days, he too longed for his wife and children. Yet, he firmly opposed her plea at this moment. "Go look in the mirror. How can you return home in this condition without worrying Song Ani? Without needing a mirror?" Song Yimo was acutely aware that her complexion was as pale as that of a ghost. She touched her face and insisted. "The journey will certainly not be smooth at this hour. By the time we reach home, it will be midnight, and Grandma has eyesight I see good. She won't be able to discern my condition. If we rest for the night, I will feel much better by tomorrow. Miaoba, I truly wish to go home." Parents often devise numerous methods to deal with noisy children, yet they found themselves perplexed by Song Yimo, who expressed her opinions in a calm and collected manner. They could not even muster the energy to be angry. Moreover, Miao Jun had been feeling sorry for her these past few days, making it even harder for him to refuse her request. He glanced at Zhai Mu Yang, who had also noticed that although Mu Yang indulged Yimo in every way, he remained steadfast regarding her health. This time, Zhai Mu Yang readily nodded, squatting down before Song Yimo, and said, "Then let us return. We will drive carefully. She can rest in the car. The roads will not be swift during the year-end rush. Yimo, come on." Song Yimo wanted to insist that she could walk, but as her elder brother had just spoken on her behalf, she felt unable to refuse. Slowly, she leaned against her brother's back. "I am quite heavy. You could gain another 10 pounds, and it wouldn't matter." Zhai Mu Yang lifted her effortlessly, testing her weight. "Miao Shu, let us depart." Miao Jun relented and no longer insisted. It seemed as if the entire 6th floor was aware of their imminent departure. Many family members emerged from the wards, some simply watching with the kindest expressions. Others extended their hands to the visibly older Miao Jun for a firm handshake. No words necessary, as everything was understood in silence. Luo Yi was among them. Whenever a donor departed, such scenes would unfold on the 6th floor. Though they were not helping their own, They too needed such benevolent souls. They all hoped the next visitor would be able to assist their own children. In the past, Luo Yi would quietly bid farewell to those leaving. This time, he summoned his courage and, like those before him, grasped Miao Jun's hand firmly, expressing gratitude to the frail girl on Zhai Muyang's back. The doctors from the office and nurses from the station lined the corridor, participating in this ceremony on the 6th floor, which had seemingly existed since time immemorial. Guo Chao shook hands with Miao Jun and gently patted Song Yimo's back, advising, "Study well. Knowledge may not guarantee you soaring success, but it will serve as the foundation of your life." Song Yimo expressed her heartfelt thanks. Lu Yin handed Miao Jun a large bag, which contained a doll half her height. "This is the heartfelt sentiment of everyone at the 6th floor nursing station, wishing you a healthy growth." Miao Jun was aware that some family members of patients would slip envelopes of money to doctors and nurses. It was his first experience witnessing a nurse actively offering something to a patient. Of course, Yimo was not a patient. Regardless, he was not accustomed to receiving gifts without merit, and returning them was not an option. Miao Jun expressed his gratitude and accepted the offering. Song Yimo also extended her thanks to every individual at the nursing station. In truth, she did not perceive herself as particularly remarkable to warrant such kindness from so many. Her intentions were simple and somewhat selfish. Being sent off with such grandiosity made her feel undeserving. The three encountered Song Yi and her husband at the elevator door. Song Yi appeared to have come to a realization, her chin held high, exuding pride and beauty. Zhai Muyang, upon seeing her, felt displeased and bypassed the couple to press the elevator button, entirely disregarding her presence. Song Yi's expression darkened, but upon noticing the pale and listless Yimo slumped on her back, she ultimately quelled her irritation. "How is Yimo?" Miao Jun harbored a dislike for Song Yi, occasionally feeling the urge to confront her. However, having known her for many years, he refrained from acting out in front of her current husband, opting instead to engage in conversation, albeit in a subdued tone. Dr. Guo mentioned that Yimo's constitution was inherently weak, leading to more pronounced reactions, and it would likely take a considerable amount of time for her to regain her lost vitality. Song Yi stared blankly at Song Yimo. She was not oblivious to the hardships Yimo had endured. Her heart was indeed stirred, yet she felt she had no choice but to feign ignorance. Conversely, the man beside her was more forthright, lifting a bag of supplement from the ground and handing it to Miao Jun while offering a bank card. "I am a simple man, unaccustomed to civility. Shunjua is the sole heir of the Shun family. Thank you for your willingness to save him. This is a token of my appreciation. Please use it to purchase something you enjoy." Miao Jun, however, would not accept it. He glanced at Yimo, who had opened her eyes. "Dad, please accept the gifts, but the money is unnecessary. Mr. Shun, I have an agreement with Song Yi. As long as she fulfills her promise to me, that will suffice. I wish for Shunjua's swift recovery." Just then, the elevator arrived, and Zhai Muyang stepped in while carrying Yimo. Miao Jun took the bag and followed suit. Song Yimo held her hand out to block the elevator door. Addressing Song Yi, "I hope our previous agreement stands. Moreover, Grandma thinks I only need to have my blood drawn. Please do not inform her of the details." Withdrawing her hand, she nodded to both men as the elevator doors created a threshold between the inside and outside. Mr. Shun casually handed the bank card to Song Yi. "How old is your daughter?" With such a disposition, Zhai Muyang returned to the hotel and immediately proceeded to the 2nd floor restaurant. After ordering meals for the three of them, he discreetly arranged for 2 additional tables of food to be delivered to the 6th floor of the hospital, one for the doctor's office and another for the nurse's station. Following their meal, the trio checked out and embarked on their journey home. Song Yimo appeared quite fatigued, succumbing to drowsiness as soon as she entered the car. Miao Jun, feeling a pang of concern, insisted, "I'll drive. Muyang, you tend to Yimo in the back." Zhai Muyang had the same intention and, upon hearing this, quickly agreed. He retrieved his coat from the trunk and settled into the back seat, carefully supporting the half-asleep figure resting on his lap and covering her snugly with the coat. Miao Jun, through the rearview mirror, observed this scene with a knowing glance directed at Zhai Muyang before starting the engine. Chapter 83. Homecoming illness by the time they returned home, it was nearly 1 o'clock. The two shared a tacit understanding and did not switch drivers, allowing Meow June to continue behind the wheel. It's too late. Uncle Meow, you should head back first. There's no rush for the things. We can retrieve them tomorrow. Meow June said, handing the car keys to him. It's just a short walk. It won't take a few minutes. After a moment's thought, he took the keys back from Meow June, opened the car door, and retrieved Song Yimo's backpack, rummaging through it under the dim glow of the streetlights until he found the house key. Don't knock on the door. It will disturb those living above and below us. If Aunt Song asks, just handle it for now. I'll come by early tomorrow to speak with her, Zhai Muyang replied softly, waving goodbye. Their conversation was hushed, and the drowsy Song Yimo remained asleep throughout the journey. They quietly opened the door, and as soon as the light flickered on, Grandma Song emerged, bearing her clothing. I guess you were back. It's unsafe to drive at night. Why didn't you travel during the day? She remarked, moving closer to offer assistance. Zhai Muyang quickly interjected. Yimo is asleep. I'll take her to her room. Take her to my room. You can sleep in hers. There's no need for that today, she insisted. Understanding Yimo's concern about being discovered by her grandmother, Zhai Muyang decided not to complicate matters. I'll sleep on the sofa tonight and make arrangements tomorrow. That's not acceptable. Of course it is. Please don't be polite with me, Grandma. I plan to be unceremonious this new year. Grandma Song paused in surprise. Then her eyes crinkled into a smile. Unceremonious is good. It's better that way. If you're polite, I'll be displeased. Though their voices were soft, Song Yimo eventually stirred awake. Her hazy eyes surveyed the surroundings, recognizing that she was home. The familiar sense enveloped her, bringing her comfort. She mumbled, Grandma, I'm back, before resting her head against Zhai Muyang's shoulder once more and drifting off. This child, how can she be this exhausted? Muyang, take her to bed, Grandma Song commanded. Yes, gently. He laid her on the bed, and Grandma Song assisted in removing her clothes and shoes, tucking her under the covers. She touched her granddaughter's slightly diminished face and sighed. She must have endured great hardships, always hiding things from me to avoid worrying me. Recalling the trials Yimo had faced, Zhai Muyang felt a surge of indignation. Yet he knew that complaining would yield no benefit and might only undermine Yimo's efforts. He assumed a neutral stance. Yimo is very filial to you. Indeed, she is. All the goodness of the Song family seems to have been bestowed upon her. Grandma Song tenderly stroked her granddaughter's hair, sighing as she rose. I don't wish for her to exert herself in comforting me. I'll act as if I know nothing. Muyang, since Yimo was born, we have had no real kinship. Now that you are her brother, you must look after her more. I don't know how many more years I will be able to accompany her. Grandma, Zhai Muyang interrupted, aware that such words would only sadden Yimo. She would gladly trade her own lifespan for yours, hoping you live to be 100. Grandma Song patted his arm and walked away. All right, I won't say anything more. Zhai Muyang assisted the individual back to the room, remarking that he was well acquainted with the surroundings and urged them to rest on the soft sofa, which would not be cold. Grandma Song retrieved a quilt from the cupboard, well prepared in advance, knowing of the visit, having prepped it days prior. It was a newly made cotton quilt, warm and cozy. Thank you, Grandma. You should rest now. I will wash up and then sleep, he replied. The Song family's sofa was an old-fashioned wooden one, cushioned for winter, ensuring it was not too cold. Zhai Muyang, being tall, had to curl up slightly to fit, but fortunately, the quilt was ample enough to cover him entirely. It was indeed the most rudimentary bed he had ever slept on, yet within 10 seconds of lying down, he succumbed to slumber, a feat he had not accomplished even on his luxurious bed at home. However, a sense of worry lingered in his heart, and he awoke shortly after dawn. Silently entering the room, he found Yimo had kicked off the covers, half her body exposed. Remembering Guo Chao's advice about Yimo being prone to illness within 6 months, and having been restless until midnight, he felt a twinge of concern. Upon noticing her inadequately covered, he hurried to pull the quilt over her. Yet, as he approached, dread washed over him. Yimo's complexion was flushed, her brow furrowed, and her hair damp. When he touched her forehead, it felt alarmingly hot. Without a second thought, Zhai Muyang sat at the bedside, cradled her gently, helped her in her clothes, and wrapped her in a blanket before swiftly carrying her out. Once in the car, he realized he had no idea where to go. He was unfamiliar with the location of the hospital in Xinghu County. Feeling her forehead again, he sensed her temperature had escalated, prompting him to curse under his breath as he urgently dialed Miao Jun's number. Miao Jun, unusually awake late that day, had just risen and was rinsing his mouth when he approached with the phone, questioning why Muyang was calling so early. Handing the phone to Miao Jun, he pressed the speakerphone. "Muyang, what is the matter?" Miao Jun inquired. "Uncle Miao, Yimo has a fever, and I am unsure of the hospital's location. Could you please guide me?" "What? A fever?" He's concerns surged as she temporarily forgot that Zhai Muyang was not seeking her assistance. "Where are you now?" Miao Jun quickly cleared his mouth of foam and took the phone. "Drive over to my place. I'll wait for you downstairs." "All right." In a flurry, Miao Jun wiped his face, grabbed his coat, and dashed towards the door, while he promptly followed suit. "Don't stop me this time. You men have no idea how to care for the ill." The duo, unwilling to wait idly, exited the community. Just as they stood still, a car screeched to a halt before them, causing He to step back in fright. Zhai Muyang emerged from the vehicle, addressing them, "Uncle Miao, and he, please sit in the back." Once seated, he began to admonish, "Drive carefully. Muyang, keep your composure and drive steadily. It's my fault for being reckless." Zhai Muyang took a deep breath, attempting to calm his racing heart. "Which way should I go?" "Just go straight," Miao Jun instructed. He leaned forward to check the temperature of Yimo's forehead on the passenger seat. "Why is it so hot at this hour?" The doctor had yet to start his shift, and since we were not heading to the hospital, we would go to a clinic run by a doctor I know. If he deemed it necessary, we could then proceed to the hospital. Zhai Muyang glanced at He through the rearview mirror and inquired, "Can you trust his medical skills?" Rest assured, he has served as a chief physician in a major city's hospital for many years. He returned to open his own clinic out of frustration with the tedious matters at the hospital. "He is a classmate from my middle school. After we pass the traffic light, take a right, and then another traffic light, we will arrive." Zhai Muyang made a conscious effort to refrain from pressing the accelerator to the floor, and fortunately, the morning streets were relatively clear, allowing them to reach Ning'an Clinic swiftly. Chapter 84. Under the illusion of escape, he made a phone call as soon as the car came to a halt. The small door beside the rolling shutter opened, revealing a particularly tidy gentleman. He wore frameless glasses, stood at an average height, and had a slender physique. This man possessed an exceptionally handsome face. Perhaps due to his usual understated demeanor, his features appeared even more refined. Although he did not seem aged, one might not assume they were classmates if she did not speak of it. "Chun Feng, I apologize for disturbing you so early," he said. Chun Feng nodded at her, indicating the cold outside. "Let us go inside." In the south, heating is not provided, and without air conditioning, one must don a padded coat even in the depths of winter. However, the temperature inside the clinic was noticeably warmer than outside. Zhai Muyang glanced at the large air conditioner in the corner, feeling a bit more favorable towards the doctor. A freestanding air conditioner consumes a considerable amount of electricity, and not every doctor is willing to operate one. The chairs were cushioned. Yet, Zhai Muyang did not set the person down, but continued to hold them close as he sat down. Chun Feng shot him a glance. "Remove the blanket. I am feeling quite warm, and cover makes me uncomfortable." Zhai Muyang complied, and quietly waited for Chun Feng to take the pulse. After completing the pulse check, Chun Feng noticed the bruise on Song Yimo's hand from the calcium infusion the day before and inquired, "Has she been ill previously?" "It's not an illness. Yimo just donated bone marrow yesterday," Zhai Muyang replied. Chun Feng frowned. "I thought our country required one to be at least 18 to donate bone marrow. She clearly does not seem to meet that criterion. Is she a relative?" "Yes," Zhai Muyang said, not wishing to divulge more to a stranger. "Doctor, how is Yimo's condition? Was she seldom ill before?" Zhai Muyang found it difficult to answer this question and turned to He, who nodded in affirmation. "Yes, she hardly falls ill throughout the year." "That is correct. She has a delicate constitution. Occasionally falling ill can actually benefit her health, as holding it in can lead to severe repercussions when it finally manifests. After donating bone marrow, there's a period of reduced immunity, and, coupled with this weather, it is easy to fall sick. If not now, then when?" He, feeling anxious and familiar with Chun Feng, spoke more casually. "Just tell me directly what Yimo needs." Does she require hospitalization? I do not recommend hospitalization. In her condition, the hospital would only administer 4 fluids, which would not be beneficial for her health. If you trust me, allow her to rest and recuperate. I will use traditional Chinese medicine to help her for a while. This is the fundamental solution. Had I not trusted you, I wouldn't have come here directly, he replied, sensing Chun Feng's confidence, which alleviated her concern somewhat. Mu Yang, do not underestimate him. My old classmate transitioned from Western medicine to traditional Chinese medicine and has been a student for countless years, rivaling those from major hospitals. Chun Feng seemed unfazed by her words, neither proud nor embarrassed, as he rose to pour himself a glass of water. Turning back, he said, if you agree, I shall prescribe a remedy. Zhai Muyang looked at Miao Jun, who nodded slightly in response. Then let us proceed with traditional Chinese medicine. Dr. Chun, since Yimo is still running a fever, should we not administer antipyretics? I will prescribe some medication for her, but refrain from using antipyretics, as her fever is a sign of her immune system at work. Chun Feng retrieved a thermometer. Please measure her temperature, and if it does not exceed 39 degrees, there is no cause for concern. Upon returning home, ensure to apply physical methods to reduce her temperature. Zhai Muyang suddenly found himself appreciating this doctor, as he was weary of those who hastily resorted to injections and medication, as if their competence could only be demonstrated through such actions. At that moment, Song Yimo's temperature had indeed reached 39 degrees. Chun Feng prepared a prescription for 6 doses of medicine and also provided a box of Western medicine. Have you ever brewed traditional Chinese medicine? Zhai Muyang admitted he had not. It is not difficult. Simply purchase a clay pot, reduce 3 bowls of water to 1, and administer it twice daily, with each dose taken twice after meals. The Western medicine should be taken once a day, an hour post-lunch. Zhai Muyang diligently noted this down. During the New Year festivities, I will not be available. This medication can only last until the 4th day of the lunar month. On that day, bring her to the clinic and knock on the door. I will assess her condition before adjusting her prescription. Zhai Muyang remained concerned about Yimo's fever. Should they let her endure it? Chun Feng smiled gently. Based on my experience, she is likely to experience a mild fever for a few days, and 39 degrees is probably her peak temperature. Noticing Zhai Muyang's worried expression, Chun Feng returned to the counter and retrieved another box of medication. This is an antipyretic. If her temperature remains stable, do not administer it. However, should it rise further, give her 2 tablets. Zhai Muyang expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Upon exiting the clinic, the overcast sky mirrored the heaviness in his heart. Miao Jun took the driver's seat, and Zhai Muyang made no objection, opening the rear door. As if sensing something, he turned back to see Chun Feng still standing at the entrance. Their eyes met, and Chun Feng, slightly surprised, nodded before turning to re-enter the building. In the vehicle, he turned from the passenger seat to observe Zhai Muyang, who was securely holding the person in his arms. If you find Chun Feng untrustworthy, we can take Yimo to the hospital for an examination. Inhaling the faint medicinal fragrance that overpowered the scent of leather within the car, Zhai Muyang shook his head. Dr. Chen's reasoning is sound. A hospital visit would merely result in intravenous fluids. While effective for lowering fever, it may not be beneficial for Yimo's health, particularly since her immunity is currently compromised. It is best for her to recuperate adequately. Oh no, he's heart tightened. What is it? Zhai Muyang gently rubbed his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to inform his grandmother before leaving, and wondered how worried she must be at home. Aunt Song is unaware? Did she not call you? Zhai Muyang checked his pocket, only to find his phone missing. Miao Jun interjected from the front. It's at my feet. He bent down to retrieve it. Zhai Muyang accepted it, illuminating the screen to find 7 missed calls, 1 from his assistant and 6 from his grandmother's landline. Not far away, the group headed directly to the Song residence. Just as they were about to knock, the door swung open abruptly. Jiro, what brings you here? Grandma Song had called home to report that Mo and Brother Zhai were missing, fearing the worst. Miaoji Ruo quickly shifted her words, stepping aside to allow them entrance. Grandma Song and Grandma Miao supported each other as they approached, their eyes still red from tears. Zhai Muyang hurriedly apologized. Grandmother, Yimo has a fever. At that moment, my only thought was to take her to see a doctor, and I forgot to inform you. You must have been worried. and it is all my fault. Grandmother Song had already learned the gist of the situation from an old friend and felt increasingly guilty for having doubted Mu Yang's character at that time. Her demeanor softened considerably. It was wrong of me to overreact to trivial matters. How is Yimo now? Has she received an injection? The doctor advised her to rest at home. As he carried Yimo into the room, Zhai Muyang asked, I brought some traditional Chinese medicine back. By the way, do we have a clay pot for brewing the medicine? Yes, we do. I'll go find it and wash it, Grandmother Song replied, not following them into the room. She stood on tiptoe, casting a compassionate glance at Yimo before turning to the kitchen. Chapter 85. The clarity of the bystander gently placing her onto the bed. Song Yimo drowsily opened her eyes. Brother, are we home? Zhai Muyang chuckled softly. We arrived home last night. Do you feel unwell? At that moment, Song Yimo's mind was sluggish, her reactions slower than usual. Last night. Has dawn broken? Yes, it's daylight now. Grandmother is awake, and Grandma Meow is keeping her company. You needn't worry. If you're tired, just continue to rest. Unconsciously, Song Yimo nestled against Zhai Muyang's shoulder, a gesture of affection and reliance. I feel a bit dizzy. Zhai Muyang's heart melted at her vulnerability. After checking her forehead to confirm her temperature was normal, he resolutely refrained from giving her fever medicine. Song Yimo nuzzled his palm, her voice slightly nasal, sounding soft and endearing. Brother, my head hurts. Cool me. Let us take off your clothes and lie down. I'll massage your head. At the doorway, who was being tugged by Miao Jun, gasped. This is not appropriate. Yet, her hand was firmly held, rendering her immobile. She shot a glare at her husband, but Miao Jun merely shook his head slightly, continuing to observe the scene inside. Suddenly struck by a thought, parted her lips in realization and ceased her struggle, joining Miao Jun in watching the two within. Song Yimo had never shown such a fragile side in front of them. He felt a pang of regret, realizing she might have misjudged the situation. Song Yimo usually presented herself well, instilling confidence in them, even entrusting her studies to her. Given Song Yimo's aversion to being a burden, it was likely that even if she fell ill, she would endure with just a few pills or perhaps not take any medication at all, choosing instead to suffer through her ailment until she could reappear before them, seemingly unaffected. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, He's eyes turned moist. Despite their closeness, she could never truly become Song Yimo's mother. Zhai Muyang had undoubtedly been regarded as a brother, which allowed her to reveal a side of herself not shown to their elders. Zhai Muyang expertly removed Song Yimo's outer clothing, swiftly tucking her beneath the blanket. Remembering Chun Feng's advice to lower her temperature physically, he said while smoothing the blanket, I'll fetch some water. I'll go. He hurriedly left to get water, and Miao Jun, not wanting to linger at the door, stepped inside. Dad, Song Yimo attempted to sit up, but Zhai Muyang gently pressed her back down. Lie still. I'll just say a few words and then leave. Since Song Yimo had grown, Miao Jun had not entered her room, but upon stepping inside now, he glanced around and noted that aside from a new computer, the decor remained unchanged from years past, simple and somewhat antiquated. Yet, the owner of the room had grown taller, her temperament deepening with maturity. This year, focus on your recovery. Don't concern yourself with anything else. Everything needed for the new year has been prepared by He. She will come over today to assist, and tomorrow, Aunt Song can manage a feast on her own. Observing the obedient nod from the child, Miao Jun emphasized, Yimo, you are aware of your condition. For your future, do not take this lightly. If I find out you are neglecting your health, even if it means taking a half-year break from school to recuperate, I believe Aunt Song would have no objections. Miao's father, I haven't finished my winter vacation homework, and Song Yimo glanced at the computer, her words trailing off. Miao Jun had no intention of imposing overly strict restrictions. He managed the time himself, allowing the computer to be used for no more than 4 hours, with the same limit for homework. The remaining time should be devoted to ample rest and nourishment. After all, how could one endure a whole semester without gaining a few pounds during the holiday? Understood, Dad, Miao's father replied. Zhai Muyang merely listened, refraining from interjecting. He acknowledged that Miao Jun and He were the only two, besides his grandmother, who could discipline Yimo in his presence. Miao Jun's upright and meticulous nature might render him vulnerable in society, yet it proved to be the most effective approach to parenting. The character that Yimo had developed was largely influenced by Miao Jun, and should she achieve success in the future, he would be chiefly credited. When he entered carrying a basin, she found Miao Jun standing there with his hands clasped behind his back, immediately realizing he was once again assuming the role of a parent. She promptly complained, "Can't you show a bit of understanding? Yimo is still unwell." "Exactly, Dad. Yimo is a patient," chimed in Miao Zhao, her hands damp and oblivious to what she had just done. "Yimo, are you feeling unwell?" Song Yimo grasped her hand tightly and shook her head. Miao Jun, caught in a moment of parental crossfire, chose not to continue the discussion and exited. Zhai Muyang couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. He twisted a towel and placed it on Song Yimo's forehead, then turned to Zhai Muyang. "You haven't eaten anything all morning. You should go eat something." Only upon hearing this did Zhai Muyang realize his hunger. "You haven't eaten? Hurry along." As Song Yimo raised her upper body, the towel slipped down, covering her eyes. He picked up the towel and wrung it out again. "Don't move. I'll bring in food for us to share." Song Yimo wanted to protest that she wasn't hungry at all and felt a bit nauseous, but in the end, she nodded. Miao Zhuo had always felt somewhat intimidated by Zhai Muyang. Once he left, she leaned in and pinched Yimo's face. "You idiot. Why didn't you tell me that marrow extraction is such a dangerous procedure? I would have known if I hadn't looked it up on my dad's computer. The probability is low. Even if it's low, it still exists. How can you be so certain it won't happen to you?" As she spoke, Miao Zhuo's voice rose, but she was silenced by a fierce glare from he. "If Aunt Song hears you, just wait till I get my hands on you." Yimo should never have undertaken such a perilous endeavor. They had worried for several days, and upon returning, she was indeed ill, just as the information indicated. Miao Zhuo found it difficult to contain her emotions. He harbored similar thoughts. How could she concern herself with someone as heartless as Song Yi, who had put her through such distress? Yet, gazing at Yimo, who was sweetly holding Zhuo's hand, she could not bring herself to chastise her further. "All right, Yimo has her reasons for her actions. I understand you're worried about her, but you can only make decisions for yourself. You cannot make them for others. Mom, you're still defending her. Just look at her. She's a mess." Song Yimo gently tugged at Miao Miao, expressing that it was already a gain for her not to have to sever their ties in a brutal manner like Neza. There was no need for anyone to pity her. Could she really agree? They had entered into a formal agreement, duly notarized, with Miao's mother as a witness. Miao Zhuo cast a glance at her mother, who nodded in affirmation. With gritted teeth, Miao Zhuo's expression was one of frustration, as if she wished to bite someone out of sheer indignation. How could one be so heartless? Therefore, Miao Miao, you must rise to become a high-ranking female officer and support me in the future. As if you need to tell me, Miao Zhuo retorted, her anger still simmering as she shot a glare in her direction. "Just wait and see. I will surely don that uniform." After listening at the door for a while, Zhai Muyang finally stepped inside. Chapter 86. The first year, the breakfast at the Song household consists of a thick, hearty porridge. Although Song Yimo has forbidden her grandmother from consuming pickled vegetables, the elderly matriarch is aware of her granddaughter and Mu Yang's fondness for them, thus preparing a generous amount this year. Zhai Muyang serves Yimo only half a bowl of porridge, garnished with a few slices of appetizing pickled radish skin and cucumber. Knowing her appetite is lacking, he urges her to eat lightly, as she cannot take her medicine on an empty stomach. Miao Zhuo quickly approaches to help Yimo sit up against the headboard. Indeed, Song Yimo is reluctant to eat, yet she has never been adept at rejecting the kindness of others. Consequently, she accepts the bowl and takes a spoonful, observing her slow pace. Zhai Muyang feels reassured that she is at least consuming some nourishment and hastily finishes his own bowl. "Montak, Montak," Miao Zhuo suddenly exclaims, having been pushed aside. "Ugh." Song Yimo leans over the edge of the bed and expels the few bites of porridge she had just ingested. Zhai Muyang tosses the bowl aside, sitting at the edge of the bed and gently patting Yimo's back as he raises his head to call out, "Auntie, I must trouble you." I know. I'm coming," Auntie replies. "Zhuo, step aside and fetch Yimo some water, adding a pinch of salt, but don't overdo it." The two women rush out of the room, while several others, alerted by the commotion, step back, saying, You all should wait outside. The room is small, and we cannot move about freely. Meow June, please keep an eye on Aunt Song. Don't worry about me. You all go on. I won't be in the way. Aunt Song clenches her hands tightly, her veins bulging, and with Meow June's support, she makes her way to the sofa. Seeing the elderly woman sway as she walks, Meow June feels a deep ache in his heart. The bond between these two, the old and the young, has endured for so many years. They can empathize with each other's pains. How could Song Yi bear this? Having eaten little the previous day, Song Yimo does not expel much, and now she is merely retching up clear water. He enters with a basin of water to clean her soiled hands and the bed's edge, her heart aching at Yimo's distress, her eyes reddened. What are we to do? Perhaps a visit to the hospital would be prudent. Zhai Muyang concurs, believing that a checkup would offer peace of mind. No need to go, Song Yimo murmurs, resting her head on her arm, suppressing the urge to vomit. This is a symptom that may arise after a bone marrow extraction. My illness exacerbates my reactions. There is no miracle cure that can remedy me instantly. But this way, vomiting actually brings some relief, Song Yimo interjects, her brow furrowed, clearly in distress. I want to force myself. It genuinely feels better to expel it. Just as he prepares to argue further, Zhai Muyang gently shakes his head, twisting a towel from the bedside to dab her mouth and face tenderly. Listen to your body. We want to go, but if you feel worse, you must speak up. Song Yimo half opens her eyes, offering a faint smile. Meow Zhuo approaches with a cup, intending to offer Yimo a sip, but the cup is snatched away. Zhai Muyang helps prop Yimo up, bringing the cup to her lips. Gargle. Song Yimo feels entirely weak. Even the simple act of spitting out water seems laborious. Ultimately, she relies on Zhai Muyang's arm for support to manage the task. He tidied up and emerged with a basin in hand, glancing at the trio seated on the sofa with a slight shake of her head, indicating that they should refrain from entering for the time being, as Yimo needed to rest and would have to force herself to speak otherwise. Indeed, let her rest well. I shall not intrude, old Madame Song remarked, half rising before settling back down, nodding repeatedly. Granny Meow, catching her daughter-in-law's glance, noticed the worried expression on her old friend's face and interjected, Chunxiang, you've been through quite a bit this morning. Why not return to your room and lie down for a while? Do not fret about Yimo. Muyang is here, and we want to be leaving for the time being. We'll have lunch right here. Old Madame Song patted her hand gently, but struggled to rise. Prompting Miao Yun to assist here. How fortunate it is to have you all here, otherwise. With a sigh, old Madame Song shook her head. I shall retreat to my room. You need not worry about me. I am not so easily brought down. Not allowing Granny Meow to accompany her, she closed the door behind her and made her way to the telephone, dialing the number she knew by heart. As soon as the call connected, she launched into her inquiry without waiting for a response. Song Yi, tell me honestly, what on earth is going on with Yimo? What is it? Just a bit of bone marrow extraction? Song Yi responded. Is it truly that simple? If it were, would she have returned looking so frail? She came back running a fever, unable to keep food down, nearly unrecognizable. Song Yi's tone faltered for a moment before she reassured Mom. The doctor mentioned there might be some initial reactions, but with time, she will be fine. You needn't overreact. Overreact? Aunt Song exclaimed, both furious and resentful, her breath coming in quick gasps. How could the heavens not strike you down with a bolt of lightning? Had I known Yimo would suffer so greatly, I would rather your son perish than allow her to undergo a marrow extraction. Song Yi, I know you have little regard for this family, and you care not for me as your mother or for Yimo as your daughter. So be it. From this day forth, you are no daughter of the Song family. Live in wealth as you wish. I shall not accept even a morsel from you. Should you meet your end somewhere, do not call upon Yimo to retrieve your remains. Our bond is severed henceforth. With a forceful slam, she ended the call and collapsed onto the bed, clutching her chest, her breaths coming in harsh gasps. She could not afford to be angry. She was growing old and could not withstand such turmoil. Old Madame Song struggled to console herself. With Yimo already ill, if she succumbed as well, it would only burden Yimo further, hindering her recovery. Yes, she needed to remain strong. Only by doing so could she care for Yimo. Indeed, she still had to prepare medicine for Yimo daily. If her anger led to her demise, Song Yi would not bat an eye, and that would be utterly futile. With determination, old Madame Song propped herself up and took several deep breaths, allowing her tumultuous emotions to settle, and her racing heart began to ease. During the first new year after Yimo's return, she nearly drifted into slumber. Old Madame Song declined the Miao family's invitation to celebrate together and instead prepared a lavish spread with Zhai Muyang. Although they barely touched the food, each dish was imbued with auspicious significance. They all hoped for a year of peace ahead, especially for Yimo, wishing her to endure no more suffering. During the New Year's vigil, Zhai Muyang held the sleeping Yimo in his arms as they watched the spring festival gala from the sofa. Nestled by the warmth of a crackling fireplace, enveloped in a cozy blanket, I occasionally exchanged words with my grandmother, listening to the not-so-hilarious comedic skits. Yet, for the first time, my heart felt a profound sense of tranquility, as if I had finally found a place to belong. As midnight approached, the distant sound of firecrackers began to resonate. Song Yimo stirred from her slumber, lifting her gaze to her elder brother, momentarily disoriented and unsure of the time. Zhai Muyang leaned down affectionately, brushing his forehead against hers, and said, "Yimo, Happy New Year! May the coming year bless you with good health." Instinctively, she reciprocated his well wishes, and just then, the cacophony of firecrackers erupted outside. It was midnight. A new year had commenced. The thunderous sounds of fireworks filled the air, and Song Yimo thought to herself that her most challenging times had finally come to an end. Chapter 87. The Song family had only a handful of relatives, and their interactions were infrequent. In previous years, Song Yimo would visit during the third or fourth day of the Lunar New Year to pay her respects, but this year, due to her illness, Grandma Song merely made a phone call to each family as a formality. As for Song Ji, no one expected him to return. In years past, Grandma Song would remember him during ancestor worship, but this year his granddaughter's illness eclipsed his presence from her mind. However, while they had forgotten him, he unexpectedly returned with his family in tow. Upon seeing Zhai Muyang, Song Ji was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "Mom, isn't it a tad premature to be finding a partner for Yimo now?" Grandma Song maintained a stern expression. "If you've come to vex me, you might as well leave while the door is still open." "Mom, what are you saying? Am I wrong to come back?" Song Ji paid little heed to his mother's displeasure and turned to his wife and children, who were lingering at the door. "Come in. Why are you standing there in the cold?" His wife, Yimo, petite and graceful, always wore a smile that hinted at her pride with a slight lift of her chin. Hearing Song Ji, she entered with the children and gently addressed Grandma Song. "Mom, please don't take it to heart. He has that stubborn temperament." "Jingjing, Zixin, don't forget to greet your grandmother." The siblings dutifully called out Grandma. Though Grandma Song lacked worldly experience, having lived for decades allowed her to discern whether someone held affection for her and if they were willing to show filial piety. Her daughter-in-law, while genuinely dutiful, seemed only inclined to honor her own parents. After the first year of marriage, Yimo consistently returned to her family for the new year. Song Ji felt increasingly like an unwelcome guest in his own home. Observing her unfamiliar grandchildren, Grandma Song felt a pang of bitterness. She had missed the opportunity to hold them when they were young, and as they grew older, their encounters became scarce, leaving her estranged from them. She too was. With a soft smile, she withdrew 2 red envelopes from the pocket of her new down jacket. "I'm not sure what you like, but take these and buy something you enjoy." The siblings accepted the envelopes without hesitation. "Mom, you've spent too much again." Grandma Song did not invite them to sit, but instead focused on adjusting her sleeves, replying, "It's not often I get the chance to give. It won't amount to much." Her words left Yimo momentarily speechless, prompting a smile without further comment. "So, are we not supposed to be here today?" Song Ji, feeling displeased, noticed his niece, Anren, sitting quietly without any intent to greet, which ignited his irritation. Forgetting his original purpose, he snapped, "Song Yimo, have you lost your voice? Can't even call out to anyone?" Zhai Muyang frowned, his eyes cold. "Mr. Song, did you forget to rinse your mouth before leaving the house?" Song Ji recognized that this man was not one to suffer insults silently, and thus, he chose not to provoke him further. Instead, He turned his attention back to Grandma Song. Mom, I still carry the Song surname, don't I? Are you trying to keep me from entering? Fine, it's simple. I am the only son of the Song family, and I have a rightful claim to half of this house, don't I? I do not wish for you to share half with me. I merely require the property certificate to proceed with a mortgage. After that, I shall not trouble you any further. I understand now. It was indeed for the property certificate that you returned. Old Lady Song nodded, casting a glance at Yume. This was your idea, wasn't it? Yume remained silent, neither confirming nor denying, her demeanor tacitly accepting the implication. Such bullying is executed with an air of refinement. Do not even think about it. I will not grant you that. Song Ji stepped forward, but Zhai Mu Yang rose, his towering stature dissuading him from advancing further. Mother, I do not desire this house. I merely need the property certificate to handle a matter, and I shall return it to you afterward. I do not trust a single word you say. If I hand over the property certificate to you, I fear that both I and Yimo will be left without a place to reside. Old Lady Song's tone was nonchalant. You need not threaten me with your intentions of supporting me in my old age. I know you too well. When have you ever contemplated providing for me? Not now, nor even 5 or 8 years ago could I have entertained such a notion. Song Ji's complexion shifted from pale to crimson, then to ashen, as he pointed an accusatory finger at Song Yimo, raising his voice. Do you truly think she is reliable? She is the daughter of Song Yi. Her current amiability stems from her dependence on you. Once she matures and no longer requires your support, she shall become the next Song Yi. At that point, do not expect her to care for you. You may not even get to see her. Song Yimo, cocooned comfortably in her blanket, merely exposed her face. And instead of reacting with anger, she offered a smile. Both Song Liang and Song Zxin regarded her with curiosity. Rest assured, if that day ever arrives, I will not trouble you. Old Lady Song met Yimo's gaze and smiled reassuringly. Grandmother trusts you. In a fit of rage, Song Ji contemplated breaking something, but Yume tugged gently at his sleeve from behind, her tone softening the atmosphere. Mother, we were in the wrong before. Yume, there is no need to utter such words. They are insincere, and I find them equally distressing. Old Lady Song interrupted her. It takes but 10 days to discern whether a person possesses sincerity. We have been in this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship for many years. How many times have you called me mother or visited me? I can count them on my fingers, and there is no need for pretense. Yume's smile began to falter. She had never anticipated that the previously reticent old woman would suddenly become so articulate. Who had bestowed her with such confidence? Her gaze fell upon the half-squinted eyes of Song Yimo, who had previously regarded them with animosity, as if they were adversaries. This time, however, she paid them no mind, as though she had matured overnight, no longer concerned with their opinions. Something felt amiss. And then there was this imposing man. She understood the dynamics between the grandmother and granddaughter all too well. How could she possibly be acquainted with such a man? They had even gathered together for the new year. What was the nature of their relationship now? Had she known this day would come, she would not have been so resolute in her previous actions. A little accommodation would have sufficed. Yume furrowed her brow, lowering her gaze and lapsing into silence. Songji disregarded the mother who raised him, yet he was renowned for his kindness towards his wife. Upon witnessing his wife being insulted, he instantly erupted in fury. Mother, Maisie not only has to care for 2 children, but also manage her job. You only have eyes for Song Yimo. And not only do you refuse to help, but you also blame her? On what grounds do you accuse her? Song Yimo opened her eyes, propping herself up slightly, her voice weak and clearly laced with illness. Elder brother, they are exceedingly loud. Please assist in expelling them. For those unwilling to leave on their own, lend a helping hand. Song Yimo, how dare you? With a slight twist of her lips, Song Yimo leaned against her grandmother, her hand beneath the quilt searching for and clasping her grandmother's hand, closing her eyes and falling silent. Chapter 88. Song Ji shock. She certainly dared. If she were a man, possessing the strength, she would have acted long ago. But she was merely a petite woman, and thus, every time Song Ji behaved inappropriately, she could only seethe in anger, unable to truly protect her grandmother. Even in her mind, she envisioned dismantling Song Ji piece by piece, yet in reality, she was powerless. Now, however, circumstances had changed. She had a brother. This brother was strong, capable, more than sufficient to handle someone like Song Ji. Finally, after years of pent-up frustration, she felt emboldened. Why should she hesitate? Zhai Muyang stepped forward without uttering a word, closing the distance to Song Ji to merely an arm's length. His gaze, descending from above, conveyed everything. Song Ji had always been aware of his own weight. He had played the submissive role outside before, but within the Song family, he had always come and gone as he pleased, doing as he wished. This was the first time he faced such treatment, leaving him momentarily dazed with anger. This is my home. How dare you, an outsider, attempt to drive me away? Song Yimo, do you believe I could cast you out, rendering you an orphan? Grandmother Song seized a teacup from the coffee table and hurled it at Song Ji, who failed to evade, drenching himself in tea. An orphan? Trembling, Grandmother Song rose unsteadily, while Song Yimo mustered her strength to support her, gently soothing her back. Song Ji, you intend to make Yimo an orphan? How do you plan to achieve that? By giving me a heart attack? Unfazed, Song Ji retorted with a cold laugh. I'm the sole son of the Song family. It rightfully belongs to me. If I were to harden my heart and expel both you and her, this house would still be mine. With a resounding slap, Yimo stepped forward, contemplating but ultimately refraining from intervening. Song Ji, incredulous, touched his own cheek. Had he just been struck by that elderly woman he had always looked down upon? Speaking such words in front of the children, was he attempting to teach them to emulate his behavior? For a fleeting moment, Song Ji panicked, instinctively glancing back to find his children's eyes filled with surprise, mingled with a dispassionate indifference that unmistakably conveyed their detachment from the situation. This was not right. Song Ji had attended university. After years of navigating society, he was not without insight. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. His daughter was 12, his son 8, an age where children half understood the world yet remained true to their feelings. Especially Liang, as a girl, was expected to empathize with the weak. Such compassion was typical for someone her age. Even if she stood by her father's side, her expression should not reflect this disinterest, this sense of detachment from the unfolding drama. As for Zixin, he appeared to be merely an observer, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. Concepts of respect for the elderly and decorum were entirely absent. What was happening? Song Ji turned to his wife, who indeed showed concern for him. Yet it seemed to terminate there. He swallowed hard, pondering where the fault lay within their family. Song Ji, for the sake of the years I spent raising you, do not return. Let us pretend I never bore you, and you may consider yourself as having sprung forth from a stone. Grandmother Song wore an expression of indifference, likely having long since been disillusioned and devoid of hope for Song Ji, which rendered her surprisingly untroubled by the present circumstances. She then turned her gaze towards her daughter-in-law, Yimo, and implored her to raise their children well, lest they suffer a fate akin to her own. Song Yimo had never witnessed her typically cheerful aunt wear such a dark expression. Mother, I acknowledge my shortcomings over the years, but you cannot curse me so. Regardless of their faults, they are still your grandchildren. Can you not wish for their well-being? Grandmother Song wearily waved her hand, her frail body seemingly on the verge of collapse. Concerned for her ailing granddaughter, she shifted a couple of steps and leaned against the sofa. If you wish to think that way, then so be it. Let me be clear. Not a single cent will I bequeath to you, nor shall I expect you to care for me in my old age. Consider it settled indeed. Gradually, she maneuvered back to the sofa, her gaze no longer resting upon the family of four. Yume's expression shifted, for although she had never intended to reside in this house, she had never imagined it would fall into someone else's hands. Xinghu County, adjacent to Mang City, might one day flourish. Why should it be left to languish in her hands instead of being utilized? The house, aged yet conveniently located near the main street, could yield a substantial sum if requisitioned. It simply could not be allowed to vanish without consequence. With her long hair swept behind her ears, Yimo donned a smile once more, her voice regaining the gentle tone she had when entering. Mother, consider what you say. You bore Song Ji. How can this be considered equitable? Yimo, Grandmother Song interjected, this is not our first day as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. I have no desire to listen to such flattery. Return home. Mother, what more was there to say? She was resolutely determined to lean on her granddaughter. Song Ji's gaze wandered, surveying the living room that had remained largely unchanged over the years. And for a moment, he found himself unable to sulk as he usually would. This was the place of his birth and upbringing, where countless memories of his childhood and youth were intertwined with the house. He held disdain for his inept parents. It was only during those years spent with them that he felt a sense of belonging. As one matures, as thoughts become multifaceted, he had departed from one home to establish another, transitioning overnight from the sheltered youngest son to the pillar upon which others relied. What had initially been sweet acceptance gradually morphed into an insurmountable pressure. In the presence of Yimo, he could not express his anger. And when it came to his children, there was no question. They were his heart and soul. Innately, people understand whom they can exploit. In front of weak and submissive parents, he acted without restraint, misbehaving and asserting dominance. When his misdeeds were met with tolerance and forgiveness, he began to take it for granted. Until this very moment, Song Ji could not suppress the thought, would Xin, in the future, treat him as he had treated his own parents? Would Liang, upon stepping out of the house, simply disappear like Song Yi? He could not muster the confidence to assert otherwise. Previously, he had never considered this angle, and thus felt no trepidation. Now, even the briefest reflection sent a shiver through him. Liang was sweet-tongued, smiling at everyone, capable of charming anyone into compliance. Yet whenever she was particularly eager to please, it was invariably for a purpose of her own. In everyday life, he merely smiles, and apart from that smile, he cannot recall anything else. Upon reflection, he behaves similarly in front of May, and he presents the same demeanor before his younger brother as he does with others. Although he appears to exude a warm, approachable aura, in truth, he has never given an inch. As for Xin, Song Ji's gaze fell upon the cabinet. He remembered that it once held a family portrait taken many years ago when Song Yi was still at home. He was engrossed in his studies, and their father was still alive. That was the only family portrait they possessed. He wondered if it had been broken, discarded, or perhaps stored away by his mother. He thought to himself that he must not meet the same fate as his father. Chapter 89. The matter is settled. The departure of the Song family was unexpectedly tranquil. Far more so than Song Yimo had anticipated. She had braced herself for a dramatic expulsion, hoping that the embarrassment it would bring would compel them to leave. Grandma, do not be disheartened. You have me. Song Yimo gently leaned against her grandmother's shoulder. With her meager salary, it was a struggle to make ends meet, and she whispered conspiratorially in her grandmother's ear, "My monthly earnings surpass my brother's annual salary, or rather, it could be likened to 2 years' worth." Grandma patted her head, chuckling softly. In the future, it will be Song Yi who comes to regret this. Nevertheless, you must remember our ancestral wisdom. We must not flaunt our wealth. Do not disclose our fortunes to anyone, not even to your grandmother. Grandma, as long as you know I have a secure future ahead, that is enough. At that moment, Yimo emerged from the kitchen, prompting the two to fall silent. He affectionately patted his granddaughter's hand and assisted Grandma to her feet. "I will rest for a while. You two continue your discussion. Do not let Song Ji dampen your spirits." Song Yimo acquiesced, watching as her grandmother retreated to her room. Then she sank back into her blankets, burying herself within. She truly could not fathom why some individuals, despite committing such heartless deeds, could remain so brazenly self-assured. After exiting Grandma's room, Yimo settled beside Yimo, enveloping her in his arms along with the blankets. Freeing her head to sip the perfectly cooled boiled water he offered her, she obediently drank most of the cup. "Are you worried about Grandma?" Song Yimo shook her head. After years of enduring them, Grandma has long been mentally prepared. Though saddened, it won't break her spirit. It's just disheartening to have such disturbances during festive seasons. The truly tedious ones are they. He patted the bundled figure in the blankets. "After the new year, I intend to send someone to discuss development matters in Xinghu County. Once it is developed into a tourist destination, property prices will undoubtedly soar, and Song Ji will be even less inclined to relinquish this house." Instantly, Song Yimo straightened. "Is it settled then?" Practically so, Chai Muyang smiled. Xinghu County boasts favorable geographical conditions and splendid scenery. The results of the soil and water tests have also arrived. You cannot imagine the exceptional quality of the water you drink daily. Of course I know. A satisfied smile graced Song Yimo's lips. She was aware that the water from Xinghu County had gained considerable fame, with mineral water companies establishing factories here, distributing their products nationwide with great success. Zhai Muyang's smile deepened at her expression. Xinghu County is a treasure. It is only a matter of time before others recognize the opportunities it presents. I have seized the initiative, and in the future, anyone wishing to partake in the profits will have to follow my lead. Beyond the evident advantages, I stand to gain even more in the shadows. One could argue that all my gains stem from your advice. How could I not grant you a 30% stake? At this mention, a sigh escaped Song Yimo. The prospect of those two 30% combined was indeed daunting. If in the future she were to reside upon the Golden Mountain, then, Yimo, my elder brother understands your concerns. Here is the deal. As long as you sign that contract, you need not worry about future matters. The returns from these two projects are unlikely to materialize in the short term, so there is no need for you to fret. Perhaps I might even take a bold step and absorb your share. If that were to happen, it would indeed be for the best. Song Yimo absent-mindedly nudged her brother's shoulder. I will sign it. As for how to manage things moving forward, that is for you to figure out. There is no need for you to consult me. The shareholding contract is with you, as it is too hot to handle for me. Reflecting on the various shortcomings of the tourist site, Song Yimo added, I will take some time to jot down a few thoughts for you. While they may seem trivial from a businessman's perspective, they are pivotal for a visitor deciding whether to return. All right, take your time. There is no rush. Developing a tourist site is not a swift endeavor. Zhai Muyang observed her, but continued, what I intend to convey is a reminder. When property prices soar, Song Ji will undoubtedly covet this house even more. You are not one to desire contention. What will you do then? Will you truly relinquish it to him? I do not wish to contend with others, yet I also do not want to hand it over to someone I dislike, Song Yimo retorted lightly. Rest assured, brother, I have already made plans in my heart. Zhai Muyang refrained from pressing further, leaning over to take dried longan from the table and feed it to her. On the fourth day of the new year, Miao Jun and He specifically set aside this day to accompany the two to the Ning'an clinic. After Chen Feng took her pulse, he nodded, indicating that she had been diligent in her recuperation. Continue with your efforts. I will prescribe another remedy for you. Traditional Chinese medicine may take time to show results, but it addresses the root of the issue. Remember to persist in your consumption. Understood. Thank you, Dr. Chen. Chen Feng, having read extensively, possessed an innate impatience for convoluted matters but held a natural affinity for the scholarly. With her aura of calmness and intellect, Song Yimo instantly captured his favor, and he treated her with greater kindness than others. Your foundation is weak, which is not ideal, yet due to the limited medication previously, you have developed no resistance to the medicine, and thus the effects are surprisingly favorable. Since you are still young, it is beneficial for you to nurture your health further. Therefore, regardless of how bitter the medicine may be, you must consume it all. Not a single drop should be wasted. Song Yimo obediently agreed, further endearing herself to Chen Feng. While waiting for her medicine, he approached the counter to inquire, Dr. Chen, is Yimo all right? Chen Feng glanced at the prescription, opening a drawer behind him. I have seen individuals undergo bone marrow extraction, yet none exhibited symptoms as severe as hers. I suspect she endured considerable hardship during the procedure. He was unaware of this and turned to Miao Jun. He nodded. Yimo reacted strongly to the mobilization agent. After 3 days of treatment, she experienced pain for the entire duration, and it took 2 days of rest before she began to recover. I thought as much. That explains why Yimo has lost so much weight, he exclaimed, glaring at Miao Jun. Why didn't you inform me? What good would it have done to tell you? Would you have rushed to Y City to quarrel or fight with Song Yi? Miao Yun gazed at Dokta Chen Feng and implored, I kindly ask you to devote extra care to Yimo's well-being. Although she has grown up alongside us, she often worries about being a burden. When discomfort arises, she likely endures it in silence, unaware to us. This opportunity allows us to ensure she receives proper nurturing for her health. I will remain attentive. Chen Feng, being a local resident and not far from the Song family, had some knowledge of their circumstances. However, it was their first encounter, and he was taken aback by the serene disposition of a child raised in such a household. She bore no resentment or anger, nor did she harbor grievances within. Instead, she simply lived her own life and followed her own path, truly rare to find. Chapter 90. The visit of Yushi. The winter in Xinghu County is brief. During mild winters, it often feels rather temperate. However, this year, Song Yimo found it to be the coldest winter yet. Shivering as she stepped out of the car, she longed to curl up into a ball. Despite the sun shining brightly above, no warmth could be felt. Zhai Muyang quickly exited the vehicle, shedding his coat to wrap around her, urging her to move along swiftly. The distance was not long, and rather than dawdle, they opted to hasten their steps. "Grandma, we're back," Song Yimo called out, pulling her elder brother inside and draping his coat over him. Grandma Song's voice was laced with warmth. "Yimo, your classmate has been waiting for you." Turning her gaze, Song Yimo spotted Yushi. Rising to his feet, he greeted her. "Happy New Year." "Happy New Year," she replied, closing the door behind her. Approaching the sofa, she recalled her promise made during the holiday. Yushi observed her intently. "I heard from Grandma that you were unwell and just returned from the doctor. How do you feel now?" Zhai Muyang raised the traditional Chinese medicine in his hand as he walked toward the dining table. The doctor advised continued rest. "Yimo, why don't you change out of your outerwear first?" Obediently, Song Yimo headed inside, but paused, feeling it might be inappropriate. She turned back, saying, "Yushi, you should sit down. Wearing this coat while warming by the fire will keep you warm." Yushi nodded with a smile. Zhai Muyang placed the coat on the armrest of the sofa and sat beside Grandma, glancing at Yushi, who he had met previously. "Yimo has endured quite a bit this holiday, and I'm hesitant to let her go out and play. I hope you understand." Though Yushi felt a pang of disappointment, he was reasonable enough to recognize that recovery was paramount. "Thank you for your understanding," he replied, looking at the man across from him. Dressed in exquisite attire, the limited edition Swedish watch he wore was one of only 100 in existence, priced in the six figures. In contrast to the antiquated surroundings, he seemed out of place, yet his demeanor was remarkably composed. His grandfather had taught him that a person's capabilities are not determined by their profession or income, but rather by their ability to navigate different situations with humility and grace. Today, he felt he had encountered such a person. Grandma Song shifted closer to Zhai Muyang. "Muyang, please tell me honestly, what did the doctor say about Yimo's condition?" "Rest assured, Grandma, I haven't concealed anything from you. Yimo simply needs a period of quiet recuperation. However, she will need to take Chinese medicine daily, which may be a bit burdensome for you." "That is nothing to worry about," Grandma replied, her expression brightening with relief. "You and Yimo always treat me like a patient, thinking I can't manage anything. You forget who raised Yimo. Even after surgery, I would have recovered long ago." Song Yimo emerged, clad in a somewhat worn but cozy cotton jacket. As she slipped her arms into the sleeves, she said, "It's almost 11. Yushi, why don't you stay for dinner? I'll prepare something." Upon checking the time, Yushi realized it was indeed late, and quickly stood up, saying, "I must accompany my father for lunch. It's with people close to the family, so I cannot decline." Song Yimo brushed her hair, nodding in acknowledgement. Yushi anticipated that Song Yimo would utter something, thus he stood there waiting. Conversely, Song Yimo expected Yushi to exchange polite farewells, and they both remained silent, standing face to face, creating an oddly strained atmosphere. Zhai Muyang leaned on the armrest of the sofa with his left hand propping up his head, observing them with a faint smile, showing no intention of alleviating the tension. Having experienced various social situations, Yushi, for the first time, found himself flustered by his feelings for someone, particularly in the presence of the person he admired and her brother. After an initial moment of uncertainty, he quickly regained his composure, unwilling to suppress the peculiar emotions stirring within him, his heart racing uncontrollably. "Take care of yourself. We shall meet again when school resumes," he said. "Thank you." As the atmosphere shifted, Song Yimo exhaled in relief, smiling as she walked towards the door. "Wait a moment." Zhai Muyang finally stood up, retrieving a beautifully wrapped gift box from the television cabinet. One cannot return empty-handed during the new year. After all, one does not enter without a gift. He handed the box over with a subtle smile, inquiring about her family. Yushi graciously accepted it, expressing his gratitude, demonstrating a maturity that was evidently well cultivated. Song Yimo escorted him to the door, and as Yushi turned back, he remarked, "It's cold outside. You needn't come out. Focus on your recovery. You've truly lost quite a bit of weight." Touching her face, Song Yimo nodded, replying, "Thank you." Yushi wished to say more, but upon seeing Yimo's brother approaching, he swallowed his words. "Goodbye," he said as he departed. Jai Muyang reached out and closed the door, wrapping an arm around Yimo's shoulders as they returned inside. He considered Yushi perceptive. Had he shown such concern for her well-being, it would have been inappropriate to suggest outings. It was said that Yushi had already begun to involve himself in family affairs, certainly not lacking in social awareness. As Song Yimo made her way to the kitchen, she announced, "I will prepare dinner." "What dish are you making?" "I'll wash the ingredients." For the past few days, Jai Muyang had been responsible for washing the vegetables, reluctant to let the elderly and the younger members of the household get their hands in cold water. He opted to do it himself. Despite the chilling water, he felt content, evident in the way Yimo treated him as one of her own. Before long, it was the 8th day of the new year. Jai Muyang turned off his phone, dismissing all concerns, as he could only afford to stay until that day. Like every elder seeing off family members, Song's grandmother wiped her tears while incessantly advising him, to which Jai Muyang nodded in agreement. As Song Yimo checked the items in the trunk, ensuring nothing was left behind before closing the hatch, she exclaimed, "Grandma, my brother is going to miss his flight." "What?" "He cannot miss it. It is essential to have a smooth departure during the new year. It ensures a prosperous year ahead. Muyang, Grandma will not keep you. Travel safely." As she spoke, Song's grandmother gently urged him towards the car. Jai Muyang settled into the driver's seat, assuring her, "Grandma, I have a project here this year and will visit often. Once the weather improves, I will take you and Yimo to S City for a trip." Song's grandmother smiled, her eyes crinkling with joy. "Oh, that sounds wonderful. Do come back often." Song Yimo approached and closed the car door, urging him to leave quickly. "There will be many people out on the 8th. The road's 1 TB as smooth as usual. Don't miss your flight." "I understand," Jai Muyang replied with a smile, tilting his head to look at her. "Remember to take your medicine daily. Don't overexert yourself. And call me if you need anything." All right. This was not the first time Song Yimo had seen Jai Muyang off, but it was the first time her emotions felt so profoundly different. This time, she was bidding farewell to a brother who had earned her acknowledgement. During those agonizing days when she suffered the most, he had been by her side, caring for her with unwavering attention. This year had also been the most stable for her since her grandfather's passing. Despite her physical discomfort, her heart found solace. Having a brother truly was a blessing. Chapter 91. The beginning of the Miao family on the 11th day of the first month. Miao Jun took 2 individuals to school registration. Miao Zhuo's grandmother had fallen ill, and she spent half of her holiday with her. In the car, she clung to people incessantly, nearly driven to madness by a group of small children. Thankfully, it was a tea summer vacation. This was the first time I found myself eagerly anticipating the start of school. Song Yimo handed her an orange, inquiring, "Is Grandma feeling any better?" Miao Zhuo shook her head, replying that it was still the same. According to her uncle, they planned to take Grandma to a larger hospital for an examination. Miao Jun glanced at them through the rearview mirror and asked if they had mentioned when they would go. Perhaps after the holiday, but, Miao Zhuo leaned against Emomo's shoulder, her voice lowered. I overheard my aunt and uncle arguing. They said they don't have much extra money, and the hospital is a bottomless pit, money thrown and makes no sound. She added, "Dad, I think Grandma knows too." When my uncle told her, she said she didn't want to go. Miao Jun remained silent, his expression darkening. Song Yimo discreetly pinched Miao Zhuo's hand to silence her, shaking her head slightly. It took over an hour to pay fees and collect books at school. On the way back, Song Yimo asked Miao Jun to stop the car briefly in front of the bank, entering alone. As expected, this month's earnings surpassed last month as significantly, more than she had anticipated. "Dad, I'm not in a rush to go home." Miao Jun exchanged a knowing glance with her and drove straight back home. He had gone to work, and Miao Grandma was nowhere to be found. The house was empty. Meow meow, go study for a bit. I need to talk to your dad. It wouldn't tea hurt for her to listen and learn. Meow June settled on the sofa. Draw. Pour some tea. Okay. Song Yimo took a seat across from Meow June, lowering her voice. Dad, Meow meow and I are friends about the money matter. Are you worried she'd overthink it if she knew the family borrowed your money? Yes. Meow June leaned back, a slight smile gracing his face. Despite his professional failures, he held great confidence in the two children he had raised. If Jiruo can't handle this, there is no need for her to be friends with you. Dad, Meow Zhao, just emerging, overheard and shouted anxiously. I'm her biological daughter, right? Meow June ignored her, continuing to focus on Song Yimo. Our family cannot afford to raise a princess. As a member of this family, she should know these matters. I have no intention of hiding them from her. Song Yimo refrained from further comment, pulling the pouting Meow Meow beside her, signaling her to remain silent. Placing the bank book on the coffee table, she looked up and said, Dad, I have 150,000. Upon seeing the expression on Yimo's face when she exited the bank, Meow June had already formed an understanding. Yet hearing her speak the amount stunned him. In just a few months, at Yimo's age, earning 150,000 was no small feat. Even 5,000 would be commendable. Yet, she had matter-of-factly earned that sum without neglecting her studies. Meow Jiruo's eyes widened in disbelief. Montak, did you really earn 150,000? Yes. Before Meow Jiruo could express more opinions, Meow June interjected, I conducted extensive research last year, and what you mentioned indeed holds significant market potential. However, the investment is rather substantial. In our country, there is a prevailing trend of following the crowd. Whatever seems profitable, everyone rushes to engage in it. It's possible that by the time we break even, such establishments may already be ubiquitous. Have you considered this? It is impossible to entirely eliminate this phenomenon. To secure a foothold, one must not only seize opportunities, but also focus on quality, ensuring fair pricing without shortchanging customers. People are not blind. They will naturally make informed choices. Song Yimo smiled at Meow Zhao, whose eyes were wide with surprise. This is a colossal market. It is unrealistic for one person to monopolize it. Therefore, establishing a solid reputation is essential, and over time, it will come down to who can endure the longest. Meow June was not surprised by Yimo's words. Her exceptional demeanor over the past few months suggested she had gained valuable insights, perhaps imparted by Mu Yang, or perhaps it was simply her own capability. The children of the impoverished often mature early, especially with such relatives. Yimo's precociousness was hardly astonishing. Meow's mother resigned from her job last year, but it will take about a week for her to hand over her responsibilities completely, Meow June informed. Song Yimo's eyes lit up, realizing that regardless of whether she could provide the necessary funds, Meow's father had already resolved to pursue this venture. Meow June nodded gently. Though I am inexperienced in business, as you said, honest individuals can engage in honest business and may not necessarily fail. Song Yimo nodded vigorously. Suddenly recalling something, she skillfully retrieved a piece of paper and a pen from the drawer of the coffee table and wrote down a phone number. This is my elder brother's number. He is in business. If you have questions, you can consult him. Noticing Miao Yun is his decision. Yimo smiled with a hint of pride. Rest assured, I have spoken to my brother. He mentioned you could reach out to him at any time. Miao Yun paused, then softened his expression, nodding at Song Yimo with gratitude unspoken, acknowledging, understood. I will not squander your goodwill. Yimo felt relieved. Meow June was a man of his word, and she believed he would remember her brother in times of need. Meow Dad, let me know when it is convenient. We should visit the bank to transfer the funds. Let us do it now. You have classes in 2 days, so we shouldn't delay you. As soon as Meow June returned to his room, Meow Zhuo whispered, Yimo, are you truly going to lend so much money to my dad? Of course, if he needs it and I have sufficient funds. It would be unfair not to assist him, wouldn't it? That is not advisable. My father seemed to age several years in just the 2 days after losing his job. It was only after you and he discussed that idea that he regained his spirits. Zhuo sighed, leaning against Yimo's shoulder. From now on, I will work tirelessly to repay the debt. I merely wish to alleviate your burdens, which is why I didn't want you to see this matter. Meow meow. Do you remember what I said? I will handle the financial aspects. You just need to don that green military uniform and become a guardian of our homeland. Song Yimo spread her hand, placing it over Zhuo's, contrasting black and white, large and small. It is not necessary to aspire to hold a high position. Simply move forward, and wherever you arrive is where you are meant to be. Just keep in mind that when you find yourself in a certain role, you will undoubtedly excel beyond others. You will possess a greater sense of patriotism and will honor your military uniform more than anyone else. Song Yimo suddenly smiled, adding, "Of course, when the day comes that someone approaches me claiming connections, I will confidently retort, I have connections as well, and they are in the military." At that moment, you must not deflate my spirit. Miao Zhuo felt a pang in her nose, fearing that speaking would cause her to choke up, and nodded vigorously. Chapter 92. 16 years old as Miao Jun emerged from the room, he held a bank card and a piece of paper in his hand. Without needing to ponder, Song Yimo immediately recognized it as an IOU. She accepted it wordlessly, folding it neatly for safekeeping. "Be careful with it. Don't lose it. I want tea." Song Yimo rose to her feet, stating, "Let us go pick up Grandma. 150,000 is no trifling matter. The bank will require identification and the cardholder to be present." Miao Jun nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed time to inform Aunt Song. Once this matter was settled, over 30,000 remained in Song Yimo's account. Grandma Song did not inquire further. It was evident that she felt considerably lighter, particularly with regard to food and drink expenses. The 14th day of his second lunar month marked Song Yimo's birthday, coinciding perfectly with the month's holiday. Miao Jun and he paused their preparations at the Mongsher store to return, while Zhai Muyang hastened back from abroad, bringing with him an assortment of gifts piled high. "Nothing extravagant, just things you can use regularly," Zhai Muyang remarked, ruffling Yimo's hair, noting how much it had grown. Song Yimo touched her own hair, contemplating a haircut. Is it really that time-consuming? Not at all. Whether long or short, it still requires washing. Then don't cut it. Long hair is beautiful. Upon hearing her brother's preference, Song Yimo immediately discarded the idea of a haircut. "Brother, you bought too many things." She fondled a large doll that towered over her, unable to hide her delight. What little girl does not harbor a pink princess dream? Naturally, she had one too. In her childhood, she had often fantasized about her parents abandoning her, only to reappear one day, adorning her with a pink room filled with beloved dolls, puffy skirts, and a lace-covered princess bed draped in pink sheets. This was the most meager of her princess dreams, for she had never seen nor possessed such things, only catching fleeting whispers from others that she wove into her dreams. The dream that had eluded her in her past life was largely fulfilled by her brother, leaving only the princess bed unaccomplished. "I wasn't sure what you would like, so I consulted several colleagues at the company who have daughters and selected items based on their suggestions. Do you not like them?" With a gentle glance at the youthful skirts, dresses, shoes, and hairpins, Song Yimo softly replied, "I like them. It's priceless to see you happy. What is that little sum of money?" Zhai Muyang grinned, pinching her cheek with satisfaction. Miao Zhuo peeked in, calling Momo, "Brother Zhai, it's time to eat." Zhai Muyang waved her over. "Come here." Miao Zhiruo hopped into the room. Zhai Muyang handed her another unopened large bag, saying, "This is for you." Miao Zhiruo blinked, glancing at Momo. "Can I take it?" Song Yimo nodded. "It's my brother's gift. You can take it." And so, Miao Zhuo accepted it eagerly, almost wishing to open it immediately, had she not been aware that doing so in front of the gift giver was impolite. The bag was simply enormous. In the eyes of the older generation, grand celebrations for children's birthdays were frowned upon, as they believed it would diminish the child's fortune. Thus, today consisted merely of a few special dishes and a bowl of noodles enriched with 2 eggs. He placed the noodles in front of Song Yimo, saying, "I haven't taken much, so I must finish it all." "Very well," Grandma Song replied affectionately, her face radiating warmth. "I have no other wishes. Only that you remain in good health. Your well-being is paramount." "I will," he assured her. "Good, good. Eat up. The weather's making the food cold quickly." Currently, they were experiencing an unseasonably chilly spring, even colder than winter, and the Song family's firebox had yet to be put away. After their meal, they gathered around the firebox, warming themselves while engaging in conversation. The shop front had been decorated according to Yimo's suggestions, even though it was still bare and devoid of furnishings. It exuded an air of elegance. He smiled at Yimo, saying, "If you have any ideas in the future, feel free to share. Your mind is sharper than ours." "That's because I've had experience," Yimo replied, diverting the topic. "Meow Dad, how are the fruit supply negotiations progressing?" "It's all settled. We owe a debt of gratitude to Mu Yang. He introduced us to the right contacts. I've inspected the goods, and they are indeed excellent," Miao Jun said, clinking his teacup with Zhai Mu Yang's. "You worked hard." Zhai Mu Yang raised his cup in acknowledgement and took a sip. "He's a relative of a manager in my company, so you can trust that the goods will be genuine. However, you'll need to explore which fruit varieties to import on your own, even if he is accommodating. He is still a businessman who would prefer you to purchase all his stock without divulging what sells well or not. I'm prepared to pay my tuition in this learning process. I will manage it," Yimo replied confidently. Zhai Mu Yang nodded slightly and turned to Yimo. "The room still carries the scent of medicine. Are you continuing with the herbs? Is your health improving?" "What did Dr. Chen say?" His inquiry revealed his genuine concern. Wanted to hear Yimo's words directly. "I'm still taking them. Dr. Chen mentioned that I'm doing much better, but I need to continue the treatment for a while longer. If it's effective, you must persist," Zhai Mu Yang responded, nodding in satisfaction. "I will be staying here for a while longer." Song Yimo's expression brightened. "Does this mean that project has been?" "Yes, it has been confirmed. Next, I will be dealing with the government on this matter. It's a substantial project, and I must take the lead." Miao Jun caught on, asking, "Is the project in Xinghu County or Mang City?" "It's in Xinghu County." Knowing Yimo was close to the family, Zhai Mu Yang did not conceal his plans. "I intend to develop Xinghu County into a tourist attraction. I began planning this last year. The geological experts I consulted are quite optimistic about the area." Miao Jun and he exchanged glances. Could it be that they were considering transforming Xinghu County into a tourist site? He cautiously inquired, "Are you referring to a site that charges admission?" "Something like that, though the exact fee structure has yet to be determined. Xinghu County doesn't seem to have any distinctive features. Can it truly become a tourist destination? You, being immersed in it, might not see clearly. Yimo, go fetch those materials for everyone to examine. These photographs are unedited, showcasing the unadulterated beauty of the scenery." He, holding a picture of a quaint bridge over flowing water, murmured to herself, "I frequent this place, but it appears so captivating in the photograph. Mother, look at this one. It's truly beautiful. This one too. Mo, do you remember how we often ascended the mountain from here to collect chestnuts?" Song Yimo gazed at the image of the verdant path, fully aware that just beyond lay a valley adorned with blooming flowers. This place requires little embellishment. A charming, antique pavilion would suffice to enhance its allure. After perusing all the photographs, Miao Jun sighed, never having considered that such landscapes could attract visitors from afar. "Mu Yang, you possess a discerning eye. It is not my discernment. The true beauty lies in Yimo's perception." Chapter 93. Wisdom can be easily wounded. Is there yet another matter concerning Emo? He, unable to contain herself, abruptly embraced Emo and planted a fervent kiss upon her cheek, exclaiming, "Our Emo is truly remarkable." This display of affection brought joy to Song Emo, yet she felt a twinge of embarrassment, instinctively touching the spot that had been kissed before lowering her gaze to sip her tea. Miao Jun, however, seemed lost in thought, furrowing his brow momentarily before quickly relaxing. Zhai Mu Yang observed this interaction, committing it to memory, contemplating the appropriate time to inquire further. While the situation appeared largely settled, the absence of an agreement with the government left room for potential fluctuations. Miao Jun nodded in affirmation, stating, "We shall refrain from discussing this matter publicly." He hastily echoed this assurance. "Indeed, we would never jeopardize your affairs." The circumstances were not dire. It was not a frenzied scramble for resources, but rather a singular negotiation between my family and the government. Their desire to reach an agreement was no less than mine. Noticing that the teacups at the table were nearly empty, Zhai Mu Yang rose to fetch the warm water kettle, replenishing the tea as he spoke. "The tea from Xinghu boasts a unique character. I intend to promote it as a signature specialty of the scenic area. It cannot be as misleading as the specialties from other tourist destinations." Song Yimo gazed intently at her elder brother, inquiring, "Is that feasible?" "Certainly," he replied. "I would never disregard any suggestion from you." Yimo placing the kettle beside his feet, Zhai Muyang resumed his seat, affectionately ruffling her hair while chuckling. "This is your hometown, and it shall also be my residence in the future. I will not engage in short-sighted endeavors." "Thank you, brother." "Why thank me?" Zhai Muyang playfully tapped her forehead. "Once the products are perfected and gain recognition, it is I who will reap the benefits." He continued, "In the future, there will surely be a significant demand for tea. Uncle Meow, Aunt He, if you have individuals you wish to support, please share this information with them, allowing them to seize the opportunity. However, the quality must be assured. Business is business, and I will not compromise my reputation for personal connections." He immediately thought of her brother's household, which had been experiencing turbulent times. Although her sister-in-law's actions were disheartening, she recognized that her intentions were to secure a better future for her children, rendering the matter complex. If only she could lend a hand. Casting a glance at her husband, he chose to remain silent. Miao Jun pondered further. "Yimo, was this your suggestion?" Song Yimo nearly protested that it was not her idea, but before she could voice it, her expression had already betrayed her. Understanding the implications, found herself at a loss for words. "Yimo, my dear, you truly, with good intentions for your family." Yimo acted rightly. The earlier conversation had left Song Lao somewhat confused, but the latter part resonated clearly, prompting a smile. Life is challenging for every family. He Liang is astute and ambitious, and he is also filial. Had your parents not fallen ill simultaneously, he might not have found himself in this predicament today. Given the bond between our families, we should certainly extend our assistance wherever possible. He's eyes were tinged with red, her voice choked with emotion. "I extend my gratitude on behalf of Liangzi for your concern for him. Although I too wish for Liangzi's well-being, it starkly differs from our business at the shop. With such a substantial operation at stake, if Liangzi were to jeopardize it, how could I possibly face Muyang? This sentiment weighs heavily upon me." Zai Mu Yang Chuklet, asserting that such trivial matters would not disrupt his affairs. "Aunt He is a kind-hearted woman. I have faith that her brother is equally commendable. As long as he does not seek shortcuts and maintains the quality of his tea, there should be no issue. Ultimately, he merely received information ahead of others. He must fulfill his responsibilities just the same, and he need not feel as though she has taken undue advantage of me." Zhai Muyang glanced at his sister. Yimo, contemplating the well-being of those around her, vowing never to contradict her wishes. This statement implicitly acknowledged that it was due to Yimo's influence that He Liang would benefit. Zhai Muyang aimed to make the Miao family aware that they had sheltered Yimo for many years, and that she genuinely held them dear, always considering them in her good fortunes. He grasped Yimo's hand, squeezing it tightly, expressing her gratitude. "Yimo, Miao Mama remembers your kindness." "What do you mean by remembering kindness? Is it only permissible for you to treat her well, while she cannot reciprocate?" Grandma Song looked at her granddaughter with a sense of satisfaction. If Song Ji could show Yimo a little more kindness, surely Yimo would remember him in times of fortune. Having raised this child herself, she understood her nature well, both grateful and resentful, a trait inherited from who knows where. Miao Jiruo unusually remained silent, merely smiling at Song Yimo as she glanced at her direction. Yet within her heart, turmoil brewed. Offering business advice to her family, lending funds, and planning her future now, due to a mere complaint, Yimo had extended her assistance to her family in countless ways. They were close friends, with no debts between them. Miao Jiruo swore to herself that regardless of whether she soared like a dragon or crawled like an insect, she would give her all whenever Yimo needed her. Miao Jun exchanged a glance with Zhai Muyang, signaling, "I'm going to buy a pack of cigarettes." "Cut back a little," he complained. "You were clearly off them before, and now look, you're back at it." Miao Dad is under a lot of pressure. Observing Miao Jun's gaunt frame, Song Yimo felt a twinge of concern. "Miao Dad, you should smoke less. I'm aware of my own situation." Before long, Zhai Muyang also stood, stating, "I need to step outside for a call." Song Yimo internally rolled her eyes, knowing these few individuals at home were easily deceived, genuinely believing they were merely going out for cigarettes and phone calls, when they were undoubtedly sharing hushed conversations. The two men, whispered about for their clandestine discussions, strolled through the aging community. Miao Jun felt a sense of relief wash over him as he observed the budding branches, a sign of life in this verdant spring. I have pondered the intricacies of business these past few months and have gleaned some insights. Although Yimo is intelligent, her youth should not compel you to make decisions contrary to your own judgment. Zhai Muyang offered him a cigarette and lit it for him. I adhere to my principles in business. However, I shall certainly assist those whom Yimo wishes for my help, albeit in a manner beneficial to all. I inquired with Yimo, and she informed me that the teas of the Song and Miao families are primarily produced by the He family. For the past few months, I have been indulging in these teas, even carrying a jar with me abroad. They are indeed well-crafted, and with proper promotion and packaging, they are bound to find a market. However, the variety of teas is still rather limited. In the future, I shall engage a specialist to delve into this matter. Perhaps one day, Xinghu County will be renowned not only as a tourist destination, but also for its teas. If that comes to fruition, the people of Xinghu County shall be truly fortunate. Miao Jun chuckled. Since you say so, I shall not doubt it. In the realm of business, you are the elder. How should I respond to Uncle Miao's remark? Miao Jun laughed heartily, then quickly composed himself, letting out a deep sigh. Mu Young, please counsel Yimo to refrain from overthinking. Excessive contemplation can lead to unnecessary distress. I'm somewhat concerned for her. Zhai Muyang's expression turned serious as he nodded. I too believe that Yimo is overly perceptive. At such a tender age, she should not burden herself with too many thoughts. That is indeed the essence of the matter. Chapter 94. Encounter with Chun Fengfei, the 16th birthday, was not particularly lively, yet with family and friends by her side, Song Yimo felt it was the happiest and most hopeful birthday she had ever celebrated. The shop she had rented was steadily generating income, while Miao Jun and he hurriedly departed, and Miao Zhuo had yet to visit, opting to follow them instead. After seeing them off, Zhai Muyang turned to find Yimo blinking her eyes, making a request. Brother, I would like to apply for an ID card. Zhai Muyang paused momentarily, surprised that Yimo sought his approval. It seemed she truly regarded him as the adult in the family. In contrast, others might desire to evade supervision from their elders, yearning for freedom to roam without constraints. Yet, Yimo was different. She instinctively placed herself in the position of obedience, patiently awaiting the adult's consent for her wish. While others might not comprehend her demeanor, Zhai Muyang felt a deep understanding. He too had once been in such a phase. When his mother had just passed away, his grandfather was engulfed in sorrow, neglecting his needs. He longed for a competent adult to guide his life, and he would have willingly followed their lead, regardless of whether it was for better or worse. However, that figure appeared like a shooting star, briefly visible before vanishing once more. Hope, once shattered, led to despair. He was acutely aware of what such feelings entailed, enabling him to empathize with Yimo's anxiety during this stage of her life. Faced with her eager gaze, Zhai Muyang resolved to grant her every wish. Shall we go now? He inquired. Yimo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously. Zhai Muyang, with a tender smile, went to change his clothes. Yimo joyfully responded and skipped back to her room. Zhai Muyang settled beside his grandmother, stating, I'll take her out for a while. We'll return later. Very well, enjoy yourselves, Grandma Song replied with a gentle, affectionate smile. You're dressed warmly. There's no rush to return. There were few people applying for ID cards, and it was soon completed. Yimo, tousling her hair, quietly complained, no wonder people say IDs reveal one's beauty or ugliness. They leave no room for concealment. How many can truly look good? Rest assured, you'll look beautiful no matter how you pose, Zhai Muyang reassured her, grinning. As they left, he even overheard someone remarking on her beauty, causing him to hold his head a little higher in pride as her brother. Yimo recalled the image on her ID. While it was indeed unattractive, it could hardly be termed beautiful, perhaps delicate at best. However, her brother's coaxing filled her with joy, prompting her to arch her brows and ask, Shall we head home? I told Grandma we'd be back later. Is there anywhere you'd like to go? After pondering for a moment, Yimo shook her head, unable to remember the last time she had ventured out for fun. Tapping the steering wheel, Zhai Muyang inquired, "Is there an arcade in Xinghu County?" "There is. I've heard my classmates mention it," Yimo replied. "Shall we visit?" Zhai Muyang suggested. Yimo had never stepped foot in such a place, and her curiosity piqued. She nodded enthusiastically. However, upon arriving, Yimo hesitated at the entrance. "What's wrong?" Zhai Muyang asked. "It's too noisy," Yimo replied, turning back. Zhai Muyang chuckled softly, gently urging her to step further inside. The bustling venue was filled with numerous machines, some of which emitted particularly loud noises, creating a cacophony that could be overwhelming. However, he reassured her that with time, she would adapt. "You should occasionally indulge in some leisure, relax a little. The sky will not fall." For Song Yimo, the sky indeed felt secure at the moment. Yet she felt as though she had lived a decade more than others. Sometimes, she wished to cease her incessant thoughts, but found it impossible to do so. Human nature is inherently greedy. When life becomes unstable, one yearns for security, yet once stability is achieved, desires shift toward greater ambitions. She was merely an ordinary person, unwilling to overlook opportunities when they presented themselves. Upon entering, they encountered two dance machines surrounded by an eager crowd, where two individuals were engaged in a lively dance-off. Zhai Muyang guided his sister into the fray, immediately recognizing that these dancers were accustomed to such environments, their movements fluid and vibrant with the rhythm of the music. Song Yimo whispered in admiration, "How impressive! If you practiced regularly, you could dance like that." Just then, the music halted, making it unclear who had won or lost. But she recognized one of the dancers. As the individual turned, their eyes met. "Song Yimo?" It was Chun Xuejia. Chun Fangfei approached, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "I didn't expect our new school flower, the model student, to frequent such places." Zhai Muyang sensed the tension and tightened his embrace around Yimo, his demeanor protective. Chun Fangfei glanced at him, then playfully winked at Song Yimo. "No wonder you turned down Yushi. It seems you have someone else in your life." "I would have chosen the same." The three girls accompanying Chun Fangfei erupted in laughter. One of them pointed at Song Yimo's attire, saying, "My cousin has a dress just like yours. Do you know its price?" "What price?" "820. The crowd momentarily fell silent before resuming their hushed discussions. It was a society that ridiculed poverty while turning a blind eye to vice. Although the implications were clear, the content of their chatter only disappointed Chun Fangfei and her friends. Song Yimo remained unperturbed. Though she was only 16, she possessed wisdom beyond her years. She took her brother's hand and said, "Brother, it's too noisy here. Let us find somewhere quieter to enjoy ourselves." With a gentle tone, Zhai Muyang addressed the frozen smiles of Chun Fangfei and her companions. "Forget the 820. If I choose to, and if Yimo desires it, I would gladly purchase her something worth 8,000 too." The filthiness of thought is mirrored in the ugliness of the face, and no amount of makeup can disguise that. Song Yimo tugged at her brother's arm and politely nodded at Chun Fangfei. "Goodbye, Xuejia." The surrounding spectators fell silent, recognizing that a brother's gesture of buying something nice for his sister warranted no criticism. Upon exiting the arcade, Song Yimo felt an immediate sense of tranquility enveloping her. She exhaled deeply, stating, "I think I'll stick to quieter activities from now on. My ears can't bear the noise." Was it merely her aversion to the place? Or was it the encounter with those individuals that had unsettled her? "I dislike it here. It's simply too loud." As they waited for the elevator, Zhai Muyang inquired, "Is there some history between you and them? Is it because of you she?" It could be considered a festive occasion. Song Yimo pondered for a moment, nodding. For her, it undoubtedly was a celebration. The entire school, including the teachers, was aware of her affection for Yushi, yet he had rejected her. Subsequently, he pursued me, which likely left Chun Fangfei feeling unsettled, rendering her unkindness towards me quite understandable. When the elevator arrived, there were others inside, and the two ceased their conversation. It was not until they had boarded the car that Zhai Muyang resumed his inquiries. "Is Yushi aware? What is his current attitude towards you? Is he still pursuing you?" "He has ceased his pursuit. He is in his senior year. And where would he find the time for such matters?" Song Yimo replied, a pained expression crossing her face. "I assure you, I have not engaged in any early romantic relationships." Zhai Muyang chuckled, realizing he had perhaps pried too much. He playfully tapped her nose and said, all right, I shall refrain from asking further. Chapter 95. My brother says to buy a house ultimately. The two of them yielded to Song Yimo's wishes and ventured to the picturesque locales captured in the photographs. Despite the brisk winds of early spring, Xinghu County remained a verdant paradise. The scenery was not diminished by the chill, but rather enhanced by the ethereal mist that enveloped the surroundings. Zhai Muyang captured numerous photographs, and, as they admired the views, they engaged in thoughtful discussions. They departed at precisely 2 o'clock, blessed by the warm sun, yet returned home at 5:30. Grandma Song had already prepared dinner. After the meal, Song Yimo retreated to her room to organize her belongings, transferring the essentials to her grandmother's quarters. As she tidied up, a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps it was time to purchase a home. Every time her elder brother visited, she had to hastily clear a space, leaving him without a sense of belonging. Yimo, I'm considering buying a house here. Do you have any good suggestions? Turning back while packing her backpack, Song Yimo realized her elder brother was aligned with her thoughts. She had enough funds for a home, yet inexplicably, she was reluctant to disclose her novel-writing endeavors to him. The reason eluded her. Disapproving? Noticing her silence, Zhai Muyang approached and handed her a book. This house is quite old. The stairwell's light has been broken for ages, and the handrails are rusted, likely to give way at any moment. Though the second floor is not particularly high, it is best for Grandma to reside on the first floor, given her age. If you and Grandma are hesitant, we could reside on opposite floors. Zipping up her backpack, Song Yimo sat down, pondering, is my brother buying a house for me and Grandma? Not entirely, he replied. This scenic area is not the largest project in my company, nor will it yield immediate profits. However, in the long run, this project merits my deeper investment of thought. Your words have served as a timely reminder. Song Yimo's face revealed her confusion. Zhai Muyang chuckled as he settled beside her. For a scenic area to thrive, it must possess alluring features. Yet, no matter how breathtaking the scenery, if other aspects fall short, visitors will lack the desire to return. Song Yimo nodded in agreement. In recent years, tourism had gradually flourished, evident in the increasing inclination of families to embark on trips during holidays. The Chinese have a tendency to follow trends. Observe how many scenic spots will emerge in the coming years. Yet, the majority will likely be poorly constructed, merely aiming to profit without substance. China is vast. How many enjoyable destinations exist? When alternative options arise, such places will be the first to be disregarded. Zhai Muyang removed the oversized backpack from Yimo's lap and placed it on the bed. I conducted a survey. This year, the number of household computers has tripled compared to last year. What about next year? The year after? 5 or 10 years down the line? As the internet evolves, reputation will become paramount. Knowing this, I must be proactive in establishing a strong reputation, even ahead of others. Noticing Yimo's understanding expression, Zhai Muyang recalled Uncle Miao's earlier concerns. Indeed, Yimo was only 16, yet she engaged in discussions with remarkable insight, often offering unique perspectives. Her maturity surpassed mere precocity. I intend to personally oversee this project, ensuring that my time in Xinghu County will be ample. I cannot, after all, monopolize your room and force you to share with your grandmother, causing both of you to lose sleep. Does my elder brother have any specific requirements for the house? The finest residences in the county are currently located in the new district. You need not worry that your grandmother will feel lonely in a new place. Zhai Muyang gently tousled Yimo's hair, stating that we would purchase a property nearby. As long as it is spacious enough, with 3 bedrooms, that would suffice. Of course, if there were 4 rooms, that would be even better. I would designate one as a study, allowing your grandmother to easily visit her old friends with just a short stroll. Your concerns will not materialize, and it must be on the ground floor. Song Yimo's eyes suddenly brimmed with warmth, prompting her to lower her head in an attempt to conceal her emotions. The matters her elder brother addressed were indeed those she had pondered. She must consider her grandmother's well-being. It would be unacceptable for her to attend school while her grandmother remained confined to a small space, languishing in solitude. She had thought she was the only one to contemplate these issues. But her elder brother's words made it abundantly clear that he too held a deep regard for their grandmother, showcasing his genuine filial piety. While she certainly valued how others treated her, she would be grateful to anyone who, despite being indifferent toward her, showed concern for her grandmother. In her heart, she believed there could be no one better than her elder brother. "What is this?" Yimo chuckled. "Isn't it natural for my elder brother to care for our grandmother? Yet some biological children do not feel the obligation to look after their own mothers." Yimo lifted her head, her voice slightly hoarse, affirming that her elder brother was indeed superior to them all. "Of course he is better. If you were like them, would Yimo still recognize me?" No, she would not. Yimo smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling with delight. "Precisely. Let my elder brother handle these matters. You need only focus on your studies and the thoughts that pertain to them. Allow your mind to rest. Do not burden yourself with incessant worries." "I will do my best," she replied, somewhat dismissively. Yimo playfully pinched her cheek, then added, "I will inquire with Uncle Meow about any available properties in their community, particularly those that are already renovated and unoccupied." I had previously learned that there is indeed a community adjacent to Uncle Meow's residence, relatively new, established just 2 years ago, with numerous vacant houses, making it a suitable option for purchase. At that moment, Yimo realized that Yimo had also considered buying a house. It was only natural, given that her books consistently topped the income and reward charts. Acquiring a property should pose no challenge. "Understood. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Simply await the opportunity to move into your new home." Yimo felt a bit flustered. She was accustomed to managing household matters independently, and the sudden involvement of another in these affairs was both refreshing and unsettling. Thus, she instinctively adopted the demeanor she used when interacting with Uncle Meow and Aunt Meow, obedient and compliant. Yimo sighed, ruffling her hair affectionately. "I am already in the process of establishing a branch office in Mang City, and the manager I have transferred must complete the handover tasks. During this period, I will be quite busy, and you and your grandmother will need to adjust to my sporadic presence. I will explain everything to your grandmother. Our family Yimo is the most considerate." Yimo rose with a smile, stating, "I shall retrieve my handbag from the car. Your computer remains yours to use. I shall manage with my own. There is still ample time. You may indulge in your activities a while longer." Upon hearing this, Yimo, who had been preoccupied with concerns regarding the ownership of the computer, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Considering that she had yet to ascend today, she quickly shifted her position as soon as her brother exited the room. As she refreshed the web page and scrolled down, she was astonished to find the screen inundated with red envelopes once more. The last time such a phenomenon occurred was when the ID Fujatianxia had made an appearance. Could it be that someone was aware of her birthday today? That seemed utterly implausible, especially since she had yet to submit her identification number despite several requests from the editor. She must discreetly acquire her brother's ID number. Otherwise, the editor would certainly grow suspicious. Chapter 96. A gallery of eccentrics having perused the text from beginning to end without yielding any substantial insights, Yimo logged onto QQ. And, as anticipated, the familiar avatar was pulsating energetically. "Wei Chuyuyong, are you there? Wei Chuyuyong, Ipin, message me." Ipin Rushi flexed her fingers, executing the elusive finger technique honed from a previous life. "Ipin Rushi, Brother Liang, I'm here. Wei Chuyuyong. Is today a particularly auspicious day?" At times, Yimo found herself questioning whether the editor was online for 16 hours a day. Every time she sought him out, he was invariably available, often responding instantaneously. "Ipin Rushi, what do you mean?" "Wei Chuyuyong, I am well aware of your loyal readership. A significant number are merely nominally associated with the editor. Their uproar is quite normal. If they were to remain silent, that would indeed be peculiar." Furrowing her brow, Yimo scrolled through the webpage, observing a few familiar IDs among the patrons, yet the majority were strangers. She recalled having recently received a recommendation that had rapidly escalated her success, drawing in a fresh wave of readers, which made the acts of patronage seem reasonable. Yet, Brother Liang's words suggested a different narrative. Contemplating her thoughts, Song Yimo accessed the back end to review today as patronage earnings. After gazing at the figure for quite some time, she decided to close the page. The revenue was already flowing in at an impressive rate and was accelerating further. Coupled with the seemingly effortless patronage, a sense of unease settled within her, akin to having unwittingly pocketed someone else's money. Ipin Rushi, Brother Liang, my heart is quite anxious. Wei Chu Yuyang. Many of the IDs are new, yet the individuals behind them are primarily familiar faces. Zhai Muyang entered the room with a laptop, immediately spotting Yimo frowning at her screen. And without needing to ponder further, he discerned the cause of her distress. The last time she had issued a notice to halt their patronage. What would she decide to do this time? Zhai Muyang smirked mischievously as he settled down at the bedside and opened his computer. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Chuyang adjusted his glasses, lighting a cigarette, and added another remark. Wei Chuyang, I have traced the IP addresses. Ipin Rushi, Brother Liang. Are you suggesting that they have registered multiple IDs solely to patronize me without my knowledge? Wei Chuyang. That appears to be the case. There was a prolonged silence in the chat window. Zhang Chuyang rose to grab a beer from the living room and open a window to dissipate the smoke. Returning to his seat, he took a few sips of the beverage, and then a notification chimed. Ipin Rushi, Brother Liang, what do you think they seek? I do not wish for their lavish patronage out of some lofty disdain for wealth. If I possessed such noble character, I would simply offer my work for free. I merely seek some peace of mind. Do they genuinely enjoy this type of engagement? Wei Chuyang could hardly contain his laughter, setting down his beer and refraining from smoking, fearful of choking on the smoke. Wei Chuyang, perhaps it is indeed the case. Some authors plead incessantly for a semblance of patronage, only to be disregarded. In contrast, since the inception of your work, you have issued only 2 standalone chapters, not for soliciting votes, nor due to publication, but solely to deter them from offering patronage. Those eager souls might actually respond favorably to such an approach. Ipin Rushi, then I shall ignore it. Only Chu Yuyang shrugged his shoulders as he was about to respond when a cough interrupted him. Upon checking the notification, he found a familiar